I told him, Joe, he better be coming with the Golden State Valkyries highlight. Overtime win. I'm kidding, Carter. I see him yelling back there. 89-81 over the LA Sparks. Not Valhalla, but down in La La Land. The Valks were balling. The Florida Panthers are balling. They're up 2-1 in the Stanley Cup Finals. No NBA Finals action. That's tomorrow. No Giants action yesterday. There was, it was actually really refreshing just to be able to sit down, watch some Valks, veg out, watch some Stanley Cup Finals, get in the show call with you, with Carter, with Sam, and just, this is what separates the men from the boys, the girls from the women, right? These kind of shows today, Joe, where we have nothing really to react to. We can talk Valkyries for a little bit if you want. We'll be giving away tickets again today, by the way, for a Valkyries game. So be tapped in between 7:30 and 7:45. But these are the shows you really live for, Joe. It's not quite the dog days of summer. Summer's just approaching, but we don't have a Warriors game to react to. We don't have a Giants game to react to. And we don't have a 49ers game to react to, as the 49ers are going to start their mandatory mini camps today. So I live for these shows. It shows our creativity, Joseph. All right? Are you excited today? Because we got a lot to get into. All right?
I'm super pumped. And, there was some stuff that was going on yesterday. And I'm talking about in the front yard of my brother's house.
Oh, God.
Where my son was putting on a hitting display off the tee. But then I realized he is extremely deficient in climbing play structures.
Oh, no.
In comparison to his three other cousins.
Well, they have. See, this is the thing.
I have now signed my son up for travel jamboree. No, I'm just teasing.
The Gymboree's great, by the way. I love the Gymboree. You go there and they have fun, the tumbling, all that. Jimbo the Clown.
He got his first, 5 bruises, straight to the noggin, straight to the lip. And I was like, he's great. He's fine. Michelle was losing her mind.
We call that character building in the Spadoni household. You build character with those.
Flavor.
Exactly. Please, right? Put some dirt on it. He'll be fine. Put a nice. Remember back in the day where they just put steak on everything when it just on the Sandlot,
the Brady
right?
Bunch.
Yeah, just the steak on the black eye. Why did they do that?
Shout out Guru, the Brady Bunch, the 70s.
He was upset at himself yesterday. I was listening to Steiny and Goo, and they had the conversations were all over the place yesterday. Shout out Steiny and Goo. But he was disappointed with himself not knowing certain references and Steiny not knowing certain references. They were showing their age a little bit yesterday.
Steiny get very forgetful.
Well, that happens.
I know.
That happens.
Might have to wheel him in here next week.
Oh, my God.
But that being said, on the way home, I'm feeding the little guy dinner, and I'm looking at this article on The Athletic, the New York Times, if you will, Andrew Baggerly, who I thought had taken a little break from covering the Giants.
He returned last week.
Oh, he returned last week.
Okay, there you go.
The legend of Baggerly Vance, as I call him.
And, he wrote this long-form article about Willie Adamas. And, look, the Giants are in the middle of a nice little run right here where they've won 5 in a row. They've played in a lot of tight games. But there's this thing that is kind of, the elephant in the room right now, and it's the Willie Adamas contract and production.
Well, it gets your attention immediately, said article by Andrew Baggerly, who, again, say what you will about him. The guy has covered this team for a very long time. He's very tapped into all things San Francisco Giants. And the headline, it just grabs you immediately. It says, quote, Willie Adamas on his rough start as a Giant. I want to look in the mirror and slap myself.
That's a powerful headline.
Very. And that grabs your attention immediately. And so like you, I did the same thing. And we were talking about it yesterday, Joe, at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. We would love your participation today. This guy's clearly pressing. The Giants are winning in spite of it all. They're 10 games over 500. They are still slumping at the plate. It is not very good. Luckily, the pitching has been sensational. And again, they have been clutch, 5 straight wins of 1-run baseball. It's been pretty amazing, and they're going to try to do it again tonight in Colorado. Kyle Harrison on the bump, where he's been balling in Colorado in the past. So we were talking about Willie Adamas, and heading into the show today, I asked just simply a question to you, and it kind of stopped you for a second. I was like, did you ever think there was going to be a worse contract than Barry Zito with the San Francisco Giants? And you were like, wow. No. You just said that.
As bad as the Denard Span and Aaron Rowans and the Mark Melansons and the Johnny Cuetos and the Samardzijas. The worst one is Zito. I mean, Zito was awful. And I also think it's because of how expensive the deal was back then relative to the other contracts being given out.
Right. It was a 7-year, $126 million contract.
Given in 2007.
Given Yeah, exactly. Heading into the 07 season, December of 2006. Willie Adamas signed a $182 million contract with the San Francisco Giants. And I got to be honest, it's as we were saying, bordering on bust for Ricky Pearsall a couple weeks ago, which sounded strong given everything that he went through as a rookie. This guy's not a rookie. He's played on 2 teams prior to this, Tampa and Milwaukee. The first 2 months have been abysmal. It's awful. How does he live up to this deal? You can't do it in year 1, Joe. Is there anything he could do for you as a Giants fan this season? Heading out of this season, outside of, you win a World Series, you go on a deep playoff run, whatever. But just Willie himself. Can he do anything other than just produce at the plate to get you feeling good about this contract? Because if I'm a Giants fan, I'm having flashbacks to Barry Zito, to the Aaron Rowans of the world, to just we made a splash signing, and this is what we're getting? There's part of me that, listen, 10 games over, everything's all hunky-dory, it's great. We don't want to crush the guy. Clearly the clubhouse loves him. Do they, though?
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. Do they need him?
Yeah, they do.
Why?
Well, because of if he's going to play every single day, you can't be a net negative. You can't be an awful hitter and the guy at shortstop who has the most errors in baseball. You can't be both.
They're not saying he's a net negative. Those teammates aren't saying that. The coaching staff's not saying that. They're saying that they need him out there every single day, that he provides something. That's what they say. He just has this way about him in the consistency and the fact that he's there every day and he's physically available. I guess it goes a long way. I'm just going from what I read from the article, Joe. It actually was kind of shocking how many of the teammates and the coaching staff were backing this guy. And it speaks to his character. Yeah. It does. It speaks to who he is as a person, which I do think we underrate in today's society. Sure. When it's all about me. Look at me. I'm the selfish guy. Yeah. We love our NBA athletes, right? The stars. We love our good quarterbacks, our wide receiver divas, right? It is refreshing to see a team-first guy in Willie Adamas, even when he is struggling, the first guy out there to be helping out. But that only goes so far, right? They're saying this now, June 10th. Will they be saying the same thing August 10th? And he's batting .205?
Well, if the attitude changes, then they'll have a big issue, obviously. But look, just because you won despite the production or lack thereof of someone doesn't mean that you don't need someone, right? We all know that for a baseball team to get to the playoffs, you need multiple guys to have career years, and then you have to have contributions up and down the line. And you don't have to be outstanding all year long, but you got to have a couple of weeks. You got to have a couple of moments. And right now, you're looking at a guy that's clearly searching, that is man, it feels like he's in need of a baseball hug, as I like to call it. You know what I mean? Where if you're saying, I look in the mirror and I want to slap myself, and I'm paraphrasing from the article, gosh, that's how down in the dumps you are?
Well, that sucks.
That's tough.
Well, he's feeling that way internally, and the fact that he's still going out there with a smile on his face around his teammates speaks a lot. Because I think the hardest thing to do in life is, and you've gone through this, hell, I don't need to tell you what you've been through the last couple of years. I've been through some stuff. Sam's been through some stuff. We've all been through some stuff behind the scenes. But we try to not let that affect the workplace, right? Yeah. We come in here, we try to have a smile on our face. This is a very fun job. We all got into this business because we love sports, and this is something, we don't view this as a job. But it is, but we don't view it that way. So when we come in here, we want to have a smile on our face. We don't want to bring others down. And I do credit Willie for being able to, push all that negativity aside with his own personal at-bats and defensive play, and be able to go out there every day and be, one of the boys and hang out and be that rah-rah guy. It does wear
on you.
It has to wear on you. It wears on everyone. It's worn on you. It's worn on me.
Yeah.
We've all been through this.
And professionally, when you're struggling, as you try to wipe it away and keep rolling back, it does wear on you, because I think that when you have pride in what you do and you're competitive, you expect and demand more of yourself. And when you can't produce on various levels, I do think it wears on you. The thing is, though, Joe, this guy needs our support, right? Clearly, the Giants fans support. He needs the support really bad.
They've been giving it to him, though, right? We've been supporting him.
No doubt. But he also has to meet us halfway and make some plays here. And I think that, it's really difficult when you're an offensive-driven player. Kyle Schwarber's talked about this. Edgar Martinez has talked about this. David Ortiz. When you're just a DH, it's very difficult to feel like you contributed every single day when you go 0 for 4. Or maybe you only get your 3 at-bats and you're not in the field. So that's why I look at like the field, and I'm going to start with the field. You can't lead baseball in errors when the season's over. Right now you have, at shortstop, you have a league-leading 10 errors. We can't have that, right? That's where it would start for me. I would say, hey, don't worry about the bat right now. Worry about the defense. Really hone in on the defense, make a couple plays defensively, and then some bloops might just start dropping in. And that's where I would start with this guy, because I know that he wants to hang his hat on hitting the long ball and barreling things up. And I'm reading the article, and it's saying, well, the barrel rate is about the same. The chase rate is about the same. Well, not to be this guy, but that's pretty alarming, because I'm watching you every single day, and you are swinging through every breaking ball, and I'm not seeing a lot of barrel up. So if you're telling me I'm barreling it about the same as years prior, yikes. Yikes.
How do we rally around this guy, I guess is the question, at 888-957-9570. Is there anything we could do? Do we, I brought it up yesterday because Kruko brought it up over the weekend on the NBC Sports Bay Area broadcast. Mike Kruko, obviously a legend with the team, does color announcing for him. He wanted to do the Trey Turner. Let's all clap for him. Let's all stand up and try to just give him an energy boost at the plate. Is it that? Is it just letting him figure it out? Is it just viewing this entire first season as a mulligan at this point? Because it does feel a little bit not little league stuff. I really don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer, Joe, because I get it. The last thing, some people, you need the arm around him. Some people need to give a kick in the pants. Some people just leave him alone. And maybe we don't know what Willie Adamas needs right now. We do know that his teammates are all supporting him. They say they still want him out there every day. Bob Melvin loves the guy. They all love him. And that is important in all this. But from a fan base, it's very hard to tell, average Joe fan, if you will, hey, come on, go easy on the guy. Why should I go easy on the guy when I tune into Giants baseball as an escape and I just want to watch my team win and I watch this guy struggle? My everyday life sucks. I have to go to this job that I don't want to do, work long hours, don't get paid enough. I just sit down and watch the Giants win, and this guy's not contributing to a win. Well, what do I tell to that fan?
Well, I think you got to tell him, we have no other option right now when you're signed up to a 7-year deal, right? We owe it to the guy to give him some time. And really, we don't have any other alternative. If he was on a 1 or a 2-year deal, I would view this entire thing completely different. But because he's on such a big deal, at some point, we just have to be patient. And then it's the worst thing in the world. It is the worst thing in the world. You're talking to a guy who's probably the most impatient of all the hosts across the country.
There's a lot of impatience at the station from everyone. Don't worry. This is life. Dude, the moment we got these phones in our hands, that's when we lost patience.
I'm well aware.
We don't have patience anymore. I was the first, the millennial generation towards the younger demographic, like Carter, Sam, and I. Yeah, but that's when we really lost the patience. And I guess what I'm asking is it okay if Giants fans already have buyer's remorse on the Willie Adamas contract?
Well, look,
is that that's normal, right?
There's two things that are true simultaneously, in the words of Ralph Barbieri. Number one, yeah, this is a bad deal. I could see it a mile away, right? But that being said, they kind of had to do it, right? And I'll defend them on that one. They haven't had an answer at shortstop, and I think Luciano not being anything close to a shortstop and them having very little in their pipeline. I mean, if you look at their pipeline, it's a bunch of random dudes. I'm talking about in their farm system. A bunch of random dudes, and then there's a 16-year-old they're praying to God looks something like Francisco Lindor 5 years from now, which feels like a bigger pipe dream than Willie Adamas living up to the contract, right? And so they definitely needed to bring in an everyday player to play that position. And yeah, they probably overpaid by a lot. But there is something to be said for getting someone who can play every single day. It's not the eat innings guy, right? Because Jeff Samardzija, part of buying on a Jeff Samardzija back in this, well, at least he gets 200 innings. Someone's got to get it, and that saves a bullpen and other. There is something to be said on a team where there were very malaise and going through the motions, having someone who is a rah-rah guy. Now, what's the price tag on that is a different question.
Yes.
You know, spending $100 million on that guy and on a 5-year deal is a lot easier to swallow than 182 over 7, right? But there is something to be said for having those guys on the roster. I mean, look at the Golden State Warriors. How many years did they bring back Iguodala for the vibes? Now, relative in his sport, what he was making for the vibes off the bench and his production, like, we weren't demanding the type of production that you're demanding from Willie Adamas when he signs his deal. Yeah. So there's a difference between the two of them. But at some point, he's got to start producing, and that's where I go, hey, start with the glove. Start with the glove, and good things might happen from there. You know, just worry about making the plays in front of you. Make the next play. Don't worry about, you know, carrying your at-bats into the field, because right now you're looking at a guy that's on pace for 25 errors at the position. That's not good. You know what I call that zone? That's the Jose Vizcaíno, Delino DeShields zone for Giants fans back in the day. All right? How do you spell
that's the name.
How do you spell Jose Vizcaíno? With 38 E's.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Manny Machado, by the way, leading all Major League Baseball in errors, but the difference is Manny Machado is also producing.
He's a 300 hitter.
He's a 300 hitter.
And you watch the series against the Giants, he was the best player in the series. Maybe.
There you go. Exactly. So
and made some defensive plays in terms of range that were outstanding.
And again, all the other guys up, the high-usage guys, the Jonathan Indias of the world, the Ellie De La Cruzes of the world, the Max Muncies, they're all at least producing at the plate, those that are up there with the high air.
You know what this reminds me of for the Giants here? It's very David Lee-like.
Ooh.
And the reason why I say that is they needed to bring in some guys and establish the culture, and there is a price tag for that. Like, there was a respectability, not just within their own clubhouse.
Legitimacy.
Absolutely. Around the league. And this is a legitimate guy who is respected around the league. But imagine if David Lee had just completely fallen flat on his face in the first 2.5, 3 months. I'm going cross-sport analogies here.
Yeah.
But I do believe that it's very similar. Like, there was a tax to be paid for the Giants. So let's say, you know, if you're, I don't know, let's say you're the Boston Red Sox, right? You already have kind of some credibility around the league. Maybe Willie Adamas is $130 million, right? So let's just tack on $50 million. And I'm just throwing numbers out there. Let's tack on $50 million for the Giants because of how they're perceived and where they're at and, you know, how much they needed this particular individual. I do believe part of the overpay is where the Giants were, how desperate they were to land somebody, how they've struck out so many different times, and how they did need somebody who could bridge the gap in their clubhouse. And there is something to be said for that.
And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We got those new cameras installed, Joe, and we posted on our story yesterday. A lot of people had some opinions on your diatribe on the fan throwing the ball at the plate. We'll get into that at some other point. But I just was noticing the cameras, and you were looking like you were like a gift from God. You have all that light on you. I looked like freaking like, I don't know, the Godfather. There's just zero light on me at all, just looking at you, just perplexed half the time. It's just the light. It's fine if that's what it is. Do I look brighter today? Thumbs up. Yeah? We good? All right? The skin looking good? Sure? Okay.
Joe, I don't want to come, like, I'm super pumped about the Giants right now, and things are feeling great.
You should be. They're playing the worst team in baseball, one of the worst teams ever tonight. You should sweep them, and you have a very good chance heading into that Dodger series this weekend. Joe, you might be in first place.
No doubt. But there are times in life where you also have to be realistic. And, like, the realistic thing is he's not going anywhere. He's going to stay on the team. And he's probably not a shortstop in 2 or 3 years. And they probably overpaid by a lot. And you probably tacked on too many years than you needed. But it was also the price of doing business, right? And so I'm not mad at the Giants for this one. Like, this was one I probably would have done 9 out of 10 times. And you kind of knew going in, yeah, it's kind of an overpay. But, like, yes, I don't think he's this bad. Like, all those things I just said regarding, like, hey, 2 years from now, I don't even think he's a shortstop. Like, that is truly how I feel about him as a baseball player. And I like the guy. I don't think he's your long-term answer at shortstop. I think eventually he'll transition to second base because I don't like his range. And I think his arms, it's adequate. It's good. It's not great. But they did overpay. And it's going to be really difficult for him to ever live up to the contract. But it was also the cost of doing business. So I'm not mad at the Giants. Like, I know I sound like I'm all over the place on this one, but we need this guy to break out of his slump. He cannot be this bad. I don't think he's this bad. I think he's better than this.
888-957-9570 is the number. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. On the other side, I will reveal our guest list. And if Willie Adamas is going to start getting it going, just start tonight in the most hitter-friendly ballpark in the history of sports. That is Coors Field, where they are starting a 3-game series in Colorado. And that's what's coming on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Big Pun? Shout out Kevin Dana on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Your Golden State Valkyries with the dub 89-81. Remember, be locked in all week long right here on the roast between 7:30 and 7:45, Joe, because we are giving away a pair of Valkyrie tickets to their matchup against the Connecticut Sun on June 22nd at Chase Center. When you hear this Kevin Dana call that we just played, that was that one. No, it wasn't. Oh, it's a different one. Oh.
Semi looking to Thornton. Open left wing three. Rain dance! 87-81. Caleb Thornton with a big time triple.
That's the one. Shout out Matt Nahegan, program director, for cutting that one. We appreciate it. You can also go to Valkyries.com for your tickets. So when you hear that sounder, you got to be calling number 5 and score yourself a pair of tickets. Again, we'll play that around 7:30, 7:45. And if you don't win today, keep listening all week long. We'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets. Valkyries 4-5. They ain't going away, man. Hey, for an expansion team, I like what I see. Now, I know you said yesterday, Tuck Chico was like, well, expansion, there's like 13 teams. But again, we've seen expansion teams. I don't care what league it is. Whether it's the Houston Texans when they came into the inception, when the Golden Knights, right? The Kraken. I like what I'm seeing for the Valkyries. And it was actually nice yesterday, Joe, before we get back to the Giants, just for them to have their own night. No Giants, no Warriors, no Niners. There wasn't an NBA Finals game to watch. I got to watch some lady hoops. It was fun. It was good. 5-32 overall from Beyond the Arc, though, was not great. I'll say that.
When you bring up expansion teams, winning right away, immediately I get, the scar tissue of losing to the Marlins and then winning a World Series twice en route, through you, 97 and 2003. And then I think about the Diamondbacks within the first, 6 years of existence, winning a championship before you as a Yankee, against the Yankees, excuse me. So, yeah, it conjures up all of my previous hatred for these expansion teams.
Right, and you
having immediate success.
And again, I mentioned the Vegas Golden Knights, right? Probably the most recent example. Came into inception 2017, won the Stanley Cup Finals about 5 or 6 years later. How long have Sharks fans been clamoring for that? Yeah. And then they see this team, this Golden Knights team. Like, seriously, you guys haven't suffered for anything. You're in Las Vegas, you're on the Strip. It's the glitz and the glamour, and you guys just win immediately? Wow, must be nice. But them's the breaks. You know what? Sports is cruel. Doesn't have to be fair, right? And right now, it's not fair to one Willie Adamas, Joe. It's not fair. But I say that the guy's making $182 million. I get it.
Yeah, but money doesn't. Let me just.
I'm just saying there are real world stuff happening today, too. And I'm sure Willie would be the first one to say that. So I don't want this to sound like we all need to gather around. We all need to protect this man. He's okay when it's all said and done.
Yeah, but if you're professionally miserable, like, money doesn't make you immediately happy. Like, those are different things. Yeah, money makes your life easier. Money can make certain aspects more, palpable, right? Like, I always thought, everyone used to get mad at Pablo Sandoval. He took the money in Boston to screw him. Well, okay. Well, hold up for a second. He was pissed off that the Giants gave Hunter Pence money that he thought was earmarked for him. They gave the new guy all the extra money, and then he felt a certain kind of way about that, and then went to Boston and was miserable. You don't feel a little bit of empathy for him? I'm not saying that the money doesn't make things, again, easier for him to be able to compartmentalize, and but that doesn't mean that you can't. Just because you're rich doesn't mean that you can't have marital problems, professional depression, overall depression, substance abuse. Like, sure. Look all across the world. Just because you have money, it doesn't mean you don't have problems.
I understand that.
And I'm not caping up for rich people. That's not what I'm doing.
No. And I say that because at the end of the day, and I love when coaches say this, it's just basketball, it's just baseball. Like, at the end of the day, this is a job for these people too. So, and yeah, they're not contributing at a high level, but it's not going to dictate any real stuff in real life bleep is going on right now. I want to have some perspective.
No doubt, but we just, of course, like the real life stuff that's going on throughout the country. I know. But they're also, I watched the Red Sox doc with Jarren Duran, and Jarren Duran was so down and out, opening up his Instagram every single day, that he contemplated taking his own life, and the gun jammed. And that was on the Red Sox just a year and a half ago, and he opened up about it. Now, he is a very, colorful individual in terms of personality, and he has touched on and has admitted to some of his own mental stuff that's been going on inside himself. And if you watch the doc, he's different. Like, he's very, very different. But again, this is a guy who went through his own mental stuff. So just because you got a little money, whether it be, $1 million because you won arbitration and you're Jaron Duran playing for the Red Sox, or whether you have $182 million, that doesn't mean that you're happy. And that doesn't mean that you're professionally fulfilled. That's all. I'm not saying that money doesn't make things easier. Of course it does. But I also think there's balance in these things. There's a reason why substance abuse, and that my family knows very well about it. Yeah. Substance abuse touches all. Mental depression touches all.
Absolutely, absolutely. And right now we're reacting to an article. If you're just joining us, it's Spadoni and Chasky. The article is in The Athletic. It's Andrew Baggerly who wrote it. Willie Adamas on his rough start as a Giant, quote, "I want to look in the mirror and slap myself. He has been struggling, to say the least, this season. He's batting just a meager 193, 47 hits. And in the last 30 games, he's batting just 147 overall.
That's not good.
It's not good. 1 home run, 16 hits in his last 30 games. It's not going to get it. Can you get it done tonight in Colorado? Can you start? This is the place to do it, in Colorado. And by the way, we're going to be talking to a Colorado sports legend and Hall of Famer, one Woody Paige, Joe, at 8 o'clock. Cannot wait for that. He'll join us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? We're going to talk about his perspective when it comes to the Colorado Rockies, but also there's a lot that's happened over the last couple of weeks in regards to Woody Paige and the Around the Horn ending. That's a big deal, man. That is one of, when I think of ESPN and SportsCenter and, you had the First Takes, no. It was always, for me, Around the Horn and PTI. Pardon the interruption, right? That's molded me.
Absolutely.
When I was in high school, when I was in middle school. I love that stuff. Tony Reale and Woody Paige being the all-time wins leader there. Can't wait to talk about that, and obviously Denver sports and all of that.
Joe, you hear a common theme from a lot of people, and I get where they're coming from. They're like, give me that kind of money and I'll figure it out. But there's also the other side of the coin, which yes, of course, give us all that kind of money. I mean, who wouldn't die to have that kind of money? But the reality is that, like Biggie said, more money, more problems. Yeah. And things do arise in your life when you do have, too much money. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. There's a book about it where, the farmer lives below his means. And then there's the lawyer that's trying to have the Rolex and the boat and the 3 cars and the this and the that. And there's a, keeping up with the Joneses part of his lifestyle that creates all of this other chaos that when they were poor, they don't even think about. You just don't even. And again, I'm not saying that the money has changed Willie Adamas. I just think the expectations and everything has definitely weighed on him. And I think we do a very poor job of the psychology of sports. And when I think about what kind of did in the Warriors the last couple of years, money was a big part of everything. How much money you're getting, how much money is available for me, how much money I should be getting, how many years should I be getting, how I should be viewed by this organization. We can't talk about the Golden State Warriors of the last 3 years without talking about pride, ego, playing time, money, all the stuff that has nothing to do with, are you playing well right now? And it all bled over into how they were playing well.
You mentioned the Warriors, the Niners last year, right? On line 1.
Great example.
And I actually kind of want to pivot there as we're up against in the break.
Great example.
The way we're all trying to rally around Willie Adamas, why didn't we feel this way with one Brandon Ayuk, who also got paid and who also contributed at a very high level? He has actually contributed at a high level with his squad. He was drafted to this place, and yet I feel like we're watching 2 players who were struggling at the same time, right, to start a season, not at the exact same time, if you catch what I'm saying. But I'm having a disconnect here, Joe. So I want you to help me and help the audience discuss the differences between one Brandon Ayuk and his struggles to start last season and Willie Adamas and his start to this season, the struggles there, and how we're discussing it. Can we do that on the other side?
I would love to.
Okay.
I think to a lesser degree, Clay, Kuminga.
Sure.
There's a lot of guys that we could talk about when it comes to money, expectations, frustrations, and how it bled over into their play.
And that's what's coming on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Oh, heck yes.
Hey, this is MSR from San Ramon, and you are listening to Joe Shasky and I already forgot. Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, he is a sucker. You can't forget that last name. Spadoni. Not Spandoni, not Spadoni, not Spumoni, not Spaghetti.
I don't know.
Spadoni.
So you asked me a question right before we're about to go to the break.
Certainly did.
Why did fans turn on Brandon Ayuk, and why haven't they turned on Willie Adamas just yet? And they're very different cases, right? And I think about, Mac Dre has a great line. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. Tone is everything in life. And I also think that how you go about things matters, right? Nobody wants to hear somebody who just broke the bank after a really hardship negotiation then be still disgruntled and frustrated, right? And I think that was the way it was perceived regarding Brandon Ayuk, whether real or not. That's how it was perceived. It's like, all right, you still feeling slighted? And then all of a sudden, like, you just got paid all this money. You can't even wear the right shorts? Like, what?
I guess where I'm having my trouble with this, and again, if you're just joining us, what Joe's alluding to is the Willie Adamas, and, he just signed a huge contract, $182 million, and we're reacting to an article that was written by Andrew Baggerly, who covers the team for The Athletic, in which the headline of it says, Willie Adamas on his rough start as a Giant, quote, I want to look in the mirror and slap myself. And we're talking about rallying around this guy. He's clearly very hard on himself. The Giants are 10 games over 500 in spite of it all, but he is the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, and he's batting under 200 to start the season. And I was just questioning, heading into the break, why aren't we as hard on Willie as we were on Brandon Ayuk last year after he signed a Falcon contract, considering Brandon Ayuk was drafted to the team, had a lot more of, what's the word I'm looking for? Cachet within the fan base. He built up some equity. There we go. Already, he was second team All-Pro.
Uh-huh.
But
look at how he went about it.
They went to a Super Bowl with the guy.
I understand that, but look, think about how he went about it. When you post,
but why does it matter how he went about it?
Because I'm telling you, it does matter. Because there's two things. There's we love humility. That's why is Steph Curry so beloved? Well, he's richer than anyone ever. Period. But he's also comes off as humble.
Well, and also he's one of the greatest players of all time. His talent is
humility matters.
Sure.
Right? Like, when you're defiantly angry, people are like, "What? Why? Why are you angry? You just got paid. Like, why are you angry?" You know why Willie Adamas is angry right now? He's angry at his performance and himself because, he's showing some perspective, and I guess in a way it comes off as humble. And he's felt that way. He feels like a team guy, not a me guy. Now, Joe, you could say that I'm parsing. I'm just telling you how people are perceived, right? I talked to a lot of high school kids, athletes and stuff. I'm like, what you put out into social media is how you're going to be perceived, right? If you're posting nothing but photos of you wearing a hood, and throwing up different signs, and then you've got music playing over it, that's going to be perceived some kind of way. Although, conversely, if you show your face and you smile and post a similar photo with, happy, effervescent music, it's going to be perceived differently. When Ayuk puts something out on social media that is left to be interpreted and it feels cryptic and angry, it's going to be perceived that way. When Willie Adamas is, running out of the dugout, all right, and cheering on the success of others, that's perceived completely different, right? And so I think how you portray yourself is extremely important in this one. Like JK, I think JK at times suffers, Jonathan Kuminga I'm talking about. I think we interpret body language, fair or not, about how he's sitting on the bench. Right. That's what fans do, right? That's what fans do. And I think they look at Jonathan Kuminga a certain way because he's not jumping up and down, right? And praising someone else's success. Simultaneously, I think about some of the other guys that are on that bench, and let's just use GP2 as an example. He's always waving a towel and high-fiving. They're totally different personalities, totally different ways that they came up, and yet they're perceived very differently. Fair or not, that's just how it is. When Brandon Belt used to strike out, slump his shoulders, and slowly walk back to the dugout, it was perceived a certain way. when another guy like Bo Jackson strikes out and he breaks the bat over his knee, it's perceived in like, oh, that's competitive fire, right? Like that's what we do as sports fans. You could say it's unfair, and I would agree to a degree, to an extent, but this is reality. Klay Thompson, with every miss, you could feel the energy being sucked out of not only the roster, but the fan base, the team, and himself.
But I guess what I'm getting at here is you mentioned all those guys. They had so much more built-up equity within the fan base. And, like we should be... I get what you're saying. It sounds like when you're saying it sounds correct. But when you take a step back and look at the totality of everything, it's like, wait. Klay Thompson won 4 championships here. Brandon Ayuk went to a Super Bowl. He was second-team All-Pro. He's contributed at a high level in this market.
But this isn't
Willie
like
Adamas hasn't done anything.
No, I know, but we're not talking about 1 or 2 incidences. Like, for Klay, for some fans, it felt like every game. It felt like every game, and then he was saying things in post-game stuff. So it went on for months of this, and it just felt like it, not that it sabotaged the Warriors season. They weren't going anywhere that year, but it felt like it sucked up a lot of the oxygen in the room. Okay, Brandon Ayuk, did the saga not go on for months?
Sure, because we contributed to that, though. As the media, we contributed to that. Okay, but that's also
it takes 2 to
contract negotiations in the NFL is just different. Hell, TJ Watt, that's the latest from Adam Schefter. This dropped I think an hour ago. TJ Watt, all pro for the Steelers. He is missing mandatory minicamp because he wants a new deal. Like, that's the drama that they have to do. Now they just got Aaron Rodgers, and now TJ Watt's like, no. It's him and Trey Hendrickson are both like, yeah, no, we're not going to show up. So that's the drama that those teams are dealing with. But that's what they do in that sport. But
fans also turn on you quickly.
But fans need to also differentiate the sports and the negotiations. Just be like, that's just the way it is. It is.
Joe, we in society love people who we are willing to be more patient with people who showcase vulnerability and humility.
Why aren't we protecting our own is what I'm saying. Willie Adamas hasn't proven himself to be a San Francisco Giant
He comes off as a good dude. That's why, and his teammates swear by him. Well, what teammate? And I'm just asking, what teammate stuck up for Brandon Ayuk when he was going through all this stuff? Like I'm not trying to pretend like they don't like him. I'm just asking which of the teammates was vocally discussing Brandon Ayuk that way.
Well, a lot of the guys are saying, you know what, they got to do what they got to do. I support them no matter what. George Kittle would always say that. That guy's trying to get his money. I got a lot of respect for him. That's what he's got to do. Like that, all the NFL players have each other's backs when it comes to the contract stuff. They all do, because they all realize that sport is not for long. That's what the NFL stands for. And they're one injury away, which we saw with Brandon Ayuk, who clearly was right in doing all that contracts because his career might be over, might be done. And good for him for getting his money. I'm just saying, Joe, like,
it sucks for the team.
No,
though.
But I hear you on that, but that's why he did that. Like that goes to show you. And I don't want this to get bogged down into the Brandon Ayuk showcase again.
No.
I just do think it's interesting how we're giving Adamas a pass after a couple of months now of just bad baseball,
I think
offensively and defensively. When the Boo Birds were out for Brandon Ayuk when? Week 2, 3?
Yeah, but Joe,
early?
Everything you're saying is like, I got to get mine. That's how it's perceived. I got to get mine. Klay, I got to get mine. That's how it was perceived. I got to get my shots. I got to get my minutes. I got to be a starter. I got to get the same amount of years as Draymond. I got to get more money. How dare you to, like that? What does that all come back to?
Well,
what does that come back to?
We haven't seen this with Willie Adamas yet because he's still getting his.
It's perceived as selfishness.
Well, let's
okay. When I hear Willie, right, and I see Willie, what am I seeing? I'm seeing images of him running out of the dugout, high-fiving and hugging people. That to me is filed as team guy. Now, look, as he continues to struggle, if he does, and it goes on for a long, long time, there will be a point in time where I'm sure he will show some frustration, and at that point, fans are going to start identifying acts that they deem to be selfish. Not wearing the right shorts at practice. Out of nowhere. It looked like a tantrum to people.
I guess.
After months.
It was just a miscommunication.
Was it?
Yes, clearly it was.
So for 10 years with Kyle Shanahan as the coach, we've never had an issue with any player in the right shorts and a guy who,
Exactly. It was a one-off. These things happen. I would wrong stuff sometimes. All right. I forgot to bring my cleats to a soccer game once. It sucked. It is what it is. I couldn't play.
I don't think Ayuk is solely to blame, but I also don't think that he's not he's a victim to a degree, but he's also big culpable, a very big culpability in this entire thing. Like, it always takes multiple angles to tango in this one. But, like, come on. Like, the way Brandon Ayuk went about it is dramatically different than the way Willie Adamas is going about it. At what point has Ayuk, since signing the contract, and again, you could say, Joe, he doesn't have to show any humility. Fine. Then the fans are going to perceive you as someone who doesn't care.
Why does he have to show humility? He earned that.
That's what society
he earned the contract. He was second team All-Pro wide receiver in a throw-happy league. He was incredible that Super Bowl run. He earned every bit of that. I don't care what Joe Schmo says, whether he thinks I deserve it or not. He clearly did. Did Willie Adamas deserve $182 million? Clearly not. The guy stunk for 2 months, and we're giving him a pass for it. Yeah, but why? Why are we giving him a pass?
Because he seems like a good dude.
He hasn't built up any equity here.
Joe, in this analogy, it would be like him going, no, I have to bat third, right? Like right now, Juan Soto. Why is Juan Soto deemed to be extremely selfish? He wants to bat second. And why is Rafael Devers right now being considered extremely selfish in Boston? Because he wants to only play third base. He doesn't want to DH. He doesn't want to move to first base. There's an aspect of, do you care about the team? Do you care about having a good attitude with your teammates? Isn't this about winning? You've already been paid handsomely. Like, don't you want to now win the ultimate prize?
Again, he's built up equity within that organization where he feels like he is owed something. And you know what? He's won a World Series. He's a 3-time All-Star there, Devers I'm talking about. Like, I do think he should have some say. He's at 212 home runs. Guy's one of the all-timers for this team.
He shouldn't have said. What I'm saying is, what do you expect the fans to perceive it as? Like, what? Like, honest to God, what do you expect the fans to perceive someone who sounds me first, okay? Like, you're giving yourself very little leeway.
He's doing his job. He's batting 280 and has 14 jacks. The team around him, it's not his fault the team stinks. It's not very good. What are they, a couple games under 500?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that when you sign a $300 million deal to play for the Red Sox and they go, yeah, your defense isn't that great. We want to win a World Series. That's the ultimate prize in team sports, is it not?
Sure.
Okay. All right. We want you to move over to a different position because we're in a dire spot here. One of the best free agents on the market was Bregman. He's better than you defensively. He's going to help you in the offensive lineup. We're going to move Trevor Story to second base. Like, we're going to put together the best team that we possibly can to win the World Series. This is a team sport. Willie and Rafael, you're still getting paid. We would love for you now with the Tristan Casas injury to go to first base. Nope, can't do it. I'm a third baseman. I'm sorry, like, yes, fans are going to be like, dude, you got paid $300 million. Move over to first base. Now, you could say to me, like, oh, he still sees himself as a third baseman. A-Rod saw himself as a shortstop, and he moved over to third base. You know why? Because they had Derek Jeter. It's team sports, so we have to have some balance in this one, right? There's got to be some level of balance. And when you come off as selfish jerk, like that's how you're being perceived, and you only care about you and your production, yeah, fans are going to turn on you. They are.
I don't know why anyone perceived Brandon Ayuk as a, quote, selfish jerk. You referenced the basketball shorts wearing that.
Well, I'm talking about Devers.
Okay, that's fine.
But no. Ayuk, you don't think Ayuk is being perceived a kind of
yeah, but I don't know why. Like why do people care that much about his contract negotiations?
Because he posted it all on Instagram.
Yeah, it played out publicly. What are you?
That's what they do now. That's what they all do. They feed it through their agents.
He wanted to be traded, and he put on his Instagram, "Trade me, get me out of here."
Part of
he was flirting with Tomlin. Like,
part of the
is Willie Adamas flirting with the Pirates? Right online.
He might have been in the offseason. I have no idea. I have no way of knowing.
I don't know.
He wasn't under contract. So
I don't think these things are congruent, and I think part of it is because of how you go about your business.
That's fine. Willie Adamas, clearly people just like him more than Brandon Ayuk, even though Brandon Ayuk's done infinitely more in a San Francisco uniform.
People don't even know about Willie Adamas. They're giving him the benefit of the doubt because he comes off as a team-first guy.
How long is that going to last?
Well, we'll see. Like, if you're stinky for 2 years or 3 years, like, yeah, that'll wear off real quick.
You get what I'm saying,
Pablo
though?
Sandoval was a beloved player for the Giants.
Yeah, he was.
All right. There was a point in time where he came off as selfish to Giants fans, and they had to actually, like, literally tell him, no, you're not playing in the playoffs at third base. Juan Uribe is better than you, and you need to take a seat. You can't get your body in order, and you're not disciplined on and off the field. Go sit down. Like, go sit down. And then he had his opportunity. He came back with Camp Panda. Like, his love affair with the Giants fan base was up and down. And he's a beloved. Looking back now, it's like, oh, he's beloved. It was rocky at times. Very rocky at times. And so I don't think this is exclusive to Willie or Brandon Ayuk or anyone. Like that's fandom.
888-957-9570 is the number. We love your participation in this conversation. Are we giving Willie Adamas a pass with these 2 months of struggles, to say the least? 193 he is batting. He is the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, and he has been awful to start this contract. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, Joe. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And just real quick, between 7:30 and 7:45, be listening right here for this sounder. You got it, Sam? Real quick. You're going to be listening for this, not yet, but between 7:30 and 7:45. I got it right here, Sammy.
Sammy looking to Thornton. Open left wing 3. Rain dance! 87-81. Caleb Thornton with a big-time triple.
And you're going to be calling number 5 between 7:30 again and 7:45. Not yet, but we will give out the phone number in the contest line at that point where you can win a pair of tickets where the Valkyries take on the Connecticut Sun June 22nd at Chase Center.
So like Mark Melanson, who they showed on the television on Friday night. But why is Mark Melanson so hated by Giants fans?
Because you don't want to stretch the team.
Yeah, he's selfish. He comes off as selfish.
And then he
came off as a selfish jerk. Like that's what he came off.
And he wasn't good. Like that's a great point saying it on my ear.
Of course.
Because if he did not the stretching, but he was still and he was a good closer, that might have changed things.
Barry Bonds is one of the biggest jerks of all time.
Yes.
All right. And but he was so prolific it didn't matter. Okay?
Talent over tolerance, correct?
Yes. The commonality between why the fans turned on Debo and why the fans turned on Brandon Ayuk. And again, I'm not saying I did. I'm talking about how the fans are. When you publicly go about your business in a disrespectful way to the team, what else are fans supposed to do? The second you show vulnerability, they're going to turn on you. CMC didn't post cryptic stuff about wanting to get traded to other teams. He didn't talk up and hype up other quarterbacks. Trent Williams.
He just had an injury that, just
but it gives you more grace.
Swept under the rug. That's like, I might be hurt, but still pay me anyways.
Yeah, but again,
and then I'm not going to play half the season. Thanks.
But when you go about it that way, it gives you more grace with the fan base.
Yes.
Brock Purdy just had a contract extension. Did he post like, hey, I'd like to play for the Titans?
No, but a lot of people, even Brock Purdy didn't say anything. We had callers saying, he better not ask for this much. We had hosts saying, he better not get $60 million.
But the way he's gone about it,
with him. He's selfish.
But you don't think the way he's gone about it has given him some leeway?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, like Nick Bosa, like the way he went about it, all right, and just not showing up, I think it hurt some of his standing with the fans. Like how you go about your business does matter. It really does. Especially in this modern day and age. It factors into everything. Nothing is worse, I think, for a sports fan when you get paid and it feels like you don't care as much as we do about the actual winning, whether that's fair or not. I saw it happen with Wiggins and Jordan Poole with this fan base, Clay Thompson. When you start worrying about yourself over the team and you're struggling, you're opening the door. Deebo Samuel dropped two passes in a Rams game, and people were like, get him out of here. And it was not just because of the drop passes. It was weeks of frustration. I need to get paid more. I'm still the same guy. Why am I not getting targets? I'm mad at the kicker even though I'm not performing. Trade me to the Jets. Remember when he wanted to do that? How he went about things. So you're walking a thin line on this.
888-957-9570 is the number. A guy that's actually, I want to say, is probably the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. I could be mistaken, but Chris Bryant, who signed with the Colorado Rockies, he's still their highest paid player per season, I think, right now. He barely played. We'll ask Woody Paige at the top of the hour about that, how Rockies fans felt about that, or how they're still feeling about it, because I do think the talent versus tolerance is always going to be the case. And I just do feel like, and again, as you've mentioned, it's early. It's a couple months into the season. Yeah. I question how much the raw guy stuff is going to sound in a couple months. Like, if he's still batting 190, barely 200, and he has all these errors, like, are we still going to hear from Matt Chapman, who's saying in this article at The Athletic by Andy Baggerly, like, hey, we need him every single time out there. Like, this guy's important for that. Consistency is important. Like, I guess the question is, like, just having the body out there? What, like, that's the consistency? Just having any like, he's just out there. Because if he's not being consistent with the glove and he's not being consistent with the bat, like, I don't care. You got to give me one or the other. Like, at least Crawford, where he wasn't going to be this 290, 300. He was just elite defensively.
And he was also clutch. So, like, we talked about, like, being clutch this year and clutch at-bats. Willie Adamas is batting 150. He's got 40 at-bats. It's not a huge sample size. It's like basically a couple weeks of production. But you're batting 150 with one extra base hit. So you're asking, like, what can you do? Like, a couple situational hits salvages everything. If I say to you, Edgar Renteria. What do you think of it in terms of his Giants production?
Oh, probably. I don't know. He's just a clutch hitter. You just think of the one hit that he had in the
home run.
World Series, the home run.
It was a
and he was the World Series
god-awful
MVP.
contract.
Yeah.
A god-awful contract. He was hurt the majority of the year in 2010, and Uribe was the shortstop. And then when the playoffs, he got healthy.
Exactly.
Uribe moved to third. But again, the clutch moments are what we think about.
Exactly.
Are they not?
Yes.
Okay.
And you think, well, that not just for the Giants, but also for the Marlins when he had
against the Giants.
Against the Giants, exactly.
Yeah, 3 straight game winners in 97 up the middle. And so, like, yeah, a couple of moments changes everything for you. And it can totally wipe away all the bad taste. But I also think, like, just being a good dude and being under the radar buys you a lot of leeway. Johnny Cueto was not a great contract for the Giants. Does anyone, like, think of Johnny Cueto? Like, we go bad contracts. How many names do you have to list for the Giants before you get to
a lot.
Cueto?
Because Johnny Cueto, yeah, again, as
He
you
seemed like a
mentioned,
good dude.
Seemed like he's funny. He's the way he delivered.
Samardzija.
Yeah.
How about Samardzija? Was Samardzija a good contract?
No, he
It
was
was a
awful.
horrible contract. But why? Because he's kind of quiet, keeps his head down, and never really complained. Right? There's something to be said for that. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't mean it's a good deal all of a sudden just because you're a nice guy. But if you're perceived that way, you buy a lot of tolerance with the fan base.
888-957-9570 is the number. Would love to hear you call or text. Willie Adamas, where are Giants fans at with him right now? After this article came out, when the headline says, quote, I want to look in the mirror and slap myself, like, how does that make you feel as a fan? When you hear that, do you want to put your arm around him? You say, hey, I feel for you, man, but you got if you're not going to produce, you got to sit on the bench. Like, I wonder where San Francisco fans are when it comes to that. After all these contracts we've dealt with in the past, whether it's Klay Thompson wanting a new deal, whether it was Brandon Ayuk wanting a new deal, whether it was Nick Bosa wanting a new contract, Jordan Poole, as you've referenced. Here's a guy, as I go Chris Collinsworth, now here's a guy in Willie Adamas coming over from Tampa and then Milwaukee. He has zero equity built up as a San Francisco athlete, as I go to the San Francisco market. Those other guys I mentioned, they were all not made men per se, but in a way, Klay was. Jordan Poole did contribute to winning a title.
As made man as you can be.
Correct. Jordan Poole, to a lesser degree, won a title and was a part of a championship.
He was a fan favorite.
He was drafted by the organization. Yeah. Brandon Ayuk was the best receiver on a team that went to a Super Bowl and nearly won it.
I thought at one time he was a fan favorite.
At one time, right?
Yes.
The butterfly or the ladybug catch, right? Or the butterfly, whatever the hell bug it was in the NFC Championship game against the Lions, right? That felt like, oh my God, like that's the moment. Wow, we're going to win. I think it was a ladybug. Like everything shifted with those guys. How we perceive them, how we look at them. Not the entire fan base, but a significant chunk of the fan base now looks at those players differently. Now with these contract negotiations, if they happen, with Jonathan Kuminga, that's another guy. Like, is sign and trade? Are you going to sign him to a contract? What's going to go on there? That's going to be fascinating. Do you trade him? Do you not trade him? All of that baked into it. It's just interesting to view this now through a player that, as I mentioned, has no equity built up, like Barry Zito. We started the show off talking about that. Did you think there was going to be a contract that could potentially look worse than Barry Zito's with the San Francisco Giants when he signed that contract at the time, making him the highest paid player in the history of the franchise? I know he was right there in Oakland, but it might as well have been Milwaukee for Giants fans because, like, I don't care what you did over there. This is a new league. You want a Cy Young there? Great. You got to win a Cy Young here at the very least. He never sniffed that level.
But it was also, part of the Zito contract, and it's hard for people to understand today. He was supposed to be the transitional bridge away from the Bonds era.
Right.
And that was a part of the payment that was baked into that deal, right? Like, you didn't just sign, like, I know now it's like, oh, you signed Zito. No. You signed Zito as well to be a transitional piece to bridge you into the post-Bonds era.
I want to pick this conversation up on the other side. I wonder how many other teams have their highest paid player not be their best player. We're going to go around the league and kind of check that out.
That's actually interesting.
And compare
in baseball.
In baseball. We're going to go average annual value of said contracts in comparison to around the league. We'll do that. Plus Woody Paige at the top of the hour. Denver, Colorado, Sports Hall of Fame, Around the Horn alumnus, all-time wins leader there, and obviously of the Denver Gazette, all tapped in as the Giants are in Colorado to start a 3-game set tonight. And that's what's coming on the game, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Got to tell you, I could smash like 10 Oreo cookies right now. Sounds delicious, this cup of coffee. Is that normal at 7:17? Okay, so Oreo's okay. Flamin' Hot Cheetos, no? That's unhinged?
Yes, that's exactly how the world we live in.
Oh, that's kind of weak. Why not both?
Sushi, no.
¿Por qué no los dos?
Disagree with that completely.
Thank you.
I've definitely had sushi first thing in the morning from the night before, and there's nothing wrong with that.
You know, like in
Specifically California roll, which isn't really sushi anyway.
in a lot of Asian,
No, it's not. But
So then you don't eat sushi for
a
breakfast.
lot of Asian cultures, a lot of Eastern European cultures, they eat fish for breakfast. Okay, so get off my back. How about that?
Shout
Carter?
out Europe.
The best sushi I've ever had in my entire life, I'm not even kidding, the Grand Hyatt in Kauai, where we stayed at.
Shout out Leonard.
They had, I don't even know what the name of the restaurant is. It was incredible. God, the fresh scallops.
I know.
Just,
I know.
I love scallops.
I do like listen because you
And the raw
travel
ones,
around the
butter.
world. It's like wow, the seafood here. It's like I was like yeah, we got great seafood here though in Northern California and
Oh,
Pacific.
there's
we
no
got
doubt.
some of the
No
best
doubt.
in the world.
Dude,
So,
bodega. I love going to
Right.
bodega for that reason.
there you go. In at the Tides, the bodega.
The
How about that?
Fishitarian, in at the Tides. There's some killer places. Half Moon Bay's got some great spots.
There you go. I can go for some calamari right now. I'll tell you what. By the way, be listening for the next 40 minutes or so because you are going to have an opportunity to win a pair of tickets for the Valkyries game against the Connecticut Sun on June 22nd at Chase Center. I'm not going to play the sounder again because we played it a lot of times. So you just got to be listening for it. How about that? You got to be calling number 5 when we play that at the contest line. By the way, Woody Paige at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock. Woody Paige, all-time wins leader for Around the Horn, which ended a couple weeks ago, but he is obviously based out of Denver as the Giants are in Denver to take on the Rockies for a 3-game set. We'll talk to Woody about that. Yes, one of the worst teams I think we've all seen in our life. I have to laugh about it. And I'm sure Rockies fans are doing it too. This 12-53. God, Joe, they are horrible. They are an awful watch, and yet they're 15th in attendance. How does that happen?
I don't know how that happens. I mean, if there was ever a place where you needed to go and have a great backdrop to hit and a spacious outfield to have a few just drop in, this would be the field and this would be the team and this would be the series for Willie Adamas.
Absolutely. As we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And if not now, when for Willie Adamas is what we're talking about.
You said something that I actually found kind of interesting where you were like, do they even really need him? Like, let's say he gets this production for the rest of the year, right? Is that good enough for them to find a way to win the West? And I would be like on the surface, I'd say no. But if you told me he played every single day and maybe like there's a downtick in terms of his error rate right now, like he's booted too many balls, right? Just period. But let's say he plays a little better defensively, but he hovers around 200 the rest of the year and he hits like, let's say 15 home runs overall. Is that good enough? Yeah, they can overcome it. It's not ideal for them to try to make a run, but you would need to get some production from elsewhere. I mean, Dom Smith would have to continue to look. You're laughing, but it's true. Dom Smith would have to continue to do things that he's proven that he's not great at doing over the bulk of his career when he was with the Mets. You would need Yastrzemski or whoever in right field, Johnson, to go on a little tear here, and Jung-Hoo Lee to go back to that first month form. So can they do it? Yeah, they could. Man, it's going to be really hard.
Well, it's interesting we talk about this, and I was going to bring this up. I teased it. When you think of the highest paid player on any given team in any sport, they better be your best player. Almost, they better be, right?
Yes.
Right? So let's go Golden State Warriors, Stephen Curry, highest paid player.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Second highest paid player, Jimmy Butler. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Then after that, then you could start discussing
we can break it all down,
Draymond, whatever. 49ers, the quarterback, that's usually how it works. Now, that's an interesting one. Is Brock Purdy their best player?
No, but he plays the most important position.
Important. There you go. He's the most important player.
No, but I also think that when he is playing well,
he's in the conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
so it's not that crazy.
I'm probably going to take, Bosa or Williams or Warner, depending on the week.
Right.
But again, it's the most important position, so the algorithm's different.
And that one's the sport's a little different,
yes.
right? As we just saw, Jalen Hurts. I don't think a lot of people say Jalen Hurts is the best player on his team. They'd probably go Saquon Barkley last year.
Yeah.
Or you can go like Lane Johnson or something, or Or
I don't think Jared Goff's the best player on the Detroit Lions.
No, he's not.
But that doesn't mean the Lions aren't really good.
No. And they probably lost their best player early in the season last year with Aiden Hutchinson on the defensive line.
I mean, I think it could be the wide receiver. It could be Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yep, absolutely. So that's a great point. Now, it brings us to Major League Baseball and the Giants. Willie Adamas is the highest paid player on the team. He's making $26 million this year. Would you say he's the best player on this team?
No.
Who do you think is the best player on this team?
Right now, it's Elliot Ramos.
Elliot Ramos.
And you're getting great bang for the buck on Elliot Ramos because he's clearly making like league minimum. Right. He hasn't hit arbitration yet.
You go Elliot Ramos, I'll probably go Robbie Ray or Logan Webb, which is fine.
I lean the position players.
That's fine. Yeah.
But I don't think you're wrong. Okay. I don't think you're wrong.
Who do you think is the best player on the Dodgers?
It's Freddie Freeman this year, but Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and Shohei Ohtani. Like those three.
Okay.
You could pick anyone. But Shohei, obviously reigning MVP. This year, Freddie Freeman's been unbelievable.
Sure.
Maybe he might even be the MVP of the league.
Fair enough. And when Shohei gets back to pitching, he'll probably bolster his own case. So Shohei's making $70 million, which is insane, by the way. This season,
well, technically it's $1 million or whatever the hell it is.
I'm happy with Shohei
Ohtani.
Yeah, there you go. Please relax.
I just hate
I know you do. Don't worry.
We'll get him eventually.
You'll get him eventually.
Oh, when we do, I'm telling you, when we beat the Dodgers, when it does happen, whether this year or in the near future, I am going to rub it in their face so hard. I can't wait. Because then once we pass them, they've got nothing but bad contracts. I'm telling you, dude, they can throw as much money as they want. That it's not going to look good for some of these guys at past 35 years old.
Yeah, they'll regret those deals.
Only problem is they have that farm system, which just turns out people left and right every single year. Shout out Andrew Friedman. By the way, be listening for the next 22 minutes for your opportunity to win a pair of Valkyries tickets. You will hear a sounder when we play it. Be caller number 5. All right, so Shohei Ohtani, $70 million. Let's go around. Let's say the New York Mets. Who do you think is their best player?
Well, their most talented player is probably Soto or Lindor. Depending on how you view it.
It's one of them.
What?
It's one of those guys, right?
Yeah, and those are their two highest paid guys, right?
There you go.
So, and Alonso's slightly behind.
You get what I'm saying. Now, it doesn't always have to be a position player, as I've referenced. Yeah, I love this. Give me, okay.
We're going to be talking baseball.
Yeah, that's fun.
What about the Yankees? Is it Aaron Judge, number 1?
That's a great one. Let me go to the New York bleeping Yankees.
I bet Garrett Cole's not too far behind him.
Exactly. It's Aaron Judge is $40 million, he's looking like he's going to win an MVP.
Again,
he's incredible.
Makes sense.
Philadelphia Phillies. It's
Bryce
a guy
Harper.
we were talking about yesterday, actually.
Oh, it's Trey Turner?
No. Another one. Zach Wheeler.
Oh, it's Zach's
making $42 million this season.
Like it.
Right? I think that Yeah, I think was he pitching yesterday?
But how far down is Bryce?
It's a great question. I don't have that up right now. All I have is an article of MLB's highest paid players by team in 2025 annual average value.
All right.
So we get all the way down to some of these pitchers. You got the DeGroms of the world, right? Corbin Burns for the Diamondbacks. Well, that's not looking very good.
And that's one of those deals that I wanted the Giants in on. And in retrospect, the deals you don't make sometimes are the best deals.
There you go. But overall, it's hard to find a team where their best player isn't their highest paid player. Now, Devers was a good one, as you mentioned, because average annual value, it's going to be Bregman this year, but really it's Devers in the totality of the contract.
Yeah, they gave him a $300 million deal.
So, yeah, that's where you're at. Christian Yelich for the Brewers, for example.
But that has been anchoring them down, and why they haven't been able to retain Devin Williams and Adamas and Corbin Burns at one point.
And them being cheap. But yes, that obviously is a part of Bobby Witt for the Royals, deservedly so.
He's so good.
Another one that I mentioned last break, which is an interesting one, and I think it's a good comp for what Willie Adamas is now. This guy's had so many injuries, and he had equity with other franchises. But Chris Bryant, making $26 million this year for the Colorado Rockies. The guy just can't get on the field. He can't stay on the field when he does get back. He doesn't have a position. I don't know what he is, which is kind of incredible.
First baseman.
He's listed as a DH right now.
That's what he is. How many games he played this year? Because we're going to see him this week. I mean,
are we going to see him this week?
No, you're actually not going to see him this week. But
he's
on the DL again?
Yeah, he's been out since April 12th. This is April 12th.
I swear he hasn't played more than 100 games total in his Rocky career.
Games played, 2022, first year at the Rockies, 42. 2023, he played a lot of games in 2023. Okay. He played a whole 80 games. 2024, he played 37 games. And, guys, he is putting on an incredible pace this year. 11 whole games so far this season.
So it's like 120, 130 total?
170 total games with the Rockies.
Wow. He played in 51 with the Giants, which would have been the most out of 3 of those 4 seasons.
That's incredible.
That's actually insane. Oh my! The Giants got more out of Chris Bryant in a half a year than the Rockies have in 4. Basically,
and he made a bunch of errors in the field. But continue.
I know, but that's what I'm getting at. That's what you don't want when you sign a highest paid player.
No.
Is what the Rockies have with Chris Bryant. So it brings me to the overall conversation is, generally you want your best player to be your highest paid player, and Willie Adamas has not been that. Can he ever get to that point? I have my doubts. I really have my doubts when it comes to that. Elliot Ramos is this team's best player, and you know what? If he's an all-star again, I hate talking about baseball contracts because of the arbitration and the years.
Well, and there's also AAV versus, for example, Jung Hoo Lee right now. I think he's only making like $13 million this year, but it balloons up over years. And so you look at the AAV number, and although that's the average annual value, it doesn't equate year to year on the books.
Now, when I tell you that in comparison to the rest of the league, does that make you even more down on the contract? Or does that kind of like, you know what, that's kind of what I felt like. Most players are going to be the highest paid. They're going to be the best player on the team. So it is what it is.
Well, when you're building a team, especially in baseball, you're going to always overpay for veterans. Like just inconceivably, you're always going to overpay for veterans. Otherwise, you're letting them walk via free agency. And then your young guys are always going to be dramatically underpaid. So like right now, Hayden Birdsong making nothing. Yeah. Ramos making nothing. Patrick Bailey making nothing. I mean, these guys are making very, very, very little, and you're getting a lot out of them. Right. So there's a mixture when it comes to these things. That's kind of been the recipe for the Houston Astros.
Yeah,
to be so good for
as
long as they've been.
Yeah. By the way, Carlos Correa, the highest paid player for the Minnesota Twins this year, 33.3. Another Giants legend, one Carlos Correa. I had to get all the way down here, by the way. Are they still paying this guy after what he did?
I don't think he
Wander
has to
Franco still the highest paid Ray this year? $16.5 million? Yikes.
He might not ever get
That's the worst contract in sports.
That's embarrassing.
Jesus. Sorry, continue.
I don't think Adamas has to be their best player at all. For them? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have to be their best player at all. He just needs to be a good player. Not a great player. Just be, again, better defensively and then situationally come through with some clutch hits.
It's kind of crazy. Like, this year, he's not going to be their best player at any point this season. I'd be shocked if he was. But to be making $182 million, I do think you have to at least be in the conversation as the team's best player at some point to try to justify
over the 6 years or over in the year one.
At some point in the first. Well, I think we're all agreeing right now. This first year is like a mulligan. It just is at this point. You just have to rationalize it that way. Like that's what fans do, and that's what we're always going to lean back on. Now, I was very upset the last segment. I even yelled. I don't yell at you much, Joe. I like to be level-headed here. But I did feel some type of way discussing the Willie Adamas contract in comparison to the Ayuk thing, because I did feel for Brandon Ayuk when the Boo Birds started to get thrown down on him at Levi's Stadium. It was tough, man. And again, you said he brought a lot of it on himself through social media, through the shorts thing, all that. I was like, yeah, but that's a guy that actually built up equity. He showed who he was as a player on the field for so long with that team. He was in the doghouse with Shanahan. Then he was out. Now he's back in because of the contract stuff. So, I don't know. I felt some type of way about it. And now with Willie Adamas, he's been struggling. He hasn't done anything for the Giants. We're all giving him a pass. And let's see. Are we still going to be giving him a pass in a couple months? I don't know.
They didn't give this guy this kind of money, but was Richard Sherman a good Niner? Just overall.
He won an All-Pro with them. I never felt like he was the same version of the Seattle Seahawks.
That's not what I'm asking.
Was he a good 49er?
Was he a good Niner?
He was a good Niner.
I think so, too. He was a good Niner.
Not a great. He was a good Niner.
His year one was very forgettable.
Yes.
It was the 2018 team. The defense was not good. I don't even know if he had an interception that year.
I remember, yeah.
It wasn't great, but he totally redeemed himself on the 2019 team.
Right.
Right? And he was a huge catalyst for that team to get to the Super Bowl. So, and then if I'm Willie Adamas, I'm viewing this contract in the totality, and I'm saying, all right, the first 3 months, nothing could have been any worse than that. But, 3 months doesn't make a 6-7 year deal. So he's got plenty of time to have his moments and have his time. I referenced the Renneria deal earlier, where the Renneria deal was not good, but Renneria had a nice postseason and then one of the biggest hits in franchise history. You're not asking for a home run in the World Series to win Game 5 from Willie Adamas, but you got the Dodgers this week. You do something against the Dodgers, and that kind of elevates everything that you've done over the last couple months.
There's a name on here, and I referenced this a couple weeks ago when they were playing this team, that I'm not saying they're the same player, but Javier Baez for the Detroit Tigers still being their highest paid player. Like, he's having a good year this year, finally.
Mm-hmm.
His, like, only good year. I don't know how many years it's been now, 3 or 4 heading into it. But, like, if I was to get a Javier Baez production level, like, going forward, he joined the Tigers in 2022. And this is 4th season. Like, is that going to be okay for Giants fans?
A position change in batting ninth?
Basically, but it worked for him finally, and now the Tigers are good, and they made the playoffs last year. Like, you get what I'm saying there? Like,
no, I do.
He's batting .270 right now. He has 6 home runs, 30 RBIs, 51 hits, and he had a position change, as you mentioned. Like, this is a guy that came from the Cubs. He had a cup of coffee with the Mets as an in-season trade, but it was a Cubs legend. Obviously won a World Series there. He was amazing. And with the Tigers, you just look at, he played in 144 games, 136 games. He played in 80 games last season. He got hurt, but he was available for them for those first couple seasons. And it was, 238 batting average, 222. Hell, maybe I'm slighting him here. I'd kill for that for Willie Adamas right now, right? Like, you laugh, but you think about how bad Javi Baez was with the Detroit Tigers, and I know a lot of Giants fans probably aren't paying attention to them unless you're playing in, like, fantasy baseball, but, like, that's kind of what I'm getting at here. Like, you sign these big deals, eventually we're not even going to view him as the highest paid Giant. We're just going to be like, all right, well, that's just Willie Adamas. That's what you're getting. And that sucks that we have to think that way, Joe.
No, I think we want to rally around him. We want to rally around him. And I know that this isn't, youth sports and, come on, Willie, let's go. But clearly the guy is in his own dome. When he comes out in the Athletic article with Andrew Bagley and says, I look in the mirror and I want to slap myself, I was like, whoa, like that's I can't remember an athlete ever saying something like that.
No, it was pretty jarring.
Admitting that out loud, how much it's affecting him, his own poor performance. And so, like, to me, this guy needs a big hug from the fan base.
Well, and he needs
whether online or physically or metaphorically or whatever.
There you go. You can slide into his DMs, Joe, and say, you got this, buddy?
I mean, Joe, the game is extremely mental.
I know.
And so this guy just needs some positivity so bad right now.
Well, you know what would help? Starting tonight in Colorado to get the bats going, and then carry that over down to Chavez Ravine, down in Los Angeles against the Dodgers in a 3-game set this weekend. But it starts tonight, and as we kind of fast forward to this week, you're going to be playing, quote-unquote, 2 division opponents. And I'm not going to say rival, Joe. I made sure not to say division rival, because the Colorado Rockies might as well be the Tampa Bay Rays. They might as well be, I don't know, hell, might as well be like the Nashville Sounders when that was the AAA affiliate of the A's. They might as well be the most indescript, whatever the hell the word is, team I've ever seen in my life. They're the Washington Wizards of baseball. Just out of sight, out of mind for a lot of people.
Very Atlanta Hawks-ish.
There you go. You go Atlanta Hawks. Hell, at least the Atlanta Hawks have Trae Young. I know how you feel about him. At least that guy can be fun to watch at times. Who are you watching on the Colorado Rockies? Hell, I even mentioned Chris Bryant. He hasn't played for them in months. So I say all that to say this. Max Muncy, and I just say that word, and Giants fans, I already say Sam's hair just caught on fire back there. He's like, Max Muncy, don't say that word and that name in my presence.
I dislike him.
He dislikes him. Joe, you probably don't like Max Muncy very much. As far as Dodgers go, you don't like him.
I hate Max Muncy.
There you go. Hates him. Well, maybe you feel a little bit differently when you hear what he said. This is Max Muncy on foul territory, correct? This was on yesterday. It came across our timeline. We thought it was very interesting as the Giants are going to be playing the Dodgers after this series in Colorado. 2 division opponents who could not be further from each other when it comes to the hatred meter. Max Muncy talking about the Giants being the Dodgers' one true rival.
The Padres bring everything that is in a rivalry, but you only have one rival. I don't like when people say you have rivals. I just think if you have a rival, it's your counterpart, and that's always going to be the Giants for the Dodgers, at least, and it's always going to be the Red Sox for the Yankees. People always made the argument that the Astros and Yankees had a good rivalry going, and it's like, that's true, but you only have one rival. And so for me, like I said, the Padres bring everything that a rivalry brings. For me, your rival is just one team. You don't have multiple teams as your rival.
I love that. That was Max Muncy, current Los Angeles Dodger, former Oakland A, by the way, saying the Giants are their only rival. The Dodgers only have one true rival. The Giants only have one true rival, Joe. Do you buy that? You can't have multiple rivals, as he put it. It's interesting, right? It's interesting.
The first thing I think of is, wow, he views the Giants as a rival? Mm-hmm. That makes me feel like, I think the Giants have something cooking. That's number one. Put that on the back burner for right now. Max Muncy. I love that he's just kind of pushing aside the Padres because he's right. And there's levels to rivalries, right? Everyone used to tell the Seahawks and Niners, it's their biggest rivalry. No, it's Cowboys-Niners. Like, that's what it is. And for me, there's like, and I'm going to go superhero on you, and I'm sure Guru's driving around somewhere, and he's going to love this. There's your arch rival, and then there's other little, like, foes that are rivals as well.
Arch nemesis.
Exactly. If I were to say to you, who is Superman's arch rival?
Ooh, Lex Luthor.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who is Batman's arch rival?
The Joker.
Exactly. Does that not mean that, Superman didn't have a rivalry with Brainiac or Darkseid?
Zod.
Or Bizarro or Zod or Doomsday? No, he had different rivalries with those guys. Batman, for example.
Penguin, the Riddler.
Two-Face, Mr. Freeze, Scarecrow. But his arch rival is clearly the Joker.
Yes.
Right, for Batman. And
why do you think The Dark Knight's the best Batman? Most people think the best Batman movie ever. Because the Joker.
Absolutely. So I love that Max Muncy's saying this because I 100% agree. And it tells me that everything is still back right with the world as everything's burning all over the country right now. But in the sense of, look, I'm a Giants fan, die hard. There's a point in my life I hated the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Going back to the 80s.
Yeah.
Got re-sparked in the early 00s, re-sparked again in the 2010s.
Yep.
Okay? When Holiday slid into Scudero, it was like, I hate the Cardinals. They are a rival. But they're not our arch rival. Our arch rival is the Dodgers.
Always. And
always and forever,
and he
Joe.
referenced that like,
looking to Thornton. Open left wing three. Rain dance! 87-81. Caleb Thornton with a big-time triple.
There you go. Be calling number 5 right now. That's the sounder, 415-523-4652. Again, that is 415-523-4652 to qualify to win a pair of tickets for the Golden State Valkyries taking on the Connecticut Sun on June 22nd at Chase Center. Be caller number 5 right now. And if you don't win there, be joining us the rest of the week. We're going to be doing this. And also go to Valkyries.com for more tickets. All right. So he said it right there, though, Joe. The Yankees and the Astros, a mini rivalry in the playoffs. Stop. In comparison to Yankees, Red Sox, it's not even close.
It's like the Niners and the Eagles, right? It was sparked up recently, but it doesn't mean that it's a generational rivalry. The true arch rival to me is your grandfather hates them, your father hates them,
yes.
You hate them, and you're going to teach your son to hate them.
Yep.
Duke, North Carolina. Does that not mean that, like, North Carolina can't stand NC State? Of course they can't stand NC State, but they're not on the same level as Duke and North Carolina.
And there's regional factors there. There just is. They're in the same state. That matters. They're very close to each other. They're two of the top institutions when it comes to the higher learning, whatever. I don't know what North Carolina is. I know Duke's viewed in that way. I know my cousin went there. The Cameron Crazy. It's its whole thing. Michael Jordan, right? Yes. Coach K, all the iconic players, and Bill Belichick there now. So there's all that built into it. Same with the Giants and the Dodgers. It's regional. Went from New York to California. It's that shared history and hatred goes back a long way, and that matters.
No doubt.
It matters.
Like the Yankees had a moment in time with the Orioles in the 90s. They had a moment in time, and they had other battles in the 60s and 70s. But the Red Sox have always been their rival.
Yeah, they view the Tampa Bay Rays the same way that Giants fans view the Rockies. It's just not on the level.
So
it's just not.
Here's the example I would give. You talk to a Michigan fan. My boss, Matt.
Our boss is a Michigan guy. All right, Michigan Wolverines. Real quick on that, I had to call him out. I was like, "Did you go to Michigan, coach?" No, I just like Michigan. I was like, "Why?" I do think that college fandom is so funny that way that you don't have to go to the institution; you just root for them. Like I liked USC when I was younger because of Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart. I thought they were really cool. They were really fun. Mm-hmm. Sacrilege growing up in Northern California. I'm sure everyone's like, "Oh, how dare you?" My dad didn't like that. It was University of Spoiled Children is what he called it all the time because of that NorCal, SoCal. I didn't know any better. I was like, oh, they're from California. That's cool. So I can root for them, right? He's like, no, it's different. They're from the Southern California.
He's right.
It's like that. Stanford and Cal suck. I'm rooting for this team. Sorry. They're fun. Reggie Bush is one of the greatest players I've ever seen. That was awesome. And Carter's shaking my head. It is what it is.
But staying on this college football team, like, he's a Michigan guy. And I go, who's Michigan's number one rival? And he's like, it's Ohio State.
Right.
But Michigan State thinks that they're rivals with Michigan. It's like, no, you're the little brother. Yeah. You can never be equal rivals to what Michigan and Ohio State has.
And they had a run. They had that Connor Cook, right, with Michigan State. Who's
but it will never be Michigan, Ohio State.
I know. And they could have moments, right? Remember when Jim Harbaugh just got there?
They could be dark side, but they can never be Lex Luthor.
I know. But they could have moments. I remember viscerally still, what was it, a blocked punt or a punt return, whatever it was, Michigan State, Michigan. And it was one of the craziest endings I've ever seen in my life. I think it was at the Big House too, right? Is that what they call in Michigan, the Big House?
Yeah.
Like, that's where it was, and it was crazy. And it was Michigan State. But you're right. I asked the Big Boss Man, I was like, does Michigan State, like, does that, like, He's like, no. Like, it's a rivalry, but, like, not the same. Not
the
even close.
Padres and Dodgers is a microwave rivalry, right? It's relatively new, right? Ours has been on the stove brewing in a black pot kettle for generations. Yeah. There are witches with centuries under their belt, okay, that have been stirring the pot of this rivalry.
My dad is a diehard Giants fan. His mom, my nanny, she was a huge Giants fan. Like, they're all Giants fans. So when the A's were playing the Dodgers in the 1988 World Series, who do you think my dad was rooting for? He's rooting for the A's. Yeah. Not that he likes them, because that was its own. There was a regional rivalry there, a little bit, but it's not. He was might as well have been a diehard A's fans there. That just goes to show you the level of hatred. Like, I do wonder now if, let's say, and by the way, the A's, they're awful, but I don't know if you guys saw it. As we're talking superheroes, Denzel Clark Kent, might as well call him that. One of the greatest catches I've ever seen in my life yesterday. Did you see it?
It was incredible.
Incredible. The guy looked like Spider-Man.
Gary Matthews Jr. on roids.
Right. It was crazy. But if, like, the A's played the Dodgers right now in the World Series at the end of this year, Giants fans would be rooting for the A's, I'm sure. Like, they're probably rooting for no one. But, like, you don't want to see the Giants or the Dodgers go back to back.
No.
There's levels.
Look, as a Giants fan, we've had moments in time with the Cardinals, with the Cubs, with the Marlins, shockingly.
Yeah.
Like, we've had moments in time with the Phillies. There was a huge rivalry with the Phillies for a very specific period of time.
Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley.
We've had multiple generations in the playoffs or battling for the playoffs with the Braves.
Yeah.
But all of those feel like, the little brother to mano a mano, arch rival, arch nemesis, LA Dodgers. And there's something about the Giants being kind of the David to their Goliath throughout the history of time since moving west that it's I love it. We have been kind of the smaller, more upstart blue-collar brand to their flash, glitz, and glamour.
Okay, there seemed to be some exception to Madison Bumgarner on that home run. What exactly was the exchange there? What do you think happened?
Well, he, I hit the ball, and then he yelled at me. He said, "Don't watch the ball, you run." And I just responded back, if you don't want me to watch the ball, you can go get it out of the ocean.
Remember that?
Yeah, it was 7 years ago this week. Literally yesterday,
really?
7 years ago.
7 years?
Against Madison Bumgarner. And, look, Bumgarner and Puig. Like, we were just talking with Zach Manasian last week about Tommy Lasorda, and look, to this day, when I hear Eric Karros on a broadcast, even though I think he's good, I'm like, no, I don't want to hear Eric Karros. He's a Dodger.
Oral Hershiser, same.
I hate Oral Hershiser.
He was a Giant.
Never felt right.
I'm just saying.
Never felt right.
But again,
never felt right.
Okay, fair enough. But the only guy that trumps that for you was Vince Scully, right? Vince Scully.
But Vince,
because he was Dodger. He
tremendously respected.
Of course, right?
And also was on the call for the catch.
Yeah, right. One of the greatest plays ever.
I love Vin, but come on. Like, he's a Dodger.
Yeah.
And he grew up a Giants fan.
There you go.
I love the rivalry so much that Jackie Robinson, who is one of my just favorite people that did book reports on him when I was a kid and stuff, and 42 is one of my favorite movies. I'm not even being joking. Like, it gets me in the soul every time I watch it.
Right.
One of my favorite tidbits about Jackie Robinson, he refused to play for the Giants and chose to retire.
Right.
Chose to retire rather than play for the Giants. I love that.
That is pretty good. That's next level hatred. I was like, I can still play, but the only team that's interested is Giants. Yeah, I'm out. Deuces. Like, you see that sometimes with just bad teams, but like with the Giants doing that, that's hilarious. I'm assuming they still have Willie Mays on the team at the time, too. And they were still like, no.
Willie was mad that Jackie was his favorite player and didn't want to, like, give him any love, and it was because he was a Giant.
Right.
There was a lot that
there was like some race. There was like race relations in between that too.
But it broke up Willie. Like Willie's, that was his idol. That was his star.
Yeah.
And so it's tough. But like you talk to younger Giants fans, Gagne Bonds. It's a moment in time.
One of the greatest at bats you'll ever see.
The younger kids, when Puig and Bumgarner were going at it.
Did you like the specs, by the way, on Gagne? I loved it. I loved the entire.
Gagne's such a nerd. I know, specs is totally LA Dodger bullpen.
But with like the little what is it, the turtleneck too? Oh,
ridiculous.
Such a great look.
So roided out. I love it.
Well, that whole at bat was so roided out.
The balls were juiced. The guys were juiced. Everything was juiced.
Shout out Jose Canseco. That's the book, right?
And then like the guy, was it Joe Kelly, the reliever?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, he just epitomizes my hatred of the Dodgers.
And now Blake Snell, former Giant last year, now a part of the Dodgers organization. Michael Conforto, too, by the way. I actually had an article out of worst contracts this season. Obviously, Willie Adamas is number one there. Michael Conforto's not short behind, though. He signed, and this goes to show, you only signed like a one-year deal, and it's been that awful for him. He signed a one-year, $17 million deal. And Bleacher Report has him number 9 of worst contract signings of the offseason.
Couldn't have happened to a better franchise. But they're our arch rival. That doesn't mean we haven't had dust-ups and rivalries that have been born out of that with other teams, but that's the number one for me.
Can you have multiple rivals? 888-957-9570. Is that allowed? Because Max Muncy said, no, there's only one rival. One rival. Who's the Niners' one rival for you?
Well, to me, the arch rival is the Cowboys.
Okay, who is it for?
But they have other smaller rivalries with the Rams, the Hawks, the New York Giants going back over many, many years. Back in the day, it used to be the Vikings. For a period of time, it was the Bears. Like, when you're great and you've been around for 80 years, You're going to have lots of little rivalries. I don't view the Chiefs as our arch rival or our rival at all.
No.
And I don't think they do either.
No. You can hate Mahomes and the Chiefs, but like they're not,
Like the Warriors right now have no specific clear-cut arch rival.
That's what I was going to get to. Like
their arch rival is LeBron.
Is LeBron, and that's
a player.
That's player. That's Steph and
that's
LeBron.
The way I view the Seattle Seahawks. The arch rival at the time was Russ and Pete, not the organization.
Now that I think about it, that's kind of what's the problem right now in some of these leagues, not named the NFL, because the NFL does such a good job of like promoting these rivalries every single year, whether they're on prime time or not. Like the Bills and Chiefs are kind of a rivalry right now within the AFC, but then you lump in the Ravens into that. It was Ravens Steelers for the longest time, right? Hell, I think if you ask Raider fans who's the number one rival, like it's going to be interesting because my dad would tell you, he was a diehard Raider fan. My mom and dad's first ever date was a Raiders game. He'd tell you it's the Steelers because in the 70s and all those meaningful playoff games, much like the Niners and the Cowboys, it was that hatred for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But going back further than that, I do think overall, I could talk him into it's probably the Chiefs. The Chiefs, it's different than the Broncos. It was different than the Chargers. It's the Chiefs. And now their dominance as of late, specifically over you in that division, it's just heightened tenfold. Like, so there is only one true rival for me when it comes down to it.
Part of why Philly fans are the way that they are, there's many reasons, but it's because Boston and New York don't view them as a legitimate threat in the rivalry.
Right.
And their entire moniker of how they conduct themselves is built on the little brother syndrome that they experience regarding Boston versus New York in every sport.
Right.
Is that accurate?
That's pretty accurate. And then you got the Washington team over there. It's just like, hey, whatever. Like, we'll win, and we don't care if you guys like us, hate us, whatever. There's always that one team within the division. Everyone else looks like, yeah, you're not really that one true rival. Like, within the NFC West, the Cardinals, right?
I have
not really
zero emotion.
They haven't won a title. Like, they don't, like, it's Arizona.
Other than I know it's always going to be a difficult game.
Like, sure. You got Kyler Murray there. You got Jonathan Gannon doing his pew, 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 like weird thing to his players. Like, they're kind of like the Rockies. As we're talking about the Rockies playing the Giants today, and we got Woody Paige joining us in about 8 minutes. Denver Hall of Famer when it comes to sports, and also the Around the Horn all-time champion, and he obviously covers the team, covers the old sporting landscape there.
If they would have asked the same question 2 years ago to Max Muncy, is his answer the same? When the Giants are just hypothetically, bowed out with a month to go in the season and they're just lifeless, does he still answer it the same way?
I do, because I do.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it's also because the Giants are good this year.
I think because he had that moment against the Giants. And I think he knows that he had a moment there. And I think he's been a part of this team long enough to really feel it. Now, if you ask Mookie Betts, if you ask Freddie Freeman, Shohei, they might tell you it's the Padres. They might feel like that. But Max has been here long enough.
That's actually a good point.
Ask Clayton Kershaw. Ask the guy that's actually Mr. Dodger there, right? One of the greatest players, if not the greatest player.
Probably going to say the
He'll say the Giants, right?
I think so.
He's been there long enough.
I think Dave Roberts would too.
Is he going to pitch against the Giants this week, by the way? He might be slated to do that.
Oh, please bring him out.
Yeah.
Oh, please bring him out. Bring out the carcass of Clayton Kershaw, please. I would love to pick at that.
He actually looked pretty good his last start.
I don't care what he looked like. Bring him out.
Throw a three-hitter. Yeah. Complete game. He had 5 innings, 7 strikeouts.
Kershaw's back.
Yeah.
The only way Kershaw can be back is if he has that same where he just postseason Kershaw
No,
face.
it's not Kershaw is back. Kershaw hurt his back. He's on the IL for a few weeks. That's probably what it's going to be.
Damn it.
Right?
Wanted to face him.
No, he's not. I was kidding there. He's still there. That
Give
was
it a
my
week.
Joke. That was my joke.
So he's legitimately healthy.
He's legitimately healthy right now, but they're taking precautions right now. I just typed in Clayton Kershaw. I guess he called the Cardinals, quote, Bush League for showing postseason highlight during the game. Did the Cardinals really do that?
No, they kept playing it over and over and over again. That was the thing.
That is kind of, like, what are we doing? This is a regular season game.
But the Cardinals are a great franchise with a great fan base. They know baseball. They're smarter than you. It just means more to the Cardinal fans.
We ready for injury report, Carter? We got that? Yeah, thumbs up. Yeah, we good? Yeah, that's kind of weak sauce. It was pregame they were showing it too. It wasn't even during the game. The pregame they were showing Clayton Kershaw struggling in the playoffs. Like, Cardinals, you guys haven't won a World Series in how long? Like 14 years?
It's the Red Sox, the Giants, and the Cardinals in terms of, I guess the
Dodgers
too
as of
now.
late. They have
multiple championships since the Yankees going back to back.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys have kind of stunk as of late, so probably just keep your head down when it comes to that stuff. Like, relax. Like, the Cardinals are out of sight, out of mind. For the first time in my life, kind of, they're out of sight, out of mind. That's saying something. By the way, what's going on with Justin Verlander? Joe, the Giants righty is expected to throw a simulated game tomorrow in Colorado. If it goes well, that could set Verlander return as soon as next week, though nothing official has been announced. He has been out since May 18th with the right pectoral injury. So we got Kyle Harrison going tonight. Man, if he gets another good start tonight, could you see Kyle Harrison just, you're saying, Verlander, Justin, chill for a little bit? Kyle's got this, which would be kind of another intriguing storyline to monitor going forward as we head towards the trade deadline, which is the end of July. Could Kyle Harrison play him into a, position where do you keep him? Do you trade him? What's his trade value going to be at if he continues to ball out, which he has done in Colorado in the past? The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, is Denver Gazette columnist, contributor for Around the Horn, former contributor, and Denver Sports Hall of Famer, Woody Paige, on 95.7 The Game. Halfway home here on a Tuesday in the Bay. Feeling good. Spadoni alongside Joe Shask. We're going to be joined by Woody Paige here in just a moment, Denver Gazette columnist, former contributor for Around the Horn, the all-time wins leader, in fact, of there, and knows all things, obviously, Denver sports. He is a Denver Sports Hall of Fame inductee as well. As the Giants are heading to Colorado, and they are playing the Rockies tonight. Kyle Harrison on the bump for San Francisco. As we were talking rivalries, and, you know, they have the Dodgers after this. So what you hate to see and what you would hate to see, Joe, is a look ahead to the Dodgers. And that doesn't really happen often in baseball, I feel like, a look ahead series. You just can't do that, especially in this ballpark. But we see it all the time in like NFL, right? Oh, well, the Niners the other year were sleeping on the Cleveland Browns, right? They were looking past them. That doesn't really happen in baseball, right? Not really.
No, you're looking at this opportunity to pad some stats.
The only thing you're looking at is maybe the worst team we've ever seen in our lifetime. The Colorado Rockies are 12-53.
Can you name a Rocky not named Chris Bryant?
Is Ezekiel Tovar? That's a guy, right?
I thought he was in Toronto right now.
Oh, no. Is he?
That's Tapia.
Oh, no, I got it. Yeah, Tovar. He's good. He's batting 258.
Tovar's the shortstop.
There we go. Yeah, Tovar's good. We got the Venezuelan baseball shortstop, Ezekiel Tovar.
Tapia was a Rocky a couple years ago with the French fry hair, and then he went to the Toronto Blue Jays.
Is Ubaldo Jimenez still there? Carlos Gonzalez?
Ubaldo Jimenez, I believe, gave up 762.
He did?
Yeah. I could be wrong there, but I think he gave up 762.
He must have been a young Ubaldo Jimenez.
He did, yep.
Yep. See?
Wow.
He threw a no-no.
Yeah, he was solid.
Yeah.
Did he go to he went to Cleveland and he went to like the Orioles, right? Or the Orioles and then Cleveland, something like that.
Yeah.
He fell off though really fast. After it was over, it was over for him. But I always marvel at pitchers that could pitch well in that ballpark. Like if you're balling there, that does mean so, like it's the opposite of like when the batter, because you know the bats are going to get hot there. Like Charlie Blackmon, we did the splits there.
Yeah.
He was really good there. He was like a 260 everywhere else, right? Something like that.
Wow.
But the fact that Ubaldo Jimenez like balled out there, doesn't that like say something? It's like, wow.
No. Well, Kyle Freeland is a guy who is going to be rumored to be on the trade block for Colorado as they approach the trade deadline. And he's been a solid player for them for a long time in Colorado. And I think that's how we're viewing a lot of his numbers. And you're like, well, I wonder what he would look like if they got him out of there.
Interesting. Like you're going to start looking at the Giants now, and you're going to start looking at all the bad teams, and you're going to try to say like, all right, who can I poach from here? That's what you're just referring to. Who's poachable on some of these teams? As we go egg talk here on the Morning Roast. God,
like right now the third baseman is like there's a lot of teams that think they need a third baseman. Could the Yankees trade for Ryan McMahon? You know, most people Ryan McMahon could walk into the room, shake your hand, and say, "I'm Ryan McMahon." You say, "Who are you?"
Exactly. And he's batting, what, 213?
I don't know. What is he batting right now?
213 with the Rockies. Yeah, 7 home runs, 18 ribbies. Great. Ryan McMahon, come on down. That's such a Yankee thing to do, though. It's like, we don't really need him, but we'll just take him anyways. Ryan McMahon, sure, why not? Because we have all these prospects that we can get rid of, I guess.
Like the Dodgers signing Conforto.
You like that? At least they don't have to give up anything to get Michael Conforto. God, he's, again, as we mentioned, he's been awful. But not as awful as the Colorado Rockies. When you think of just bad franchises in your lifetime, Joe?
Tampa Bay Bucks back in the day.
Okay. Who else? Well, you can go any sport.
There's a difference. So, like, I consider you, like, in like, the no man's land, right? The Kings are in no man's land. Will forever, perpetually be there.
Same colors as the Rockies.
Hawks, right? No man's land forever. It feels like the Seattle Mariners have been in no man's
Mariners
land
is a great comp.
forever.
Right.
You know, even though in the 90s they were one of the most popular teams in the sport. Like right now, Pittsburgh Steelers are perpetually in no man's land.
They are with their quarterback, but
like,
they were
just good enough to not be awful.
Hornets is a great one.
Hornets.
Charlotte is just, and New Orleans Pelicans, like, God.
You know, but like if I stripped away the Steelers, you know, last Super Bowl and all the history prior to that, they've been pretty like mediocre.
Last two Super Bowls?
What?
You mean, because they'll have won 2 since the start of the century.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying the last Super Bowl that they won. You know, like
fair enough.
They've been pretty, you know,
mid.
The Arizona, but you're talking about just garbage. Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
Rockies.
they're just part of the franchises that are destined to not do anything in my lifetime.
Wizards.
They really are. Wizards,
yes.
Does anyone think in their lifetime any of these teams we're discussing is going to win a title?
Well, I thought about the Warriors. The Warriors for the longest part. You guys are all looking at me because all you guys know is the Warriors being good.
No.
All I know
I knew when
is
they
the
sucked.
Warriors being bad.
Joe, we're 30. We realize that for most of our lifetimes, the Warriors were
They've
bad.
been good since 2015, so you're 30. So they've been good since you were 25 years old.
Exactly. My sports fandom started when we were like 8 or 9. So we watched bad basketball.
Yeah, they were bad for a bigger part of my life.
Yeah, but you guys also had We Believe and a 50-win season where they didn't make the playoffs.
That's, again, you just answered it right there. They had 1 year prior to that they could be excited about, and then they got bounced in the second round. Do we got him? We got him? Thumbs up.
I went 20 straight years with no playoffs, no All-Stars, no nothing.
You're built different, obviously, Joe. That's what that tells
No, I'm just
me.
saying that's what Warrior fans went through. They're the worst run organization on the planet.
Or are the Colorado Rockies, as we are joined now by Woody Paige, Denver Gazette columnist, obviously former contributor for Around the Horn, the all-time wins leader in Denver Sports Hall of Fame inductee. Woody, good morning. You join us now on the River Islands guest line. We were just talking about all-time bad teams and just franchises, and maybe this is harsh as you're joining us right now, but franchises that are just destined to never win a title. Is it fair to say that about the Colorado Rockies at this point, who are quite possibly the worst team we've ever seen this season at 12-53?
Oh, the first time I've ever been invited on a show and the guys are laughing as they introduce me.
You got to laugh through the pain, though, Woody.
I'm kind of funny, but I think you're talking about what we call in Denver, what I'm calling in Denver, a dumpster fire that developed into a train wreck, that developed into a cluster muck, that has become an omni shambles, as they say in London. It's a combination of the worst possible disasters as you can imagine. And I was looking at the standings this morning, and I thought the Giants are about to become 15 with 40 victories this year, because you'll get to the next couple of days and leave town with possibly a chance of being in first place in the division. Because there's no team here that's going to you guys probably been keeping up with the Savannah Bananas that are drawing incredible crowds. Well, they're coming to Denver for 2 games in July, and of course the Rockies are getting out of town because they don't want to play the Savannah Bananas because they'd lose 2 games. So that will be the next big crowds that are here.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned the crowds.
Describing it, worst team. I think those 76ers teams, when they began the process, the quote process, and won 7 games, that was one of the. Now we're comparing the Rockies not to baseball teams like the Cleveland Spiders of 1899. We are now comparing them to the worst teams in the history of team sports. So that's how bad it is here. And the owner's gone into hiding in his penthouse that overlooks Coors Field. The team is in total disarray. And see, I look at a situation, and I've told Dick Montford, who won't be familiar name to your audience, but he has just totally turned this into a wasteland here as the owner of the team. And we've all had owners, bad owners in our cities. You've had them, but he ranks real close to the top. But he just doesn't know how to run an operation. His former job was owning a slaughterhouse. So that basically should be the name of Coors Field now, is the slaughterhouse.
Woody, let me get in here. Let me get in here because I want to ask you about Coors Field. Like, we were looking at attendance numbers, and even though they're not a good team at all, you spend a lot of money in terms of you're in the middle of the pack in terms of spending, the Rockies, and the attendance numbers are really good. I mean, should they just turn the humidor on? Like, what is it about the disadvantage at Coors Field, and why are fans still showing up?
Yeah, well, multiple questions there. I'll take care of it. In regard to the payroll, it's only up that high in the middle of baseball because they went out and got a guy that the Giants used for a little while and said, get the hell out of here. And Chris Bryant then signed a $180 million contract for 7 years with the Rockies, and we think he's in the witness protection program because we never see him at the ballpark because he's been on the injured list 6 times since he left the Giants and came to the Rockies. So that addresses if you took him away from that, I call him the full 40 club. That's the lowest number you can pay a Major League Baseball player, and they've got about 12 guys on there. So it's unfair to say they're in the middle of the payroll because if you take him out of and they're also still paying Arenado in that worst deal of all time when they gave the Cardinals $50 million, they're still paying Arenado $5 million this year. So when you combine Bryant and Arenado's payments, and neither one of them are playing, that's over $30 million this year. So take that off the payroll. In regard to the humidor, I thought it was a mistake long ago to get rid of it. The advantage that you have, because the negative here is the pitching. The pitching is never going to be good at altitude. Curveball so curve. I talked to pitchers who I have trust for that become general managers in the league, and they said, you need the humidor, and you also need to pump in air. Those bars that have water that they spray the crowd when it's in a hot day. Well, they need that to bring not humility, but humidity here. And that's been told to me over and over again. And I brought it up with owners, I brought it up with general managers, and they just blow me off and say, what are you talking about? Well, they've got to be really creative, and they thought they were being creative with the humidor, but that was a mistake because now they have no hitting to go with bad pitching. And the owner before the season said they had a chance this year to be the best defensive club. I'm not making this up. That they had a great chance of becoming the greatest defensive ball club in the history of the major leagues. They're last in the league. So really, I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And, you saw it. The over-under on this month, we're in June, is 3. And some people got excited here because of 3 victories over the Marlins, who are crap. But the deal here in regard to why they can't win is altitude. You have to be more than creative to figure out ways to win at altitude. Just like if sea level. I mean, the Giants have adjusted over the years to playing right next to the water and, humidity and things of that sort. Teams figure it out. The Rockies don't figure it out. But having a chance to win here, it's difficult, but it could be done because how in the world do the Tampa Bay Rays in 17 years have 89 victories or more 12 times? It can be done with no payroll. It can be done by mid-market teams. The Milwaukee Brewers are an annual playoff contender. But I'd rather talk about the Giants. What they need to do, what the Rockies need to do, the Giants made a great move. Posey retires, you bring him in, you put in charge. Man, nobody knows any more about the Giants organization than Posey. And that was a great decision. Bob Melvin bringing him in was a great decision. Robbie Ray was a great decision.
Talking with Woody Paige here, Denver Gazette columnist, contributor for Around the Horn, former contributor. I hate saying former, by the way, Woody, because, God, I'm going to miss that show. You were so great. An all-time wins leader, of course, knowing all things Denver sports. And you just mentioned something right there. Like, is Todd Helton, because that's the guy I think of. I think Shasky, huge Giants fan. When you think of Colorado Rockies, I think it's Todd Helton. Yeah. Is he a part of the organization at all, at any level?
Not really. They call him special assistant to the general manager. Well, the general manager's a jerk and an idiot. Todd should have been brought in. He wanted to be brought in. They could have trained him. I think that Posey, and you guys are out there, I'm in a distance, but Posey was preparing for a job in the front office. He was working, and catchers are great guys. If I were the Rockies, I'd bring back Joe Girardi, who played here in the early years. He's been a 545 .545 winner as a manager in 4 different places, and he was the leader of this club on the field in the early years. And I think you bring somebody like that knows the history of Denver and what the problems are here, but the ownership doesn't pay attention. All they do is scream that there's got to be a salary cap, and that's not going to happen in baseball as long as you got the Dodgers and the Giants spending money and the Padres spending money. That's not going to happen. The best thing that happened to the Rockies is if we had English Soccer League kind of rules where they were sent back to the minor leagues, not play
relegation.
Yeah, I mean that's the answer. They keep talking about Rockies Nation, and I say no, relegation. It should be called here. So anyway, that's it. In regard to Around the Horn, we had a nice 23-year run, and maybe it's time for me to go.
Well, Woody, on that note,
shoot me.
On that note, you started writing the Denver Post in 1981. About 2001 is when Around the Horn kind of was created, and it changed the way we do sports talk, sports media forever. What do you want it to be remembered as, like in terms of your contribution? Because I love the way you every day, every segment, a different, funny little blurb on the chalkboard.
Where'd you come up with that? The little whiteboard idea.
And it's a seminal moment for a lot of younger sports fans because we remember the influence it had in us coming home from school every day.
Yeah, I was watching. I went to see the movie Ballerina a couple of days ago. It's a John Wick female alternative, and at the movie theater, the guys working there said, "Oh, we grew up watching you, and when I was a kid, I'd come home from school," and it made me think again about what I think we kind of dealt with 2 to 3 generations of young people that were exposed to sports talk type radio for the first time on television. And when we started, I said, who's going to watch this? And they said, college kids and drunks in bars. And that turned out to be a pretty accurate description of who was watching it. But we were doing with journalists, because I think, I'll tell you something that I don't think ever has come out, and all these stories have been run, that I think ESPN hired 4 journalists to do the show because if the leagues complained to them about our opinions, they could say, they're independent contractors. They're sports writers. They don't work for ESPN, and that they could blame us on any opinions that we gave. I think that was part of it, but I think the legacy we leave behind is that it was the first sports talk show that had 4 people. We now see that in politics shows. We see it on The View. The View told us that one of the members of The View told me once they exactly copied what we were doing. But there were 4 guys, and the concept was 4 guys at a bar arguing about whether Willie Mays was better or Mickey Mantle. That's my age group. But I think that we do leave a legacy that kind of changed the whole platform of how sports talk could be on television. That was happening in radio for years and years, going back to me growing up and listening to a guy named Pete Franklin in Cleveland.
I used to call into Pete Franklin in this market back in the day, driving around with my dad in the truck. And by the way, the answer is Willie Mays in the Mantle versus Mays discussion, because that's my dad's favorite player of all time. The King, Pete Franklin, used to flush callers out here. I used to call him back in the day. He was one of my favorites. Pigskin Pete predicts.
I loved him because I would listen to it late at night on a 50,000 watt station before he moved, and a kid would call in like me and say, what do you think about X? And he'd go, why aren't you doing your homework? Go to bed. Don't talk to me. And he'd hang up on him, and I went, that's what I want to do. So anybody that knows it, he set the forerunner for being that.
Absolutely.
I'll give you an example. You asked about the blackboard. I went home after I was playing sports in high school, and I'd go home and I'd watch a show hosted by Soupy Sales, who was a great comedian who did an afternoon show that was kind of directed toward kids, but it was a fraud. I mean, he was doing funny stuff. And when I went on the air, I said, well, I'm going to throw an element of Soupy Sales into this. And part of that was the blackboard, because I got tired of seeing sets on sports that had footballs and trophies and books in the background. And I said to my assistant, I said, let's get something different. And he said, what are you thinking about? I said, how about a blackboard? And that's how it started. And then I put about 10,000 blackboard quotes on bar napkins when I'm drunk. And the next morning I'd wake up and I'd go, well, this is stupid. Oh, yeah, I'll put it on there.
What a great story.
So anyway,
what a
we
great
had a good
story.
time.
You're a gem.
We had a good time. It was a lot more fun than the Rockies. I'm excited about your team, though. I think the Giants. I'm anxious to see them come in here the next 3 days, because I just think that's been one of the great surprise, like the Detroit Tigers, I'd say. One of the great surprise stories that you're, game and a half out of first place. You have a chance of being in first place leaving here, and a team that's actually giving the Dodgers everything they want. And I'm impressed by what's going on. Two great guys in rotation. I think it's the best bullpen. You got some young people that are doing the job, and Melvin is, is a quality coach, quality manager, and so I'm thrilled to see the Giants. And I think you asked about the attendance. Oh yeah, they keep going. It's come in to see the Giants play. The Yankees were here. There were like dozens of people cheering for the Rockies, and there were 40,000 cheering for the Yankees. That's people here in Colorado grew up in other places in the world. They're Mets fans, they're Yankees fans, they're Red Sox fans, they're Giants fans, Dodgers fans. That's why they tend to. Their people are not coming to watch the Rockies. They're coming to watch and cheer for the other teams. And I recommended last week that they give out bobbleheads from the other teams.
Wow.
I actually don't hate that.
I actually don't hate that either.
Woody, that's really
You're
good
the best,
stuff.
Woody.
Give out a Woody Paige bobblehead, for Christ's sake. How about that, Woody? We appreciate the time this morning,
we want to
man.
talk again. Thank you.
I am a human bobblehead, guys. Thanks for having me on. It's great to talk to you, two Joes.
Yeah.
There you go. There he
Woody
goes.
Paige,
That's Woody
legend.
Paige, Denver Gazette columnist, contributor for Around the Horn, all-time wins leader for Around the Horn. And it's true. It's crazy when he puts it in perspective like that. Like, 3 different generations of kids have gone up to him and said that.
That is wild.
That's actually kind of insane. Like, you could literally
he
say,
started as a journalist, and now he's way more known for Around the Horn than anything he did in print.
That's crazy. And and again, he's a Denver sports columnist, like Hall of Famer.
Yes.
He's been doing it for so long. When you think of Denver sports, I do think Woody Paige when it
he's
comes
one
to
of
sports
the
talk.
first names I think
Absolutely.
of. Him, then Mark Schlereth.
And then our guy Ben Albright. Of course.
Ben Albright.
He's the young gun.
Yes. Yeah, but not all of, I think of him more in football, but I agree with you.
The stock is so low right now when it comes to Colorado Rockies. We're going to get to this or that here in just a second.
Which is my favorite game we play every day.
I'm so excited. Yesterday, it was great. It was the beach or the pool. And I was very hot on the pool, guys.
We're switching this up. Now we don't know.
Now we don't know.
We're making an audible here.
Sam is going to present it to us.
Let's go, Sam.
And
line them up right now. Whatever Sam says, 888-957-9570 if you want to get in on this or that.
Wow, whatever Sam says, I like the sound of that. Woody Paige, what a gem. But no, today's this or that, since we're talking about contracts and buyer's remorse.
Okay.
If you could move off one contract right now, who would it be? Willie Adamas or Brandon Ayuk?
Oh, I love that. That, you know what? That's producing right there, Joe.
You can come off,
Wow.
Ask and you shall receive. You
I
have to choose. Which one are you moving off of right now?
Again, I'm going to reiterate the question.
Wow.
You can move off of one contract right now, gone, never see him again. Willie Adamas or Brandon Ayuk?
888-957-9570.
I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to pick.
And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is righteously brewed in San Francisco. So that's the question for this or that. Playing on the other side, start lining them up. If you can move off one contract, pick one of them. Is it Brandon Ayuk or is it Willie Adamas? And that's what's coming up with the game, brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
Shut up. And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, no. Hey, we're feeling it for this or that. We're feeling it. We got the question. We're going to give it to you. But first, we got to play the open, Carter, because it's official now. It's official. You ready? You ready? Are you? Hit it.
Light up the...
Fastest growing segment in radio right now is This or That here on the Morning Roast. And Sam Lubman had a surprise one for us. I think we're going to do that going forward. We like the surprises. I love a good surprise, Joe. And we got one today. And it's the This or That. And it could carry us the rest of the show, quite frankly. You could move off of one contract. Hypothetically. I'm giving you the opportunity to move off of one contract. Is it Willie Adamas's or is it Brandon Ayuk's? 888-957-9570. Brandon Ayuk signed a 4-year, $120 million contract last year. Willie Adamas signed a 7-year, $182 million contract. Joe, it's not been good for either of them, and I'm giving you the opportunity to move off one of them. Before we go to the phone lines, because I see a lot of you trying to jump on, call or text. Remember, this segment is about you, the people. We'll give our thoughts, as always, but we want to hear from the people. 888-957-9570. Joe, we'll give you the opportunity to move off of one of those contracts. Which one are you moving off of? Ayuk or Adamas?
Well, I think the easy one for most people is going to be, Brandon Ayuk, he's tweeting and he's injured and he's coming off of this, that. I mean, in the NFL, I can get off of any deal after a couple of years.
Right.
If you're asking me, like right now, the unpopular one that I think I'll be in the complete minority in, I'd probably get off the Adamas deal. Wow. And the reason I'm getting off the Adamas deal is because it's 7 years of guaranteed money. That's a lot. Right? And it's not that I don't like him and I don't think he's a good guy and I'm not pulling for him and rooting for him. You're asking me today? Like, I haven't seen him have 2 weeks of good run with the Giants right now. I've seen a couple of good seasons from Brandon Ayuk, whether he's injured or not. I know it works on the field with him. Now, there's a lot of other elements to this that's being asked, but if you're asking me which contract I'd like to get off,
that's it.
I'd probably get off the Adamas contract. And I don't even think the Ayuk one's great. I don't. The Adamas one does not look good. I might be in the minority here, but that's the one I'm going with.
That's incredible.
And I like the guy. I'm rooting for Willie. I want to see him. And I know it's early, Joe. 2.5 months doesn't make 7 years. I hear you on all that. Like, the Adamas one makes me, woo.
Well,
I'm ready to pass out looking at that every day.
This is the annual, so he's making 13.
It's fully guaranteed, Joe.
13 this year, 13 next year. Then it starts kicking to 31 million the rest of the way every single year.
Yeah, you think it's going to look better when he has less range in 2 years?
Well, he's struggling now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the errors are through the roof. Ugh. Second most in Major League Baseball.
Is there an opt-out in that deal at all?
No. I'm looking at it right now. I don't see any. I'm on spot.
That was the last guy.
Nope. No opt-out here. There's an opt-out for Brandon Ayuk after 27, I believe. 2027. You can opt out of that contract. But we'll see. Is Brandon Ayuk even going to be available for training camp? Like, that's the part of this that makes it interesting, right? Willie Adamas is available. He's healthy. He just can't do anything.
And he is a good teammate.
He's a great teammate.
People love him.
Brandon Ayuk.
They're just stuck with him, though.
They're stuck. 888-957-9570. This or that. I'm giving you the opportunity to move off of one of these contracts. Get a clean slate. You moving off Willie Adamas after a couple months, or are you moving off Brandon Ayuk? Let's go to Uncle Gene in Oakland. Uncle Gene, good morning. Which contract are you moving off of between Brandon Ayuk and Willie Adamas?
Tell you the truth, for me, this is a no-brainer. I'd move off the Adamas contract in a split second. Ayuk, first of all, yeah, he's a jerk off the field, no doubt. But let's remember, after he started, sort of getting used to playing last year because he missed the training, he's starting to play well. Then he got the injury. Now it's not a career-ending injury, and I would expect him to come back and, if not necessarily play up to the value of the contract, at least be a a solid contributor from here on. But Adamas, I mean, this, I hate to say it, but this, when it's all said and done, might come down to being the worst free agent acquisition in the history of the Giants. This guy looks terrible. I mean, and you know, you could live with a bad batting average, you know, low 200s if the guy was an exceptional fielder, but he's not.
I know.
He's an average to below average fielder. And as you say, he's not going to get any better there. And I'm not sure he's going to get any better, hitting wise. So if it's a choice between, you know, a great clubhouse presence that stinks on the field or a pain in the ass that can still play, I'll take the pain in the ass.
That's Uncle G. We had jerk, pain in the ass. God, tell me how you really feel.
So I was just writing down some of the worst Giants contracts. Matt Morris, Barry Zito. These are off the top of my head. Barry Zito, Aaron Rowan, Mark Melanson, Armando Benitez. Oh, boy. I mean, there's been some bad ones. Denard Span, Cueto, Samardzija. He thinks this could be the worst signing in the history of the Giants.
Why?
That's saying something. I mean, I just rattled off 10 in the last 15, 20 years that have been awful.
Joe, he's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, and he's batting like 190. Like, he's awful.
I know.
He's horrible.
But people are very split. It's easy. It's Ayuk. He had a major injury, and he's on the decline. Adamas is just having a slow start to the season. That happens in baseball. That's from the 925. From the 510, the very next text. Willie Adamas, and it's not even close. Baseball has fully guaranteed deals. Ayuk shouldn't be guaranteed after year 2, maybe year 3. So, like, people are really split, and everyone thinks it's obvious. For you, if you have to choose, again, in this hypothetical, you can get rid of one of the contracts, Ayuk or Adamas.
Brandon Ayuk.
Why?
I don't know if he's ever going to be a good receiver again with his injury. I'd rather go to the known of the guy that's going to be at least healthy and physically upright going forward in Willie Adamas. So I'm moving off of Brandon Ayuk strictly because of the injury concerns, Joe. He might not be there for the start of the season. I think we're sleeping on how badly this knee got shredded last year.
I know.
There was a lot of ligament damage, man. It's very concerning. Now, is his game predicated on explosion and speed and burst? No, but he's definitely going to lose a step. And a step in the NFL, that changes everything. You can ask offensive linemen, you ask defensive linemen, losing just a millisecond, it changes everything when it comes to the everything, your steps, your blocks, your assignments. It's night and day. And as I mentioned earlier, NFL is not for long. So if they had the opportunity, if someone was out there right now, if there was a team out there that said, you know what, we'll take the Brandon Ayuk contract off your hands for 5th round pick. You don't think the Niners would do it? And we'll pay you a lot of the money. I think the Niners would absolutely do that.
Yeah, but even at the worst, he's here for just a couple of years. Adamas is here for 7 years.
You can trade him.
And 6 more after this.
You can trade him.
For what?
If you traded him right now, you think he can get
Fully
anything?
guaranteed.
Yeah, you think anyone's taking that? Willie Adamas right now?
Colorado Rockies.
Who wants to be on the hook for $160 more million of Willie Adamas?
It's just money. It's just money.
There's something else to take into account here. Baseball doesn't have a salary cap. The NFL does.
It's just money.
Okay, but
yeah.
There's a lot of teams right now. Like the NFL, they share the money, right? So the Jacksonville Jaguars get the same amount of money at the end of the year as the 49ers, as the Cowboys, okay? In terms of revenue. Teams like the Diamondbacks don't have a broadcast partner. They are not on the same financial footing as the Dodgers.
But they spend a lot. The Diamondbacks spend, though.
Oh, okay.
They do.
Okay. Again, there's a grand chasm difference between what the Mets and the Dodgers are spending and everyone else in baseball.
No, I understand.
My point that I'm getting at, there's about 10 teams at the bottom who don't spend anything, right? And so it's easy to say, yeah, there's no salary cap. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Well, for 10 teams in the league, it doesn't matter. Like, because they're never going to sign anyone. The Marlins, the Tampa Bay Rays. Like you said, it, the largest contract for the Tampa Bay Rays is a $16 million annual value on Wander Franco. Yeah. You know? So, $16 million, that's Conforto's deal. He's a 5th outfielder for the Dodgers.
I know.
Right? Like, so in football, it's just very, very different.
Their total payroll, the Dodgers, is $336 million, which is crazy. It's the most. It's more so than New York Mets, who have 324. Phillies, 279. Toronto, 245. They always still try to add to. Yankees, you got them at 288. Okay, yada, yada, yada. Keep going. Then you got the Giants overall, not their active roster, but their total payroll this year, 167 which is actually $15 million less than the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Let's say Ayuk is awful, like in this hypothetical, for the next 2 or 3 years. You're out of the deal in a couple of years, right? They've eaten a lot of bad deals over the last like it's not worse than the Hargrave deal. That was one of the worst deals ever.
Yes.
And the Niners have overcome that deal to be able to compete at some level, right? This Adamas deal, I mean, you got 6 more years after this one. It's a tough sell, I'm saying. It's a really tough sell. And it gets higher.
I'm going to bank on the guy, the person, and I know we were kind of making fun of this, or we were talking about it like, oh, the raw mentality. No, I'm going to bet on the person and his ability to stay healthy going forward, more so than the guy with a huge question mark right now in Brandon Ayuk. It's just concerning for me, Joe.
So you're into the intangible stuff.
And I say that knowing full well that the depth at wide receiver for the Niners is not good. Like, Juwan Jennings might be the number 1 wide receiver again next year. That's concerning. That's not great. Ricky Pearsall.
I'm going to be the first to say this as you're going wide receiver here. I don't care who plays wide receiver for the Niners. If Shanahan's the coach and CMC's healthy, they'll have multiple guys go for 750 plus. It won't even matter. This team is Kendrick Bourne. We've flipped in Emmanuel Sanders, Juwan Jennings. I see Debo.
You haven't won a Super Bowl because those guys were your number 1 wide receivers.
Sure.
But that's the difference.
Devontae Adams has been number 1 wide receiver his whole career and hasn't won a Super Bowl. Like, we could do this. Tyreek Hill hasn't done anything.
When's the last time like a non-all-pro wide receiver or receiver in general was on like a Super Bowl winning team? Like the Patriots? Like with Julian Edelman? Like
they just won the Super Bowl against the Niners, and Rashee Rice was their number 1.
No, they had an all-pro receiver though, and who? Tight end. He was Travis Kelce.
The Niners have Kittle, is my point. So I don't like the Niners right now. If Shanahan wants to play the way he wants to play, it doesn't matter to me at all who's
different though.
Doesn't matter.
Let's be honest though. Like Kittle's not used the same as Travis Kelce.
No,
Kittle had how many targets?
But our
in the
offense
Super Bowl?
is totally different.
Well, that's the problem. He needs to be your number 1 receiver then.
Look, it's worked for them as long as they have the running back in place and he's good. It really, honestly, the wide receivers are quite interchangeable.
All right. This or that right now, 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text. If you can move off of one of these contracts, are you moving off of Willie Adamas's or Brandon Ayuk's? Jan is in Mountain View. Jan. Which contract are you moving off of?
I'm moving off of Ayuk. In the past week, he's demonstrated that he seems to, not want to be here. And even though he's been injured and that, I think Adamas can snap out of this. He's getting, I know it's been like 2 months or 3, and we're probably almost in the half of the season, but I still think Adamas can snap out of this. And Ayuk, I think he's proven that he wants to probably go somewhere else, even though he's injured, and we're stuck with that contract until he gets better, I guess. But I just don't think I don't think he wants to be here.
There is that's a good point. There is something to like. There's the clubhouse aspect where clearly Willie Adamas is connecting with everyone. I don't know who Ayuk's connecting with, but Willie feels like he wants to be here. He's just not performing. Ayuk, I don't even know. I have no idea.
I think he wants to be here. Has he shown otherwise?
Well, yeah, his Instagram feed.
Well, no, I thought he was just talking smack about people. Like he said, like once you reach a certain age, you can't hate anymore. Wasn't that the whole thing?
I think the whole song and dance he had with the Steelers last summer
Steelers
is still on.
With the Washington, Commanders.
It was all just playing to the show. That is the contract.
And I still think that left a bad.
NFL.
There's a bad taste in fans' mouth from that.
Are the Pittsburgh Steelers going to have a bad taste in the mouth around T.J. Watt if he holds out this long?
No, he's T.J. Watt.
Oh, okay. Come on.
No, they're different. They're different. I mean, he's like one of the greatest players in a storied franchise.
In a storied franchise, it's all about Super Bowl wins. He has 0.
Yeah.
0.
If you think T.J. Watt is on the same level in his franchise as Brandon Ayuk, like one guy has been all world for over 5 years consecutively, and the other guy, had a great year and a couple of good years.
Yeah.
There's a big difference.
Okay.
Something to keep an eye on this summer, though, if Watt does, continue his holdout.
His last holdout, he held in.
Okay, well, if he does hold out,
he showed up every single day.
It'll be interesting to see if it goes sour this summer between him and the Steelers.
Mm-hmm. Just saying. Trey Hendrickson also not showing up to mandatory mini camps, which start today. Do you expect you expect all the Niners to be there, by the way, as we're talking about this?
Who knows? I mean, some of them were there last week, or what is it, 2 weeks ago now?
Yeah, I was out. Your boy Trent Williams showed up. See?
Great.
Oh, ye of little faith, by the way. Yeah. Him saying, I swear to God.
All in on Trent Williams.
I swear to God, if Trent makes a big stink, I'm done with him. You cut him, you send him home. He showed up. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Niners are going to be good this year. They're going to make the playoffs. They're going to make some action in the NFC.
They're thinking about preemptively IVing him before every single game, considering that, last year, the first 4 games of the year, he needed an IV in the second half. Not just do it before the game starts.
You know what? To each his own. If he needs the IV, give it to him. All
It
right?
bothers me.
There's these things called liquid IVs now, little packets. Can you do that? Is that a little Gatorade action? Mm-hmm. 888-957-9570. So you're moving off the Adamas contract.
If you ask me today.
I'm moving off the IU contract. You could take one or the other. That's the question for this or that today. Sam came up with a good one. And I'm moving off Brandon Ayuk because of the injury. That's really it. If he didn't get hurt last year, Joe, I would have chalked up let's just hypotheticals. We're playing the hypothetical game. If he, had like 800 yards receiving last year and it was a down year and it's just like, it wasn't very good, I'd sweep that. You know what? It was a down year, but he's healthy still. He's relatively young. Let's see what we got going forward. Clean slate.
It was a down year for everybody.
Exactly. That's how you rationalize it. But the fact that I don't even know if he's going to be there for training camp for week 1, what's his status going to be, that is why I'm very, very concerned. I did see there was, as we do aggregation sensation, there was something I saw around social. Brandon Ayuk for Terry McLaurin. Could Jaden Daniels reunite with his old Arizona State teammate, Brandon Ayuk? I was just like, really? Why the hell would Washington want to do that? Why would they do that? Terry McLaurin for Brandon Ayuk?
I mean, I guess, I don't know. They know the guy. They've been living with him for however many years, so they've probably got a better feel. I don't know anything about him being a malcontent. Maybe they think he's limited. I don't. Joe, your guess is as good as mine.
All right, no, I'm just
I don't know why they would want to move off of Terry McLaurin. It doesn't make sense.
I guess he's 8. He's going to be 30 in September, right? Brandon Ayuk's a couple of years younger, but even then, if you think the Washington Commanders can win now, you're trying to capitalize on that rookie contract of Jaden Daniels. So you got to keep all your veterans around you right now. I do think that the Deebo Samuel trade for them is going to help. Now, I did see other reports coming out of Washington. It's just like, oh, Deebo Samuel got burned a couple times. It's just like, wait, got burned? Is he a defensive back? What do you mean he got burned?
Debo's not a practice player.
He's not.
He's not. Like the way he plays, it never is going to show up in practice. He doesn't shake anyone when they do one-on-one drills.
He never does.
He looks like a running back trying to do wide receiver drills.
Exactly. You got to get him in
almost
space.
fullback like.
Do you think Cliff is going to not unlock him, Cliff Kingsbury?
I think he'll be actually a good player for them, especially with all that read option stuff behind the line with Jaden. I still think he's got another good year left in him somewhere, if not this year, next year.
I'm very curious to see how his sophomore season is going to be.
He's a game day guy.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Jeff Garcia was that way, game day guy. I think Brock at times can be a game day guy, where he's not going to blow you away in shorts and shells.
For sure. Bobby's in Los Altos, wants to join in the conversation for this or that. Bobby, you can get rid of one of these contracts. You're getting rid of Willie Adamas's or Brandon Ayuk's. Good morning.
Gentlemen, I think but I'm going to go the opposite way. It's a no-brainer. We need to get rid of the IU contract, and it's as simple as this. Football is a salary cap sport. The implications of a bad contract hamper your ability to get another player. In baseball, as far as I know, the Giants do not even pay a mortgage anymore, and the gates are busting. There is no financial penalty for getting another player and moving off, I should say, absorbing a bad contract. But here's my question for you. Let's assume Ayuk has played. Let's assume that Ayuk's first year of his new contract was last year. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but let's assume it was. Accounting for injury, who do you think is actually going to have a more productive first year of their contract, Ayuk or Adamas? I'm going to argue Adamas will have a more productive first year. I really think it's Ayuk, and it's football, and I'm really sorry we got at that contract. Timing was bad.
That's Bobby in Los Altos. So he's moving off Brandon Ayuk. And who's going to have more productive first season? Well, I mean, the guy got injured within the first few games of the year in Brandon Ayuk, and we don't know what it could have been, and that sucks. But that's baked into the conversation of this is the availability of Willie Adamas. But is the juice worth the squeeze at this point? I know Bobby says that, well, I think he's going to have a more productive first year. Well, if the first year is going to him be batting 190 for the totality of it and have 30 errors or whatever, well, I could have been better off without that.
I also think like the Adamas thing, like it would be you're like, it's only a month. It's like, no, it's not a month.
Right.
The season started at the end of March. Okay. So you had all of April.
Yep.
That's 1 month.
Yep.
All of May. That's 2 months.
Yep.
And we're 10 days into June.
Yep.
All right. So it's
Third of
2
the
and a
way.
quarter,
Yeah.
2 1/3. Right. And so it's a big dip in production for him. And it's gotten worse as the season's gone on. So that's the part that I think is alarming. And it's been bad pretty much from the jump. He was excellent in spring training. And I was like, wow, feeling really good. Maybe he overworked in spring training with the new organization, trying to, endear himself to people and, set the tone. And when you're the new guy, you want to like outwork everybody. So I don't know. Maybe he ran a little too hot in spring training and hasn't carried over. I can't speak on that. I'm just going off of what I've seen at the big league level. And it's been 2 full months and some change of struggle.
Sam, you got a YouTube update for us?
Yes,
Who's
I
winning this
do,
battle?
Joe. With 58 votes in so far, Brandon Ayuk is in the lead with 69% to Willie Adamas' 31%. Some of the quotes or some of the YouTube chatters have said, Otis Bird, Adamas has been a bust so far. At least Ayuk has been productive. Yeah, he got hurt last year and there was some drama, but you know what you'll get out of him. Let's see. Mr. Irrelevant says, where does BA rank among wide receivers and Adamas among shortstops? Let's see what else is being said here. Steven Candelaria, goodbye Ayuk. DG, Ayuk only because of the injury. Mr. Irrelevant, we are over BA's poop emoji. It's good to use emojis there. Ayuk does love those. Alfreezy, sorry, BA. So a lot of Brandon Ayuk here in the YouTube chat.
Does he refer to himself now as BA in the third person?
There's only one BA as far as I'm concerned. It's Brian Anderson for TNT.
Oh, I didn't even know you were going there.
No.
Is that what he calls himself, BA?
That's BA. That's what they always say to him. BA.
Well,
Brian
yeah,
Anderson.
that was more of like a. I didn't know it was like a serious nickname that he went.
No, BA. That's what whoever is it. Stan Van Gundy who does it with him. Yeah, he calls him BA. It's great.
I think it's kind of lazy when your nickname is just your initials.
Really? You don't like AD Anthony Davis? No,
It's
it
kinda
doesn't do
lazy.
anything. AD? No.
Or it's just like your first initial and then last name.
SGA?
Like we just called you Jay Spadoni.
JS. But we both
C
have JS,
Chickering.
it's
like
not-
it's lame. M Nahigian.
Chickering. You are
S.
C
Lubman.
Chick.
I like S. Lubman because you just say Slubman. There you go. You like that?
But no, it's lazy.
Slub Dog Millionaire right there. Sam Lubman. You like that, didn't you?
Slow. Okay, I'll give you a
Hey,
4
thank
on
you.
that
That's
one.
a 4. So I think most people are saying Brandon Ayuk then. All right. The polls have it. 70%. Numbers never lie as we go to another excommunicated ESPN shows. We're talking around the
Has
horn.
there been a contract that the Niners have had that's weighed them down and prohibited them from bringing in someone else? Because of the way the NFL, like everyone says, it's a salary cap league. It's a very unique salary cap league. The NBA is a salary cap league. It's really difficult to conduct business. The NFL, it feels like anyone can get cut at any time and it don't matter. Case in point.
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos absorbed like $100 million cap hit on Russell Wilson
Pretty
and
crazy.
made the playoffs in year 1.
They did.
Without
Well, year 2 with
you know what I meant,
Sean
with their
Payton.
quarterback, with
Right.
Bo Nix.
Right. They did. No, they did. It's a quick turnaround. But again, like, let's see how these things progress here going forward. In Russell Wilson, that's such a good case study, too, of just bad contracts that we'll probably never see again with quarterbacks. Like, that's going to be one. Like, think of that as one of the worst trades you've ever seen. We've seen some bad trades here when it comes to draft picks, Trey Lance on line 1. But paying all that money on top of the trade and the fact that both those teams now, did the Seahawks make the playoffs? They did.
They were
Geno
10
Smith,
and 7.
They made the playoffs right after it.
10-7 last.
Yeah, but they made the playoffs
The year
with Brock
before
Purdy.
they
Yeah.
did. Yes.
Yes.
With Geno.
So both of those franchises now have moved off from Russell Wilson and it's been better for it. Now,
Remember they
Russell-
wrote him and he didn't write back?
Oh,
or what was it?
Yeah,
They
yeah.
wrote,
Oh,
they
yeah.
wrote him
They
off.
wrote me off, but I didn't
That
write
was
back.
it.
That was it.
They
Geno.
wrote me off.
That was great.
What a line.
That was a great line. Geno Smith now a Las Vegas Raider. Talking about home field disadvantages, by the way, because we were talking about that as a topic with Woody Paige when it comes to Coors Field, the attractions. Woody Paige, if you missed any of that, by the way, Around the Horn legend joined us in the 8 o'clock segment. He said that they should start giving away bobbleheads of the opposing franchises, and I actually thought that was genius.
Well, when the Giants stunk, they were giving out like Rory McIlroy bobbleheads.
Were they really?
Oh yeah, I bet you Steph Curry's got like a day coming up. I think it's against the Red Sox.
Really?
It's on a Saturday night. There's a Steph Curry night that they were promoting.
Is he a Red Sox fan?
And I just wonder, is there a prize attached to the Steph Curry night?
Ooh, let me look that up. 888-957-9570. Would you go to a game if you got the opposing fan
like an arson judge bobblehead?
No, if they were giving away a Shohei Ohtani bobblehead?
Oh no, that's
absolutely not. No, pick a different team.
What are you doing? No, that'd be stupid.
You want to add it to your collection?
Like,
give me that Brent Rooker bobblehead.
The Niners are playing the Hawks back in the day, and it's like we're doing a Pete Wilson, Russell Wilson, or Pete Carroll, Russell Wilson.
I like that
Pete
more.
Wilson, the governor,
or the news anchor.
Or the news anchor, yeah. But we're doing a bobblehead. Like, give me a break. But they used to, when the Warriors were really bad, there would be like the Shaq and Kobe package.
Yeah, the great timeout, right?
Yeah, and you'd get a one Shaq and Kobe ticket up in the nosebleeds, and then the other 5-pack of the tickets would be, some Drek.
It'd be Mike Dunleavy on the ticket.
Come watch the Orlando Magics of the OOs.
Oh my God, Dwight Howard, is he coming to town? Dwight Howard and them boys. Hito Turkoglu. Can we get the Hito Turkoglu package? How about that? Jameer Nelson. Just gonna go like the JJ Redick maybe as a rookie. Who knows?
Rashard Lewis.
By the way, JJ Redick got you angry over this last week. I did forget that.
Oh, JJ. He's just a liar.
What did he do now?
People that go really into detail on stuff, I can just tell that they're lying. He's just a liar. I mean, he's just a liar.
He said he worked harder in practice. That's what it was than he ever did in a game. Is that what that really ticked you off?
No, it was just like he said that he would. It was this whole thing about how his work regiment was. It's irrelevant to the conversation today.
All right, it's irrelevant.
But at some point you can hear the sound, and the longer he talks, the more he sounds just absurd.
That was a fun this or that. And if you want to continue it, 888-957-9570 is the number. Which contract would you rather move off of if you had the choice? Would be Willie Adamas right now or Brandon Ayuk? And we would love your participation on the YouTube chat as well. Where do you want to go here, Joe?
Well, I was thinking about this. So, we clearly need to ride with Willie Adamas. We need to rally around this guy.
Is he a ride or die?
What do you mean?
Some people have a ride or die when it comes to their sports fandom. And they just choose that person no matter what. I'm sticking with that guy. For some people in the Warriors, it's clearly Draymond Green. Like, they have put their foot in the sand and say, whatever that guy does, I don't care. That's my ride or die. And we get the callers defending him ad nauseum here at the station.
Okay.
So that's their ride or die. It doesn't have to be the best player. Hell, for some people on this Giants team, it might be Jung-Hoo Lee. That guy's fun. He is exciting. No matter what, I know what I'm getting with Jung-Hoo Lee. He's going to bring it. It's my ride or die right there, baby. Let's go. Logan Webb, model of consistency. That's my guy.
It doesn't have to be the best player?
Nope. Does not have to be the best player.
Do they have to represent something? Or is it just, for whatever reason, that's your guy, you ride with him?
He doesn't have, he has to represent something to you.
Okay.
There has to be something that gravitates.
So, like, for example, in this, if we're going Niners back in the day, there was something about Julian Peterson that I just loved.
Okay.
He was my guy. I love Julian Peterson.
No matter what.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. For a lot of people, it was Frank Gore.
Yes.
And he might not have been the best player, but he might have been the most consistent player. He might have taken a Patrick Willis at one point over him. Or you might have taken, I don't know, at their given peaks.
Justin Smith.
A Justin Smith or Alden Smith, right? But
maybe Vernon.
Maybe Vernon, but the model of consistency was there. Kaepernick, right? Some people wrote like ride or die Kaepernick.
Some people were ride or die Alex Smith fans. And it just
that
was bizarre.
That is bizarre. But he represented something. Like, Like, oh, you know what? I root for the underdog here. So you know what? I'll gravitate
the number one overall pick underdog. Keep going.
But he turned
you're cooking.
Yeah, but he turned into an underdog at one point because we love someone that has the highest of highs, being a number one pick, falls, and then has a comeback. We love that in America. The Comeback Player of the Year award, we love that stuff. The Jim Plunkett's of the world, right? Heisman Trophy winner, number one overall pick, Rookie of the Year, falls flat in his face, couldn't do anything right for anyone. He goes to San Francisco, a laughingstock there, finds himself on the bench with the Raiders. Like, who is this guy? Some cast-off, just sitting there like, this guy, really? Gets his opportunity, wins a freaking Super Bowl.
It's the GP2 effect, the Juan Toscano Anderson, the come-up guy.
There you go. People have ride or dies for Guy Santos. There's Guy Santos ride or die people out there. You scoff You're one of them.
Right, you're right.
Pat
No.
Spencer.
No.
Need
There's
more
a
Pat
difference
Spencer.
between like that's my guy, I like him, and ride or die. I don't know. Ride or die is different. You're gonna ride with them, like Pat Spencer. I'm gonna ride with Pat Spencer.
Okay, that's
till
your
the
guy.
wheels fall off.
So you just answered the question.
But I also understand that he is not an important piece to overall winning.
So if you had a giant right now that you had to pick for the rest of the year, Joe, that's going to be your ride or die. That's my guy the rest of the way. He's mine. Because Steiny likes to do this. Listen to Steiny Guru. He has his ride or dies because of how he drafts them in fantasy, which I think is actually kind of funny. It's like, that's my favorite player. Why? Well, I drafted him in fantasy. Like Christian Walker, some like random player. That's my guy. Why? Oh, I drafted him in fantasy. There you go. Like, really? That's it? Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Okay. I thought he would be more of an auto pick guy.
Melky Cabrera as a giant was so good that year for me. I basically won my league in fantasy, but he was that good. He was the MVP until he got popped for roids and they had the fake website and all that. And don't worry, you got your ring, Melky. But that was a ride or die for a lot of people. That year was Melky Cabrera, the Milkman.
For me, it's Hayden Birdsong on this Giants team.
On this Giants team.
I love him. I think he's a stud. I know you're rolling your eyes. Like, I love Hayden Birdsong. I think he's an absolute stud, and it's not just him, it's like also what he represents. I've been fascinated with him from day one. Now, are there more like intriguing options when it comes out of that like staff and the bullpen? Of course there are. Like Randy Rodriguez has been outstanding. He's amazing. Camilo is amazing. But Hayden Birdsong, there's just something about him. I really like Hayden Birdsong.
If you had to pick one ride or die, the giant you're sticking with the rest of the season, you got this guy's back no matter what. Doesn't have to be the best player. Hell, you could pick Willie Adamas right now. The stock is so low that I'd respect it, quite honestly. 888-957-9570. You can call or text. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, who got a huge win last night. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. My ride or die, so you're going Hayden Birdsong. By the way, is his walkout music Freebird? Do we know that? It needs to be if it isn't. If he's warming up on the mound, it needs to be free.
No, it was something else. I'm forgetting what it was, but right now what they're doing after every one of his strikeouts, they're playing like a eagle screech on the speakers.
I like that.
Like,
That's
like
good.
He's a bird. It's like a bird song.
They should do one every. It should be a different bird every time, like a crow, a seagull. They should have, as you said, the eagle. What else? A owl. Ooh.
Personally, I wasn't a big fan of the bird screech, but
you weren't?
To each their own.
I think that's kind of cool. But that's San Francisco. You find a quirk with one of these guys' names, it turns into a thing. Like, we should have eagle hats. We had the panda hat. We had the draft hat. Where's the bald eagle hat?
Eye. It's eagle eye. That's what we would be
but
looking
a bald,
for, correct? I know, but you get,
It's like
if
little
we're
like
gonna
sunglasses.
Go with this, what the thing about the Eagles is the vision, right?
Well, no.
Having eagle eye.
You go so nuanced with it that we have the hooligans for the Jung Hoo Lee. We have the bald eagles, and everyone wears a bald cap on their head in a certain. No?
That's very layered. I like it.
That's so San Francisco, though,
that's
right?
Very
Come
layered.
on, it's so nuanced.
Only if it was an endangered bald eagle that like lived in a forest somewhere in the city where there's a bunch of homeless people and camping, and we can't touch it because the endangered three-eyed bald eagle hawk needs to live there as well.
Well, there was like that thing on like live stream for a while. There was like everyone was like so invested in this live stream of a bald eagle and like the
Oh yeah, it
nest
was
and
really
everything.
cool actually.
Like one of them like died or something, and everyone was like the world was
Oh, it's still on
devastated.
YouTube.
Oh, it's still up there.
Yeah, it's
okay,
still on
live
YouTube.
stream. There you go.
Yeah. There's also the one with the crow, where the crow is like looking at the camera.
Most annoying bird of all time is a crow, by the way. Easily the most obnoxious of all the birds. Not even close. I'll take even over seagulls. They stink. I hate them.
I'm gonna get like real weird here. You guys are gonna think I'm crazy.
Getting real dorky
All
here.
right.
You have a drop.
Open up the door on the crow. So like
the movie?
There have been, my mom was talking about how this crow keeps visiting her in the backyard, right? And you have these weird premonitions that might be somebody from the afterlife or whatever. I swear to God, ever since she told me the story, everywhere I go, crows are flying onto my deck and just like looking at us and walking around. We were golfing the other day. It was following me the whole time. It felt like the same crow. And like, it's just very odd. It's very bizarre. Now, when someone says something and you now acknowledge it and then you just see it everywhere in life?
Sure.
Yeah, that's what's going on. So this crow from the afterlife, Dad, is like basically haunting us. Or yelling at us or coming at us. I'm not really sure.
Not haunting. That maybe
looking over us. I don't really even know.
Yeah,
Stalking.
Stalking might be it.
Or just hanging
you
out.
didn't swing that
Yeah,
well.
I was gonna say he's just like your dad, right? He's like, chill. What are you doing? Just
I
like
know.
calling at you. But I just remember growing up, Just 6 a.m. every single day. Just I grew up.
It's gonna sound so dumb that me saying that out loud.
Why? Why did that sound?
Because it's with these weird things that happen to you in life.
You're scared of the crow. It's okay.
A lot of people believe in that stuff though. Like the afterlife, they find like meaning with certain things. Like that's very normal in all of that. Yeah, the crow, like the bird.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just saying it's the most annoying bird. It's not even.
No,
close.
it is, and that's why it would be funny if my dad came back as a crow to basically taunt and stalk the family.
Can't find the tongue.
Oh, I can't find the tongue.
Oh, Capper sucks. Don't drink Kaminga.
Adamas. How would your pops be feeling about the Willie Adamas contract right now? How would Papa
he'd be
Shasky
so mad at the way he
pissed?
approaches his at-bats.
Really?
Just the uppercutting would drive him insane.
Just need to shorten the bat, shorten the swing, shorten the approach, choke up a little bit. Just
The
make
guy
contact.
starts at an entire count 0-2. I mean, he just gets into the box 0-2. It's very
Didn't
frustrating.
he say that quote in that Baggerly story?
He did basically. He said
something to that effect.
He's gotten so down in the story we're referencing. If you're just joining us, Andrew Baggerly, who covers the team at a great level, very high level, had this article titled "Willie Adamas on his rough start as a Giant." Quote: "I want to look in the mirror and slap myself." And yeah, it just got us. It stopped us in our tracks a little. When you see a headline like that from one of your star players, from the highest paid player in the history of the organization, it's like, whoa. So this guy's clearly hard on himself. As hard as the fans are being on him, if they're not hard enough, if they're too hard, I don't know. But he clearly is feeling it right now. And he said, quote, "It's been a grind, to say the least." And yet, people would still rather move off the Brandon Ayuk contract. So there you go.
This guy needs a multi-hit game so bad.
He needs can he get a jack here? If he doesn't, you know what? I'm calling it.
That jack is a lot.
It's Coors Field.
Can I get a couple singles?
You could get a home run at Coors Field.
I'll take a guy on second and third, chopper to the second baseman, and just drive in a run.
Look at the pitching probables here for this Giants pitching match.
I can't wait for that to happen, and Giants fans be like, "Oh, well, it's the Rockies."
Well, I don't care who's.
No, it doesn't matter. Like right now, I'm clinging to anything. He makes a couple of plays defensively. Like we need to put our arms around this guy. He is here for 7 years.
The guy they're going up against, Carson Palmquist. You can't even make up that name if you tried. Is an 8.50 ERA. You better get a home run off him. The next day is Kyle Freeland, who you reference, is a 5.1. He's a 5.19 ERA. Wow, a 5.19 ERA might as well be a 2 for this Colorado Rockies staff. He's incredible. You better get a home run off him.
You don't want to hear the crew go, tip your cap. This guy that hasn't been good all year. He just stymieing the Giants' bats.
Antonio Senzatella, who? Salmonella, that's gross. 6.68 ERA. You better get a home run off of him.
But I think acknowledging it out loud, I'm sure there's somebody out there like, you can't show weakness. But Adamas admitting it out loud, I do think that not that you're buying yourself equity with the fan base, but like you're showing a little bit of vulnerability. And I do believe in life when you show a little vulnerability, 9 times out of 10, people step away, they reflect, and they go, man, that person really cares.
Yeah.
Like that's what I think most people are thinking.
Right. No, and it's not weak at all, I would argue, to show that you're vulnerable. That's actually quite strong now.
I agree.
We're actually moving past this as a society, the whole, masculine, where you can't cry, you can't show your feelings. And now it's like, I want a man's man, right? I want the greatest generation, right? Who was the strong silent type as we go Tony Soprano. We got Sopranos. What happened to the strong silent type, right? As Tony's in therapy talking about his feelings, right? That's what we do now. It's okay. Shout out to the crows of the world, too. There you go.
Did you know that today, I think it was 18 years ago, was the final episode of Sopranos?
Really?
Yeah.
What is one of the most controversial final episodes in the history of television?
It was like an 0-2 count, and then the camera just froze on.
Like
I honestly
Adamas.
thought we kicked the cord. I thought we lost our cable.
Really?
Yeah. It went black. Everyone thought that their cable box went out.
God, what is the worst season finale of all time? Some people Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones is absolutely up there.
It wasn't even the finale. It
Sons
was
of Anarchy.
The entire last 2 seasons were just, what are you doing? Once they got past the source material, let's go Sons of Anarchy, you said?
The final season of Trent Baalke.
Yeah, that was tough. No, but it was a clean slate.
No, I needed to go.
That's a good one, Shasky.
There you go. Oh, by the way, Sam put this in the box over here. He says, tease this for this break right here. Check this out. Brian Windhorst has an update on Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis watch, Joe.
Are we doing this?
Does that get you excited?
Giannis watch.
Well, I mean, if Windy says it, it's got more credibility, but What exactly did Wendy say?
We'll talk about that on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Got one more segment before handing off to Steiny and Guru. This show has flown by. It's been fun. We got Woody Paige joined us. If you missed any of that interview, Woody Paige, just sports media legend, all-time winner of Around the Horn. Spoke about that. Spoke about the ineptitude that is the Colorado Rockies, who the Giants will be playing the next 3 days. If you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. But before we get back into some other things, by the way, we're going to revisit just rivalries in sports because Max Muncy, current Dodger, former A, both of those teams you would consider maybe rivals of the San Francisco Giants. Well, Max Muncy said there's only one rival for the Dodgers, and it is the San Francisco Giants, which begs the question, can there only just be one true rivalry between sports teams and franchises? We'll get into that because I do think there's a rivalry brewing between Joe Shasky and a current head coach in the NBA. We'll explain. But we teased it. Giannis watch. It's official. All right. Giannis watch is upon us. And this is the latest from one Brian Windhorst. Do you want me to read it, Sam, or can you? Or do you have the sound? Quite frankly.
We have the sound.
Oh, we have the sound. I see it on my board right here.
What was this on?
This was on Get Up on ESPN.
Okay.
And I'm going to play it right now. Here we go.
But right now, there is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade market. There is no Giannis Antetokounmpo trade discussions. He has not asked for it. The Bucks are not looking to trade him. And I just want to point something out about Karl Towns. While everybody in New York may want to trade him, he is an in his prime all-NBA player that contributed significantly to the Knicks, going the farthest they have in 25 years.
Right.
I just want to point that out.
Are you shocked by that? It's June 10th. There's no Giannis market or trade talk? Wow.
Okay, can we just, from Giannis's perspective, he's going to play without Dame next year? Because Dame's out for the whole year, at least. He's just going to play in Milwaukee?
What's wrong with that?
No,
he's loyal.
Refreshing. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying it's surprising given the modern landscape of the athletes in the NBA and the way that they kind of conduct business, and they see the sand coming out of the hourglass on their career. Okay. That is shocking that Giannis hasn't really, pressed them at all. But, I mean, are we just waiting maybe for the finals to finish up?
Maybe. But
there was a point in time where I never thought Dame would leave Portland. And then Dame asked out of Portland. And when did that happen? That trade happened kind of late in the offseason.
I want to say, but also it's a good point that Brian made there because he hasn't asked to be traded at all. He said he's going to review everything up. He hasn't asked to be traded. So there is this whole thing where we all expect it to happen, but in order for that to happen, he has to want it. And right now, if we're reading the tea leaves, it doesn't sound like he wants to leave. Whether you think that's the right move or not, as we just discussed, I don't know. But I'd be actually kind of shocked now. It's June 10th. Usually this stuff starts to kind of take shape, and it's just all quiet on the Eastern Front as we go Eastern Conference.
So what do you think the likelihood right now is that Giannis gets moved at all, percentage-wise?
10%.
Wow, that low?
Yeah.
I still think it's 50-50.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really? Why?
Just because I don't believe anything at face value when it comes to the NBA stars. They've always got their mind, 5, 6, 7 steps ahead of whatever we think we are.
Well,
we think they are.
Here's the follow-up from Windy on Get Up on ESPN. Brian Windhorst talking about why most of the NBA offseason action is going to happen around the NBA draft.
I think the majority of the action in this offseason is going to occur around the draft. Typically, we get most of the action between June 30th and about July 3rd. I think this year, because it's not really a free agent year, it's going to, and there's going to be, Molly, potentially there's going to be 3 or 4 picks in the lottery that might be available, might be movable. Teams moving out, teams moving up, teams moving back. And so that's going to be attached to bigger deals. So let's put it this way. Shams has cleared his calendar, and he's preparing to work his hardest around the draft. And we are going to go right from the NBA Finals into the free agent, into the offseason, headlong. You're going to get your action very soon, trust me.
And remember, Shams did say just a couple weeks ago, we played the sound, it's going to be the craziest offseason ever, potentially. But if Giannis isn't a part of it, can it still be the craziest offseason
ever? Well, the KD name will always have cachet.
Yeah, but it's kind of lost it a little bit, right?
No. I'm not saying it has the
No, I know.
same
Yeah.
cachet it had a couple years
For
ago.
sure.
It's definitely not. It's more matte than it is shiny.
Right.
And I'm not talking about the top of his head because trust me, I know I'm going bald too, KD.
All right, back shoulder fades.
But no, like Giannis is going to be a part of something. There's going to be some discussions. We're way too early in this.
Okay, well, if he's not going to be a Buck, then where would you guess that he's going to go?
The usual suspects, right? Miami, Dallas. I don't think Houston's this destination everyone else thinks it is, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not counting out the Clippers. I think they're going to be big game hunting. The Lakers, I wouldn't count out. What happens with Jokic this offseason? We sure everything's all good with Denver the way the season ended?
I wanted to ask Woody about that, but I didn't want to turn into the Colorado sports segment because I get it. We're in the Bay Area. But I was curious about Jokic's future there with how everything handled. It does look like the Thunder are just going to rule the West potentially for the next year or two. And again, we thought about the Celtics, right? One injury can change everything. So we have to play the seasons out. We tend to do this in basketball, but the Thunder, they flex their muscles in game two. I think they're going to win this series. I still do. I think maybe 5 or 6. And Halliburton really hasn't looked good outside of that one shot that he hit. But yeah, maybe Jokic is a big player in all this. But he likes just that market, right?
No, I know, but maybe he wants to play with Luka. That's something. I know they're best friends off the floor, and so again, it's the NBA, dude. Who knows? Karl Anthony Towns sounds like he's getting moved, doesn't he?
Maybe.
I feel like that whole Knicks situation is going to get blown up.
Have they announced their head coach yet? Do we even know? No Knicks head coach yet, right? They announced that Jay Wright.
Jason Kidd, I think, is in the mix of some sort.
Isn't he under contract with Dallas, though?
They apparently have mutual interest.
Mutual interest.
Oh, he's still with Dallas.
I love that. I love that.
Oh,
Could you imagine, I have mutual interest in another woman, but I'm still under contract with Michelle?
Hey, Michelle, he still loves you. Don't worry.
It's absurd. Sports is so great. They have mutual interest. I'm intrigued.
My favorite nickname that I heard from one Jason Kidd when he was as an assistant coach, and everyone's always linked him to taking over certain jobs, was when Game of Thrones was happening, as we were talking about series endings, was Kittlefinger. Remember Littlefinger? But they would call him Jason Kittlefinger because he was a backstabber. When it came to coaches. It's such a good nickname, though.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a deep cut. It is. By the way, as we put a bow on this Giannis talk, I guess the odds have shifted as of Monday.
Okay,
too.
what are they?
The Bucks are the favorites to have Giannis on the roster next season, -250, which translates to an implied probability of 71.43%.
Joe, a year ago, we were talking about Lauri Markkanen until our face turned purple. Okay?
Can't get those years back.
Then, not only after he signed, then what did we say? You have to wait X amount of days, and then he could get traded during the regular season. Now, a calendar year later, what is the report that's out right now?
Let's see. Bill Simmons adds fuel to Lauri Markkanen Utah Jazz trade rumors.
It's just the NBA never ends with the transactions.
Blockbuster trade idea that has the Lakers sending 2 key pieces for $46 million star Lauri Markkanen. Oh my God, what the hell are we doing here?
We're trying to work around a finals right now that isn't as compelling as everybody thought that it might be.
No one thought it was compelling. They were blowing smoke out of everything. We all knew it. They were so. Real quick, by the way, Lauri Markkanen last year, this was his stats. As everyone wanted to trade Kuminga,
17-8. I'm guessing 17-8 with 49% from the field.
19-6.
Okay.
42% from the field.
Wow, well, worse across the board, except the scoring.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, by the way, also can't guard a safety cone.
Jonathan Kuminga, 15 points, 4.6 rebounds, 2 assists, 45% from the field. So really,
wow, that's what Kuminga ended
points.
Up
Wow.
with.
That was what we were clamoring for Lauri Markkanen. The guy is 7 feet tall, and he can't even average double-digit assists.
On the Jazz.
Rebounds. On the Jazz. He can't even get, talking about fake 7-footers. That's what Steve Kerr's talking about. That is a fake 7-footer. He's not really 7 feet tall.
Well, the Jazz thing, they haven't been good for a long time.
Well, they didn't get the number 1 overall pick. They're hurting. Like they're
it's because they didn't trade away their best player per Adam Silver. If they would have done that, they would have won the lottery.
Their patron saint Cooper Flagg is no more. That they're just in shambles down there. It's tough. You hate to see it.
So Jason Kidd has mutual interest to go to New York, and isn't going to coach the Kyrie. Well, even though I guess Kyrie's recovering from an injury, but the Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, Klay Thompson team anymore. Boy, that happened quick. How many teams has Jay Kidd coached?
Would you rather coach the Knicks right now or the Cooper Flagg Dallas Mavericks? I actually think that's an interesting question.
I don't know. Who's paying me more?
Okay. Really?
What?
It's as simple as that?
I mean, if I'm Jason Kidd, I think it is comes down to money.
Well, Jason,
would you rather, let me ask you, would you rather live in New York in the winter or in Dallas in the winter? Because it's primarily a winter sport.
Well, Dallas is also cold in the winter. It's not that
No,
cold.
I didn't say it wasn't. I'm asking, where would you want to live?
I like New York. I do. I'd rather live in New
I've never
York.
been.
New York City's fun. I'd rather live in New York City, personally. But maybe Dallas, Jason.
I'd probably want to get away from Nico Harrison.
How is he still there?
But
how?
Because they won. They won.
Not because of him.
They won the overall.
How?
It's absurd they won.
It's absurd. We were so wrapped up in all the Warriors, the playoffs. The Mavericks getting the number 1 overall pick is absurd.
Would you rather have Trent Baalke run your organization for 5 years or Nico Harrison? Oh. I'm going to go Nico. I actually think Nico could identify some talent. He might trade away some talent, but he'll identify some.
Both went to a championship. Both reached it. They both reached it. They did.
Oh, God.
Hey, Jason Kidd or Jim Harbaugh? Who do you want?
Harbaugh.
Not even close?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. As we were talking about rivalries, we can get back into it. 888-957-9570. We just want to do a little Giannis watch. Why not, right? We got to see what's going on.
Yeah, we're having fun with it.
We're having fun with it. This is what we kind of started the show with, though, today. Max Muncy. Is he kind of stoking the flames a little bit more? Giants, Dodgers are going to be playing each other next weekend. Take a listen. This is Max Muncy, current Dodger, almost foul territory.
The Padres bring everything that is in a rivalry, but you only have one rival. I don't like when people say you have rivals. I just think if you have a rival, it's your counterpart, and that's always going to be the Giants for the Dodgers, at least, and it's always going to be the Red Sox for the Yankees. People always made the argument that the Astros and Yankees had a good rivalry going, and it's like, that's true, but you only have one rival. And so for me, like I said, the Padres bring everything that a rivalry brings. For me, your rival is just one team. You don't have multiple teams as your rival.
Okay. I'm going to ask the question right now then. I'm taking the totality of the Bay Area sports landscape. Who is the biggest rival right now? Bay Area sports. Who is the team that the Bay Area could collectively say, screw them? I'm out. Who is it? 888-957-9570. Is that it? We collectively all hate the Chiefs? Doesn't matter. I think Pajemski's the Chiefs fan, by the way. He's a big Mahomes guy.
Well, can they really be the rivals when they don't look at us as a rival in any way?
No, he's just asking who we hate the most.
Oh, okay, you're right. Okay.
That's different than rivals.
Okay, it's different. Okay.
So like LeBron and Mahomes and the Chiefs.
I think LeBron is the answer. LeBron is collectively that's the rival. You can't stand that guy. Yeah. And he's had your number in the past. You've had his number in the past.
Well, he's had Kiki Vandeweghe's number in the past where we were speed dialing the Lakers, to get Draymond suspended.
I mean, the playoffs, though. The most recent example would be the playoffs against them a couple years ago where they beat them.
Yeah, you're right. When that guy saved him. Lonnie Walker.
Kane's legend. Kane's legend. Thank you. It's all about the you. You still can't believe
one of the worst nights ever.
You okay over there? Look at this guy.
I just
look
remember
at him on the YouTube.
Fourth quarter. Lonnie Walker's just hitting buckets. I'm like, can someone guard him? Anyone? And Clay's got the ball with 6 seconds, dribbling, and we're like, oh my God. It was awful. That fourth quarter will live in my head forever.
Okay, so
that's one of those losses. You remember certain losses, like Darren Williams. If I just say Darren Williams, right? Carlos Boozer. I remember the Warriors losing to that Jazz team after the We Believe, and I hated that team. God, I hated them, and it's just like, oh. We bring up Kent Bazemore. I automatically think of him closing out on Ginobili in the series against the Spurs. You bring up that game, Lonnie Walker fourth quarter. It's just
BA Brian Anderson on the call called the Lonnie Walker game for TNT. He did, and it's written in stone at crypto.com arena. There's a new rivalry budding, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this. Joe Shasky and one JJ Redick. I think they might come to fisticuffs here if they ever see each other in person. JJ Redick's, he's in your dome right now,
No,
Joe.
he's a condescending, arrogant jerk.
No, he's a Duke grad. Oh, wait, sorry, same thing.
Is it
He's honestly, gosh, he's one of the most insufferable people in sports right now. Hands down for me. It's not even close.
Okay. Well, this is him talking on, what's this, the Old Man of the Three podcast, Sam? What is this? That's
I think this was Quentin Richardson's podcast.
Quentin
Let me get the name.
I love Quentin Richardson.
The Young Man in the Three? Is that what it is? Here's JJ Redick talking about his off season being harder than the actual season, and boy, did it get Joe Shasky mad.
You weren't even around me in the off season. My off seasons were harder than the season, bro. That's a fact, and that's a big reason I retired because I couldn't do their off season. Straight up, like my off seasons were 6 days a week, 2 or 3 workouts a day, Saturdays off, Sundays make 342 shots exactly every Sunday in the off season for the last 13 years.
Why 342?
It's very simple, man. There's 7 spots on the floor, 20 spot 2s, 20 spot 3s, 3 dribbles going right, 3 dribbles going left. That's plus 20 free throws. That's 342.
Okay, so there you go. His off season was harder than the actual season. Is that recent or did that just like pop up on social? Because I'm looking up the interview right here. Quentin Richardson podcast, JJ Redick.
You got to play more of it. He talks about going to the ice tub.
You mean this?
I started cold tubbing, and I'd be like, all right, they want me to cold tub for 12 minutes. So I'd cold tub for 12 minutes. And then I get to the point where I'd be like, if I start my timer a little too early, I'm not getting that full 12 minutes. I don't want to cheat myself. So I started cold tubbing for 12 minutes and 25 seconds, just to give myself a wiggle room, right? My routine, like, on a normal day of game, I knew exactly what I was going to eat for breakfast. I knew exactly when I was going to get to the gym. I knew exactly how many minutes I was going to spend in the hot tub before I got on the training table. Then I got my work in the weight room for activation. Then I got my pre-shoot around shooting. Then my post-shoot around shooting. Then my cold tub. Knew exactly what I'm going to eat for lunch. Then I knew exactly when I was going to nap. I had my naps timed out, bro. By the end of my career, if I said I need to fall asleep at 1:05 to wake up at 3:30, I could do it like that.
No, you
that guy's
can't.
a hard worker. I
No, you
respect
can't.
that.
This guy's so full of crap.
Why?
This is what I'm talking about, dude. The more he talked, the less I believed him. I had my naps timed out to perfection. I mean, Joe,
he cares about his body and his regimen.
No one is saying that he's not regimented. No one is saying that. But to think that this guy only, what did he say, 320? I only hit 320 shots every single time. I only was in the tub for 12 minutes and 25 seconds every single time. And it was exact every single day. And we worked out. No, dude, come on, man. He's insufferable. Like, honestly, he is top 5 most insufferable people on the planet right now.
Really?
Yes.
More so than Aaron Rodgers? JJ Redick?
He's right next to him. You know why? You know what they both have in common?
What?
Condescending jerk who thinks they're always right and can't realize how ridiculous they sound.
Is that the this or that for tomorrow? Is it JJ Redick versus Aaron Rodgers? Who's more insufferable?
Does anyone like the guy like, I only eat chicken, broccoli, and rice every single day, no matter what?
I think that was Skip Bayless. I think that was his.
Yeah, and Skip's a weirdo. Skip's a weirdo.
I mean, bodybuilders do that stuff, right? They eat a lot of.
This is where my whole thing with JJ started. When he was like telling people how to youth coach, and he's like, it's a travesty. Every single youth coach, he was just blanket statements. I don't care if it's first grade. You teach man-to-man from the beginning. JJ, I've been coaching for 20 years. You get an hour with a bunch of second graders who can't even dribble, and you're going to teach man-to-man defense with a 1-hour practice a week? Shut up. Shut the hell up. You speak from privilege, and every time your mouth is open, I don't want to hear about it. When you're coaching your kids' 12U team and you've got hours upon hours upon hours, teaching a man-to-man defense is totally fine. If I'm coaching at the Y and it's a bunch of kids who literally have never played basketball in their lives, what? Why are you laughing?
It's just funny how much you hate JJ Redick.
It's absurd. And you're gonna teach a bunch of second graders who have never dribbled a basketball in their life sophisticated man-to-man shell defense for 48 of your 1-hour practice. Like that's stupid. Honestly, it's stupid.
He's a good coach. As a rookie head coach, he got his team into the first round of the playoffs. It's pretty good. And he's got Luka Doncic on there now.
And what did he do?
Stock is
One
up.
of the most unprecedented things we've ever seen. He played an entire team for an entire half of 5 guys, and that's it.
He did. He didn't have the depth. That's the only players he trusted at that moment. That was a rookie head coach mistake. He'll learn.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
You didn't think he had a good rookie season as head coach?
I'm not saying he wasn't regimented. You clearly have to have a level of dedication and regiment to make it as far and to last as far as these guys do. What I'm saying is he puts extra on everything.
He does.
And I find it to be so disingenuous.
We need more characters like that, though. Like, isn't he perfect for L.A.? He's such a... Come on. He's the perfect Laker head coach. Insufferable. That's what you want. We're talking about rivalries. God, I wish Warriors-Lakers was a rivalry. That'd be great. Steve Kerr, J.J. Redick. They love it. Be awesome. Be awesome.
This is like the person who tells you, I've never had McDonald's before. And you're like, come on. Come on. You never had McDonald's.
McValue.
You never had, McDonald's is selling 400 gazillion burgers a day. They advertise it, and you've never had one. Like that, those people drive me nuts.
J.J. Redick might have. I don't know. Yeah, you got to ask him, Joe. You got to ask him. Most insufferable.
He is a rival for me right now. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, I'll admit it.
Do you?
He gets under my skin.
Do you hate him more than you hate LeBron? Sports hate?
Well, they're very similar. Because they're full of it. You know, LeBron, I was reading this book. The one that you've been on the first page of for the last 10 years? I
had my naps timed out, bro.
Come on. Look, it's ridiculous. As a guy who takes naps, you do not have your naps time. I'm sorry. You do not have your naps time. You might have an alarm to wake you up, but you do not like, now's the time I'm going to bed. Like, you would be the most psychotic individual on the planet if that was true. Come on. My naps are timed out. Just say it out loud. It's absurd.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
Even Quinn Richards is like, for real? Why 342 shots made?
I actually kind of feel him on that, though, because I do have a nap window after I get out. I do have a nap window when I get out of here. So I have to hit it by like 12 or 12:30ish. And if it's any time after that, I can't, because I'll be too lethargic. I'll sleep too long, and then I'll feel horrible. So I agree.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
I had them timed out. It's so good.
It's so dumb.
Most insufferable personality.
But here's the thing, like Steph Curry. Do we all know that Steph Curry works out? Do we think that Steph Curry has dedicated his life to his body?
Yes.
All right, yeah, but he doesn't like slam it down your throat. This is like and again, I'm a religious individual to a degree, but like overly religious person, overly workout person, overly sober person. Like when you take it to the extremes, it's just nobody wants to hear all that. That's all I'm saying. Nobody wants to hear all that.
Sure?
I had my naps timed out, bro.
You had your prayers timed out?
I mean,
you had LJ nap time. Do you time LJ's naps out, right?
No, I'm way different than my wife. There's some days I'm like, look, Michelle, the sun is still out. I'm not trying to put my son down while the sun is still out.
The sun's still out at 8 o'clock. It's bedtime still. You got to put them down. That's what happens. But it's very difficult because they're distracted when the sun is up, because they think it's like, no, they got to play these mind games with them. So that's why you got to have like the nice like curtains that black out everything, so they can just go.
No, we have the blackout curtains.
There you go. You gotta go.
But we have to like use her hair ties to whatever they're
together.
Yeah, because they're very heavy.
Oh, like the pins, the hair pins, bobby pins.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Not bad. Okay, so I just needed to clarify that rivalries could be more. It could just be against a coach. You cannot like a coach. That's fine. We're talking about coaches you couldn't stand or players/coaches, but Sean Payton forever was that guy for me. I could not stand. Sean Payton.
You brought up ride or die earlier, and you're talking about all these guys that you couldn't stand. There was something about, and I'm going to bring it up right now because I heard Steiny and Guru talking about it yesterday, but like Don Nelson, who was awarded a particular achievement this week, what was basically like a lifetime achievement for his contributions to basketball.
Yeah.
Don Nelson was. I totally acknowledge the flaws of Don Nelson.
The Chuck Daly Lifetime Achievement Award.
Right?
He was awarded.
I totally acknowledge that, like, I don't know if he would have ever won a title, like, even if he had the right team, because he was very self-destructive. But there's something about Nelly, for me, he says, I love Nelly. Like, I know that it was probably crash and burn come the end, but he was a very Shakespearean type person who I felt was at the cusp of creativity, but was also extremely tortured. And there was something very relatable about Nelly. And I just couldn't give him up. I love Nelly. I do. I love Nelly. But I also totally admit he's nowhere near like a Phil Jackson or even Steve Kerr. Like, I don't know if Nelly would have won the title with these Warrior teams. I don't know if he would have had the longevity to be able to get along with all these guys long enough. But there's something about him I couldn't give up. He's like an intoxicating drug.
I love that. And I love that question about flawed coaches that you'll ride or die with. Like, they may never win. And, like, it might be obvious that they'll never win. Like, people laugh at this
Dusty
guy.
Baker for me. Love Dusty Baker.
Recently.
He was the Marty Schottenheimer of baseball. He'd get you to the playoffs. I love him. I love everything he represents. Crash and burn in you could see it coming a mile away.
And he finally won one with the Astros. It took an incredibly stacked team, one of like the great teams of the last
I love
century.
Dusty. I can't quit Dusty.
I feel that way about Tom Thibodeau. I get it. Like, people like have he wears his players out. He does this. No, he gets his players to play hard, and he maximizes what he can with them. And I think he maximized that Knicks team this year. Karl-Anthony Towns couldn't get Karl-Anthony Towns playing defense. If he can't get anyone to play defense, then I don't know what to tell you. And he had him back in Minnesota, I want to say. Did he not? When he was the head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves back then with Jimmy Butler, obviously with Andrew Wiggins. So, like, it's just a thing. Cat's just not going to play defense. It is what it is. And I do think he was kind of whack. I know Mark was in at the time when he got the firing was announced. Grandy filling in for me. I did think that was kind of weak. Like, he takes this team to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in over 20-plus years, and you're going to fire him? Really? Really? And I get it. They blew a 20-point lead. Like, the Knicks, and maybe in their minds they should have won it, but they didn't. Credit to the Pacers. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year, and they had the better offense overall than you, and that played itself out throughout the series. So, like, that's a guy, like, I love Tibbs. Like, he could coach me or coach my team any day of the week because I know those players are going to play hard for him at the end of the day. That's what's going to happen. Now, who fired him? Was it the head GM? Was it the head coach? Hell, was it Jalen Brunson? I think he has a lot of say in there. Maybe it was him. I don't know. But that's an example, right? As we're talking Don Nelson, a flawed head coach, but one guy you can't quit. Jim Harbaugh might be that guy in the NFL.
Well, I love Harbaugh.
He might not ever win it. He
did win the national title.
Different college, right? Because I think Pete Carroll was that guy for a lot of people. That was flawed. And that raw stuff wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Started in the NFL, went back to college, went back to the NFL, and you know what? He won it. And that, I think, shifted a lot of people how they view Pete Carroll because he did win it, and he was a play away from winning another one, and that's kind of what people remember him now as, is the guy that didn't give Marshawn the ball right at the 1 yard line.
But I like guys like Nelly. I think when he came to the Warriors and where I was as a sports fan, he had a huge impact on me, you know. And the way I view him is, I'm gonna make the most out of the least. And the guy that you guys all think is really good, I actually think he stinks. And the guy that you all think stinks, I actually think he's really good. I love that about him.
You know what he had in him? He had some Al Davis in him.
I was gonna say Mike Martz.
Mike Martz is good.
Kind of a mad scientist,
in
him.
But I like the Al Davis.
Al Davis is a good one, though.
Because he was a maverick. I'm gonna do things my way.
Yeah.
We see greatness where others don't. Right? Al Davis. It's a horrible impression, but
it's true.
That's what he did, and that's why he went to historically black colleges and universities when no one else was going to that town. He found the Willie Browns, the Gene Upshaws, the Art Shells of the world, said, oh, you guys are so smart. You guys are going to be, all these owners and GMs, you guys are going to be racist. Fine. I'm going to go tap into this talent pool, go draft these players, because clearly you're all saying something that I don't. He finds them and turns them all into Hall of Famers, and the rest is history, right? Then we started going at the Grambling Saints of the world. We started sending talent scouts down to these places, right? So I always have tremendous respect for Al Davis. And you know what I always think of when I think Don Nelson, Joe? It's silly, but I think of him wearing the sports coat jacket with no tie or anything, and it was just like a
boiler.
It was just like a plain white tee underneath, and only he can get away with it, right?
Well, no doubt, only he can get away with it. But Nelly, and I've said this before on air, and I'll say it again. Nelly, the guy he reminds me the most of in the current modern landscape. Everyone's like, Kyle Shanahan is Andy Reid. I think he's more Don Nelson.
Wow, that's an interesting one.
Because I think he's extremely stubborn. That's number one.
Very smart, clearly.
No doubt smart. Like, football lifer, Nelly was a basketball lifer.
Yes.
Addicted to it, right? And couldn't stay away.
And Nelson was a championship player, too.
No.
That is something that is baked into it.
And I don't know, I know T.O. and Andy Reid had a thing, but I felt like that was more McNabb, whatever.
Yeah.
But Shanahan and players, there is a doghouse. Yeah. And when you say doghouse, the first name I think of is Don Nelson. I think of all the different guys that he beefed with, whether it was here, whether it was the Mavs, back here. And then he had guys that, were his dudes and only could work for him.
Yeah, always.
I think we look at Kittle right now and we're like, oh, yeah, Kittle would work anywhere. Coming out of Iowa, did anyone think that?
No one thought that. Who? George Kittle? Who's that guy?
Right?
All those players, quite frankly.
Now I think that he could be good in a lot of places. But do we really, do you really think, his first couple years in the league, every good OC is turning George Kittle into some version of what he is.
No,
I don't.
No. Well,
and I'm not knocking Kittle. I'm talking about the genius of Kyle.
It's why I believe in the conspiracy theory of he wanted Mac Jones all along, because he did think that, I think this guy is the best out of all. I think I can make him the best out of all of them. How
Doesn't
about that?
surprise me.
Like, I feel that still. And by the way, he might have an opportunity. Everyone hopes that Brock Purdy stays healthy, but maybe Mac Jones will have an opportunity. Kyle's like, yes, here's my moment. Finally, baby. By the way, we're talking about Don Nelson getting the Chuck Daly Lifetime Achievement Award. Obviously deserving of that. One of the all-time winningest head coaches in the league. Here is Don Nelson talking about, this is what everyone talked about. Oh, we're talking about. It was the fact that he was wearing Luka Doncic shoes, and he made everyone know about it, too.
And Luka, too, my dear friend. As a matter of fact, I want everybody to know I'm wearing Luka's shoes, his new shoes from Nike. They just got on the market, and I'm wearing them in protest for the trade from Dallas. I think it was a tremendous mistake by the Dallas franchise to trade him, and I want everybody to know that.
Yeah, he would know about bad mistakes trading someone away, Chris Webber.
Right? But he also, I think, realized that. That's probably in there. And he's tied with Dirk. Like, they are like, they know it. And Dirk was not a fan of this trade at all from the Luka Doncic. Now, everyone's all happy. You're going to get Cooper Flagg now. But listen, there's a good chance that Cooper Flagg doesn't even sniff the career that Luka Doncic even had with the Mavericks. He did take them to a finals. Like, at the bar, Cooper's going to have to do that. There is a lot of pressure going into Cooper Flagg because he's, as we all think, going to get drafted number 1 overall by the Dallas Mavericks. I think they just had a workout with them, or they scheduled one anyways. So that was fun, going a little down memory lane with Don Nelson.
He's one of those guys, like, I'm never going to win the argument he's like one of the best. He's not one of the best ever. But there's something about Nelly I can't quit. I love him. I do. I love him. And then I'll never forget the day on the other station when Fitz came on and said, Mike Montgomery might be out and Don Nelson might be in. Right. I will never forget how happy I was and how many phone calls I made. Oh, my God. This is the back of the day of, like, two-way pagers and the very advent of Nokia cell phones and whatnot.
Had fax machines and stuff.
No, not fax machines, doggy. But we were all calling each other up.
Oh, you guys didn't have faxes then?
The fax machine? Are you kidding me? In my 20s?
Yeah, no. I don't know.
A fax machine?
Like 50 or something.
I didn't even know how to do a fax.
Did you have your naps timed out? Did Don Nelson have his naps timed out?
I had my naps timed out, bro.
We have Fast Five timed out. We've had some good drops this week.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
There's so much. That's me whenever I hit a ball into the bunker.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Some major Gabe Kapler vibes with JJ Redick.
Oh, that's not a bad comp.
JJ Kapler.
The more I hear that drop, the more I'm like, they kind of sounded like I had my naps timed out. That's like him talking about his bike ride. I have it timed out exactly.
Obviously, I got my bike rides timed out.
Exactly. Because he was telling us about his bike.
JJ and I definitely talk about P90X when we are together down in Miami.
I actually went to JJ. He helped me get my naps in order, so I was able to time them out, obviously, by getting advice from him because he is a very knowledgeable man.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
It's ridiculous. Quentin Richardson was looking at him like, shut up.
Quentin Richardson.
Q was sick, though.
He was. I actually love that conversation about the flawed coaches.
My favorite video game team of all time, NBA Street, was the Clippers with Lamar Odom, Quentin Richardson. That team was sick.
I hate that Stephen A. Smith has made me think, whenever I hear the word Lamar Odom, I think of his drop now. I hate that I think that.
Lamar was one of my favorite video game players ever.
In today's league, he would dominate. He'd be a perennial all-star.
Can you name the Rhode Island teammate?
Oh,
come on. Anyone?
Rhode Island?
Yeah, for Jim Herrick, the banished UCLA coach.
No.
Cuttino Mobley.
Oh, no, yeah.
Cuddy.
No, I would not have got that. No.
How did Jim Herrick get Lamar Odom and Cuttino Mobley to go to Rhode Island?
It's a great,
huge
great
bags
recruit.
Of cash.
Major bag alert right there. Lamar Odom, by the way, he was so sneaky on those Lakers championship teams. Like, imagine having 2 7-footers out there, Bynum and Gasol. And by the way, we'll have 6'11" Lamar Odom come off the bench. Just, size matters, folks. It absolutely does, especially when Kevin Garnett got hurt, and he had Kendrick Perkins out there. No, it was Perkins that got hurt, right? And it was a hobbled Kevin Garnett. And everyone said, if Perk was healthy, things would have been different. Please. Kendrick Perkins was healthy in the 2010 finals. Miss me with that. What's your final thought, Joe?
My final thought is Don Nelson looked like he's been at the craps table in Vegas for the last 20 years. I mean, I had heard from a variety of people that Waikiki has turned into some version of the Strip, but I didn't know that Nelly also is now running it like it's the 1970s casino movie. I mean, he looks like a mobster, does he not?
Was that a puka shell necklace he was wearing?
What is
that? It's like a braided thing. I'm trying to look at what it was.
Sure.
Rick Carlisle standing next to him there, too. I'm just looking at the photo as Don Nelson earns the Lifetime Achievement Award. And then he rips the Mavericks. But you know who probably loved that? Rick Carlisle, who's also was ripped the Mavericks in the past. Won a championship there, obviously, too. Carter, what you got? What's your final thought?
My final thought is today marks 3 years since that wonderful Game 4 in Boston in 2022 for Steph Curry. Literally a moment for me that I will never forget in my Bay Area sports fandom. I remember where I was sitting through the whole thing, and it was just incredible. One of the best games I'll ever watch.
Were you there?
I was there.
You were there?
Yeah. Outside of a clincher, winning like the whole thing on the road, because, like the Giants winning in Texas, that was on the road, Game 5. I think it's one of the greatest playoff games in Bay Area sports history. I put it there with the 88 NFC Championship game against the Chicago Bears, where the Niners went in there and kicked the crap out of them.
I like that.
That was like a not coming of age, but it solidified Joe Montana as one of the greatest players ever.
Sam, your final thought?
My final thought is NBA Finals Game 3 is tonight, and I'm already declaring it. There's no way these finals will be as fun as the Stanley Cup final has been last night. Even when the Panthers were blowing the Oilers out, that was still a fun game. I think there was like 160 penalty minutes total.
It's actually tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, sorry, it's tomorrow? Okay, yeah. Regardless, the Cup has been far more fun than the NBA
just showed
finals.
You how much no one cares. You didn't even know what day.
Exactly. And there's a point last night where all 5 guys on the ice were fighting. You had 5 different fights happening at once. It was the most insane thing ever. These Cup finals have been so much fun to watch. That said, Panthers are still going to probably roll over the Oilers.
Is this one of this is a dynasty if the Panthers go back to back and go to 3 straight Stanley Cups, right?
It's looking like that.
Like that's incredible. Florida.
Between Tampa and the Panthers, yeah, it's so incredibly unfair. They don't deserve it.
There you go. You hate to see it for Canada, who lives and breathes for hockey, and our Florida team.
Not a single Panther.
Of all the states, Florida's balling on that ass.
Not a single Panthers fan has ever seen snow in person at any time. I'm talking about the actual snow. Relax, Spadoni.
Well, it's South Beach, right? There you go.
The only ice they've ever seen is in their drinks.
I've only seen snow like 3 or 4 times in my life. Maybe 5.
That's more than any Panthers fan ever.
And that was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Guru next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
station.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. Go on. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got some good news. Good news.
I'm here for it.
Evan's back feels a little better today.
There we go. And my knee problems are almost done.
And consequently, his disposition is a little better today.
How you doing?
Oh, dynamite. Yeah.
You had a good night? I did.
I had a great night.
Yeah. I watched the BT Awards, Kevin Hart. Oh, my gosh. You talk about funny. Let's go, Steiny.
You know what? I watched a movie last night.
A doc or a movie?
A movie.
Okay, we're all excited. Tell us.
It was made a while ago. George Clooney, Up in the Air. Have you ever seen it?
No, I haven't.
Up in the Air.
And I like him. So does my wife.
Yeah.
Anyway, looking dude.
That was all right.
Yeah.
It's about a dude who
was in the air?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
He flew around the country and accumulated a lot of miles. Hey, Giants, they're in Colorado. 3 games.
Get fat, baby. Dude, come on.
Go ahead. You've already used it 3 times.
Oh, see,
go ahead. Use it 4.
This is when, I need you to build my takes up, not tear them down. But the Giant Bats will get fat because the Rockies are the bakery of the Major League Baseball.
You struggled with that.
Yeah. Shout out Shasky.
This is a bakery game.
Yeah. 7 runs. Man, they're going to average 7 runs in this series.
What about Palmquist?
His ERA is what, 9? 8.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. You would think they were in good shape. How about that? The Bats.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Hey, so sometimes it takes me longer than most to process something. I mean, this might have been a better topic for yesterday. Oh, by the way, coming up at 11:15 today.
11? Go ahead.
Remember yesterday we kind of talked about this idea we had.
Well, at the Cafeteria Friday, we really broke
We started
that.
it.
Yeah.
We started it. And we made a little bit of headway, but at 11:15 today, we are going to really seek the input of listeners because I'm a list guy. I love lists. Just love them. And we're compiling a list, but we want it to be comprehensive. And so we're going to need some help from our listeners. And I'm just going to say this. I told this idea to the boss yesterday, okay? And when I told him, he looked at me and he goes, Steiny, I got to tell you, you've been locked in. So clearly it's going to be something that the boss approves of. So we'll take it and run with it, and we'll tell you more about what we need you for as the next hour unfolds.
Yeah, that's what you call a tease, people.
Exactly. So Buster Posey was on the Tim Kawakami podcast yesterday, and he talked about the Zach Wheeler trade. And he's talking about it from a player perspective. Back in 2011, when the Giants traded a prospect, Zach Wheeler, for Carlos Beltran. And this is what Posey had to say, and I started thinking about it.
I love the Wheeler trade. I mean, I just think it was such a bold move by Sabes. Bringing in Carlos Beltran, one of the great hitters in the game, and it was just a signal to the group that he felt like we were in a position to go out and win again. And I don't look at that as a negative because again, it was the leader of our operation saying, I believe in you guys. And, Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in the game, but it'd be nice if we had a crystal ball and could say that was, you don't know. Nobody knows.
And it took them a while, too.
Anybody that says they know, it's always easy to look back on these things, years down the road and then overanalyze them.
All right, so that was Buster Posey.
BP.
And do you know that Zach Wheeler pitched last night?
Yeah.
Do you know that he gave up just 1 run in 6 innings?
He's a dude. He's
gave
been a
up
dude.
3 hits.
All right.
Phillies got off the schneid.
Because you tweeted the Vine thinking about this.
I did. So there's 2 things we got to talk about. The idea of a trade and then the trade itself. So I get it as a player. And Posey was hurt when the trade was made, but nevertheless, he was a catcher at that point. He was on the team. And I said, it was a great, bold move. It was a signal to the group. I don't look at it as a negative.
And I loved all of that.
That's as a player. All right. Do we really want Posey to make a trade like that?
If he believes it can work, I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Because there's 2 sides to this, Steiny.
So just a couple things. Beltran played 44 total games for the Giants.
They lost the trade.
44.
Right.
Total games. 179 at-bats as a Giant. Wheeler was 21 years old at that point, and a big prospect in their farm system. He pitched last night. He's still a hell of a pitcher. He hasn't played a game since 2017.
It's over. I got it.
I get it as a player. Posey liked the move because of the signal it sent.
And it was aggressive. They needed it.
But it did not work.
Yeah, but I feel like you're right. But I feel like,
of course I'm right.
I feel like you're taking his words out of context and being the ultimate version of Monday morning quarterback. At that time, the move signaled and Posey. You're right, Steiny, but he's still a person, player. Now he's up in the upstairs. He's got all the what word am I looking for? Residue of Sabian. But for him to talk about what that meant in that clubhouse, even if it worked or not, that to me is half the battle. You are told nobody's going to fight you at all about now when you look back on it. But I thought the reason he talked about it glowingly was what it meant for the guys and how aggressive it was for the players.
Okay, and what did it mean?
That the team thought they had action.
And what happened?
They didn't win it.
Okay.
Right. So why are you blown away? Well, I'm asking, why are you bringing the corpse out the casket?
Would you make that trade right now if you were the Giants?
Well, now, knowingly now, I would not.
They were 61 and 44 at that point when they made the trade.
So they were in it.
They're 10 out. They're 10 over now.
Yeah. And they went for it thinking this guy's going to send us over the top. And, hey, maybe we'll miss on Wheeler if he blossoms. And they did. You're right, Steiny. But I guess I feel like you're taking it. You're missing the crux of it.
No, I'm not. I don't think I am.
That signal to the players.
Right.
Even though we got a good record right now, we got action, and they backed it up trying to go get us more.
Okay. So as long as there's a reason for a trade and you can justify it, I guess it doesn't matter if it doesn't work out.
No.
As long as you can justify it, that's fine.
No, I remember that move, Steiny, and everybody was excited. But I guess I'm asking you, what problem do you have even putting Buster in at the time? The player I think it's beautiful that we're getting insight of what a move like that can signal inside the clubhouse.
Right. But I don't give a rat's ass what it signaled inside the clubhouse. They didn't then use it to get into the postseason.
Well, I'll say this to that.
So, I would just say a devil's advocate, and I'm not listening. I'm not. Of course, the trade happened 14 years ago, so that's part of it. I'm just saying that, it was a signal to the clubhouse. Okay, it was a signal what? We believe we can get this done with Beltran. Yeah. Well, they didn't. So, the clubhouse was galvanized after that. They really loved it. Well, okay, that's great.
Yeah.
They didn't make the postseason that year. And I guess, yes, it did hit me. It did hit me when I'm looking at box scores last night.
No,
and I see Zach Wheeler. It's 2025.
I get it.
And Beltran hasn't had an at-bat since 2017.
Okay. I'll give you all that. But the rat on the table, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control this Tuesday morning is, Steiny. There is no doubt, even though Buster was a player when that happened, and watching what Sabian has done throughout his tenure and Buster's career, there's no doubt if this team keeps in the right direction, Buster's going to be aggressive. Meet me halfway with, can you understand like that?
But aggressiveness in and of itself.
But you got to take chances in life. The A's did it with the Cespedes trade, remember? Although they still made the playoffs, but it blew up in their face.
Thank you. And you know, this is what I get. Lev from the YouTube chat. Steiny's way too smart to be this dumb. It was the right move at the time. Okay, that's fine. No, like really?
You're saying you just
it was
saw
the right
Wheeler.
move. It was the right move at the time.
No, they lost the trade.
Okay,
Steiny. Yeah,
but it was the right move at the time. So nothing to see here, as you would say. Okay. Did I tell you Wheeler pitched last night?
That is it's incredible.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm not here to say Buster Posey's an idiot. I'm just here to say, would you make that this team's 10 games over 500? I want you to come up with a name of a hitter that you really like, and then I'll ask you if the Giants should trade a guy like Carson Wisenhunt for him.
No.
Well, that's what they did. Gotta go.
Yeah.
That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Spring water different? We always bottle our Alpine spring water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from
tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Go on and on.
Okay. You're looking very perplexed right now. What's going on?
Oh, did you see the catch of the year last night by one athletic named Denzel Clark, Steiny, in Anaheim?
Saw it before the show today.
It was one of the greatest catches I've ever seen. It
was a nice catch.
When I say great catch, what comes to mind for you? Do you have one?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Give it to us.
But I don't know the player or the team. Remember the minor league dude?
Who went through the wall? That's not a catch.
It counts.
Well, kind of not what we're talking about, Steiny.
No, it was tough because he had to run through, literally run through a wall.
And the hop. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I think we got the, if I ask Evan, can we hear the call of this great catch last night in Anaheim?
Pitch to Nolan Shawano, left-handed hitter, 5-ball left center. Denzel going back, here in the track, at the track, right to the wall, leaping, climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did! You can't believe what this kid is doing in center field. He got himself suspended on top of the wall and brought it back for out number 2.
That is the great Ken Korak, Steiny.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Let me ask Evan something.
God.
As a budding, he's not a budding play-by-play. He is a play-by-play guy. That was a pretty good call.
That's about as perfect of a call, of a crazy catch like that as you can put together.
Suspended.
You know what I thought was the best part of that call? Was when he came down, Korak didn't know if he had it because he didn't show the ball right away. And he just simply said, did he catch it? Nothing wrong with that. He made no assumption.
But the word suspended
that is my word.
Was perfect. Like I couldn't think of a way to describe it. Pardon me. And he did it in 3 seconds.
Yeah. It was he's really good.
No, he's all time. But Steiny, you really don't have there's so many great catches, and it starts with Willie Mays, the basket catch.
Well, you mentioned a great one.
But Jim Edmonds, Game 7, I forget the 2004 against the Astros. It was the playoffs. He looked like Superman flying and caught the ball. So there's so many great ones, but Denzel, Steiny just called up, hadn't been on the team too long, and that's not his first catch like that. But I believe that might be catch of the year early. He's suspended.
Evan always laughs at me for this one, but I'm telling you, one of the greatest catches I ever saw was Josh Donaldson, foul ball.
Yeah.
At the old Coliseum.
It was a great
where there was 17 acres of fouled ground, and he went in and he caught it, and he ended up between the tarp and the railing, and he got squeezed in there and he couldn't get out. It was a
Derek Jeter going in there, coming out with blood, Evan, that was in the playoffs. Now that's a catch.
I don't laugh at Steiny for saying that it is. I laugh at him for not remembering that it's been done before. That he said it's the first time he's ever seen it. And Eric Chavez has done that before.
But Chavez never got stuck. Like, Donaldson got stuck.
It's because he's a better athlete than
And there
Donaldson.
we go. Like, I'm taking points away because you got stuck, Steiny.
No, that's what made it great.
Yeah.
He's trying to pull his leg out after.
He also had to get up and get the ball out because there was a runner on first that could have tagged. It was pretty incredible.
Thank you.
Yeah, Willie Mays was a World Series. I get it. That was incredible, man. But, boy, if I were to ask you and Evan and the listeners, Steiny, we can just have this a theme for today. What sport has the greatest athletes? No, ain't no, huh?
That's a short discussion.
Not really.
Yeah, I know.
He said not really. You said it's a short.
It's a short discussion.
I don't think it is.
And
I got NHL up there, too.
Yeah, all athletes must answer to basketball players.
Have you seen basketball players try to throw out a first pitch?
Yeah, they
can't even reach the plate.
Now,
Some of them.
Have you ever seen a baseball player try to shoot a jump shot?
I saw Mike Trout dunk.
No chance.
Mike Trout has dunked,
No
Steiny.
way.
You can look it up. He's done it. Andrew McCutcheon.
Photoshop. You are so gullible.
Evan,
when it
help
comes
me
to
out.
that
MLB
Photoshop
players,
stuff.
some can hoop.
Well, first of all,
some, you're right. Some,
okay,
but they all can if they're a basketball player.
minus 5,000, Steiny was going to say it's a basketball player.
Okay,
well, it's obvious.
Hey, my bad. Right. Steiny, there's some other guys that are just.
Yeah, but on balance, there's more basketball players that are great athletes than in other sports.
I will say this weekend we did see a pretty ridiculous display of athleticism on the tennis court.
Oh, man.
Because it's the only sport where you don't get to stop.
Just, oh my gosh.
They went for 5.5 straight hours of running back and forth.
You know what?
Endurance.
Bumped into my guy from KCBS.
Yeah, your guy.
Yeah, and he
sounds like your guy.
Right, whoa.
He's one of my guys, and he said, hey, did you see that tennis match on Sunday? And I said, I didn't, but...
Oh, you didn't watch?
No. I said, I didn't, but my understanding is it's one of the greatest tennis matches of all time. And he said, I thought so too. And then he goes, biggest choke job I've ever seen.
Oh, whoa.
Well, that makes it great then. All right, somebody thinks I can't be serious.
Oh, about this Wheeler?
Yeah. Scotty and Marin. What's up, Scotty? Go ahead.
Hey.
What's up, my man?
Good morning, fellas.
Hey.
Scotty.
Not too much. Hey, you're not serious. I know, Steiny, you can't be serious because you did say devil's advocate because you can't judge that trade any other than what it was at the time it was made, and it hamstringed the club so terribly, and it was such a bad move by Sage. They won 2 of the next 3 world championships.
Wow.
So, but and Wheeler didn't become a great pitcher that he is 10 years later.
Yeah, you know what? Scotty, I was thinking about that too.
What?
Like Wheeler really started to come around about 2017-18. Boy, right when the Giants could have used him.
Yeah, well, you know what? Come on. This is what knee-jerk fans do.
Talk to him, Scotty. Hey, Scott, I waited 14 years.
Shocking.
I waited 14 years to criticize it just a little.
And Scotty, he's missing the whole point. He's missing the whole point, man. Buster as a player loved it.
It's exactly. Well, as a true fan loved it too because that was the right move at the right time. It didn't work, but that's what happened.
So,
what
would you seriously? Would you be in favor of a similar type move this year? Because that's really what we're talking about. Like would you say that now looking back on it, it was a little? Go ahead.
No, I mean it would depend. I mean, if you're getting an established bat back, and then it would help your team. Yeah, I mean, you might pull the trigger on something like that. I don't know. I mean, they were a little more. It seems to me, remembering back, they were way more desperate at the time for some help.
Yeah, needing help.
I don't know.
They might have been, but thanks, Scotty.
All-star at the time, Scotty.
They might have been, but
Beltran was.
They were coming off a title too,
but
so
they
were
had pitching.
They were, they had pitching then.
I threw a name at you that just left the Bay over the weekend, Marcell Ozuna.
All right.
And you don't like him because he's 35 years old. Kind of scuffling early on, but he is established, and it might be a guy like that, Steiny Lewis Roberts Jr. a guy like that could come, if this offense doesn't heal itself, but if they're still kind of scuffling but still winning, you don't want every game to be brain surgery. So I'm just saying, would you, let go of a top prospect for a bat like that? I won't call Ozuna's an established Major League Baseball hitter, but he's not Willie Mays, but he would definitely help a guy like that, I believe.
But would you give up Wisenhunt for him, who's apparently the best, their best pitcher in their organization? And I
would not.
And I
would not, because I would be doing this deal over again.
But I mean, I'm not. It might work this time, right? I mean, it could. Obviously, Ozuna's 35. Robert is 27. They're both struggling a little bit. I'm just throwing it out there. But I do think
you see my point of what you're saying, and the fans. It sounds like you understand where we're coming from. You're looking at it. It didn't work big picture. You're right. Nobody said it did. But at the time, Buster's just giving you insight to the guys and how morale can get bolstered or boosted, Steiny, when you make a trade and you show, I believe in Evan. I believe in Steiny. Here you go, guys. And Steiny, there's a risk involved. But, man, I would love to work for, a company that, you know what, I think you guys can do it. Here you go. Now, it might not work, but we did something to try to, help you out.
That's one reason.
The definition of trade.
That's one reason to do it. The issue is this. As a general manager, you cannot simply make a move because the team wants it, if you know what I mean.
Well, what about if they need it? And that's what Buster was saying.
Well,
they needed Beltran.
And
three-time Gold Glove winner at the time.
But he didn't push them over.
Yeah.
And then
That's
you
the
lost
risk
Wheeler.
No,
So, all I'm saying is, I'm not against making a move, but do you really want to make a move for the short term, possibly giving up the long term right now where the Giants are?
If you feel like you're close, you do it. And right now, I know it, 66. Steiny, if you feel like you're close, your answer is you do it. And I guess as more ball we'll see up until the deadline, we'll find out our answer. Or these guys might get healthy with the bats.
I mean,
with the new additions and Adamas comes out of it and nothing to see here.
Well, this to me is not dissimilar from, Mike Dunleavy. Yeah. Is he gonna? You want to go out and get another 34-year-old? Okay, I don't want to mix the sports up here, but the Warriors have all kinds of draft picks that they could theoretically use this offseason. Do you really want to do that?
Yeah, because the restart, to me, doesn't start until Steph, Dre, and Jimmy are gone. That you can't please two masters. So you go all in, and you know what, Steiny? 3 or 4 years now, you're going to be like, man, maybe we shouldn't have done that. But that's the path you're on, and that's just life. That's your reality.
Yeah. So, in other words, it's better to do something risky than nothing at all. Would that be fair to say?
There's other verbiage. It sounds like you're saying, well, you don't want to do anything stupid because everything you do is predicated on you think you're enhancing your portfolio.
Okay, with that said, and I'm not going to say Brian Sabian's stupid.
Oh, we know he's
because I know why he did it, but the reality of the situation is they gave up a pitcher who has been among the better pitchers in baseball for 10 years for a guy who played 44 games.
Yeah. But do you think he was going to play 44? Like they didn't know that. If they could see behind door number 1 and would have had that pertinent information, Steiny, they wouldn't have made that trade.
That's right.
He was a 6-time All-Star.
That's true.
3-time or 2-time Gold Glove winner. So you're thinking when you announced that trade, we got it.
But you didn't because you couldn't re-sign him because he didn't want to be here.
So does that make the pain a little less? Because Beltran didn't hold up his end of the bargain.
To me, that makes it worse.
That
makes it worse. I mean, and again, it's easy to say now, well, it was great. Evan brought up the Cespedes for Lester trade.
Oh, my gosh.
And Evan said, he said it this way. He was like, they had to do it. We can debate that, but the move was made to, in theory, get the Oakland A's over the top.
But you lost your heart and soul at the same time.
Same thing. The same trade.
No, neither was a prospect, Donnie. So he wasn't your heart and soul. He wasn't established. Cespedes was established. He was Ricky Henderson.
What I'm getting at is you made a trade to get over the top, and you didn't. And then, how long was Lester here, too, by the way? Not very long.
Couldn't even hold a runner on.
He was a rental.
Right.
Blockbuster.
A rental.
Yeah. Blockbuster Video back in the day.
Yeah. So would you be okay with a rental for Wisenhunt?
No, I would not.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then you're answering my question.
All right.
Because
you think,
because Wheeler apparently was worth a rental, and so was Lester. All right. Well, if that's the case, then there's nothing to see here. But I wouldn't want the Giants to acquire a player for half a season if they think they have a pitcher in their organization who's going to be pretty solid for the next 10 years. Is Posey going to do something like that? It sounds to me like if he thinks they're close enough, he will. And I'm not saying that he shouldn't. What I'm saying is that it's not a sure thing. And
the result, you mean?
Right. But everybody, there's a chance that doing nothing would be more beneficial than making a move like that doesn't work out.
And that's just life, right? Sometimes the best moves are the ones you don't make. But I'll just tell you this, and if I'm a Giant fan, Steiny, and I hear that sound, I'm just over the top thinking, okay, if the Giants, these current players, this current roster keeps this up and we're in contention, there is no doubt, Buster, if a move he sees will, take them to another a notch, he's going to pull the trigger. And that's why I like hearing that soundbite.
If Whisenhunt is the next coming of Zach Wheeler, what are you giving up? Or what are you getting to give him up?
And I got to say this, Donnie, when you talk like that and you say it like that, it makes the question or the answer so difficult because you already know that the prospect is going to be somebody like Wheeler is right now. So, you know what I mean?
Let's go to Drew in Sunnyvale. What's going on, Drew? How you doing?
Hey, doing good, guys. Doing good. Yeah, I was listening to the show. Wanted to chime in on my thoughts there. So when Wheeler was in the minors, and I actually saw Wheeler pitch a little bit when he was at High A San Jose. I'm in the San Jose area, and so he was good. And but coming back to the trade proposition, right? Back in 2011 when the Giants made the trade, their rotation was very solid. With the Lincecum, Kane, Mad Bum, the idea that Wheeler was going to crack the rotation within the next even 3 years is kind of like it wouldn't have happened. He would have had to go through like Jake Peavy, Tim Hudson, and remember Wheeler's first couple of years weren't that good.
No, he had some
injury. It would have been a lot of pressure for him to crack the rotation. Sorry, Steiny. I interrupted you there.
No. I just said no. You go.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. Okay. So coming now to Whisenhunt and what that means for this, the Giants are in a very similar position this year where their rotation is deep. Verlander isn't even pitching, and you have you have 5 starters that you feel pretty good about going into the postseason, and you have the best bullpen in baseball. So the question is, would Whisenhunt crack the rotation even next year? Probably not, right? Unless he beats out Kyle Harrison, which would be kind of a stretch. So you're looking at a guy who might not crack the starting rotation for the next couple of years, apart from like spot starts when guys are hurt. And I think if you are trading that kind of a guy for something you need at the major league level, I think you do it.
Okay.
And I think the parallel to Wheeler is a good one because it's exactly that. You're deep enough to make that trade, and waiting 5 or 6 years for the guy to finally make it to the rotation, that's impractical.
Gotcha. Thanks, Drew. Appreciate the call.
Good stuff.
That's a good point that they're not in dissimilar situations.
Pitching being the strength right now.
Right. The only difference is that, in 11, the Giants were defending world champions. And so maybe there was a little pressure there because they felt like they had to, quote unquote, stay on top. Now, they ended up winning it the following year, which the first caller said, yeah, it was such a bad trade that they won it the following year. And I get you can say that, and you're absolutely right. The reality is, yeah, they won it the following year without Beltran. So they were able to get it done the following year even without him, and I'm sure a lot of that had to do with Posey being back, but nevertheless. Gary's in Daly City. Hey, Gary, how are you?
Good, you guys. 3 things. Great catch. Willie Mays over Bobby Bonds at the 365 mark when he leaped over the fence, hit the ground, held the ball, got knocked out. I don't know if you guys ever saw that.
That one doesn't come to mind right away, but
you got to Google it.
Okay.
Google it. Look at it. 365. He went flying. Bonds was going back. He went flying right into the right center. When the old candlestick with the fence, the chain link fence, went over it, caught it, hit the ground, and Bonds took the ball out of his mitt because he knocked out when he hit the ground.
Nice.
2, sometimes the best trades are the ones you don't make, like Klay Thompson.
Good
like
call.
Madison Bumgarner, all throughout the minors, everybody talked about Bumgarner being on the block, and Sabian never pulled the trigger. Maybe he had in the back of his mind Wheeler, but thank God he never did it. And 2, last thing, go Valkyries. People should talk about it. They're fun to watch.
They are.
Yeah, appreciate it, Gary.
Yeah, we didn't even mention them, Steiny. Great win in L.A. last night, overtime. And they just, I don't know what it is, Steiny. I just feel like they got some Warrior juju to them. They just play hard. They don't go away. They're tough. They got players that can play without the ball, move without the ball. Thornton channeling her inner Looney. Just, I mean, I'm a fan. I'm excited, seriously. And I got the package.
They're too good too soon.
Now, why do you say
I'm worried
that?
about their coach because
she's up.
This is supposed to be the year before the year.
Oh, so you're thinking of the draft position.
They're not going to get her. They can't get her. Dude. What's their record now? 4-6, 4-5.
I want to say 4-5.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're on pace to shatter the expansion.
We should have
record.
one of the players on or the coach. You've been trying.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
We'll close something for once. All you do is try.
It's not me. It's the boss. And see, this is.
Oh, now you want to blame him? He's got
to follow through.
Well, I heard you on the phone with Raymond Ritter. I'm gonna just leave it there. That had nothing to do with the boss.
But
I was eavesdropping.
but you get on me for snitching.
Your
Thanks,
captain
buddy.
snitch.
Thanks. Yeah, I know.
And you got no stitch
yeah,
yet.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, why don't you tell the boss that I was talking to Ritter behind his back? No, go ahead. That's fine. Boy, oh boy. And you know what? By the way, here's the other thing, and I would have appreciated some support on this Saturday, but you didn't give it to me, and that is, we talked about last week how, our top two people at this station, Nahigian and Lucas, Alexander, the what's his title again?
Director of Sports.
Director of Sports, and our program director, they went to an off-site.
Yeah.
On Friday, and then we saw Lucas on Saturday, and I said, hey, how'd the offsite go? And he says, oh, it was great. I said, what'd you do? And he goes, well, we just, we talked a lot about, the future and, who might be here and who won't. And he thought it was funny. Yeah, he's like, we made a couple
He actually
lists.
said that.
Yeah, he thought it was funny. and I told him in no uncertain terms that the bottom line is that offsite between the boss and Lucas has created a paranoia and a fear.
Shout out Georgetown. Hoyas.
On our station right now because they won't talk about what they talked about because it's clearly about us. And so I just don't think that's good for morale. We talk about Kerr and how he can motivate, and Bob Melvin's a little more quiet, but these guys, what they did on Friday and the ripple effect it's had now through Tuesday, and I'm watching it firsthand with the staff, and people are walking around here on pins and needles. And
I love you, man.
I just hope they had a great time at the offsite.
Evan, get your boy.
Friday.
Bring this up Thursday at our meeting.
Why did you ask them?
Because
don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
Man.
I also told Lucas, why don't you do the right thing and give the entire staff the minutes of the offsite? But you know what? They don't have minutes. They don't keep minutes. No, that's great.
Camp
but hey,
David.
You know what? You know what? Nah, that's great. That's great, guys.
Steiny,
Create an atmosphere of fear. Yeah, that's great work environment.
But you don't see anybody acting different, Steiny.
Better to rule by fear than to rule by love.
Hey, I agree with you there.
Cicero.
Steiny said the staff on paranoia. That's pretty good.
I mean, guys haven't been themselves this week. All right, 888-957-9570. Don't forget, coming up at 11:15, we are seeking listener participation. Your boy Steiny and Goo and Evan are creating a list, and we're going to check it twice with you guys, and I think it's going to be fun. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. All right, how's everybody doing out there today?
Kind of gloomy out there. I don't like it. Give me some sun.
Big day for me.
Golf.
Nope.
Checkup.
Better, in a way.
Networking.
Jim?
Haircut.
Oh, yeah. Leave the top long, Steiny. I was with you. She got you looking good.
You know, you get to be my age, ladies and gentlemen, and a haircut becomes one of the highlights of the week.
I told you about my doc I want to do.
No. Tell me.
Evan, sometimes I wish he had headphones. I want to be there when men and women get their hair done for the women and guys get haircuts. No matter what, you could be going to do 30 for life, 30 to life. But when you get out of that chair, it's just, there's something about the world like, I'm ready. New money. It's euphoria, the real euphoria. Don't you see it?
Well, yeah.
Look around today when you go in. That feeling I feel walking to the car, you feel brand new. You might still be overweight and got your stuff going, but you just feel
You mean
like
you, plural, not me, particular. You said you're overweight, but...
Well, I wasn't talking, hey, Abundant Life, shout out. But no, just for the people dealing with stuff, Donnie.
No, I got you. How about this? This is a little weird. I don't know where it comes from, but whenever I get a haircut,
yeah,
I usually work out after the haircut. I don't understand it, but
that is weird. And I don't want you to get mad at me. It's kind of unbelievable.
Well, I didn't say recently.
But Evan,
this is back when I was.
Back in your when you were.
Yeah, and
you were in the game, in the field.
Well, I mean, I'll get a haircut today, and then I'll walk 6 blocks to BART. That counts. Right?
I used to get a haircut and hit the club. That's how I do it, Evan.
Jeffrey's Inner Circle.
Oh, my 14th.
Well, you got to take a shower after you get a haircut, so you might as well go work out.
She washes my hair. I love getting my hair washed.
Yeah.
Well, your hair's not the issue. It's the little hairs that you have strung around your shirt and your neck and kind of seep into your,
Well, that is one thing that I did make a fundamental mistake. I wore a sweater on a day you get a haircut. So maybe I'll take the sweater off as she cuts, and then I'll put it back on. Otherwise, it's going to be itchy.
Because I got to do this. I'm going to use you on me. Seems like you just got a haircut. How often you get your haircut?
Well, I'm glad
I hate when you and Evan ask, dude, it feels like you get your haircut. I'm like, dude.
Well,
once a month.
I'm glad you asked that, Goo. And it's no secret, my stylist is Lucia.
Yeah, I met her.
She's wonderful. And how about this, Goo? She'll cut your hair, and then you can go back in a month to get it trimmed up a little.
That's what we call a touch-up.
Yeah, but she doesn't charge you for the touch-up.
Wow.
Now, I tip the hell out of her.
Black barber's charging you.
And so
that's dope.
So yeah, I got to trim, not trim. You know what?
You're good.
This is the problem with working with young people.
Nobody said anything.
I got a haircut, then I got a touch up. So maybe that's why you feel like I'm doing it. I'm doing it more frequently now. But really, I'm just getting a touch up.
I hope Abanya is not listening. Mark.
I'm sure he is. The hell else does he have to do?
Dude, he's living the life.
I know he is. I'm going to be joining him soon.
What you mean?
In retirement. Dude, I'm planting that seed.
The president's kicking that number back down the road. You might have to be 80 to retire.
Stock market come back yet?
Thoughts and prayers to all the people in L.A.
Which people in particular?
Everybody that's affected. I mean, black, brown, especially all these raids, and I hate to see it, Steiny, that's all.
Yeah.
And it's getting worse. I'll just say that.
We know why it's getting worse.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Max Muncy is a Dodger who is a Giants killer. And I just wanted to play this because it's interesting. Last night, the Dodgers beat the Padres 8-7. And the Padres and Dodgers have something going on in terms of rivalry, but apparently it doesn't measure up. Listen to Max Muncy. And then I want to ask you how it feels when a guy you don't like flatters you.
The Padres bring everything that is in a rivalry, but you only have one rival. I don't like when people say you have rivals. I just think if you have a rival, it's your counterpart, and that's always going to be the Giants for the Dodgers, at least, and it's always going to be the Red Sox for the Yankees. People always made the argument that the Astros and Yankees had a good rivalry going, and it's like, that's true, but you only have one rival. And so for me, like I said, the Padres bring everything that a rivalry brings. For me, your rival is just one team. You don't have multiple teams as your rival.
He's speaking to me.
Yeah, but
one rival
I watched that
and
game
one
last
rival
night.
only.
I'm telling you, you talk about Hatfields and McCoys, the Padre, and it's been this way for the last 3 to 4 years, longer. But the Padre-Dodger game I watched last night, went extra innings, Steiny, electric, just the atmosphere in both venues. But last night they were in San Diego, and I'm not going to say I disagree with him how, but as a fan, I get what he's saying, but I think he's trying to rub the Padres' face in it because he knows that they're a rival, not historically like the Giants and Dodgers. I get that.
I like the idea that you only have one rival.
Yeah, and we did a show, not too long ago. We said, who are the rivals for the Niners? Who are the rivals for the Giants? And it's Dodgers.
And that's the team that bothers me most, the 49ers. You know, to hear fans talk about it, they got 6 rivals. The Cowboys, they're a rival. The Packers, yeah. Seattle, of course. Get out of here. You can only have one at a time. One rival at a time. Otherwise, it doesn't mean as much.
But let's just say since 2004, I just can't get over one of the best NFC championship games I've ever witnessed up in Seattle, Cap versus Russell Wilson. And Sherman got the interception and was yelling at Aaron Andrews. Remember that?
2004?
Well, no. Since 2004. That was 12, 13, 4, around there. But anyway, my point being, Steiny, is that rivalry between Mr. USC, the gum chewer, and Harbaugh was second to none to me. So I always feel like, yeah, it's a division rival, but Seattle and the Niners have something.
Fair enough. Let's go to Valerie in San Francisco. Hey. Valerie wants to talk to you about the Valkyries. Hey, Valerie, how are you?
I'm great, guys. Hey, it was a really exciting game last night. I was wondering what were your favorite parts of the game?
Well, I have it on tape, but Guru did see it, so I'll defer to Guru on this one.
The defense and the tenacity from, and I see this often every time I watch the Valkyries play, but the defense that they had on that last possession against Plum to send it to overtime, and they kind of, to me, let the game get to overtime, so they didn't blow anything, but they could have, had their heads hung low. They didn't, and they balled, they executed, they got the victory, and that's why that was the best part of the game to me. Outside of their record, I'm like, something's cooking here, young lady.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too. There were some bold statements by the post-game crew about maybe making the playoffs.
Oh my!
Do you think that's a realistic talk? I mean, for the first year of an expansion team.
Well, I think that's a great question for Goo.
Yeah, you're 4-5 right now. What, 5th in the Western Conference division? But being that you are a new team, but you're not new to playing basketball, my goal would be, let's just keep playing fundamental sound basketball, and the record will take care of itself. But could you imagine if somehow they qualified for it? So I'm not getting mad at any Valkyrie fan kind of looking down the road saying, what if? How about you?
Yeah, I am really hopeful. And, another reason that I called, I'd really love to hear you guys cover them a little bit more vigorously in your morning programs. I've been listening for a couple hours, and it felt like kind of a letdown having watched that exciting overtime win. And then, we're talking about the Panthers, we're talking about movies, I just would love to hear some more Valkyries coverage. I think there's a lot of excitement out there in the Bay. The games are being well attended. And as a season ticket holder, I'd really love to be able to check in and hear some talk to kind of build up more enthusiasm.
I'll tell you what, let's do this. You be our correspondent. Once, twice a week, you call us and we'll chop it up about Valkyrie basketball. How about that?
You got it.
There you go.
And I look forward to it, and I look forward to hearing more about the team. I think this is one of the most exciting developments for women's sports in the country, and certainly for the Bay.
No doubt about that. Thank you, Valerie. Appreciate the call.
Oh, it is real. I mean, the building sold out. Like, Can you honestly look at me, Steiny, and say, and maybe you did, I didn't think it would be sold out like it has this early on.
Yes.
But I'm just asking you, what gave you that confidence knowing that the building would be sold out? Like I truly, Steiny, and I'm a WNBA fan, I didn't know what to base it on.
Well, maybe you should have based it on
Warriors.
Raymond Ritter telling the entire Bay Area that they had 14,000 season ticket applications.
Man,
that would give an indication that they were going to be very, very popular. I'm being Tony.
No, I'm just like Steiny. They
like it feels like they knew they were going to sell out a year ago. Now, the one thing I am kind of serious about is don't be too good. Don't be too good this first year.
That is too funny. But if you can make the playoffs, the hell with Juju, Steiny.
Yeah, and real quick, I'm not
like Caleb.
I'm not going to do it.
What were you going to do?
I was going to say how many teams make the postseason in WNBA, but then I decided I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that? Yeah. That's just not very nice.
I appreciate that phone call.
By the way, here's the other piece of good news, and you can take this to the bank as somebody who understands. Caitlin Clark is starting to do a little light work.
Think she'll make it in time?
Yeah, so the Valkyries play the Fever June 19th, which is next Thursday. And so I think she's going to be here. I think she's going to play, and that was the concern that maybe she wouldn't be healthy by then, but it seems like she's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, Steiny, 4 players in double figures for the Valkyries last night. And again, I just they got that word, Steiny, that M word, moxie. Like every time you think like things are going the wrong way, they do something. The coach is just, I like her. I'm all in. I got to get out there to a game quick, fast, and in a hurry.
You might have to pay for those tickets.
No, I'm. That's what I want to do.
They're really expensive.
Okay, but you get what you pay for. I got the merch. Like I've seriously parked the caddy, walked up the steps, and purchased Valkyrie gear. Who can say that here at the station?
7 other people.
No, not
Evan. What are you wearing today, my man?
Not what
Valkyries.
But the origin of it. The origin.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Let me give this last tidbit, Steiny. They won a game on the road shooting 5 of 32 from deep. So that lets you know that they were dotting their I's and crossing their T's with all the other stuff that goes in the game of basketball. Rebounding, defense. Like, I'm telling you, we got something.
What do we got? What do we got? I mean,
the caller mentioned playoffs. It's
we're
too
9
early.
games in.
I know. But I thought they might be 1-8, like an expansion team. 2-7, 0-9. Played the Liberty tough twice. One got away, but I'm just saying. There's reason to be excited. That's all.
I think the reason to be excited is the fact that they have generated this much interest. Yeah, they're off to a 4-5 start, but I'm just saying, it's a long season.
No doubt.
Where have you heard that before? Long season. Hey, I want to play this sound real quick, getting back to the Giants for the rest of the segment. And by the way, coming up at 11:15 after this segment, we're gonna be asking our listeners for some help, and we're gonna compile a list, but we need your help. We've gotten started on this list, and if you're saying, Steiny, what are you talking about? I'll give you more details on the other side, but I'm excited about it. I'm excited about this list because we're going to be able to add to it and have a great conversation about it. Jim Mole, our main man, latest reports have Caitlin Clark returning before the Valkyries game. So that's good news. They only make one Bay Area appearance per season, and hopefully Caitlin Clark will be...
No, she actually comes twice. Remember, she's coming... they come again, I want to say... Remember, we talked about it. She'll be back. Yeah. I'll get the date for you. She'll be back.
I could have sworn they're only here once.
Yeah, but Evan had brought it up twice. I want to say late August, Donnie, somewhere around there. Now, why would you just blow? You learn something new every day.
Okay, 7 times.
Okay, bring the tone down.
In the last 3 weeks, everybody at this station has said they come once. A season, the fever, you infants. How come nobody corrected anybody in the last 3 weeks?
We did last week. You just forgot.
Yeah, it's okay. Evan did it, and I remember. I go, oh, it was 2 times. Remember I said I'm going to be in Texas when she comes this first one, and then I was like, shucks. And then Evan goes, oh, she'll be back.
What do you like about Muncie, Steiny?
What do I like about what?
What? Muncie. The sound.
I played it. What I like is that, yes, he's right. One rival at a time. Just stands to reason. And he's saying, like, my question is this. Nobody likes Max Muncy up here.
Oh, my God.
If you're a Giants fan.
I hit it in the ocean.
But he just complimented your franchise. So do you like him now? You got to like him a little bit more.
Do you ever unlike your enemy? No.
Well, you could. Nah, I don't want to go there. But it's a compliment.
Well, we all know, like, if you told me, if we went throughout just like the Warriors rival, it was Cleveland for a minute, but the bottom line, Stoney, is the natural rival for the San Francisco Giants is the Dodgers. So Muncie didn't tell us anything we didn't know, but he doubled down on it. You know, if I'm a Padre or a Diamondback or any other team, I got something for him.
Well,
okay?
It's interesting, though, because if you watched the Dodgers broadcast last night.
Which I did, and we just talked about it.
Yeah, but Oral Hershiser said that the best rivalry in sports is the Dodgers and the Padres.
Yeah, that was said.
So Muncie is rebuking someone who was a part of that rivalry when it was actually at its height. And they did footnote the 2021 season, but even the Dodgers broadcast and all the analysts are saying the best rivalry in sports is the Padres and the Dodgers. And Max Muncy is saying that's not true.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Let me ask you this, Evan, because you're a little more tapped in down there. How big of a rivalry is the Padres versus the Dodgers, rather?
It's the best rivalry in baseball right now.
So
and I believe that.
All right, so you disagree with Muncy.
I hear what he's saying, but rivalries are generally competitive. The Dodgers have beat the Padres twice in the postseason. The Padres have beat them once. There is generally a geographic connection, of which I believe is 80 miles between L.A. and San Diego. And there's also a level of star power involved in those rivalries.
That's true.
Which San Diego and L.A. both have, which is something the Giants currently do not. But I also understand what Muncy's saying, which is like, and actually Hershiser last night used this example. He was saying when they were in New York and the first decade or 2 or 3 after moving, it was a rivalry because of their connection to the West Coast and the birth of baseball out here. But in recent years, it hasn't been a rivalry because the Giants for the last 10 years have largely been a dormant franchise.
That makes sense. What about the simple that Oral's just disrespecting the Giants?
You could say that too.
Maybe he's just throwing some fuel on the fire. But, yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that the Dodgers or the Giants rivalry, how it goes the other way, I guess it's probably up to what the individual players on the team feel, but it feels like it's a little bit split. We were talking about Willie Adamas yesterday, hitting 193. Had the day off on Sunday, so they gave him 2 days off before this series. Harold Reynolds of the MLB Network. I want to play this for you, Goo, and you tell me if
I hadn't heard.
Because I think you're going to go.
Like
I think you're going to give one of your patented on this one. This is Harold Reynolds on Adamas and the ballpark.
You look at Willie Adamas last year with the Brewers to what he's done this year in the first year of his $180+ million contract. I mean, it's not recognized. Those stats aren't recognizable.
What did we say yesterday? Not so fast? Where did he come from? Tampa. Then he went to Milwaukee. Those are ballparks with the ball not looking like this. I just want you to see the ballpark. And when you drop in the difference in Milwaukee and San Francisco, and I'm not even factoring in wind and everything else, that's just dimensions. So let's go back to Milwaukee and look at some of the balls that he was hitting, and he's standing there pimping. This ain't going nowhere in San Francisco. That ball's out in Milwaukee, but it's not going anywhere in San Francisco. I mean, these are balls we're sitting there going, man, stand there and watch it. What a bomb. Look at that. I'm just going to show you real quick what I'm talking about. Here's the opposite field power. It looks like it's way out there, right? But when you start looking at the dimensions in San Francisco, those balls are out. Maybe they're off the wall. They're not going out the park. You're not watching it. You better get on your horse. So Willie's had to learn the hard way.
Let's hope he's not right, because it sounds like to me he's saying nothing's going to change. It's just where he's at in regard to he doesn't play all 162 at 3rd and King, Steiny, but Harold's talking about he might be in the wrong locale as far as used to hit the ball and pimp it and watch it go far, far away. Now all of a sudden those balls are going to die. So if I'm a Giant fan and I hear that sound, I hope Harold Reynolds is wrong, and this is truly just, a slump for a guy signing a big contract going to another team. Because if it's not, then Steiny, if I'm a Giant fan, this thing is not going to get better, and that's what's scary.
Well,
and I'm trying to look at his splits, what his average is at home and his away, home versus away, to kind of go against, hey, Harold, it ain't just he's hitting better at home than he is on the road. So explain that part.
But I assume Reynolds is right, that he's hit balls this year that would have gone out in Miller Park. They haven't, and he's finding that out. The question is, does he have to change his approach? Is he just going to become a different kind of player here? One that doesn't hit 32 homers, although obviously asking him to do that in this park even before the season started was probably asking a lot. But it sounds to me like maybe this is an unsolvable problem unless when it gets hot in the summer.
That's what I've been. Yeah.
But I kind of agree with Reynolds. That's nothing to really hang your hat on.
Yeah, Steiny, he's hitting 202 at home, and I'm 184 on the road this year.
I mean, I look at that as he stinks both places.
Yeah.
Like an 18-point difference.
And I don't want to hand out scholarships, but, I mean, we're all human. Do you think he's trying to live up to this $180 million contract? Could he be putting extra pressure on himself? But whatever that answer is, it doesn't suffice the Giants need what they paid for. Especially as the deadline approaches and you could show some life. Maybe you don't pull off a deal because you look like your old self. But if Harold's right, and this is just, boy, you went from in regard to the ball traveling, the penthouse to the outhouse, I mean, man, it doesn't sound like this thing could turn around.
Well, I wonder inside the Giants front office if they saw Adamas's numbers last year and thought, well, we know he's probably not going to do that here. And that, to me, would be a very logical thought process.
But even with that mindset, Steiny, you can admit this is below that minimum. Okay.
I mean, it's unacceptable. And they got 3 games in Colorado coming up. And
you would think.
You would think it's time to get some hits.
Yeah.
I want to say he's 2 for his last 30. And he's 6 for his last 66.
Baseball's a Steiny. Man.
I mean.
The morning guys had a good, I'll tell you on the other side, a good poll. Which contract, if you could get rid of one, Ayuk or Adamas, if you could do over?
Are those the only 2 guys to choose from?
Mm-hmm. Well, why would you want to put somebody else in there? Or if you do, I think you can save it.
I'll save it for the other side.
You want to add.
But also on the other side, we're seeking your help, listeners.
Oh, yeah.
We're creating a list. We've started it, and hopefully we're going to have some fun doing it because it was my idea, and I'd really like to see that through on 95.7, The Game.
worker.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Coming up right after Guru and I discuss what happened on the morning show, we're seeking your input on our following segment and maybe segments. But quick tell me what the morning show.
They put up a poll.
Okay.
And if you could get rid of one of these two contracts, which one would it be?
Okay.
And it was Brandon. I thought this was incredible. Brandon Ayuk or Willie Adamas. And so, again, we know it's early for Willie.
I'd say Ayuk.
And I'm there, too.
That's the one.
I don't want to run anybody out of town, but I'm very disappointed in him, man.
Now, if the question is any contract in the Bay Area.
Oh, so this is what we could add. Who would you throw in there?
Draymond.
Yeah.
Draymond.
Yeah.
Even though he doesn't have a terrible contract, but he could move on if you wanted to, right?
We were all shocked when he got it.
But people are saying Jimmy Butler.
Ooh, man. And who knows if the Warriors get frisky. I'm just saying when
you know what?
Boy, it's coming fast and in a hurry, man.
You would have said Butler after Game 5 of the Timberwolves series.
Well, now you're saying I wanted to throw him out with the bathwater. I didn't, and I'm still excited this year coming up where if he's still a Warrior, and I expect him to be, Steiny, he has a full training camp with the rest of the guys. I think that matters, but I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
This is it.
So I was thinking about this over the course of the last couple of weeks, and San Francisco, and to a larger extent the Bay Area, it's an area of transplants, correct?
No doubt.
Okay. So what is by far, we don't have to do it by sport. Anyway, when we talk about the NFL and it being king, and Sundays are just a great day to watch NFL games, I was thinking, you know what? I've heard that in the Bay there are some bars
this blows my
that
mind.
cater to other teams' fans. In other words, the big one, okay? There's a bar on Broadway, Shanghai Kelly's.
Okay.
Apparently, though not apparently, it is considered, and it has been for a while, it's a Steelers bar.
Come on, man.
So if the Steelers are playing on a Sunday, and you're a Steeler fan that happens to live in the Bay Area, and you want to watch it with fans who are like-minded, you go to Shanghai Kelly's.
The clubhouse.
And that's where you can watch the Pittsburgh Steelers. So what I want to do, I want to create the ultimate comprehensive list of where you can watch the opposing team play at sports bars around the city if your team is a team other than, let's say, the Niners or the Giants or the Warriors. And so we started this project last week.
Yeah.
And right now I have about 12 bars and restaurants in the city that apparently cater to a certain group of fans. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to just go down the list to start and tell you what we've heard they are.
All right.
And then we can get people to call in at 888-957-9570 and
before you go ahead
and confirm that these places exist and it's where to go to watch your favorite team if it's not a Bay Area team.
I love this, but with your intel that you currently have, which you're about to list off to us all, are these 12 individual different teams or some redundant?
That's a great question. It's a great question. There looks to be a little overlap on some of these, but that's okay. Okay, so here...
And I'm writing them down, too.
And here's the other thing. If you think one of these is wrong, feel free, because when we were doing it at a bar... So
let us know.
We had a lot of input from a couple of the bartenders there, but here we go. So Shanghai Kelly's on Broadway is a Steelers bar.
Wow.
Apparently. Okay. The R Bar in San Francisco apparently is a Cleveland Browns bar. So if you want to go watch the Cleveland Browns, you would go to the R Bar. Now, here's another place for the Cleveland Browns that at least it was 10 years ago, and I don't know if it still is, and that's what I'm asking. Are these places? McGee's.
Okay.
McGee's Bar in Alameda, I remember back in the day, was a Browns bar. And so I wonder if it's still a Browns bar. Have you ever heard of the Rec Room?
I have not.
The Rec Room in San Francisco is a Jets bar.
I got to tell you, this is kind of sick. All right, I've never heard that this is the Jets bar.
Well, that's what I heard. Okay, if you're a New York fan, apparently the bar in the city that you want to go to is Aces. Aces. They're a New York Giants. Now, get this. Maybe somebody again can confirm. So they're a New York Giants bar, football, but it's also a New York type of bar for the New York sports teams. However, it's also a Wisconsin bar, University of Wisconsin.
Wow.
I remember being in there a couple years ago on a Saturday. My buddy Dana went to Wisconsin. You know him. And sure enough, there was Wisconsin. The bus stop on Union Street.
Wow, man.
Apparently it's a Bengals bar, Cincinnati Bengals bar. So 888-957-9570 is the number. If you got any, give it to us because we want to go put this list on our website. It doesn't have to be NFL teams, too.
I got
because there's, for example, the Kezar Pub, which we've done shows from.
Gosh, that's one of our favorites.
It's a Liverpool bar.
All right.
The soccer team in the English Premier League. In fact, I went there with my daughter at 8 o'clock in the morning because she's a Liverpool fan. And sure enough, the place was packed. There's a bar called Local Tap. Local Tap. Great Wings.
Oh, I'm in.
Apparently, it's a Packers bar. Blue Light, I think it's on Union, is a Dolphins bar. Anyway, North Star, Buffalo Bills. There's a place called the Bar on Dolores. It's a Bears bar. Chicago Bears. A place called the Bell Tower. It's just, it's on Polk and Vallejo. Vikings.
Come on, man.
Now, let me ask you that. Okay, so some of the others, Patriots bar, North Beach called Tupelo.
Oh.
Connecticut Yankees, also a Patriots bar, apparently. The bus stop also apparently is a Georgia football bar. Anyway, the one team that I haven't heard, and I can't believe it, is there a Cowboy bar in the city?
I haven't heard, and if I haven't heard, and I don't, like, just think about how many times we've met in the playoffs the last 5 years. Steiny, I think I would be in the know, but I want to say N-O to that, but I'm getting goosebumps thinking, could that have been a bar of bars right up under my nose, and I don't know it?
I'm wondering.
I'm saying no. I'm going to say no until somebody calls or tells us, Goo, you've been missing out.
There's got to be. There's got to be a Cowboy bar somewhere.
But I think we would know. Forget me. Wouldn't we know?
Not necessarily.
Territory?
Not necessarily. Black Magic Voodoo. I've heard this.
Saints.
And I drove by it. Yes, the Saints. I thought that was on my list.
Black Magic
that bar
Voodoo.
is on, that bar's on Lombard and Van Ness. Lombard and Van Ness, the Black Magic Voodoo Lounge. So write that one down.
You know who that's for. Who that?
Apparently, there are college bars all over the Bay too. So we can use those too. Ricky's in San Leandro. Yeah. Raiders bar. Is Ricky's still open? I thought Ricky's
it's under new.
Under new?
Yeah, it's new ownership or whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Blue Light. It's a Dolphins bar, but apparently it's also an Alabama football bar.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I like it.
Now, from the text line, Buzzworks is a Chiefs bar. Now, I've never heard of Buzzworks, Goo.
Either have I, but I just got to tell you, Steiny, I've never been in a fraternity, but I feel like I've been in the venues where, like Ricky's, rest in peace to Ricky Ricardo, Steiny, but Ricky's, everybody came and they would rep their team because there were so many TVs in rooms, but I've never got to experience the bar just being, I'm at the game watching the Niners or the war. I've never seen it like that. Like the Viking, you're telling me there's so many Viking fans, they could come in the city and rally together and watch a game? Man.
Apparently they can, and they do at Bell Tower on Polk and Vallejo.
Man.
Couple more from the text line. Shanghai North Star Cafe in North Beach. Buffalo Bills. Buffalo Bills. Here's another team I'm not seeing. What about Philadelphia Eagles?
I have not heard that once.
There's got to be an Eagles bar, doesn't there? Somewhere in the city or in the Bay Area?
If you don't know.
McNally's. That's a place in that's a place in Oakland. They're saying that's a Seattle Seahawks bar.
Come on, man.
Anyway, we got about 25 here. So North Star, also an LSU bar, according to our good friend Jim Moley. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland.
Our man.
Big Smooth in Oakland. What's going on, man?
Good morning, gentlemen. Nobody mentioned Ricky's, the Raider bar?
Steiny just did.
No, we just mentioned Ricky's, but I know it wasn't open for a while.
What's up for that?
What's that?
Yeah, but I'm just saying. But listen, this is an interesting topic because I stumbled across this phenomenon, accidentally walked into a place and everybody had on Steelers jerseys. And I was like, what the heck? And then I saw a friend I used to work with, he had on the Steelers jersey. I go, hey, man, what's going on? And he says, this is what they need to watch the games. This was in Oakland at the Hyatt on Hagenberger.
Wow, really?
Yeah, this is interesting stuff. Hey, man, there has to be a Cowboys bar. How can you have a Cleveland Browns bar in the city?
You're right.
You have a Cowboys. Come on, man, it's not possible. And you're naming some pretty specific obscure teams. I'm just saying, man. You mean to tell me that is there a Tampa Bay Buccaneer bar? I'm just saying.
Hadn't heard one yet, Smooth.
Topic,
Not yet, but
I love this topic, though, guys.
Thank
you for this.
Appreciate it, Big Smoothie.
Well, I'll just say this about the Cowboys, Steiny. Let's put the right on the table, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. It is a rival, and I've wore my fatigues over to the actual game, but can it be such a rival to where you don't have those bars in the city like the Eagles or Cowboys? Because I'm perplexed, and I love that the Jets, the Bengals, and the Dolphins, like, that's dope.
Well, now we've got a couple Eagles coming in.
Give me one.
Line.
Give me a name.
It says Jake Steak off Lombard Street is Eagle country. Baby Blues Barbecue on Mission Street is an Eagles joint. There's Jake Steaks again. George and Waltz, that's in Oakland in the Rockridge area.
Okay.
It says Eagles and Packers. Seahawks bar is disgusting. Oh, Monahan's.
I've heard
Pearson and Lombard is a Bears fan, and Penn State. Penn State football. Okay. And the R bar apparently is Alabama and Oregon. So if you want to watch any of those games. Goo, you were there Friday, right? We were talking to Tony. Didn't he say there was a bar? Who was in the Super Bowl? It was who was in the Super Bowl last year off the top of your head? It was Cleveland. No, it was Chiefs against the Eagles. But apparently there's a bar in North Beach where it might have been Chiefs, both the Chiefs and Eagles, and when they met in the Super Bowl, they just had a big block party there. But it might be from an NFC championship.
And this would have been the second time because that's the second time they've met in the Super Bowl.
Oh, here you go. Limelight in Sacramento. Are you familiar with
I have not heard
Limelight
of it.
in Sacramento?
What team is that?
It says it's an Eagles bar.
So
it's
now the next phase of this, Steiny, is somehow we got to maybe once a week or once a month, obviously. Maybe we could do a show remote. But if we went in like undercover and looked around, would I walk into, let's just say, the bus stop and see Bengal gear on the walls? Like, you know what I mean?
That I don't know.
Yeah.
That I don't know.
Ken Anderson.
They're saying, the North Star is in North Beach is an Eagles bar, which would mean that It's
Steiny,
in
real
Eagles
quick,
and Bills.
we got some breaking news.
Oh.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
This is just moments ago. Susan Slusser of the SF Chronicle. Matt Chapman is headed to the IL. Jammed his thumb diving back into first base on Sunday. So he's hitting the IL with a right hand injury, and Christian Koss has been recalled for the Giants.
All right, and Koss was part of the little bit of a shakeup last Wednesday, I believe it was.
Now, did you see the play? Because it looked like he laid on the ground. I was like, but he stayed in the game. Chapman, Sunday, Steiny, and I'm thinking, okay, nothing here. But, man, you're going to miss that defense and that bat. So we'll see what happens moving forward. But now, Willie, you really we need you tonight.
Well, I was thinking how disappointing it must be to be hurt in the series before you go to Colorado.
Man,
and especially, Chapman has been – it feels like he's coming around.
Yeah, no doubt.
So once again, Matt Chapman is on the injured list with a jammed thumb. Jammed thumb. And that happened on Sunday in the game against the Atlanta
Diving
Braves.
back to first.
So
the first piece, Evan said it yesterday. We were just comparing.
Oh, that's right.
Well, he wasn't. No. Well, why are you smiling? He pointed it out like
it's the human jinx.
I wasn't saying that. He just said health has been on their side. Just a little blip on the radar.
Yeah, Evan said yesterday, boy, this team has been healthy.
Compared to themselves the year before.
Yes.
Evan, this dude, man.
Last 10 games, he's been hitting .350.
Yeah, he's been good.
Now that's, man, you're right. You're going to miss the bandbox, not even wiffle ball.
Yeah, it's first, is that the most significant injury of the year? It's got to be because Verlander's less
really
significant.
Yeah. What?
It's not really close. That's what he said.
Well, Birdsong's been better than Verlander.
That's a fact.
I'm like, Verlander's still on the squad.
That's a fact.
Oh, boy.
Man,
Oh, that stinks, man. He stayed in the game. I was like, he's all good. But, yeah. We'll see Schmidt at the corner, I'm sure.
I mean, he's going to miss an opportunity at Palmquist with an 8.5 ERA.
And I'll tell you what, he's going to miss that Dodger series coming up.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Willie, it's your time, baby.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Okay, yeah, Willie, it's your time, but it may have just gotten more difficult because.
Well, it can't get worse, right? You can't fall from the floor.
You're probably right about that.
And you'd hope tonight get a couple hits, man.
It's hitting 193.
Man.
Is there
There's two scoreboards now. Let's just be real. They could win 8-0 tonight, and that's the most important thing. But Stein, if he goes 0 for 5 and they win it, then it's like, oh my gosh, you know what I mean? Like it's almost, I would feel worse. Yeah, my team won, but I couldn't get in on it.
No, you want the team to win.
No doubt, but it would hurt a little more that I can't get my act right when we score 8 runs. You know?
My question is, at what point does, I know everybody says it's early, but I kind of sometimes look at it the other way and say, I mean, how long do you have to be as bad as this before you start thinking, maybe he's not the player?
Well,
maybe he's never going to be the player he was the last 2 or 3 years in Milwaukee.
Steiny, he's getting so much jack that game 163, if they make he's afforded. You paid it. You got to ride this out.
Oh,
I guess you're not as.
No, I know.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you have to ride it out. But the question is, what if? I mean, how? Here's the other question. It's easy to say, well, he plays every day, but how long do you give him?
As long as it takes.
All year. I mean, he's at 193 now.
But the politics of the contract, Steiny, he's getting all. You know what? He wouldn't sit on my watch. Like, dude, we got to keep running you out there. Maybe spell you a day or two, but man, this has got to get better. It starts tonight. I'm predicting 3 hits.
You want to bet?
No.
Okay. Then another.
Who would take you in on? Who knows?
Who would say it?
Nobody would.
Has he had 3 hits in a game all year?
Right. Yes, he has.
You're not sure of that, but you're probably right.
No, he had got hot early on, and I'm trying to think who they were playing. That might have been the Rangers. He got hot, Steiny. His version of hot.
Evan, how would you answer that? if I said, at what point does a guy struggle so much you start saying he may never be the player he was?
Well, there's a difference between not being the player he was and being the worst version of the player he is, which I don't think he will be. But to Goo's point, he does have 2 3-hit games.
Thanks.
How long ago?
You don't want to know that.
I feel like it was Texas, Evan, against the Rangers. But let's be honest. He's paid.
Oh,
They
paid.
wanted him. How much pressure would Matthew J. Steinmetz have on himself, it being June 10th, and you're kind of struggling like this? Because his boss, Buster, said, we've seen this before with, guys that get big contracts and get off to a slow start. So are we really putting too much on it?
No, I think if you're Willie Adamas, it's got to be on your mind. You got to be feeling pressure. You got to be at this point. I mean, we're closer to the halfway point of the season than we are to saying it's still early. I mean, as Yogi Berra once said, it's getting late kind of early.
I love that one. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to be honest. You and Evan don't know this. But, Steiny, if there was a radio jail for your takes, I drove myself to the precinct the other night. And it was when the Giants walked off Friday night, Evan. I'm at the yard. And there is Willie Adamas celebrating as if he got the hit. And I got mad at Willie for you need to be over there crying because you're not doing your part. But he's not letting it drag him down. He's being a teammate. And there I am eating my garlic fries and chicken tenders. Why is he happy?
Because the team won.
I'm telling you,
do you realize what you're saying now?
No, I know. I'm just sharing the thought. What do I want him to do? Have a razor blade? Dude, he's struggling. And he's happy for his teammates. They won. But here, I'm just sharing with you the thought that only a dummy, nobody else would admit to it. But Evan, I go, he's too happy for me. That's terrible, man. What am I? I need 10 days in the clique, man.
I'm pretty cynical, but I'm not going to lie. That thought did not cross my mind.
So you've got a problem with leadership,
no, I don't.
Professionalism, being a great teammate, having a great attitude. Those are all awful things. I don't know why they would have signed a guy like that.
Well, it's like my kid when he was getting bad grades and he's playing the PlayStation. I would snatch that remote, pull the power out the wall. You get in the books. You know what I mean? Get those grades up, then you can. But, hey, Willie's being a great teammate, Steiny, and the guys like him, so I'm rooting for him.
I'm sure.
But I did a 10-day.
No, you didn't. Yeah. Trust me, that was something that probably just would have gotten lost like a lot of takes of yours. It just would, you know what I mean? Because the rules are different for you.
Hey,
you don't have to pay the price.
When Evan said that, still bothers me, and I don't think he gave me the real explanation behind it, but we're all right.
We can get into that on the other side. I think I could be able to interpret and decipher that for sure. But, yeah, just joining us, Matt Chapman, going on to the injured list. He has a jammed thumb, and he's going to miss the next 2 series at least, and I got to figure out what's going on after that. But he has a jammed thumb, ladies and gentlemen, so he won't be in the lineup this next 2 series at least. And then the last game he played was Sunday, so we're looking at midweek next week. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to switch gears a little bit on the other side and talk a little bit about the NBA and the NBA offseason because there's some things percolating.
Are the finals over?
No.
When's the game?
Tomorrow. Well, according to you, the finals are over because you don't think the Pacers are going to win any more games.
We got to bet that we do have.
That segment, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by Safeway. Saturday against the Braves. And if you're just joining us, Matt Chapman is headed toward the injured list. He's got a jammed thumb. It happened Sunday, getting back to first base. And he'll be gone for at least 10 days retroactive to yesterday. And so the Giants head to Colorado without 20% of their home run output.
No, it's big. And we talked about it. It's just funny how sports and life work, right? The day after he has that dramatic home run, diving back into first base late in that game, Steiny, and now he's dealing with this, and he'll be out. But we just talked about the margin of error, how the Giants have just completed a homestand, 7 straight games decided by 1 run, and now you got one of your best hitters, if not your best hitter, out. So who's going to step up? And Steiny, I just keep, during the break, I was thinking about, we were having some fun with it on air, but man, Adamas, this would be ideal for you just to, and like Evan said, not go Rod Carew, but get back on the horse and look something remotely close to yourself, because without Chapman in the lineup, Steiny, I mean, what are you really truly, who can you count on outside of Ramos? Because those are my 2 guys right now.
Well,
and Flores.
The one thing with Adamas is now he's on the spot.
Right.
I mean, he's on the spot. You've gotten away with him.
And there you go.
Not playing well, particularly not hitting well. You're still 10 games over. But I kind of don't like it, obviously.
Yeah.
But,
part? Obviously him being out, but
I think it makes it harder for Adamas because Chapman was the one guy in that lineup outside of Ramos who is a batter that protects around him a little bit. And now Adamas has been hitting 6th. Chapman's been obviously hitting cleanup. So
he's been on fire.
How does this affect Adamas? I think it makes it tougher for him because now the spotlight's on him in a way.
And I'll say this to that, Steiny, and I was just having some fun with him celebrating and being a good teammate and not letting Adamas, that is, not letting the doldrums get him down. But the bottom line is the spotlight's never off of him. And if I'm him, Steiny, I'm being real. I'm not a batting coach, but I would say don't change anything. Act like Matt's in the lineup. I mean, my goodness, you're struggling so mightily. Just handle your business, execute, go up there and be the best version you could be. Because if you go in there doing what you just said, and it's simple, and I'm not saying you're wrong, I mean, this thing could snowball him on big time, He's already, I got to believe, have a lot on the mental Rolodex.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he views this or he doesn't view this, and I'm talking about Willie Adamas. Matt Chapman is going to be out of the lineup for at least 2 series and into the 3rd series.
Let's hope. Yeah.
And what do they lose? Well, they lose somebody who's hitting 350 over the last 10 games, somebody who's responsible for 20% of their entire home run total. And I don't know how Willie Adamas will be affected by this or not. And now, does that put a bigger spotlight on Adamas with Giant fans? And Buster Posey last week said it's time to go. I mean,
he did say
it's time for Willie Adamas to go at this point, you would figure, right?
Yeah, and I'll say this to that, Steiny, as well as Matt Chapman has been, 12 homers, 30 RBIs, even with his excellence or him being one of the best hitters you could count on in this lineup, they still had the formula to where they couldn't kind of get away from you with the bats. So now you're telling me after this announcement, you're taking him away, and you got Dominic Smith, so I assume he'll be at first base, Steiny, or, the rest of the way, or however much he plays first base, you're going to get Schmidt over at third base. That's who I believe will be third base tonight.
Yeah, so obviously Schmidt's a terrific fielder, but at the plate, he's no Matt Chapman. That's not very difficult to say, but my question to Giants fans is, how do you weather this storm? Or is it just something you got to get over? I mean, Evan brought it up yesterday. This team has not had a lot of injuries this year. This is clearly their biggest one of the season. My question to you would be, you think Chapman's their best player?
Honestly, I think Ramos is their best player.
Okay.
He's beating them in average, but he's got him in on-base percentage. But it takes more than one, right? So he's one of them. And you talk about the glove, the plays, the other one the other night where he steps on the bag and throws it across to get the double play. So I have no problem saying, co-best player. But the bottom line is there is something fundamentally going on with this offense as a whole, Steiny, to where they just – more often than not, they're not scoring a lot of runs, and now you take one of the biggest components or pieces out of this lineup. I'll say this to you all. I don't state the obvious. Thank God they're playing Colorado, right? I mean,
yes
this
and no.
is who you would pick going in if you even let me say you're somewhat limping with this injury. But my goodness, that's the one positive is, you're going in to play 3 games with the Rockies, the first 3 out the gate without Chappie.
Yeah, I mean, my question would be, is that the guy they need right now? Because it is such a hitter-friendly ballpark, and he's the guy who's been obviously your biggest deep threat. And how do you replace that? Well, you're not gonna. You're not gonna replace it. So they're down. So a team that's offense has been kind of anemic. They are now down to their, they lose their best home run hitter, and we'll see how this. Now, the one thing I will say is
kind of stinks, Steiny. He just walked it off Saturday, but I know it's sports.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that every team's got to deal with, and the question becomes how can the Giants stay afloat without Matt Chapman? I got to believe against the Colorado Rockies, they feel like they can still do some damage. When the Dodgers come up next in L.A., that might be a different story, but we'll see. We'll see how it works out.
And it's kind of funny. Again, I'm not comparing Chapman to Steph Curry, but if this news were Steph Curry was out of the the Warrior lineup, Steiny, the ramifications are we saw it in the playoffs, so it's huge. Hopefully, you don't see that here. And I know baseball is a different game, but I mean, 10 days, stint on the IL, the thumb, those things can be tricky.
Yeah, and the question now becomes, can the Giants continue their momentum, even though they're going to be missing Matt Chapman? And Dave Fleming was on with the morning show on earlier this week, which must have been yesterday, and he put it simply that he thought when Posey made his statements early last week that it had an effect.
But it was not a coincidence, I don't think, that the Giants won those 2 games this week after those moves were made. And the guys who got called up helped win the game, so that was part of it. But it was also, whatever you want to call it, a wake-up call, a message, even those 2 words you just said, let's go, like it's time to go. I think that was received around that Giants clubhouse. I do.
Well,
I love that.
If it has been received, then it's something that they'll be able to overcome, at least in the short term, right?
Yeah. And again, but we can't ignore with him in the lineup, and he was handling his business. We just saw that again Saturday afternoon, Steiny. But the bottom line is, I am interested to see how you Martin Luther King this, how you overcome not having one of your best bats, if not the best bat in the lineup of an offense that has not produced. And I love Flem for that soundbite, Steiny, because these guys, and I know a lot of times, and I'm one of them, we think they're robots, but sometimes moves speak louder than words. And DFA and Lamont Wade Jr. and bringing up who you brought up, I think, Steiny, there was other verbiage in regard to those transactions, and that's why we've been seeing them play. And they're pros at the end of the day. I get that, but I think even the players knew that they had to take it up a notch. And we'll see if that repeats itself in Colorado, because I feel like who's going tonight? You said the guy with an 8.5 ERA for the Rockies. Yeah. Like, you couldn't draw it up any better without Chappie, who you'd face on paper.
What I'm interested to know, and I don't know that we will, is right this minute, what is Willie Adamas thinking?
Well, I'm going to say this. You tell me if I'm wrong. it should not change what you were thinking before Evan pressed that breaking news sounder. Now, for us and the Jackals and the Riders, oh, man, we really need you. But as far as the approach, Steiny, I don't think he can add more pressure to himself.
Yeah, I'm wondering if
just go out and be who you are, man.
Well, I'm wondering if the not having Chapman in the lineup changes the dynamic of the way they pitch to Adamas. Because when Adamas last played, obviously he was batting sixth, and Chapman was hitting fourth. Smith hit fifth on Saturday's game, but I mean, with one less quality bat to have to pitch to if you're Colorado or LA, does that make Adamas, somebody whose job just got tougher? You know what I mean? Because even though he's not having a great season, he still represents what could be the best hitter in your lineup, or at least top 2 or 3 after Ramos now that Chapman's gone. So I don't know. Is there extra pressure on Willie Adamas right now? I guess so, but it's hard to imagine him feeling as much pressure, or I'm sorry, feeling more pressure now than he has the last couple weeks, when certain observers are talking about how he seems to be pressing at this point.
Yeah,
Why would he press less at this point?
Well, I'll say this to that, and we just kind of talked about it before we found out Chapman was out. Him being the great teammate, him, throwing the Gatorade, just being there and being positive. I told you, Steiny, he hasn't lost that. And I don't want to be negative, but I'm keeping it real with you. I'll say this. Now that Chapman is out and he presses, Steiny, and still does not get the results, and let's just say they move out of Colorado and he's kind of not got back on the horse, I feel like, and I hope I'm wrong, that has all the ingredients to kill that joy. What do you say to that? You know what I mean? If we don't come out, if he doesn't come just from his standpoint out of this funk, out of these, after visiting Colorado, it's like, and no Chapman, then that noise in that spotlight is brighter and the noise is way louder. And I wonder if you succumb to that. And I know that's a stretch, but I mean, at some point, man, you got to get that good juju going.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And, we can debate whether Chapman is the Giants' best hitter or whether it's Ramos, but clearly Chapman's their biggest power hitter, and you're going to be missing him going into Colorado.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking about Willie Adamas, and I think, let's say hypothetically, Adamas goes, 2 for 11 in this 3-game series. As long as they win 2 out of 3, I think, for lack of a better term, that the heat's not going to come down on him. But yes, I mean, if the Chapman injury coincides with, a losing stretch and Adamas isn't hitting, then I do think we got a little bit of a problem. Yeah. I'm not expecting Adamas to be a different player over the next 10 games or so, but I am expecting Adamas to slowly start to at least resemble a semblance of who he's been over the last 4 years or so.
Yeah, and we got to be fair here, and I'm not saying you're not, but at the end of the day, Steiny, this is more than just Adamas, too. His report card wouldn't be pretty right now. We get that. But other guys got to step up. I'm talking about everybody. So even Fitzgeralds of the world, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Ramos, they all got to do this collectively. Dominic Smith, even Casey Schmitz, he gets in there. Bailey, this is not just a one-man fix. Adamas, you need it the most quietly, but behind closed doors for them to, withstand this injury, Steiny, it's got to be everybody. Let me read this to you from the 415. Chapman hasn't been the best hitter. Ramos and Lee have been more consistent. Time not only for Adamas, but Schmidt, Fitzgerald as well. And that's what I mean by the rest of the game.
The problem is that Chapman was really coming around.
Yeah.
I mean, he was hitting 350 over the last 10 games.
No, that's hot. That's hot.
And this is a team that has had a lot of trouble scoring runs. And I get that, they've ended the streak of only 32 runs over a 16-game period. But I don't think the Bats have broken out. They still, 6 runs was the most they scored against the Braves. So I do think, obviously it's not good because you got a team that's hitting challenged, and now you're not only losing one of your better players overall, but you are losing
that glove.
The player who, not even to mention that, you're losing a player who all indications were he had been coming around.
He was on a heater.
Was going to continue to hit.
Yeah.
So, there's not a lot of pop in that lineup, and when Chapman's not in it, there's even less.
And again, how many times do I need to say, who could come up with a better opponent for them to be on the road starting the series today with this news that just broke? Like the Rockies are the recipe, you would think, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yes.
I know it's Colorado and things can happen, but come on, Steiny.
This from the 925. Adamas is not being paid to be a cheerleader. He's getting paid to be the starting shortstop. It's okay to point out and criticize him. It doesn't mean you hate the guy. No, he stunk.
It's
he
like
stunk.
the lake in Oakland, Donnie. There's some merit to that.
He
stunk. You're right.
And now I think the fans will take a harder look at him because they have to. They have to. As for if this is the best time or the worst time to lose Chapman,
he was hot. I
would
worse.
say,
yeah.
Well, I would say the verdict's out on that because, I guess you could say they're playing the Colorado Rockies, are the worst team in baseball, so they should be able to be fine, let's say. But then they play the Dodgers. Then they go play the Dodgers, and Chapman's not going to be there. And this is a team that can't afford to be losing quality bats, and that's at least what he has been, certainly over the last 10 games. But I think Chapman's had a solid season at the plate and in the field. Obviously, he's hitting better now than he did the first, let's say, 6 weeks of the season. But his numbers are about where they end up seemingly every year.
Yeah, and we keep talking offense, but Steiny, I'm kind of curious to see Kyle Harrison get the ball tonight against, I keep saying it, the lowly Rockies, but it is Major League Baseball, and they are pro hitters. But I'm kind of curious to see, if he can do what the rest of the staff's kind of been doing. And I won't use phenomenal, but they've just been solid across the board.
To me, Harrison has been, let's see, Webb's been great, Ray's been great, Birdsong's been darn good, Verlander's been, did I say Robbie Ray?
Yeah.
He's been phenomenal. So, Harrison's the one guy who's been lagging a little bit, but and now he's got to pitch in Colorado.
And the one thing about the Giants starters as a whole, I don't know if it's just me, Steiny, you'll see Webb give up maybe 2 or 3 runs early, and then you're like, oh boy, this might. And they always just calm down and get it to the bullpen with those 2-3 runs. Like they never falter.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, little news regarding, well, more than probably a little, not catastrophic, but Matt Chapman, starting third baseman, has been put on the injured list. He was injured jamming his thumb, sliding back into first base, and he will not be playing for the next week and a half, essentially, as the Giants start a 6-game road trip in Colorado, and then they head to L.A. And
biggest injury through 66 games easily, right? Verlander.
Yeah, I don't.
Not even.
I don't think it's close. Yeah. The good news is it's a 10-day injury, essentially.
Hopefully.
It's a jam thumb. You'd like to think he'll come back in a week and a half.
But you got to grip that bat too, Stein.
And he'll be
when you come back.
Oh, okay. Well, sounds to me like you got a built-in excuse for him to struggle after he gets back.
No, I'm just talking about the pain threshold. Like, you got to see and react to when you come back if you haven't come back too soon. where you can still be.
You ever have a jam thumb?
I have.
When were you able to grip a bat?
Well, I was playing hoop, so I didn't have to grip a bat. But I'm just.
What about shoot a ball?
Well, when you can shoot like me, you're all right.
I'm just wondering. Can't believe you said that. When he comes back, he'll be healthy.
All right.
How about that? More pressure on the Giants to win these games against the Rockies than the Dodgers. They cannot look bad in Colorado. That's from the 415 on the text line.
But what if I told you I felt that way anyway going into this series? I mean, it's early, but you want to handle business against the bottom feeders.
I don't think you can ever assume a sweep.
And the Rockies got one last time they were here. Remember, it was 4-game series, I believe. Yeah, they got one. They got the first one.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever assume a sweep. So you want to go in there and obviously win at least 2 of them.
You're game and a half back of the Dodgers. You won 5 in a row. So,
and we'll see if this forestalls their momentum, because I think we all agree that the Giants right now are playing their best baseball this season. Like you said, Goo, they've won 5 in a row. There's not that they're at home this week, but there's been a lot of excitement out at the Yard. People think the pitching's going to be able to hold up, ideally. The relievers have been phenomenal. They looked like they were coming out of, a 2.5-week slump, at least a little bit, and now they're going to have to do it without Matt Chapman.
Would you be uncomfortable if I said, let's make, and I'm just having some fun here, let's make a bet the Giants score over 5 runs. Would you be willing to make that bet now without Chapman in
over
the
how many games?
No, just, that's funny. Tonight. That's pretty good.
No. Colorado.
Yeah, it's not even, but I can see an easy 8.
It's not quite the park it used to be.
No doubt. The humidor balls, I think, are extinct.
I mean, we'll see. But anyway, once again, Matt Chapman, third baseman for the Giants, going on the injured list. He's going to be he jammed his thumb on Sunday against the Atlanta Braves.
I thought he was going to be fine. But real quick, Steiny, I know we're up against it. The Rock. Just think about if you were on this team. They're 12-53.
Okay.
What's going on?
They're not very good.
But that's worse than not very good. 12 wins to 50. My gosh, man.
What?
That is horrible.
Well, they're not off to a good start. They're having the team equivalent of Willie Adamas this year.
Now I think you're going too far.
I'm telling you.
Steiny, 12-50. What are they? They don't even deserve planes. Just bust to every place you're going.
Call them the Colorado Adamases.
Now you're going too far.
No, I don't think so. Who's got a bet?
12-53.
What's 12-53? What do you have that? What is that winning percentage?
185.
Yeah, it's about that's almost as good that's almost as good as Adamas' batting average. The Colorado Rockies are 185 and Adamas is 193.
Wow.
Pretty. They'll be fine.
Yeah. Better not win tonight.
Who?
The Rockies.
If the Rockies win tonight, it doesn't mean the season's over. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. If you're just joining us, Matt Chapman getting put on the injured list. He was injured on Sunday, going head first back into first base.
I thought it was a shoulder.
Yeah, he jammed his thumb, and so he's not going to be available for about a week and a half, most likely, and he won't be available against Colorado or the Dodgers as the Giants embark on a 6-game road trip starting tonight.
I'll read this to you from the 415, Scotty. Over-under for runs scored tonight. Evan just told us the game is 11.5. Steiny and Goo, you have $100 to bet. You're taking the over or under. I'm going over. And that's the total between both teams.
I would take the over too.
Okay.
But
11.5.
it's based on
That's our guy Jim.
the Giants starting pitcher tonight.
Harrison.
Kyle Harrison.
Yeah. You're confident?
No, I think he's going to give up runs.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah. Let's go to Chris. Chris in San Jose. How you doing, Chris? What's going on, man?
I'm doing all right, gentlemen. How are you?
All right.
Everybody doing okay?
Yes, sir, Chris.
Doing well.
What's up, Goo? It's a beautiful day to be in the Bay right now, but I just wanted to kind of what prompted me to call was hearing about this Chapman injury, and then Goo hearing you ask, the question, hey, with Chapman out, do you think that we could maybe get more than 5 runs on the board? And I'm here to, unfortunately tell you, yeah, I don't think that probability changes whatsoever with Chapman going out. Obviously, he's your best, he's your best third baseman, great defensive player, but we're talking about a guy hitting 240 who has 30 RBIs, right? In what, like 75, 80 games? What's it been? You know what I mean? So we're talking about a guy going out of the lineup, and oh my God, we're worried. No. It's Giants baseball. It's next man up. It's solid pitching. It's quality defense, and I assume they're just going to put Schmidt right into that third base role, who was, voted by his peers and minor league managers as the very best, no matter the position, the very best defensive player in the minor leagues a couple of years ago. So listen, obviously you're losing some leadership with Chappie. You're losing, some quality at bats. He's a penultimate professional. The guy's, he's an average to above average hitter at that third base position, but no crying over spilled milk. We're around 10 games over 500. We got the worst team in the history of baseball coming up for the next 3 games. So let's just keep it pushing, baby. You got to stay faithful, stay confident. It's Giants baseball season, baby. We love this stuff. That's pretty much all I wanted to get out there. Hey, in a positive spin on this, let's just hypothetically say Casey Schmidt goes out and plays amazing for 10 games, right? Worst case, you got the Giants questioning, hey, maybe we have something here for the future, or you got a nice little trade piece for other organizations. Y'all have a great day, and love ya. I'll listen off the air. Have a good one.
Appreciate it, Chris.
Yeah, I like Chris. I liked his energy, but I wanted to jump in, Steiny. I didn't. A little slow as you get older. I just wanted to tell him if somebody could go 4 for 4 tonight, you want that to be Adamas, right? That's the kind of fun thing about tonight. Get up off the mat and fight. Like, you want him to get going. You want the dub. I get the, come on, partner.
What?
You want him to be the one that has the big night with the stick.
I mean, if I'm a Giants fan, sure, I want Adamas to get going, but I want the team to win more than Adamas. Like, if you told me right now he's going to hit 191, but we're going to win 94 games.
I got you.
I guess you got to take it.
I'm taking it too.
The other thing Chris was talking about with Chapman, and I agree. He said, he's an average to above average hitter.
Yeah.
The problem is on this team, that puts him as either the best hitter on the team or the second best hitter on the team. And
he's been on fire the last 10 games, but
and
yeah,
so,
240.
And so now you lost, again, I think you have 60 home runs as a team, and this guy's hit 12 of them. Or something very similar to that, and now he goes away. And I like Casey Schmidt as a fielder. I think he stinks at the plate.
And I'm with you.
So,
I used to call him Chasey Schmidt.
Like, he's got to
I think I stole that from someone.
I'm sure.
It might have been Willard.
That would be
might have been Spadoni, Chasey.
Buster Posey was on Tim Kawakami's podcast on, I believe it was Monday, might have been Sunday, but it just got put out. And this is Buster Posey about the pitching staff and the competition they have, and knowing that at some point Verlander may come back in the next few weeks.
What I'm seeing is, and it's really exciting, is you see Logan Webb go out, throw 6, 7, 8 innings. Next man up wants to do the same thing. So it's a healthy competition that the starters have going. And then you look at our pen, and outside of Tyler Rogers, it's a fairly young group. So they've done a nice job. Randy Rodriguez really stands out as a guy that we've been able to bring in some really high-pressure situations, and he's been able to get us out of some big jams, and his confidence just continues to grow and grow. Duvall's been great. Rogers, but no, it's been a great effort from those guys.
That was Buster Posey talking about this pitching staff and how Webb is setting the tone.
Man.
And when Webb goes out and does his thing, it seems to have a chain reaction.
Who could argue that right now, Steiny?
Nobody. Nobody.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't see it coming either.
What?
This pitching staff being this dominant.
And that's another thing that I wonder is, as great as it's been, you got to figure they're not going to be able to do this all season long. By the same token, I'm sure it's more of who they are than who they aren't. But, when you have a first half of the season, when you get the starting pitching that they've gotten and the relief pitching that they've gotten and the middle relief that they've gotten, it's fair to ask, is it really this outstanding?
No doubt about it.
So,
and I'll say this to that. Do you have a problem? I know different personnel, but a lot of guys still, when they won 107, I'm not saying the rotation was this dominant, but the formula and recipe that they had to be a damn good baseball team never evaporated. Like, they got to the finish line, Steiny.
They did.
And I'm just wondering, just like you are, and who did we have? They played sound you did the other day, Morosi, saying he thought the Giants could be a playoff team, or he expects them. I'm with him on that before the season started, but for what you just said about this rotation and the bullpen, I'm like, they kind of lightweight showed us a few years ago that they could get to the finish line.
One of the things Posey talked about, and we talked about it briefly in the opening segment, was when Buster Posey talked about the Zach Wheeler trade back in 2011 and how he liked the idea of it. For Carlos Beltran. Of course, Beltran played half a season for the Giants, essentially, not even that much. And then he signed with the St. Louis Cardinals, and the Giants obviously lost Zach Wheeler, a guy who's still pitching. But Posey was asked by Tim Kawakami about, would it actually be possible to trade some of your pitching either now or between now and the deadline?
I believe that pitching, especially young pitching, can be, I've seen it, I experienced it as a player, as the foundation of success. So, it's something that that I think you have to take very seriously, and certainly not be flippant about the value that young pitching has for organizational health.
I'm not sure if he meant acquiring or trading young pitching at that point. Wasn't clear to me, but he talks about you got to have young pitchers, because if young pitchers are good, chances are they're going to improve. And that's what we saw back in 2010 with this team and a young staff that was able to grow together.
And that's what it's about. So we'll see.
That's what it's all about.
We'll see.
And that's what life's about.
And then more Buster Posey on does this pitching staff right now resemble the staff of 2010, the year the Giants won their first World Series?
Yeah, I think there's some similarities. I mean, I'm always cautious I always like to appreciate the past, learn from the past, but understand that the teams in 10, 12, and 14 are not going to be replicated. If the next championship team may have some similarities, but they're going to be their own team, and they'll have their own associations in our memories of what they were.
All right, so that's Buster Posey comparing or not wanting to compare so much this year's pitching staff with the one back in 2010.
Yeah. I get it, but I'll tell you what, Steiny, and we didn't know then, because that was the shocking one of them all, when they came out and got to the World Series and did what they did in 10. How about this? The train feels like it's headed down that track in regard to just being a player to qualify for the postseason after 66 games. You got the bullpen, you got the starting rotation as of now, and man, Steiny, we've seen lesser with the sticks, but you got those two going for you. You can do some damage in the Major League Baseball.
Yeah,
I really believe that.
Matt Chapman been put on the injured list. Got hurt Sunday, so Giants are going to have to play some baseball without him, and we know that they've struggled to hit for the better part of 3 weeks. He was hitting as well as anybody on the team, hitting 350 over the past 10 games, and now the Giants, who lack hitting in the first place, are going to be without their biggest power threat and, of course, a one-of-a-kind fielder. Now, I know Schmidt's good, but Matt Chapman's one of a kind at third base, Goo.
And that's what makes him, a top player on the team. He does both. And we hadn't even talked about the glove element of it all, but I don't think hopefully there's not close games these next 3 days. Because his glove is just incredible, but you're not going to have that. And Schmidt can make a play or two, but I'm just saying.
Well, what are the Giants have played 7 straight one-run games?
Yeah.
They're still on that streak. So they'll take some one-run games if they win them all.
It's over tonight.
Ryan's in Irvine. Hey, Ryan, how are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
No, I was just going to say, I think this is a little bit of a silver lining, these close games, because pitchers, starting, middle relievers, Duvall, they're in high leverage situations in like every game, So you think about what that does for a staff. Baseball is all about timing. So at the end of the season, potentially in the postseason, it's not going to be like this is the first time they're facing good competition in high leverage situations. They're in every single game. And I know it's kind of a glass half full kind of approach to this thing, but I truly do think it's going to benefit the team in the long run, being in situations like this.
I guarantee, man. That was
you're
a great
talking
call.
more about the games they've been playing than playing without Chapman over the next couple weeks.
Well, it's just going to add to it. I mean, their offense is sputtering now that you're losing, like you said, probably their second, maybe third best hitter on the lineup. So I would assume they're going to be in those high leverage situations, even if they're facing a team like Colorado. So I think it's going to be good for them in the long run.
Yeah, it may be.
We hadn't talked about that much. Good call. The study, I mean, they're in the torture chamber that's got to help. If you get down the road into, late August, September, and then get to the postseason somehow, my goodness, the way that they're playing, it feels like every game is coming down to the wire. You're battle tested for sure.
Well, that's what I wonder, because to me that's something that sounds good, but on the other side of the equation, you always hear, and I've heard it from Fleming, I've heard it from Posey, that these games that the Giants have been playing, not just the last 7, but even going back before that when they weren't scoring runs, puts a lot of stress on a pitching staff. And the concern is that you start pitching under duress before the halfway point of the season, then I think the question becomes, can they do it for the rest of the season and get into the playoffs? Yeah. Because the understanding is that game in and game out, you can't have the margin for error that the Giants have had, which is incredibly little.
Minute.
Of it.
Yeah. And we've seen staffs just as well as the Giants have been pitching. We've seen them struggle as a whole, So what happens? Are you going to be able to be more productive or hit your way to some wins if somehow a couple pitchers in the rotation take a step back? But that's what makes it exciting.
Yeah, this is a good point from the 415 on the text line. The one concern about playing in Colorado, and this is the case, does the bullpen get overused? Because the starters typically don't last as long in Coors Field that they would, in in other stadiums.
You got the guy tonight, Harrison. We could all say, Steiny, he's the shakiest of them.
I'm actually thinking more. I'm thinking more about the relievers in this series, because this is when games can get out of whack sometimes when you go to Colorado and you have to use a lot of your bullpen. And then what happens when you play the Dodgers? If the bullpen's taxed in Colorado,
they got hitters. So
any, to my way of thinking, anytime a starter can go into Colorado and give you 6, I think you take it. But tonight, Kyle Harrison on the mound for the San Francisco Giants, but Matt Chapman will not be at third base.
How many All-Stars you think the Giants got, Steiny? I know it's early, but we're coming up on time to get your ballot in. Rodriguez for sure in the bullpen.
Really?
Oh, my gosh.
Well, what about Webb or Robbie Ray?
I could see either one. Is there a chance both go? No. I could see Robbie Ray. I almost feel like he's earned it, Steiny. That's just me. Him or Webb or both, but that Rodriguez is going in from the bullpen, Steiny. Like you said, and I think Ramos is going back to the All-Star game.
I would say, well, yeah, in terms of their everyday players.
Did they have – and let me ask that. Evan, if I told you the Giants had 4 All-Stars, my bad, 4 All-Stars, I'm going Rodriguez at the bullpen, Ramos, and could you see Webb and Ray both getting in, or is that too many?
No, if they're a game behind the Dodgers, like if you're one of the best teams in your league, you deserve to have multiple All-Stars. The reason the last couple of years they've had this issue is because they haven't been that good.
Man, that's 4. Any issue with one of the 4? Any of the 4 I said? Who do you think would be most difficult for of the 4 I just mentioned?
Probably Ramos.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of good outfielders. Yeah. I would have said, honestly, Chapman, but it's just because of his position.
Yeah.
If you have to pick between Webb and Ray.
Honestly, Johnny, I would go with Ray. Not who's the better pitcher, but the lower ERA right now is Ray.
Evan, do you think Rodriguez is a lock?
Oh, my.
He's the best reliever in baseball right now. Like, statistically. I'm serious. Like, right, he doesn't close.
Exactly.
But he has a subatomic earned run average. Like, he is – Steiny, he's been unhittable this year.
That is – wow.
I'm just wondering,
when he brought up K-Rod.
When it comes to All-Stars.
Yeah, we can pump the brakes on that. But
I get what? He's a machine, though, Evan.
Who?
Rodriguez.
Oh.
Like, the dude's giving up nothing.
But it's like when
I hear you.
Someone has a good rookie season,
I get you.
And we compare them to a Hall of Famer. We just slow our roll a little bit.
I had Halliburton in the Hall of Fame a couple of days ago.
Well, if he pulls this off, he might be.
Yeah. Yeah, but it'll be fun to see how many. And he's right, Steiny. If they keep this up and they're right behind the Dodgers or overtake them.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. I just 4 All-Stars seems like a lot if, running down the list. But, I mean, if they have the best pitching staff in baseball or one of the best pitching staffs in baseball, then, yeah. Maybe 3 of those 4 will be pitchers. But Giants open up a 3-game series tonight in Colorado.
Yeah.
And they are 10 games over 500. And the thing that I can't stop thinking about is
give it to me.
Last Tuesday. Compare last Tuesday to this Tuesday.
Oh, man.
And it's night and day.
Yeah.
Especially if you include last Tuesday's loss to the Padres.
And the way it happened.
Exactly. Yeah. And
twice.
Is this team
I hear you.
Out of its collective funk? I mean, do you think this team's kind of broken out?
Not honestly, these next 27 innings in Denver will tell me. Do you is that enough for you? Or
no? The whole week's going to tell me because I think it's possible to score some runs in Colorado, and then you get to L.A. and things change drastically. This from the 650. Rodriguez may be the hardest to get in because middle relief is usually reserved for teams that are bad that need a representative. All right, well, maybe the Giants can go on a losing streak and that'll help Rodriguez's chances to become an All-Star. Where is the All-Star game this year?
God, I'm guessing, Evan. You'll let me know I'm wrong. I hate that you asked that. I'm going Atlanta. The All-Star game, you know where it's at?
Yeah, it's in Atlanta.
Okay.
Go! But the fact that I wasn't confident,
I didn't know that.
I thought I was wrong. Yeah, damn it.
You should have been more confident.
Yeah.
You absolutely should have been more confident.
Have a little faith. Don't let Steiny take it from you.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're taking a lot. Years off the life. And that's what life's about. Like if we had a metric of, hey, Goo, you're going to live 94 years old, but working with Steiny, 79.
You would take that any day of the week.
But vice versa, I've added to your longevity.
How do you figure?
I keep you young.
You don't. Because I'm still the oldest guy at the station.
You got to like that, though.
I don't.
You got one of the best hair at the station.
You said something that I was
We will not talk about Boogie Cousins.
Why not?
Come on, Boogie.
Did you see what he did?
I did, and I'm just, even if you're right, that's what you're doing.
Big brawl in Puerto Rico.
He went big brawl. No. Just what are you doing?
You got to do it with the fans and stuff.
Yeah, but he looked like he was the agitator. I didn't like it, man.
I'll tell you what, I took one look at him, and my first thought was what everybody else thought is Warriors got to re-sign this guy. I mean, him.
There is something.
And Dwight Howard. Boy.
Well, he's getting ready to go in the Hall of Fame.
Team those guys up, and our size problems are taken care of, Goo.
Not kind of size I'm looking for.
What kind of size are you looking for?
A young Thundercat. Hey,
well, they don't have a draft pick this year in the first round.
Hey, but they got some first-round picks, future ones to trade.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Wemby got a new hairdo, Steiny. Cut his hair. Bald.
We should have a segment. What did we call it? KTMZ. You should host our KTMZ segment.
But what are you insinuating?
I'm insinuating that you have expertise.
I watched the BET Awards last night. So did Evan.
Right. Well, you know what? Maybe maybe you guys should talk about that. What I'm getting at is you have a terrific feel for stuff that does not occur on the hardwood or between the lines or on the gridiron.
I'm not nosy.
You seem to understand each professional athlete's relationship and whether they're married, if they have kids, if they have multiple baby mama, all that stuff. I mean, it's like you have really schooled me about Anthony Edwards in ways other than just on the basketball court.
You got a whole classroom.
All right, 888-957-957 is the number. That segment, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Timothy Chalamet.
Shamalama Ding Dong.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Now, what if Norm is driving around somewhere? Like, I need you to ask Evan why he went there. Chalamet?
You ask him.
And you went Tiffany Ding. What did you say?
Shamalama Ding Dong. Otis.
Timothy.
Otis Day and the Night.
Chalamet.
Shamalama Ding Dong. You know who?
Good God, Goo.
You know who? Otis.
Dune was on in your studio. It kind of reminded me.
The movie.
You know who Otis Day and the Nights are? Clearly, right?
Otis Day and the Nights. I'm going to lose my black card.
I think you may.
No, Otis Redding.
Well, there's Otis Redding, but this is Otis Day and the Nights.
I remember.
They were in a movie. You might not have seen the movie. It's an old one.
I'm a movie connoisseur.
Animal House.
One of the best movies ever made.
Yeah, remember when they went to the bar and it was a black bar and they were the white guys and the black guys came over and said, Can we dance with your dates? Yeah, the band that was playing was Otis Day and the Nights.
Oh, man, I might throw it in tonight after the Giant game. Dude,
that was one of the songs they sang.
Could we dance? Imagine that happening nowadays. Can we dance with your dates?
Yeah, if you remember.
Well, if you're a pro athlete, you can.
If you remember how they.
I do.
How they ended up there, it was they went to the all women's college, and pretended to be a date of a woman named Fawn Leibowitz.
I got it.
Who apparently in the movie had died in a kiln accident.
That's a great pull, man. Oh, man.
What is going on here?
I don't know, Bob.
Fitz. Shut up.
Hey, you don't talk to my boy like that.
Yeah, we're trying to work on ourselves this summer.
Yep.
You guys can work on it.
What time's your haircut? Right after?
No, 3:15.
We'll see. What are you going to do after?
Well, I'm going to walk around the city and go at 3:15. Now, there does happen to be a place right around the corner, so I may kill 30 minutes, but today it's about the haircut. Goo.
And today, the Niners camp started. Am I doing too much? I know we're talking Giants, and I get it, but...
it's Morris Day and the Nights.
Oh, Steiny. And I'm up here saying, well, Steiny, I brought up it's Otis Day and the Nights, and there's somebody there. There's a group right here on my screen, Otis Day and the Nights.
Maybe I'm right. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I was right.
And they played in Animal House, 1978.
Yeah. That's what I thought. So they weren't fictional.
Who's telling you no? Yeah.
Ding dong. You don't remember? No. At the Mama. It's a great tune.
Well, But
well, you are doing too much, but why did that cross your mind now?
Because this is the first year that I don't know what to expect from the Niners. You could miss the playoffs like you did last year, and I'd be Or Steiny, you could go 12-5, win the division, and get back to the NFC Championship game, and I would say, but it's the feeling that I don't know. Last year this time, I felt like the Niners were going back to the Super Bowl.
That's why
I really did.
They are in a better spot this year than they were last year at this point.
I'll go Roxy Bernstein, our guy. Please explain.
Well, first of all, if you'll remember, this is the time when Trent Williams wasn't around. And
you will not let this go. Go ahead.
Brandon Ayuk was holding in. But I think the biggest difference between last year and this year, and you're going to say, Steiny, but they were under the illusion last year that they were still a Super Bowl team. And what they didn't realize at the time is everything they were doing was pointed in the direction of not being a Super Bowl team. They just didn't get it. They thought they were invincible. And this year, I believe they have a more realistic expectation of who they are as a team. Just because they were a Super Bowl team 2 previous years, I think they came into last year. We talked about it a lot. Guys had different agendas, but yet they wanted to have their cake and they wanted to eat it too last year. They wanted certain guys wanted to get paid, and they did, And I don't think they were attacking the regular season like they did in the previous 2 years.
But Steiny, what about, I'm not saying you're wrong, and we'll get to Ayuk, who I still think is an issue, more of an issue now because you've been paid. They handed you something, and you're still doing whatever you're doing. I can't put my finger on it, but it falls under the umbrella of distraction. None of what you mentioned had anything to do with them not being able to stop the run. That their defense has been their staple. None of what you just mentioned had nothing to do with their D-line not being able to cause havoc like they had been in the past.
Right. They weren't a Super Bowl team. And they thought they were. And they acted like they were just going to get back there. And they didn't, because to my way of thinking, they didn't dot their I's. They didn't cross their T's. I mean, to me, they weren't able to pay the price. I think they got into the last season, and I've said this a million times. They realized how long the season is, and I think the first half of the season they were trying to just get by and
they
not
were without
expend.
their best player. Like we got to put respect on that.
All right,
for any team. But
they lost one guy.
If I can interject, and I have, Steiny, interrupted you. So it sounds like you're saying, oh, they'll be right back. There is no personnel issue.
No, what I'm saying is they have a better understanding of who they are this year. And who they are this year, I think they understand they're not sure. I think last year they thought they were something that they weren't, because all they did was bank on looking back at the previous 2 seasons. And I don't think they were – I don't think while it was happening in the offseason, they realized that they weren't making the commitment that they'd made in past years. And maybe it was because they realized how daunting it was going to be to get through a 17-game season and make the postseason. And they got off to a poor start, and then injuries hit. And the next thing you know, they're 6-11.
Well, injuries hit. I'm just, again, Steiny, I don't know where I'm going, but I got to give them a pass, the Niners, the whole team, for the injury started before. Well, you don't like the offseason gate. Trent Williams, we found out a couple players had deaths in the family. They were dealing with some hellified stuff, right? And I say that to say, as we found out after, but boy, Steiny, you tell me any team that loses their best player before week 1, because I'll never forget being in the stadium for that, thinking we're going to see McCaffrey, and then find out not only is he not playing, he's gone. My Kuiper voice, gone. So, I mean, it almost has me thinking that's half the battle as to why you didn't make the offs, if not more. And then you talk about the injuries to Ayuk and everybody, you know.
You can give him a pass, which is what you just said you were going to give him for last year. I wouldn't. I wouldn't give him a pass. I think looking back,
they lost a lot.
I think looking back, we saw that they weren't going to be going anywhere last year because of the way the offseason took place and because they didn't get off to a fast start. I don't give them a pass for last year. I think last year they got a dose of reality.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying to help illustrate to me and others, okay, so if they fix that issue, or you deem they fixed that issue of the offseason not being last, what does that equate to? What comes out in regard to win total? Or are you telling me that's just another conversation? Like,
I'm saying
if they fix that to you.
Fix what?
How they went into the offseason, does that mean, oh, watch out for the Niners? Because now, no, I'm stuck on Greenlaw. I'm stuck on the guys that are no longer here. Debo, as much as I thought, you know, that was played out and how they were using them, I'm like, so you're really going to start week 1 with Jennings and Pearsall being your guys with Kittle? You know?
What?
I don't know what that is or how good that can be. They're going to go prove it.
Right. They don't like,
but that's a difference.
At least they're not going into this season thinking they're entitled to make a Super Bowl run. And they didn't go into this offseason with guys demanding to get paid, at least not yet.
Well, you got a receiver giving you some mixed signals. I know he won't be Ayuk.
I mean, to me, he doesn't matter.
Because he won't be available early.
When's he going to be ready? I don't know. So, I get it. You think he's a distraction. I don't. Because I don't think Deebo Samuel was a distraction last year, and I don't think George Kittle was a distraction last year. The other thing, too, is, you can give them a pass, but I just look at their personnel and what they had, and Brock Purdy took a step back.
Yeah.
And
the whole team did.
Trent Williams isn't the player he used to be.
Well,
and
he wasn't
Nick
last
Bosa,
year, Steiny.
Nick Bosa, and he wasn't the year before that either, the second half of the season. So their big boys didn't have good years, and that's a big. If you want to blame it on injury, you can blame it on injury.
No, I would be.
I'm looking at their big boys, and none of their big boys were good, to my way of thinking. Outside of Kittle,
and now you got rid of some of the big boys, and I'm talking about Greenlaw. I'm talking about Deebo. I'm talking about Hufanga. All the little stuff around the edges were guys that were in Niner uniforms play big time football. I'm not saying the Niners didn't get it right, but I guess the pass was, Steiny. Some of it is, and it's not all of it. Okay, well, damn, you were without your best player for 8 weeks. Okay, you're going to feel that. But I'm just talking about, have you replaced Greenlaw? What's Robert Saleh going to do now that he has this batch of groceries? Is it lesser or is it more than what he had last time he was here? I think the answer is lesser. But can he make it taste the same or even better? And that's what chefs do.
I understand that the 49ers had some hardship last year with Trent Williams and Charvarius Ward. Yeah. But also, I look at it mostly they brought it on themselves. I mean, they just did. Ayuk held it, Ayuk didn't practice. He got hurt. Williams got in late. He got hurt. McCaffrey, he got a contract. He got hurt. So I don't give them a pass. I just don't think they came in last year with the same mentality that they came in the previous 2 years.
Okay. Well, I've admitted last year, and I don't think I'm by myself, but the bottom line is it's you and I. I admitted last year at this juncture, I thought they could get to the Super Bowl. Do you have them right now, a playoff team? Do you feel comfortable in saying that? Or are you like, Goo, I still need to – I'm going to say, what do you need to see? Because we're going to have preseason, but okay.
Well, if they don't make the playoffs, it's a terrible year because the schedule's a joke. I mean, that is the reason why I think the 49ers can win more games than last year is because, they lost some tough ones last year that could have gone the other way. So you figure maybe you win a couple of those, and the schedule is extremely favorable. So I give winning the division. I think they got a shot at winning the division, and I know you can go on a run once you get to the playoffs, but do I see them as a Super Bowl contender like 2 previous years ago? I don't. I think they're in transition. They, the year before they went to the Super Bowl. Last year they were 6-11. Who are they? I think they're somewhere in between. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender anymore, but I don't think they're a 6-11 team, especially not with that schedule.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I just, man, I sit here and I'm captain. There's a price to a dynasty. And some could say, well, the Niners didn't win the Super Bowl. They don't constitute a dynasty, but miss me with that. You know what I'm talking about. This Niner team was playing more primetime games, big-time games, 2 Super Bowls since 2019, 2 against the Chiefs and Andy Reid. Bottom line, they didn't get it done. But what goes into those long-ass seasons is a whole hell of a lot of winning and good luck and good health. And they've kind of had all that. And, Steiny, I say that to say is this year will tell me, nobody cares, but it's my thoughts, if the window is shut or still open. Like this is I need 17 more for me to finalize and tell you, okay, they're in transition, and sometimes that's not a good thing, Steiny.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I view the 49ers as, okay, let's think about Brock Purdy for a minute. Do you think Brock Purdy, he obviously didn't have a bad year, but now he's been paid. does that change any kind of dynamic for Brock Purdy? In other words, is he in a better spot this year than he was last year in terms of his mental frame of mind because he got paid?
That is beautiful, but what if I told you I don't think the system now can elevate him? He's got to elevate the system. And now that the Debo thing or that package is gone, Ayuk is not there. I'm not scared of Pearsall right now on paper and Jennings and Kittle. And we got to see if McCaffrey's healthy. But on paper, Steiny, I'm not saying they're bums by any stretch, but that doesn't scare me like the Niners in their prime offensively when they were clicking. So I'm excited to see Brock, who's got the paper, now can he kind of can you put them on your back? And maybe he's already done it, but he didn't get the credit for it because, he's just driving the bus. But now, Steiny, I think we can look around and hone in on what the Niners are working with and really see if Brock is, worthy of getting that check.
Yeah,
that excites me.
I look back at the year they lost to the Eagles and then when they lost to the Kansas City Chiefs, and I look at those teams and I try to be objective, and this team's not as good.
Oh, those Niner teams.
Yes.
Oh, no doubt.
So we're using two teams as a frame of reference, neither of whom won a Super Bowl, and we acknowledge they're not as good this year. I don't think they are because they're older. They're older than they were 2 years ago, a lot of the guys who played, and then the guys, the young guys are pretty young. So
yeah, some haven't even played Pro Bowl.
Exactly. So I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender. Now, you could nitpick and say, well, Steiny, how can you say they're going to win the division or they got a chance to win the division, but they're not a Super Bowl contender? It's a fair thought. It's fair because once you get into the playoffs, all you got to win is 2 or 3 games and you're in the Super Bowl. But I don't think this team's as good as it was 2 years ago.
All right. And I'm with you. And our guy Austin in San Jose in the chat. Guru, you cannot be a dynasty if you haven't won a Super Bowl. Stop it. I get that, Austin. I know that. But, Steiny, if I asked you who ran the NFC since 2019, the answer would be, I got mine.
Okay.
The Niners.
Great. What does it mean?
No, that's what I'm just telling guys like Austin.
Well, you're wrong. It's not a dynasty, though, so you shouldn't use the word.
But you know what I mean.
Well,
it's dynasty light.
Well, no, it's
2
not.
Super Bowls.
A dynasty light would be 2 Super Bowls in 4 years. Then they'd be like, is that a dynasty? 2 and 4? We'd be like, it's light. Dynasty shouldn't be used. You can't use dynasty if a team's never won it.
I'm not. Me. Come on, man. Work with me. That's kind of barbershop bar talk. I understand that, and I know what a dynasty is.
Well,
but my point is,
apparently you don't.
They've been close. And then I'm throwing in Austin and you. I'm throwing in that NFC Championship game where you didn't even get a chance.
Yeah, no, Austin's right.
I know he's right.
Okay.
But you know what I mean.
Well,
they've been there.
You could be more, and we talk about this a lot, you could be a little more precise with your language.
We ain't miss me. Yeah, I can
but
get fired and use some other stuff.
I think if we put up a poll and said, have the Niners been a dynasty the last 5 years? I'll bet it would be 96-4.
Okay, give me this. Were the Buffalo Bills when they lost
No.
To me, they ran the AFC.
Okay.
But you can't be one because you didn't win. But hell yeah.
Okay, you're going to get mad at me, but
never.
The only reason you're using dynasty, even though they have no business with using the word, or you have no business using the word, is just as a way to pander to 49er fans.
What is it? What bill does that pay for me? I'm
just saying.
I'm telling
again, you would not even use the word with any team that never won a title to use the word dynasty.
We use our lips and mouths at these jobs. The host is paintbrushes. Mm-hmm. And I was just painting the picture of the Niners have ran the NFC for the last 5 years, in my opinion.
Okay.
Now, let's do that. That's a
great.
softer land.
Okay, but
and that's all I was trying to. Yeah, I don't like because now I'm starting to think if you do it, I don't placate to. If I say something nice about little Johnny's team, I get brownie point.
You do.
Nobody pays my bill, put the gas in the caddy. I'm the guy that said Kyle should be ran out of here when Trey got hurt. Find that drop.
Okay. Yeah, and how'd that hold up?
I hate guys and gals that take stuff too serious. You know what I meant, Austin.
Well, apparently he didn't. And I just let you go because I'm a good friend of yours. But again,
radio cop.
Again, it's trying to think who would be.
Give it to me.
So let's see, the
Buffalo Bills was a great comp.
No. It's Denver was kind of a dynasty. The Nuggets, they won it 2 years ago,
but they hadn't gotten close any other time.
Oh, well, no, they won a round this year. They were one game from going to the conference finals.
I'm going back to 2019, but
okay. I mean, this is where I'd be like, oh, they ran the NFC for 5 years. Like, yeah, that sounds like that is right up 49er fans' alley. But my question would be, what's it mean?
Right, and if I was a fan listening to that, it wouldn't. No, it means that you paid the price, Steiny. You can't. And it might have taken a lot out of you, and you didn't get the throne. That's what it means.
You can't do what you do, which is talk about remember how when we got there we won it. And Steiny, this is a fan base that's starving. They haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years. Steiny, you don't get it. These guys are used to winning, these 49er fans. Okay, you're right on all those things. So then don't say, boy, it was almost a dynasty. These fans are too sophisticated for that.
And hurt.
You don't have to win them over with false praise.
And there we go. Right. I don't do that.
Well,
I've never done, even with my children.
It kind of feels like it sometimes. I get it.
No, because you're scorned. And I don't know why you're scorned, but it had nothing to do with me.
Scorned.
So you take out your sports insecurities on me, and you think Goo would open the mic to get some brownie points from fans.
Well, I just don't think the Niners had a dynasty in the last 5 years. That's
all. Have they been close to a Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
but
more than
most dynasties are talked about as.
No, we're not talking.
Yeah, they're not a dynasty.
You're saying it doesn't apply to the Niners. Have the Niners been close to a Super Bowl these past few seasons?
You know what? Not really. Not really.
Losing two.
They were never in the NFC Championship game against the Eagles. They got blown out 50-3.
But they get
and
credit
then
for getting there.
Pat Mahomes did what he does.
And the Niners did what they did.
You know what? I mean,
tricked it off.
Yeah. Well, they've had a nice run. I'd let you get away with good little run. I'd let you get away with they've been good but have nothing to show for it. But
that's what all that means.
Steiny, this is a price of a dynasty. Oh, even though they didn't. No.
I'm the author of that.
It's not a dynasty. You got to usually, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but my understanding was it's hard to talk about a dynasty if you've never won one championship. That's all.
Well, I'm the guy that thinks the Niners in 19 were better than the Chiefs.
Right.
And I thought the Niners were better than the Chiefs.
And the Warriors have 6 titles.
Now, why'd you go there?
Because it's the same thing.
It's not.
No, again.
They win overtime. Yeah. Shouldn't even went to overtime.
Yeah. I get it.
It's your money.
You know, that's not good enough for you, but it's.
Now, the Chiefs are a dynasty.
Oh, okay.
We were having some fun.
Right. And the 49ers aren't in their league.
Well, they're in the NFC. They're in the AFC.
Austin, you got that one right. And you know what? And I've been letting it go, and I'll continue to let it go because I don't want to get bogged down in it. But, yeah, I mean, it's, again, usually
it's nuance.
Trying to think who else. Let's see.
You don't want to chew on the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, no, there you go. Last 5 years, in your mind, Buffalo's been a dynasty.
Oh,
they make the playoffs every year. They're kind of knocking on the door. It's kind of like a dynasty.
Zero Super Bowl
just for that little detail of you got to win it.
I still stand on the Warriors should have 6 titles.
And again, maybe we can do a show from Fantasyland tomorrow.
Step into my office.
Yeah. Well, then if
Draymond doesn't get suspended.
Right. If Steph Curry's got 6 rings, then you know what? He ain't giving back the gold medal. Mm-hmm. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And let me tell you about new vodka. If you're wrapping up the workday like me, and it's time to flip the mental switch, it's time to unwind. When I'm off the clock, new vodka is what I'm drinking. NUE. New vodka is American-made, award-winning.
When are you going to get a heart?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You hear about the big controversy at Oracle Park over the weekend?
I was there. When they somebody threw Friday night.
That was small potatoes.
Did they find the culprit that did that? I didn't have one too many. I think I just saw 2 balls. I had to shake. Hey, I'm serious, Evan. The ball. I go, you didn't just see that? Dude, that was terrible. But no, I didn't hear about it.
Well, I hadn't heard about it either until this morning. I did my live 105 hit with
what time?
Marcy Weiser, usually around 9:15.
All right.
9:20. And she brought this to my attention that, so I don't know if it was Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, but one of those days was Hello Kitty Day at the,
my daughter used to love
Giants.
It.
Yeah. And I'm not sure again what day it was, but Sunday.
Okay.
And as you know, they've been drawing very well. They had probably 40,000 plus there.
Oh, my gosh.
Problem was that they only had 15,000 Hello Kitty jerseys. So 25,000 fans apparently were very, very disappointed because even though they may have gotten there early, they did not get a Hello Kitty jersey. And how many of those fans
caused a stink?
I was going to say how many of those fans even cared about the Giants game. They went to get that jersey.
No doubt. Wow.
So if anybody's got some details on that.
Well, how would you
Actually,
feel?
there's the
Well, if you had a little girl, a little daughter, one of your daughters when they were little, and you're like, let's go get it. And then they're like, sir, we ran out.
I mean,
enjoy the ball game.
I mean, honestly, I would use it as a life lesson.
Or go to the mall and get the Hello Kitty yourself for your kid.
So then you got to buy a ticket to the game for the kid and then take them shopping afterwards.
It's called parenting.
No, it's called enabling.
The tickets were pretty expensive, too, specifically because it was Hello Kitty jersey giveaway.
So I'm working with 2 smart guys and Steiny. That was pretty good. What would you do to rectify it, Evan? And Steiny, I want to, no, seriously.
Get 40,000 jerseys.
No, but to fix this, for the ones that did, would you do it again, E?
Nah, ship sailed. They blew it.
You can't rectify
blew it.
You can always rectify it or try.
Yeah, for the next giveaway, make 40,000 of them. Which, oh, by the way, is something the Dodgers do. And it's something the Padres do.
Oh, boy.
It's something a lot of teams who sell thousands of tickets and expect sellouts typically do.
So why was there a shortage?
The Giants used to do that, by the way.
I know what happened. It's your typical bait and switch.
Oh, I was in sales. I don't like that term.
Hey, everybody. We got Hello Kitty jerseys for you. Come out to the ball yard. Then you get out to the ball yard and they're like, yeah, no jerseys, but you get to sit through this anemic offense for 9 innings.
I feel bad
for who?
The Hello Kitty fans. The ones that caused the stink. Boy.
Usually the Giants are on top of that.
So fix it. Bring your ticket stub or prove you were at the game.
Let me tell you.
We'll give it to you.
Let me tell you how you fix it. Larry Bear comes to a microphone and goes, yeah, we made a mistake. See you at the ball yard next week.
No, you know what? This is why I shouldn't be here. I should have a higher up job. Steph Curry Day is coming.
Yeah.
Somehow you incorporate Hello Kitty with that, and that's how you make it up.
The stadium doesn't hold 97,000 people. They can't play the game at Levi's. You can't. I mean, I'll tell you what, though. Hello Kitty might be greater than Steph Curry.
And she's still a thing.
I thought it was a cat.
No, well, yeah. I mean, yeah. It was around when my daughter Milan was around. Like is Dora the Explorer still a thing?
No, it wasn't.
Hello Kitty's been around even during my childhood.
No.
Steiny, stop.
Your daughter
Milan.
Hello Kitty was
before her.
Way before.
And it's still a thing, which I'm shocked.
1975-76
Oh,
is
my
when
God.
Hello Kitty came onto the scene.
LeBron James.
What does that mean?
So the longevity, that she's still a thing.
Oh, boy.
The point is, Hello Kitty hasn't played out.
I think it is played out.
Then
if
why
you know
are
what I mean.
fans mad?
You know why? Because we're a mess.
I agree with you on that.
We're
But
mess
give me
as a
the
country.
point. You got to fix it.
What was I going to say? The contracts that those guys were talking about in the morning. Ayuk and Adamas.
I love it.
Are there, and these guys in the morning were talking about, if you could take back one contract, would it be Adamas? People think I'm negative. Would it be Adamas or Brandon Ayuk? And of course, I started thinking, well, are there any other candidates?
Of course. Honorable mention, Steiny. You put Dre on there.
You know what?
Don't say
he doesn't. No, he doesn't belong on the list but only because his contract's not crazy. But if his contract were a little crazier, I think he would be.
How about Brock Purdy?
He would be a nominee. We don't know that yet.
Well, how'd you feel when he signed it? Like, I feel like he got paid for what he's done, so I'm good either way.
Well, of course, because he's a hometown quarterback. But
that is so weird.
No, I mean, we don't know if a year from now, we might want to take that contract back.
But to me, what I'm saying to you, Guru Math, Purdy can never be a bust.
Yes, he can.
Because when he was on, you were paying him peanuts. So
oh my God.
You guys missed those opportunities.
Okay.
That's how I really truly look at it.
What fundamental part of,
you know what I mean?
What fundamental part of, if Purdy has a terrible year, he might have the worst contract in the Bay.
But it will never take away him taking you to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship game on the fly.
Guru,
That's all.
If Brock Purdy is the quarterback of the Niners for the next 5 or 6 years and never gets back to a Super Bowl or never gets back to an NFC Championship game, people are not going to like it.
No doubt. And I understand that, but can you just look at me? What if they are not as good in other areas for him
they're not
to get back there? Like, they could be paying a guy where they know our best shot we had, guys.
Well, then that was dumb. If they think it was his best shot, then I don't.
Well, obviously they're not at home with the remote saying that, but it could end up being that way. And
he could end up having the worst contract in the Bay Area. It's possible. I don't think it's going to be the case. But
who else could we put on there?
Jimmy Butler.
He saved
actually the guy who could be up there is Bosa.
Well,
Nick
man,
Bosa.
Oh, man, I just perked up. Not that I'm happy. Like, the light is on him. That's a great.
Who's the Giants' second highest paid player?
The Giants' second high. I would have to say, well, Adamas, and then is it Chapman?
Probably. Yeah. But yeah, Chapman's fine.
I don't know.
Chapman's fine. 925 says Ayuk is worse, at least.
It's
Adamas.
because he's acting like he doesn't want to be here. That's what got. I got to be careful on my verbiage.
Guru, think about this for a minute. They overpaid him. He got paid. He got hurt, and he still hates it here. But you won't say they made a mistake. The 49ers made a mistake.
I'm the one that's calling them out.
Oh, my God.
Where are the Q-tips?
Yeah.
How am I being this passionate about that, and you're telling me I'm not saying that? That don't match. I'm saying the audacity, the gall of Brandon Ayuk doing what he's doing.
The stupidity of the 49ers is a way I look at it. What, this guy has shown himself to be selfish, and then you were going to pay him, and then he was going to turn into a different guy?
And now he's hurt, and he's still kicking up dust? He gets my vote.
So you've come full circle, at least.
I am the circle.
I know you are.
I told you I couldn't believe he was doing that. Listen, when they paid them, Steiny,
that was great
I was
move.
Happy for him.
Great move.
I thought so.
Yeah, well, it's not.
I didn't beat him up like everybody did in 4 games.
It wasn't a great move. It's okay to say it.
So everything Adamas is real quick. Everything Adamas is doing while things aren't going his way individually. I feel like Brandon Ayuk's doing the opposite while he's hurt. Like you're being a distraction. Now we got to figure out what you mean. It's not like go team.
I just don't think he's a distraction. I just don't. I think these guys, I think pros deal with this crap all the time, and it's that they just, it goes with the territory.
Oh, man.
To my way of thinking. And every team has to deal with some form or another of this kind of crap.
Well,
and this is just what the Niners have to deal with.
Okay.
But every other team is dealing with crap like this too.
We get to spend a lot of time outside the office, the studio, Steiny, and one of your greatest stories, Steven Jackson, after he got paid, pulled that trick at training camp and let everybody know he wanted to be out. I got to be careful here, but right now this has all the ingredients of that. And what makes it worse is Ayuk is hurt. So I just want to drive to his house or pull up and meet me at the old ship. Why are you mad? The team should be mad or disappointed, not in you, just the fact that you're a bump on the pickle. We don't know when you're going to play, but what are you doing on social media? You're making it seem like you're not happy. We overpaid you.
He's not happy. We talked about this, and you said to me after the conversation was over, now I get it, Steiny. You're right. Every time I explain something to you, you acknowledge what I'm saying, and then a day later you ask me the same freaking question.
Stop.
He wants the ball more.
So why sign your John Hancock on the dotted line when you know that's not going to happen?
Because at the time he signed it, he probably had visions that his role would increase, and it didn't, and he's mad.
Well, Sonny, it was 4 games, if that.
Exactly. It's 4 games. And then he got hurt. And he stunk in those 4 games. Oh, catch radius. Oh, great catch radius.
But you won't call this a distraction yet.
No, nobody's paying attention to him. He can't play. He can't play right now, so who cares what he's doing?
Even if it's making it seem like he's not happy, I think that's a distraction.
Here's the other thing. If you think the guys on the team don't know he's not happy without seeing it on social media, I say I disagree. Of course they know he's unhappy.
Damn.
They're his teammates. He got over.
But he got over. When you get over, you're happy.
Well,
when you get over, you are happy in life.
That's true. It makes this one a little bit funky.
Yeah, you're right.
But we'll see. 707, I think Jimmy Butler's contract should be discussed. Jimmy Butler.
Well, he's
a good player, but is he worth 120 over the next 2 years?
Well, we got to see.
He's not.
Well, you can't rob him of that.
I will. He wasn't a $60 million player this year. Not when the chips were down. Listen, here's all I'm going to say. I like my $60 million NBA players to be able to get a shot off. There you go. You happy?
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, there you go. I did that just for you.
That's my guy, Evan.
I did that just for you.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it this way, how many games did he play for the Warriors?
Enough to get them to the playoffs.
Okay, let's say
and win around.
Let's say 60. 50 games.
Oh, you said all of it, yeah.
50 games. So I'm trying, I wonder if we could measure that contract by the pump fake. I bet if we did it, we would be like, you know what? He made basically last year $500,000 a pump fake because he probably did 120 pump fakes.
And 99% they worked.
Not when it counted.
Look at you just holding back your old takes. Right?
What?
Acting like they're new ones. Dude, you are so funny. You send me to do the hard, dirty work. I get it.
Yes, I think we should. Draymond Green. He's another one, perhaps. Both to me, it would be.
He was third.
Ayuk, Adamas, Bosa.
That Bosa one. That's it. Wow, man.
But he's got help now on the other side of the line. So
does he?
We've got to be taking stuff off his plate.
All right.
got to be doing that. Oh, about Jair Alexander.
What we didn't like, I thought all three of us were on the same accord. I mean, Steiny, he's missed 20 games in the last 2 seasons.
Like the official number?
Oh, you got it.
Of course. He's missed half the games in the last 4 years. 34 games in 68 games. And then the last 2 years, it's gotten even worse because he's only played 7.
That's like my old Seville.
Sounds like they should have signed him last year.
No wonder Green Bay is like night-night. Best ability is availability. I mean, he's good when he's out there. But, boy, who would pay a top dollar for, health is wealth.
So you're down on Ayuk.
No, I'm down on his social media game. Man, I just, seriously, I am blown away that he did what he did a couple weeks ago or last week.
Can you do me a favor? And I'm being dead serious. Yeah. Can you recap again what he did? Because I'm not exactly sure.
Roddy White, the old Atlanta
KTMZ right here.
I was thinking, there you go. Now I don't like it. I'm just telling you, this stuff follows me. All Roddy White and some former players did a podcast. And in the podcast, he's former Atlanta Falcon receiver, played under Kyle Shanahan as he was his offensive coordinator.
Okay.
And Julio Jones were on the podcast. Julio Jones, I guess, Steiny, is still feeling some type of way of his lack of targets in the Super Bowl where they lost to the Patriots. You remember that?
Yep.
Okay. The offensive coordinator was Kyle. So on this podcast, they were talking about Kyle, and Julio Jones didn't say he hated Kyle. He just talked about why would I only get minimal targets? I wasn't a factor. So that day on IG, Brandon Ayuk had a picture of Julio Jones in his uniform, in an Atlanta Falcon uniform.
Okay.
So I didn't know what that was.
All right.
So it's about 1 PM. So later, I'm just on the, doing my thing. And then I see the podcast.
All right.
And I'm like, okay, Julio said that about your current coach, who was offensive coordinator then. Why do you have him plastered on your IG?
Right.
So I took that as, I can feel what Julio Jones was saying.
Right.
Because when I was in the Super Bowl, I had the same offensive coordinator / head coach.
Right.
And I only had 4 targets.
Right.
So I thought I didn't go anywhere or call you or Evan. I think I sent it on the Vine. Like, that's kind of interesting.
But wouldn't,
why are you throwing your coach under the bus?
You took it from A to B. All you need to do is go B to C. He wants the ball more. That's why he did it.
Oh, right.
Okay, so you were wondering why he's doing it.
No, I knew
he's doing it because, okay.
Yeah. Right. But, Steiny, he hadn't come out. I wish he would just say it somewhere.
And if he did, you talk about how now he's even more of a distraction.
It wouldn't change that he got paid. I'm thinking the Benjamins you just got from this deal, even if you wanted to send that message, you would bite your tongue.
Why?
Because
every great receiver, no matter what they're making, complains about lack of touches. Like, I almost think, how dumb could you have been if you're actually the Niners thinking, well, if we overpay him, we'll placate him, and then he'll be okay with us not giving him the ball very much. It's like, that's not how it works.
I advocated for them to do that.
Right.
Wow.
Hey, Jimmy Butler, we really want you on our team, and we're going to sign you for a $120 million extension, but you're not going to get the ball very much, but don't worry about it. You got your money. No, some guys are competitors. They want it all. They want to win a Super Bowl. They want to get their numbers.
But there's a right way to do things too, though, right, Steiny?
But we knew this guy he's been who he is for how long now? And I would say his entire career. Now, he's had some good moments, but the reality of the situation is he and Kyle Shanahan did not get off to a good start. And he was in the doghouse. And he was so-so for the first couple of years. Then he had a big year, a couple good years. And they paid him like Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. And he's not that guy. That's what I think.
Well, hopefully he has a bounce. I mean, he gets healthy.
Well, he may have a bounce back 6 games.
Man.
Do we have any indication of about when he's coming back?
I don't. And what scares me, go ahead.
No, I think I've heard week 4. So that sounds early to me.
And it was the same thing, but it was later with Greenlaw. He got hurt in the Super Bowl, which hurt his chances of coming back. But Ayuk got hurt early on in the season, so I don't have that information, Steiny. But the sooner the better, because if you just think about it, if you're, let's say, what's a good defensive team out there? The Ravens. And you're lined up against the wideouts of the Niners, is the young Pearsall and Jennings really scaring you? And I know you got Kittle. Is that, and Robinson, is that really scaring you, Steiny?
I don't think it's significantly more scary with Ayuk.
Wow.
I think he's good. I think he's a good receiver. But I don't think he's in the class of the guys that are making about the same amount of money as him. And maybe they should have thought about how he might react to his role not changing.
He is no Julio Jones. I hope you don't think you're in that category.
But what he'll tell you, if we had him in here, I could be if they used me like Julio Jones. He would say that even if he's not as good as Julio Jones, right?
Can't wait, man.
For what specifically?
The season. And all these questions to be answered.
So it's June.
And my mantra
August.
is
about 4 more months.
You were a writer. Mine would be for the Niners, and I could give you one for every team. Is the window shut? That would be the title for the 2025 Niners. Because when it's all said and done, we'll know.
I think the window's shut this year. I don't know if it'll be open next year, but I think this year it's shut.
I don't think they feel
they're not going
to
win a Super Bowl this year.
Well, I'm not saying
so.
That.
That's why I think it's shut.
What if you get to the NFC Championship game?
Did they win it?
Let's say they lose it.
Well, then it was shut.
I gotta be honest. If they get back there, it ain't shut. What's shut? Yeah, come on, Steiny, get the NFC Championship.
Look, if they get back to the NFC Championship, just give them a Super Bowl ring in your mind. Seriously, when you say did I think they had well, first of all,
because I did.
2 of the last 3 years, did I think they had a chance at the Super Bowl? Yes. Last year, did I? Not once the season started. This year, do I think they're going to win? Is their Super Bowl window open? I don't know. Is Dallas open?
Could be.
Okay, well, then I'll answer could be. But I don't believe it is for the Niners. I don't. But again, you're right. This is where we're going to be talking about this all year because there's a chance they could win the division and not be that great. But they'll have won the division and then we'll go into the playoffs and people will think they have a shot. And I don't think they would have a realistic shot. It's just me. Hey, you traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport. It's got the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, live performances, and tasty food. Why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com.
for like $460.
We cannot sit here and not go outside when it's sunny, way down the rain. You gotta go win.
He deserved it. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Graham today. Mark Graham.
What's up, boys?
Mark Willard. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Great. Yeah. Cold outside. Just in case you, when you leave the building, 212, bundle up.
Okay.
It's summer in San Francisco.
Wow.
It's more summery than normal. I got it at about 58 degrees with a 17-mile-an-hour wind coming out of the northwest.
Look at my man.
Traveling weather on the 8s.
That's the man.
Bless you.
I got to start with this. And we'll get to champion on the IL. Denzel Clark, the catch for the Avalanche. I came in today and Steiny didn't know I'm kind of radio man, but I said the best athletes of what sport are the best athletes in? And hockey it's up there for me. That skating and doing what they do. But if I ask you to, the best athletes, like the baseball players play who? Not all of them, but I believe they can more than NBA guys play baseball. I seen them do the first pitch. I'm like, oh my God.
Who?
What do you mean who?
They play basketball player.
Gilbert Arenas. I've seen him go out of first pitch. It was embarrassing.
Okay, who else?
It don't matter. I got my notes.
One guy.
Brandon Pajemski says if he wasn't a pro basketball player, he'd be a pro baseball player.
Take that in practice. He hit some out at third team.
Yeah, he's a basketball player. See?
But he played baseball.
And before we get too far down this road, we have to define what an athlete is. Like, are we talking about running, jumping, lifting, hand-eye, hand-foot?
My mind immediately goes to track and field.
Okay. But how many of those track and
Carlos
field?
couldn't catch a cold.
Ronaldo
in Wuhan. Thank you.
But you know what
I
I
tried
mean.
that joke in 2021. It's too soon. Too soon. I do know what you mean. For me, the answer is basketball players. I think that they have the majority of what I consider to be athletic skill, which is running, jumping, strength, flexibility, catching, hand-eye coordination. Now, baseball, they're the top in hand-eye coordination.
Oh, my God.
But you can be just a gigantic, slow behemoth and be a Hall of Famer in baseball. Basketball, it's harder to do that. I'm thinking about Cecil Fielder versus, I don't know, Mark Eaton, who wasn't a Hall of Famer, but
the Jazz.
in the days of the big stiff in the NBA, they're not really here anymore. Who would you say is the biggest? Just
Zach
big,
Edey.
Well, he's young, and he's actually got a lot more skill than you want to give him credit for.
What about a guy like Steph Curry? Doesn't he prove it?
Like, I could see him being a second baseman or shortstop.
What about Danny Ainge?
Well, he played pro ball.
Did it.
Yeah. And golf.
Dave Winfield drafted in all three.
Yep.
So
For sure.
You said that.
Yeah, old school.
I mean, you could put a ton of basketball players out in the outfield and have them run and catch after fly balls, but you can't. It's hard to find any of them that can hit a baseball well. Probably hitting a baseball is the toughest skill in sports.
I believe you. I'm with you. And I've seen Mike Trout dunk. Scotty was like, "Where'd you see that? He can dunk a basketball."
In general, you need probably more athleticism to go into the NBA if you're any other athlete.
And none of you mentioned NFL.
Skill positions in the NFL is similar, probably.
Right.
But
NFL is so specialized. If you are Spencer Burford, and he's top of mind because he actually took a lot of snaps at left tackle today. But in general, you're a guard, and your job is to get out of your stance and maul within probably a 2 to 12 yard area. Just go out there, find somebody, hug up on them, knock them over if you can, and then go huddle up and do it again. Hand-eye is not a factor. Vertical leap's not a factor.
Trent Williams is a hell of an athlete.
If you've seen him dunk a basketball, does that shock anybody? Because it's out there.
Who?
Trent Williams. He's a damn good basketball player.
Yeah, I mean, 6'7", 6'8", or however tall he is.
Steiny, I'm just saying.
You think he can dunk right now?
I'm sure he could dunk one dunk.
He's 37.
Steiny, he could dunk. And the dude's what, 6'8"?
He's 6'7", 6'8". He's also 409 with a bad wheel.
Wow. 409 felt a little mean-spirited.
I think he's healthy now, Stein. Did you hear what he said? He hopes he can play until he's 40 or 41. But he said if it's not in my cards, then it's not in my cards.
Oh, they'll give him money.
Look at Steiny. I like that.
Yeah, listed at 6'5".
Oh, he can't dunk.
He's only 6'20". That's according to Wikipedia.
Why did I feel like they rip people off on their height?
And he will be 37 in July. So he's got another month of being 36. That's, Wikipedia.
Right. What about that catch? Was that an okay catch? Or am I putting too much on it when I say it's one of the Jim Edmonds 2004 against the Astros Game 7?
Yep.
In St. Louis. Looked like Superman.
Yeah.
But that was
Bo
a catch.
Jackson in the All-Star game when he went, but I believe he ran the wall after he caught it.
Did, but that's a great one.
The fact that this young man runs back and jumps on the wall and hits the wall again, is able to grab the wall and then reach way over. Oh, it's got to be one of the greatest catches in history.
Did you see the catch he made? I think it was on Saturday versus the Orioles. I thought he broke his arm because he reached out in the dead sprint in front of the wall to catch it. And normally you like snap your arm in half when you do that. And he held onto the ball somehow and wasn't hurt at all.
Man.
Youth.
We had a caller, Gary, earlier that said the Willie Mays had a catch. Not the one on Vic Wirtz, but one where Bobby Bonds was in right field. They collided. Willie Mays got knocked out. He said, if you Google it, and I did Google it, and it's an amazing catch.
Yeah.
He jumped like they were both, they're in right center, both going out toward the wall. Bonds was kind of losing it. It looked like a little, and Willie just like jumped over him. They collided. He caught it, and then Willie Mays was knocked out.
Damn.
Yeah.
The other one I was thinking of was the Jeter catch where he runs over the side and crashes in and breaks his face.
And blood.
Blood everywhere. You got to have blood.
He brought up, who'd you bring up? Third baseman for the A's, Blue Jays.
Josh Donaldson.
Yeah, the Jeter one was the one.
I mean.
Okay. Well,
when I think of great catches,
then why are we having the discussion?
My mind, specifically in the outfield, my mind always goes to Jim Edmonds.
Dude,
always the diving catch over his head into the hill, which used to be the hill at Astros Stadium,
incredible.
Minute Maid Park, whatever it was back then.
Yeah.
Oh God,
who was the guy this year against the Giants in right field? Made a great catch, but got hurt.
Oh, he dove into the netting.
Yeah, that was a great catch.
Oh, for the Mariners, Victor Robles. Yeah.
Ouch.
That one I
also,
remember.
the Mike Tauchman robbing Pujols at Dodger Stadium.
Yep.
Mike Tauchman.
2021.
That was it.
Saved them a game and won them the division ultimately.
Yeah, and the rivalry part of it, certainly, and the fact that it was Tauchman v. Pujols. It's, not like...
And Pujols was on the chase for, 700 home runs that year? Yeah. He ultimately got it, but that took one away.
Yeah.
Temporarily robbed of it.
What else, Q?
Chapman. Big deal, or thinking? I think it's like I want Adamas to go 4 for 4 now because they need him to step up anyway.
Baseball doesn't work that way.
I love him.
That was Steve Kerr.
No, I know.
Okay,
I know.
just so you know.
I give you.
I hope you're ready to see Casey Schmidt for the next 10 days.
Well, I call him Chasey Schmidt, but that's not me. I stole that. I don't know from who. It might be you, Dibs.
No, I doubt it. I try to avoid the low-hanging fruit.
Might have been
Yeah. I don't think it's that big a deal because it's just a jammed hand.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem to be broken or ligaments. It's just jammed. And you've got 3 in Colorado. And you should be able to roll out Koss and the fellas. Put Christian Koss at third, and you can mix and match. If you can't beat Colorado even without Matt Chapman, well, then maybe I shouldn't be so excited about this season, Grandy.
Yeah, I mean,
damn, Dibs.
He has been hitting the ball well lately. The last 2 weeks, hitting over 350 with a handful of bombs. Not a ton of RBIs. They haven't been scoring a lot of runs, but he has been the driving force behind a lot of their runs of late. I mean, you feel like you should be able to win a series, maybe sweep the Rockies anyway. But, I mean, let's not pretend like in the middle of this 5-game win streak, they've been tearing the cover off the ball. They're still winning by just 1 run and scoring 3 or 4 runs every game. The pitching is still just great. So you take Chapman out, instead of scoring 4, you're scoring 2.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to have an impact. It's only going to be for a week and a half, you would hope. But I don't know. We'll see.
T in Oakland, I remember this catch. Kevin Mitchell, bare hand.
That's I want to say St. Louis. That was San Diego. I think it was in San Diego when he did that.
Kind of overran it. Threw the hand up.
Like it
made the play.
It didn't have to be a great catch.
Yeah.
It could have been somewhat routine.
That's a great one.
But he made it right for sure. Let's see, what else?
Who was that little fan in Baltimore who reached over the fence or it was Yankee Stadium against Baltimore.
Oh, man.
You're not thinking of Bartman, are
No,
you?
that's Cubs.
Yeah, this was, I can't remember the young man's name. He's probably
But
older
why
than all
don't we
you
remember
guys.
it like Bartman?
I think it was a playoff game
It
or it was a
was.
big game, and
Orioles.
he reached over and kind of robbed. He didn't rob a home run.
remember that.
He gave him one.
When was this?
Oh, it had to be like early 00s.
Yeah.
I can't believe I can't remember his name. This is sloppy radio by me.
Not O'Hearn.
No.
You don't
the
remember?
trading block.
Future Giant.
I know, that's
man.
why. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Jeffrey Mayer was the young man's name.
Daddy, you found it.
96, so
Wow.
it was BG before Grandy. Game 1 of the ALCS.
96 playoffs?
Yeah, ALCS.
That's like actually 3 or 5-month-old Grandy.
All right, Grandy.
Yeah.
Come on
Look
out.
at him.
Come on out.
You remember it?
Oh, of course.
You remember.
Seared into my memory.
Derek Jeter hits
Guru,
it.
dude, I'm telling you, going down a thin. I'm just telling you, might want to turn around.
Dibley and
Slippery slope.
Dibley and Grandy, what's your earliest memory as a human being?
Oh, this is incredible.
As a human being.
Your first.
Wow.
It must have been the summer of 1971, and we lived in Fairfax, and it was a wild time in the early 70s, Grandy. And
it was loosey-goosey. 4
kids, 9, 7, 6, and 3. My parents didn't do a lot of what you would call parenting. We were left to our own devices. So I'm running around the house, invariably in a diaper, and I go to run out the sliding glass door onto the back deck. Well, the sliding glass door is closed. So your boy just goes, ka-slam!
Oh.
Right into it, and off to the hospital we go, because your boy's got...
So 5-ish?
No, 3 and change.
Oh, my
Come
God.
on, Dibs.
Oh, yeah.
So you're bleeding?
Oh, yeah. Bleeding.
I can't remember anything before like 7.5.
That's wild.
I know.
Well, when you have as much trauma as I did, such as 1972, I believe it was the winter of my discontent, I'm on my tricycle, and my sister, Hurricane Gale, wants to give me a push. Well, she pushes me down the stairs into the rock pile. 88 stitches later, your boy is back in one piece.
Where were they?
Right here, across the head,
Wow,
butterfly,
Dibs.
like a baseball. I was like a red baseball, fat red baseball, Grandy.
I had a similar story as a kid growing up, Dibs. Instead of running into a sliding glass door, I would often, and this happened multiple times, I don't know why my parents didn't take me away from this part of the house, I would like rest my body, lean up against a door, our back door, and there's normal like door handle, and I would put my hands on the handle, and then when the door was unlocked, my weight would pull the door handle down, my weight leaning on the door would swing the door open, and I'd land outside in our backyard, forehead on the ground.
Oh,
it happened
man.
a couple of times. I remember that. But my earliest memory, Steiny, probably being out in my front yard with a small kid-sized Warriors basketball, just dribbling it around. It must have been like 5 years old or something like that.
You got the reason I asked because I think you got a really early one.
I got lost at Disneyland. And this is true story. I was returned by a cop on a motorcycle bike to my frantic mother and father who really, they thought little Goo was gone.
Shout out Daisy.
And I just remember being in that front parking lot as you enter the park and my mom and dad crying. That's the first memory I got.
And you were how old? 4 or 5?
About 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is so great. I was talking to my knee surgeon today, Dr. Krinsky. Steiny, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
How's he?
Mickey says hello, and he's like, tell me about Guru.
Oh, come on.
He knows
Hopefully I don't
Steiny.
need him. Yeah.
I said, let me tell you about Guru. I said, not only is he the most authentic person I've ever met, like you are you 24/7, but the life you've lived. And I didn't know about this story, but we're going to go ahead and add this to the mountain of Goo tales. Lost at Disneyland.
Yeah.
It's a great one.
How's your knee, Goo?
It's better. I'm ready to play, but I still got the bone come there. And that's why his little back is hurt. I don't know if you heard. He pulled something.
Oh, he was hooping?
Yeah, no, he was bench pressing. Fell something.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
I'm being
I
told, Steiny thinks your body's a little disproportionate. A little too much here, not enough downstairs.
Stop!
Can you really get lost if you continue to remain in an enclosed area?
It's a big area, Steiny.
It is, but they're fences.
I'm not knowing I'm lost. The trauma was I'm on the back of the bike being returned to my parents, and they were the ones just going, Moms was bawling.
I can see Norm saying, he's fine. The fences are 9 feet high.
Dude,
He can't get out.
Well, you can extrapolate that out to Earth. Like, if you're just wandering Earth, are you really lost because you're just on the rock, right?
I guess that's one way to look at it.
I'm just trying to play off of your analogy.
Okay.
Can't escape the universe, Steiny. So, I mean, what danger could he possibly be in?
And are you really lost if no one's looking for you? Because that was my childhood, where you get lost somewhere, and it's like, I'm lost, and nobody's really looking for you.
You might not be lost.
The word is abandoned. You got left. That's the way it went.
Should I tell you what we started the show with today?
Please do.
Sure.
So, and I wasn't here to bash Buster Posey or say he's an idiot or got it all wrong. But, he talked about the Zach Wheeler trade for Beltran in 2011, and he was a player at that point, and he was saying, I just loved it. What a great signal to the team, and Sabian, who's, great. But it was a bad trade. And so just because there was good intentions, it was still kind of a bad trade.
I wonder if you look at it from a more global perspective, is it really a bad trade? Because Zach Wheeler didn't get to be really good for 10 years. So just thinking about the Warriors, right now we all think that the James Wiseman trade was a good trade. I don't even know what they got back. Probably nothing.
Gary Payton.
Okay.
And like 4 second-round picks or something.
If Wiseman goes out in 8 years and turns into the Zach Wheeler of the NBA at 30, do we revisit the trade and say all of a sudden now that was a bad trade?
Wow.
I do think that time lapse is a big factor in the way we look at these trades.
Now, real quick, before you go, Grandy, I told Steiny the way Buster said it, because nobody can argue it was a bad trade.
Didn't work out. Yeah.
But Buster gave it to you from a player standpoint of what that uplifted the clubhouse, I believe, and management saying, with this good record, we got action, and we're going to get a 6-time All-Star, 3-time Gold Glover. So that has me thinking if this giant ship stays in this direction, same seas, he's going to kind of use that feeling that he had as a player to enhance what they got now.
Yeah.
But Steiny's, who can argue it wasn't, okay, they lost.
I mean, you think of worst trades in Giants history, and that one inevitably will pop up just because Zach Wheeler's been so good for a while now. But it's also not as if the Mets were the beneficiary of that trade necessarily. He didn't do much with the Mets. He's been great mostly with the Phillies as a free. So there's also no guarantee if they hold on to him that he's even a Giant by the time he becomes good. They could have gotten rid of him, not wanted to pay him.
The other nuance, real quick, Steiny, about that trade is Beltran hit 323 as a Giant with an OPS of 920.
Yep.
The team was the problem. They went 26-32 after the deal. So I don't know if you look at the result and say the trade was the problem. To me, the trade wasn't the problem. He held up his end of the bargain. It was the rest of the team that went from a 4-game lead in the division to missing out on the playoffs.
So then my two thoughts would be, well, then how much we're bringing Beltran in here to send a message to these guys that we believe we can win it. And they saw Beltran and they did what? They weren't inspired. They didn't make it. You know what I mean? And I'm obviously tongue in cheek, but like the other thing is, I think they had a hope that they could re-sign him that offseason. And of course he went to St. Louis. As for Wheeler, the one thing I was thinking is you're right. He didn't really start coming into his own till 18-ish, 17, 18, 19. Boy, it would have been perfect time to have a real good pitcher for the Giants coming out of the last playoff at 16. He would have been emerging.
Yeah, it would have been nice.
Now, they would have had to signed him once he got to their organization. But
for every Wheeler who's the one that got away, a top prospect of yours that you traded away and they became a star elsewhere, there's like 10 or 15 top prospects that became nothing and you held on to, and then you're left holding the bag.
Yep.
Marco Luciano's the latest one, right? Like there's so many of those guys.
And Evan let us know, you said there was other players. Posey was hurt when they got him. So that didn't help.
Yeah, in May, he messed up his ankle. And then they made that trade in July. But
they were 61-44 when they made that trade.
Man, 17.
And this year they're 10 games over 500. The trading deadline, I think, is about 7 weeks. So we'll see. I'm not saying because that didn't work, you don't do it. I just think, I'm hoping Posey has a little different perspective as a general manager, as president of baseball operations, than as a player.
Well, we're going to get into it a little bit coming up on Willard and Dibs, but I also think it's a very large shift from what the Farhan era has been, because I think the Farhan era was prioritizing smart decisions and being safe and not taking a risk or a chance, and as a result, their deadline acquisitions were A.J. Pollock and Mark Canha and a bunch of nobodies on teams that weren't great, but when the trade deadline came around, we're in a position to maybe make the postseason. Last year, it was trade away Jorge Soler for salary relief.
Oh man,
I would rather my team be inspired to take a chance to try to help a team win as opposed to, let's be safe and let's not give away
Run the
any
ball
of
on third long.
Not give away any of our valuable prospects.
So we had a caller call in and say, well, Steiny, when 2011, the Giants had a great staff, and there might not have been room for Wheeler. That's fair. So fast forward to the present, and I'm not saying I know this guy, but Whisenhunt is their big pitching prospect. And guess what? They have a hell of a staff right now. So it might be a little bit similar, but I get the sense that nobody would want to give up Whisenhunt if you're a Giants fan and kind of understand how good he could be.
I'd give him up.
Would you really?
For a bat.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd give up Birdsong. I'd give up Harrison.
Really?
Yeah, I'd give up any of them.
Well, Harrison, I understand.
But what type of bat?
Okay.
A big bat.
Not Marcell Ozuna. I was throwing his name out from the Braves.
Which is he 35 years
that's
old?
the first thing.
And he's not having a great
And Matt Olson is under contract for 4 more years.
He's incredible.
I don't think that's a little bit too much meat
Lewis
left
Roberts
on the bone.
Jr.?
Well, especially with Eldridge, you would think.
I'm just kind of working off the Ryan O'Hearn idea because he's got the rest of this year and then an option. So if you gave up Whisenhunt, who, just for the Wheeler comparison, he's a lot closer. Wheeler was in single A at the time.
Right.
Whisenhunt's in triple A, so he might be a later in the season, or if you need a starter guy, he's close. So if you knew that Whisenhunt would be great in, let's say, 4 to 5 years, he's going to be a great pitcher, would you do it for a year and a half of Ryan O'Hearn? I know Grandy's a yes.
I would not.
I would.
If he's, let's say, Logan Webb, that would be really good, right? If he would turn into Logan Webb.
Well, he's at Wheeler.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, the way Whisenhunt's been in the minors so far is a click below Logan Webb. Logan Webb's been phenomenal, but if Whisenhunt is a starter in the bigs, he's a guy who's going to make 34 starts, win 11 games, which is a lot these days, and have an ERA of 3.5 and a whip of 1.1. That's a good, solid starting pitcher. Would you give that up for a rental? Knowing that Bryce Eldridge is probably coming by opening day next year, you would figure.
And if Adamas turns it around, that could be your addition.
I hate that thought process.
I know. I
dude.
got you. I
hate that thought process. Even if Adamas hits at his career average level, I still think they need more offense.
Yep, no doubt.
All right, guys. Well, you knock it out of the park. And
Will Willie, though, in 3 games in Colorado. Just one
more time?
Will Willie Adamas homer in Colorado over the next 3 games? It's a yes or no
I'm
proposition.
going to say yeah. We had fun.
No
with this.
chance.
That's an NC?
No chance.
He'll homer.
He doesn't hit the ball hard enough right now.
Homer. So we got a no chance. We got a fine, yeah. And Guru with a classic, hell yeah. But you don't do anymore, Goo.
Yeah.
I miss that.
I leave it to Marshawn.
I miss the old drops, yeah. I'm a yes as well.
All right, gents. Have a great rest of the day and bring it home on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys.
Hey, cool. That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome in, no Willard. It's Dibs and Grandy with you on this Tuesday. Willard will be back tomorrow right here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. We got a lot to get to, Dibs. First of all, happy Tuesday. How you doing? It's good to be here with you.
Yeah, glad to have you, Grandy. It's not graduation today, but a promotion.
Oh.
When you go from 5th grade to 6th grade, I believe it's a promotion, not necessarily a graduation. I think that's reserved for middle school, high school, and college. I could be wrong. At 888-957-9570.
Sounds about right. Yeah, I think so. And today is also an opportunity where the Giants are getting ready to go right now, currently in Denver, the Mile High City, at Coors Field to take on the Rockies. The Rockies, the worst team in baseball by a pretty wide margin. They've won only 12 games so far this year. They are sitting at 12-53, a winning percentage of below 19%. We'll talk about that. Maybe we'll talk about some of the other worst teams you've ever seen in sports before. We can get into that in a little bit. But the off day yesterday, Dibs, I think kind of gives us an opportunity to take a deep breath, to reset, and to think about this Giants season 66 games in. They're 38-28. The Dodgers won in San Diego last night, so the Giants right now a game and a half out of first in the NL West, but they are still officially third. The Padres a half game ahead of the Giants. The Dodgers a game and a half ahead of the Giants. 38-28, 66 games in. And now, again, we have an opportunity, 66 games in, to kind of take stock of what the season has been. And if you were to tell me, Dibs, before the year that at this mark, on June 10th, the Giants would be 10 games over and within a game and a half of the Dodgers in the NL West and staring at a postseason spot in the NL wild card, I would have taken it in a heartbeat. And I know for you, maybe the last 5 games, last 6 days now, have kind of changed your tune and your feeling a little bit about this Giants season.
And it's even more than that. It's the entire 66 games because you're able to weather a bad stretch and still be able to go out there and win games. Even in the 16-game stretch where you averaged 2 runs a game, you went 7-9. So you treaded water.
Amazing.
Even though
7-9 while scoring 2 runs per game.
Almost impossible.
Makes no sense.
It makes no sense, but when you look at it from a 30,000-foot view like we are for the most part today, you see a team that is built to withstand those sorts of hitting woes, hitting lapses, because they have such great pitching, and they're pretty good in the clutch with runners in scoring position, although they don't have that many at-bats in those situations. Even Willie Adamas, with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, that's where he's at his best this year. Still not as good as he'd like to be, but that is like the one situation where he's actually been pretty good.
It's difficult to find situations where he's been
and you have
good.
to really dig deep.
You have to
Super
really
deep.
dive into the numbers. It takes deep dive Dibs
Yeah.
to be able to find anything positive about Willie Adamas right now. And it goes as far as what's happening on the defensive side, too. Because as I think you texted our group thread earlier, he's also been league worst, like as a shortstop defensively. So you're not doing much offensively, maybe other than a couple of key moments here or there, and definitely not doing anything like the last 3 weeks. You're also below league average by a mile defensively, and now you're without your running mate on the left side of the infield, Matt Chapman, who's on the 10-day IL with right hand inflammation after he jammed that right hand diving back into first base a couple of days ago. Koss is back. Christian Koss is back. Casey Schmidt, I would imagine, is going to start and play third base today and for the majority of time that he misses. So the importance of Willie Adamas only gets intensified at this point. But you texted us earlier in the day, Dibs, and I just want to read this for you. You said the Giants are shifting from hope to expectation for me. And that's kind of a topic that you and Willard a couple of weeks ago talked about. Hope is great because you're hopeful and you're always hopeful about your teams and you want them to win and you're rooting for them. But when you get to the point where you have expectations, that's when you set yourselves up for being hurt. Because if you expect postseason and they fall short, suddenly you're upset. And even if they make the postseason and you expected postseason, that doesn't feel like a celebration. That feels like making par on the ninth hole or whatever it is. Like you are okay with that, but they just met your expectations. So the fact that you are at a point where you feel like this is shifting from hope to expectations mean that this is getting pretty serious for you.
Yeah, absolutely, because I don't think that the offense is going to be this putrid all year. Now, they're not going to average 5 runs a game, but I do think that they are a 4 runs a game kind of squad, and if that's the number, then you can win a lot of games because your pitching staff is amazing. Your starters, and this all has the caveat of health, as always, Yeah,
the Chapman move right now kind of, it's only 10 days.
He had to miss a couple games, and, he's got back tightness, and those are little things. Those are not season derailers, but if your pitching staff stays healthy, primarily it's Webb and Robbie Ray. And, Birdsong's been great. Roop has been better than expected.
Yeah.
Harrison's contributed pretty well, and Verlander's on his way back. So the rotation, critical. The bullpen has been almost entirely healthy, and they have been spectacular. So those two things together, combined with the start, you mentioned it, 66 games in, you're 10 above, and the Dodgers aren't 45-17.
Yeah.
You are right there with the Padres and the Dodgers. They've had more woes than you have. You haven't even overperformed. Like, you've performed right to where your run differential says you should be. So I don't think that it's fluky through 66. And so, am I expecting them to be a playoff team? Not quite yet, but the pendulum is swinging in that direction where it was a hope at the start of the year. I hope that they win more than 81, which was their Vegas win total. And if they win 86, they might be a playoff team.
Yeah.
Well, now they're on pace to win like 90 games, right?
Something like that. Yeah, I'd have to extrapolate it out, and I could do that here in a sec. But, you got Kyle Harrison going today in Colorado versus Carson Palmquist.
93, actually.
They're on pace for 93 wins.
Right.
That'll get you to the playoffs.
It
might win you the West, probably not. You would imagine the Dodgers are going to be better the rest of the way when they get healthy. That's getting you a wild card spot and probably going to get you the top wild card spot. I would imagine 93 wins. But we shall see. Yeah, Kyle Harrison is going today. A big start for him because the other thing that gets thrown into the mix here, Dibs, is what the hell happens when Justin Verlander comes back? That was Kyle Harrison's spot. Birdsong took Jordan Hicks's spot in the rotation when Hicks went to the bullpen. He really, really struggled. One of the only Giants pitchers that's having a bad year is Jordan Hicks. That was the guy who Birdsong took the spot of in the rotation. Harrison took the spot of Verlander when he went down with that minor injury, and reports are that he is returning relatively soon. Things seem to be relatively on track there. So what happens when Verlander comes back? And we can get into the trade deadline conversation a little bit later on, but you would potentially have 6 starting pitchers, Dibs, that you would feel pretty good about on the roster, on the big league roster right now. And maybe you don't feel great about Kyle Harrison. I think, honestly, I've been pleasantly surprised by how he's pitched. He's looked to me a whole lot better than what he was last year. His fastball velocity is up around 95, 96, even hit 97 once in his last start, even though I know it was not very good in that game against the Padres, which the Giants ultimately came back and won. But you're at a spot where pitching is undoubtedly a strength of this team, Dibs, to the point where maybe you feel comfortable not even trading a minor league arm, but a guy who is on the big league roster right now because you feel like you have almost too many arms to go around.
Almost, but I would not trade Birdsong. I wouldn't trade Harrison. I don't think that Roop would command as much as Carson Whisenhunt. So for me, if you're going to do something, it'd be Whisenhunt. Mason Black is an interesting name, a guy who might garner some attention outside the building, but you do have a lot of starting pitching, and you've got Robbie Ray for one more year. Verlander, this is probably going to be one and done, you would imagine, unless he catches fire or decides he loves it here. I don't know what that situation is, but even going into next year, you've got a little bit of a surplus, and you never want to give up too much of your surplus because then you're just an injury or two away from being over a barrel.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But, if you're looking to be aggressive, and the fact that Buster Posey weighed in on the TK show about the 2011 trade where you traded a great young pitching asset for a rental, and the rental was fine. It was the team that was the problem.
Yeah, we'll get to that sound, Buster Posey with Tim Kawakami on the TK show over the weekend. I believe that was recorded on Saturday before the Giants win on Saturday and then the win on Sunday as well. We'll get to that. He also said something else that I think at least those of you that listen to this show, Willard and Dibs, you have not yet heard. You're going to want to hear that, and we will get to that coming up in a little bit here on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard, so Dibs and Grandy with you. But I'm interested in how you opened the show, Dibs, which was you have graduated from hope, or at least you're on now the precipice of expectations. Maybe not quite yet expecting a postseason berth, but you have graduated past that hope stage of this Giants season. And I'm curious for everyone out there, for all the Giants fans out there, 888-957-9570, if you're in agreement with Dibs, if you're in disagreement with Dibs, just in general, when was the last time you felt this way about the Giants? Because, Dibs, and I want you to answer this as well, the Giants have had, even under Farhan Zaidi, stretches like this where they're up, they're 10 games over 500 midway through the season, even as late as the trade deadline, where they're having a great first half of the year, and you feel like, wow, if they just keep this up, they're going to be in the postseason. They have been in a postseason spot like in June and in July, not super often, but it's not like it hasn't happened under Farhan. It had a number of times, including 2021, when they did actually make the postseason and they won the division with that crazy 107-win year. My point, though, is, Dibs, at least for me specifically, my optimism around the Giants is like 10 times higher than it's been in the past, despite the fact that I could point to multiple seasons where the record at this point is relatively similar. So I'll ask you again, and 888-957-9570, when was the last time you felt this way about the Giants? Because for me, it's been a long time.
I think 2021 would be that time, but even then, they won 107 games. It didn't feel like it was a fluke, but the Dodgers were at 106, and it seemed like the Dodgers were better. Took them 5 games to beat the Giants, but that year was just kind of almost like a dream. They won 107 games, and they won the division by 1 game.
And still, we watched every single one of those games. I don't even know if any of us can explain how the hell they won 107 games.
Right.
Makes no sense.
They did it in a number of different ways, and after 66 games, that team was 41-25. So only 3 games better than this one. I think that this team feels more real because of the way it's being run, where you're my 9 guys, you play baseball. You're my bullpen, you're my rotation, you're my bench. Let's go out there and see what we've got. It feels like a real baseball team as opposed to who's pitching and what's the weather and what does the spreadsheet say. I don't even know if there is a spreadsheet anymore. It's like, are you healthy? You lead off. You hit second. That's what you do. All right, let's go play baseball.
Yeah, Adamas got his first day off the other day on Sunday, and they doubled it up with a day off, a full team-wide day off, of course, yesterday, and now he's going to be back in the lineup. I would imagine today, when we get that lineup, we will let you know. I would imagine Jung-Hoo Lee's going to be back. He plays just about every single day. Of course, Chapman on the 10-day IL, but he plays just about every single day. Ramos plays just about every single day. Tyler Fitzgerald has played a ton at second base. Bailey, it's a little different for a catcher, but Bailey is your everyday catcher. I know what his shortcomings have been offensively, but you do have a lot of consistency there. And I'm with you. It does have a generally different feeling, and that's what we're going to get into coming up next here on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. Guru, I see you on hold. We will get to you when we come back, and anyone else that wants to weigh in, 888-957-9570. When was the last time you felt this way about the Giants? Whether it's hope or expectations like Dibs, when was the last time you felt this way? Because for me, it's been a long time, and I'm welcoming this feeling because I have not, again, felt this way in quite a while. It's Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Celebrating.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
On 95.7 The Game.
That is a timely rejoin by Director of Sports Lucas Alexander because Dibs, and welcome back, it's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard, so Dibs and Grandy with you. We have a Giants lineup for today's Game 1 in Colorado. Of course, the news of the day for the Giants is that Matt Chapman has gone on the 10-day IL with right hand inflammation. He slid back into first base late in Sunday's game, that win over the Braves, and he was shaking his hand, shaking his wrist out. Stayed in the game, but now goes on the IL retroactive to yesterday, so he will miss at least 9 more days beyond today. The expectation is we're going to see a lot of Casey Schmidt, and we can tell you that he is starting at third base today. But do you want the full lineup, Dibs?
Yeah.
Because there was a little bit of a surprise, I guess, maybe not necessarily in who was chosen, but in where they're batting. So leading off, playing center field is Jung-Hoo Lee. He's back after missing the last 2 games. Good news there. Willie Adamas is sitting in the 2-hole and playing shortstop. Batting third, Elliot Ramos in left. Flores is cleanup and DHing. Encarnacion in right field, batting 5th. Then one of the new Giants, Dominic Smith, playing first base, batting 6th. The Chapman replacement, Casey Schmidt, batting 7th and at 3rd. Patrick Bailey is catching and batting 8th. Then Tyler Fitzgerald is batting 9th and playing second base. I know that second in the order is where Adamas has hit more often than anywhere else, but not of late. He's been hitting 5 and 6 a lot lately, Dibs. But without Chapman, the Giants putting a little bit more faith in Adamas, hoping that he can finally turn things around. He's hitting second today.
Okay, get it done, Willie. And good place to snap out of a funk.
Yeah.
Normally, just looking at his career at Coors, 1 home run in 61 career plate appearances at Coors, and that was back in 2021. So it's been, a healthy 44 plate appearances in Coors without him going deep. So no time like the present. Go ahead and step up and hit a 2-run piece in the first and keep Colorado on the woeful, pitiful trajectory that they've been on all year.
Yeah, they've won 12 games. They're 12-53. Their 185 winning percentage, Dibs, the 3rd worst winning percentage ever in Major League Baseball. Ever. Not just like in the modern era, but like going all the way back. Who was it, like the Cleveland Spiders who owned the worst or whatever it was in the 1800s? 3rd worst winning percentage of all time. Of course, there's still a ton of baseball to be played, but Colorado is in danger of making some ominous history. The Giants also put out this press release on Matt Chapman. Officially, Matt Chapman with right hand inflammation was placed on the 10-day injured list. With that right hand inflammation, he suffered a sprained right hand while diving back into first base on Sunday. Matt will see Dr. Stephen Shin in Los Angeles on Friday. An update on Matt's return to play will be given following his doctor's appointment on Friday. So next news we expect from the Giants on Chapman is on Friday. And considering the way that he has been hitting of late, Dibs, we all remember that walk-off 2-run homer he hit on Saturday, but has been good elsewhere as well. The Giants need this absence to be as short-lived as possible because they are searching for anyone that can hit the ball right now, and he was one of the few that was of late.
Yeah, and if you look at what it'd be 10 days retroactive to Sunday, I
think yesterday, retroactive to yesterday.
Okay, so then Thursday would be the day he could return, which would be home to Cleveland, and you've got 8 games before that, including 3 at L.A. So bad timing as far as the Dodgers being next up on the schedule, but good timing in that it's Colorado. And I was running some of the numbers on the Rockies. They have to go 27-70 the rest of the way to avoid the worst record in modern baseball history, which the Philadelphia A's, they had a .235 winning percentage.
Wow.
The Rockies are at 185, so it's go time, Colorado. They got to win 27 more games to avoid that ignominy.
They need the message that Buster provided to the Giants. They need that in their clubhouse, and they needed it they needed it 2 months ago. But they need to turn things around.
They got to play .278 ball the rest of the way.
Doesn't sound like much, but for them it is.
Just win a little more than 1 out of every 4, and you can avoid the worst record ever.
You don't have to go 3-7. You don't have to go 3-7 out of every 10. Not quite, right around there, and you'll be good.
Yeah, probably 3 out of every 11, roughly. That's about the number.
That's a tough task.
Let's go 3-8
for the Colorado Rockies.
I mean,
their starting pitchers this series expected to be Carson Palmquist, Kyle Freeland, and Antonio Senzatella, Dibs. Some great hurlers on the mound for the Rockies.
Yeah, Palmquist winless with an 8.50. Leads the team in ERA.
Freeland, one of their better pitchers, 5.19 ERA.
Yeah.
Senzatella, 6.68 ERA. They can't hit and they can't pitch. And as a result, they're 12-53. Despite all of what we're talking about with the Giants, though, Dibs, Matt Chapman on the IL, and the Giants really struggling offensively, they have managed to win 5 games in a row. And I know for you, this has been much more than just these 5 games. The entirety of the 66-game first start to the season, the Giants are 38-28. And for you, you have kind of graduated from the hope stage to the expectation stage. And for me, I don't think I felt as confident about a Giants team despite their obvious deficiencies. I don't think I felt this way about a Giants team since Bruce Bochy was still the manager. Even 2021, that felt different to me. That felt like, I don't know if fluke is the right word, but it felt unsustainable. It felt like I was always waiting that entire season for the other shoe to drop. And when they lost to the Dodgers in the division series, was I upset? Yes, of course I was. But was I surprised that they turned around in 2022 despite not making any changes, really any meaningful changes? Was I surprised that they did not make the playoffs that year? No, not really. I didn't think that team was all that good. So for me, I haven't felt this way about the Giants in a really, really long time. And that's what we want to hear from you guys. 888-957-9570. Whether you're expecting a postseason berth, whether you're expecting an NLCS appearance, or whether you're just expecting them to be in it in the last week of the regular season, when was the last time you felt this level of hope or expectation for the Giants? Because for Dibs and I, it's been a while. 888-957-9570. Guru gets us started out in San Jose. Guru, when was the last time you felt this way about the Giants?
Hey, Randy. Hey, Dibs. What's going on?
What's up, Goo?
All right. Yeah. I mean, I think Randy hit the nail on the head. Last time I felt this particular way about the Giants is the 2010s, the 2009, 2010 years when when the Giants had really, really good pitching, and not only a really good starting rotation, but a really good bullpen. And like we know internally from winning those World Series that is the that is the way that the Giants sort of have to win, not only because of their ballpark, but because they have experience doing so in that way, right? And so like that's what has gotten me thinking about 2010, and that's what's gotten me confident. Now they, just like they did in 2010, they're going to have to pull off a couple of moves here in order to make this team more formidable, right? And I mean, I think it's been well stated. They definitely need a bat, preferably like second base, first base, right field would be kind of the candidates for me going into this process. And I think like Buster Posey's mentality of him saying that, like him going back to the Wheeler trade and saying that was such a great trade. And I mean, I actually agree that was a good trade, even though Wheeler became what he became because like it took him a while to get there, right? And if you're the Giants, time is not really on your side. You don't know whether this rotation is going to be this good next year. You don't know if this bullpen is going to be this good next year. You need to act now while the iron is hot, so to speak. And so I'm really hopeful that they do this. I'm hopeful that in Colorado, Adamas can get hot because he absolutely does need to get hot, not only on offense, but on defense as well. It's been underwhelming for him so far. But like, if you want to keep him in the lineup, if you want to keep Bailey in the lineup, and without any repercussions, you do need to improve your offense. So that's where I stand. But I feel really, really good about this team. Having said all that,
thanks, Guru. Okay. Appreciate the call. I mean, you mentioned this at the very beginning, Dibs. You have the pitching staff and the bullpen that the Giants have. If you just find a way to sneak into the postseason, you're going to be a tough out. Doesn't mean you're going to win any series. There's of course no guarantee. Even if you have the best talent in Major League Baseball by a wide margin. We've seen so many of the best teams in the playoffs lose. That's often what happens in baseball. It's so much more about getting hot at the right time and are you in a rhythm in September, come October, and all of that. But the Giants, with Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, who are both pitching at Cy Young levels. Like, if the season ended now, I'm sure they would both get some Cy Young votes. Not that you'd expect either of them to win. Probably going to be Paul Skeens because he is just otherworldly. But they would get votes. Landon Roop has been amazing. Hayden Birdsong seems to be a young pitcher that is developing really quickly into a mid to front end of the rotation kind of guy. And Kyle Harrison seems to be behind the pack. Not that that's a shame because the others have been great for the Giants. And then you also have Verlander coming back. And that's not even mentioning you might have the best reliever in baseball in Randy Rodriguez.
And he's not even your closer.
And he's not even your closer.
Right.
And your second best reliever in baseball, I mean, you could say he doesn't do it flashy. You got Tyler Rogers, who is as consistent as anybody out of the bullpen. You have a pitching staff that I think nearly every single team in baseball would trade theirs for. Maybe the Mets, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, you and Willard did, would be the only other that might not even consider it. Everyone else, I think, would at the very least consider doing that. And when you have that weapon, Dibs, at your disposal, you don't have to be a top 10 offense. You can be a top half of the league offense and win a World Series with this pitching staff. So the challenge is for Buster Posey and this pitching staff or the coaching staff in general, find a way to make this offense a top half of the league offense. Because maybe you look season as a whole, they've been near that, but the last month they have not been. And they're still treading water despite that, including winning their last 5 games. I'm with Guru. The reason why I'm so confident is because of the pitching staff, and you can ride that to postseason wins.
And I wonder why we didn't have that same feeling in 2021, and at least it didn't feel like that, because you look at the numbers, they were averaging 5 runs a game in 2021, 4.96. They hit 249 home runs, which was second in baseball. Brendan Belt had 29. And
if he didn't get hurt in September, he would have hit 30. Correct. Would have been the first since Bonds to do that.
4th in slugging, 2nd in overall ERA, 1st in bullpen ERA. So that pitching staff was as dominant as this pitching staff. The only difference was that team actually had power. Brandon Crawford, career year. Brandon Belt, 29 homers. And so maybe that part of it is why, you didn't totally feel like it's World Series or bust, because you had a lot of guys who were kind of careering, but when you look at this year's team, if this year's team had that year's offense, you probably have 8 more wins.
Oh, yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
I mean, that team, they had 5 runs a game. Can you imagine 5 runs in one game? Not a week.
It's hard to imagine.
Not a week.
For the Giants right now.
Because this team's averaging barely 4.11. So that's almost a full run different. And yet that pitching staff, and I think it was Gosman, and in 2021, they had
Webb broke through in 2021 as well, and Gosman was incredible. He got Cy Young votes that year.
Yep. So I mean, that team, I don't know why. Looking back, I didn't have the same faith that I have in this team. Maybe it's because that offense seemed not fluky, but you had guys doing things that they had really never done before.
Well, I mean, it also goes back to other years. 2023, Dibs. This isn't through 66 games. But at the trade deadline, 2023, they were 58-48. 10 games over 500, which I know isn't like an amazing record, but that you're fighting for a playoff spot at 58-48. You have a chance to make the playoffs at that point, and a pretty darn good chance. And at that point, these are the numbers as of July 30th every year. At 58-48 in 2023, the Giants were in a playoff spot. They were first place in the wild card at that point. In 2022, you take the first 66 games in 2022, Dibs, they were 37-29. 1 game worse than the Giants are right now. And then you mentioned 2021 when they were amazing the entire season. And, of course, that continued but didn't really result in a whole lot. I am just fascinated, Dibs, by why this feels so different this year as opposed to the others. Because, again, 2021, a similar story. 2022, through 66 games, almost identical. 2023, at the trade deadline, in a playoff spot, 10 games over 500. And yet, if you were to ask me any of those years, did I think that this was one of the best teams in baseball? One of the teams that I could legitimately see making the postseason and winning a series? It took a ton of convincing. By the time the 2021 postseason came around, I'm not even sure I was convinced of that, and they won 107 games.
Right.
Yet this team, 66 games in, they're 38-28, and yet I am entirely convinced. Is it just as simple as Farhan isn't here and Buster is here? That seems too simple. I don't know what the difference is. That's the one thing I can point to.
It must be. And, the fact that you've got a stable lineup, because if you do go back to that year, and I was looking at some of the numbers as we're chatting, and it had me just stunned at, some of the years these guys had. And as I mentioned, the pitching staff was equally good. That staff had a 3.24 ERA. This one has a 3.25. So basically identical, and I know that was a full season. This is not even half a season, but we look at this pitching. Well, that team had great pitching. They used their bullpen a ton more, and maybe that was an area where you didn't have a lot of faith, but they still won 107 games, and they hit 249 home runs. That is the one that, to me, is like a part that I guess I really kind of forgot, the power year that they had as a team.
They scored 804 runs that year, Dibs. Let's see. The last time they scored 800 runs in a season, you got to go all the way back to 2004.
Yeah, Bonds.
Yeah.
Those are Bonds years.
They scored 850 runs that year. That's the 804 they scored in 2021, the most since 850 in 2004. So even winning 3 World Series, you didn't score. You weren't sniffing 800 runs. The 3 World Series years, Dibs, they scored 697, 718, and 665.
Yep.
Yet we still look back at 2021 as inexplicable. Don't know how it happened. Did we really believe that they were that good, or was this just a random confluence of all these players having career years? Yeah, they were interesting pieces. That was when Webb broke through, and you felt really great about Webb moving forward, and he has been really, really solid every year since then. But you didn't have a ton else that you felt like you were building towards the future with. And maybe the difference, in addition to Posey and just the general mindset that he brings, is what you're relying on this year, Dibs, has less to do with the aging veterans of a Brandon Belt and a Brandon Crawford and a Buster Posey. He was in the final year of his career. We didn't know it at the time, but he retired shortly after they lost to the Dodgers in the postseason. The difference this year is you're relying on guys like Webb and Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee and Hayden Birdsong and Chapman, who isn't necessarily young but still has a handful of good years left. That's probably the difference. It feels like this is the Giants team who's winning. Maybe you don't feel terribly great about them winning a World Series, but you feel like there's a very specific track that this team is building toward. And in 2021, or really any of the Farhan years, it was kind of hard to see that in progress.
Right, and that, just thinking about that year, the fact that they had to play the Dodgers, and I know, those are the rules, and, you take on the wild card team, and that's kind of the breaks there in the format that they had then. But 107 facing 106, maybe if you avoided them, you could have gotten them. And even at that, it was a 5-game series. It came down to one play, so you were just that close. But you think about career years, Belt hit 29, Crawford 24, Mike Yastrzemski hit 25 home runs. And then you throw in 18 from Wilmer and Late Night Lamont. Remember him?
Yeah.
Darren Ruff with 16 and Slates with 13. I mean, you had power all over the darn place. And an elite pitching staff as well with an aging Johnny Cueto. You mentioned Gosman, how good he was, Logan on the rise. And so a team was stacked as you look at it, but it was a one-off because Crawford was gone and Belt was gone and Posey was gone, and that was pretty much it.
Buster Posey on the TK show. This is something that our caller Guru brought up. And again, what we're asking is, when was the last time? Doesn't matter what your level of confidence, hope, expectation is. It feels like things are pretty darn good with the Giants right now. So wherever your level of expectation is, when was the last time you felt that way about these Giants? For me, I think I might have to go all the way back to like 2016, 2017. 2016, they made the playoffs, lost a heartbreaking series to the Cubs, the eventual World Series champ in the NLDS, but you felt, all right, they got, the right pieces that maybe could come back again in 2017 and make some noise. So I think the last time I felt this way about the Giants might be all the way back to 2017. What about you? When was the last time you felt this way about the Giants? 888-957-9570. But Dibs, as our caller Guru brought up, he said this is making him feel like 2010, the beginning of that run. Posey was asked on the TK show, again by Tim Kawakami, you can listen on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. He was asked if this pitching staff is making him feel like that 2010 team did. Here's Buster.
Yeah, I think there's some similarities. I mean, I'm always cautious I always like to appreciate the past, learn from the past, but understand that the teams in 10, 12, and 14 are not going to be replicated. If the next championship team may have some similarities, but they're going to be their own team, and they'll have their own associations in our memories of what they were.
And Posey's probably right. 2010, 2012 specifically, 2014, I mean, I guess also maybe for a different reason because it was just such individual greatness. But it's hard to replicate 2010 because you had Tim Lincecum, who at that point, best pitcher in baseball, had just won consecutive consecutive Cy Youngs in 08 and 09. To this day, I think his playoff debut, Game 1 against the Braves in 2010, is maybe the best pitching performance I have ever seen. Maybe other than Nat Cain's perfect game a couple of years later in 2012. But you had that Lincecum, you had Matt Cain, and you had a baby Bumgarner who was just breaking onto the scene as your three-headed trifecta of pitchers. I don't think the Giants could really ever dream of anything as good or better than that. But what this pitching staff is doing is it makes you think, well, this is one of the best pitching staffs this team has had in a really long time, and what have they done when they've had really good pitching staffs? They've gone to the postseason, and generally they've gone pretty deep.
Right, and the one that's the outlier for me is 2012, and that team, they had 103 home runs all year, which is 146 fewer than that team that won all those games, and yet they got into the playoffs, and they won so many of those big games, and then Ishikawa with the big moment, and you got by Cincinnati, and then by the time you got to Detroit, that thing was a freight train, but that was a team that was dead last in baseball in home runs hit. So
crazy because that 2012 team, for my money, is the best Giants team, maybe since Bonds.
Yeah, and even beyond that, they were 7th in ERA in the regular year. The 2010 team was first. So that pitching staff you're talking about, so dominant.
Yeah.
2012, if you look at it, it's like they needed a fantastic September just to get there, and maybe the Uncle Mo momentum is a real thing because once they got hot in September, it rolled all the way through October.
They fell behind versus the Reds, and then they fell behind versus the Cardinals. They're down. They're down to their final. They're on their deathbed essentially, but they come back and they rally and they win both those series, and then they beat the Tigers in a sweep in the World Series, and the rest is history. Okay, time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. Willard is back tomorrow. We got more time for your calls. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. When was the last time you felt this way, the way you do right now about these Giants? For me, it's been since Bruce Bochy was the manager. Got to go all the way back to 2016 or 2017. What about you? 888-957-9570. It's Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey there, it's Bonze, and I'm excited.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was the Matt Chapman walk-off homer with 2 outs in the 9th inning back on Saturday. The Giants win that game 3-2. That was their 4th consecutive win in a row. They ultimately then win on Sunday. 5 wins in a row off yesterday, now in Denver, getting set to take on the Rockies in Denver. That series kicking off in about 2.5 hours or so from Denver. Kyle Harrison is on the bump. Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. Dibs, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All of us here, of course, at 95.7 The Game, so excited to have Laughing Monk Brewing involved. It's a great place to be, to grab something to eat, something to drink, and to take in a game. And I know you and Willard, and a bunch of us here at 95.7 The Game will be down at Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale tomorrow. That's where you guys will be broadcasting live from after stopping by Niners minicamp tomorrow, and then you'll head on over to Laughing Monk. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, we will be from the Laughing Monk Studios at Laughing Monk, and the studios at Laughing Monk.
Like
so it'll be double Laughing Monk, and Giants fans probably not in a laughing mood after the news of the Chapman injury, and Chapman was pretty chapped off as well. When you dive back, you get picked off and you get hurt. That is kind of the double whammy.
Add insult to injury.
Reminds me of when I tore my ACL and was going face first in the Santa Fe High School gym, and I put my hand down to avoid the broken nose, and I broke my wrist. Yeah, so
you tore your ACL and broke your wrist on the same play.
Right, 4 weeks before graduation, where I was supposed to be the reporter graduate at SF State, and so I was out there, full elbow cast, full leg, cap and gown. I'm here with Millie, this year's oldest graduate. How you doing, Millie? Pretty funny. There's some tape out there of me as completely broken. Anyway, that's
that would only
injury.
happen to you, Dibs. Tear your ACL and break your wrist in the same moment.
So I'm driving home. My ex-fiancée at the time, and I'm holding my wrist, and I was like, I know my leg is rocked. It's ruined. And I'm like, I'm wondering why I'm holding my wrist. So you go to the health center the next day, and the guy's like, broken wrist, 8 weeks. Attaboy.
Your brain was so distracted by the torn ACL you didn't even realize.
Right, but I was holding my wrist the whole drive home.
How messed up your wrist was.
Because it didn't hurt as much when I just held it. And it turns out it was broken.
I guess that's a sign that something's wrong. Huh?
It's broke. Yeah.
I'm being told by our fearless director of sports that famous comedian Tom Segura had something similar happen. I don't know if you have any details, Lucas, but...
Yeah, he was playing pickup basketball against, I think it was Bert Kreischer, his podcast co-host. And similar play on a basketball play, blew out his patella tendon going up for a layup, came down, braced his fall, broke his wrist.
Yeah, if you're going to blow up your knee, you'd rather have your ACL tear than your patella tendon. That, I'm being told, according to sources, excruciating. That's the tendon.
In terms of pain or in terms of return to play?
Both. Because the patella tendon is the one that goes from the kneecap, I believe, down to the shin. And so the ACL, it's one of the various CLs. You got a bunch of them. And that repair is, garden variety. But the patella tendon, now we're talking about kneecap. Your kneecap usually dislocates when that happens. Anyway.
God. Nothing that serious for Matt Chapman. Just on the 10-day IL.
Yeah.
Officially right hand inflammation, Dibs. He should be okay.
X-ray's negative. Jam the hand. And then, you get up and you're out and your wrist hurts. It's like, oh, man. What are we doing here?
Day off wasn't enough. He needs a couple of days. He needs a week and a half off.
It's a little like when you're up to bat and the pitch comes in and it hits you, but you swing. Sorry about that. That's going to be a strike.
Yeah, not only do you have the bruise for getting hit with the pitch, but you're also behind in the count
Totally.
now, 0-1, or maybe 0-2, or 1-2. Have fun with that.
That's a tough one, too.
Yeah, and because it wasn't a foul ball or anything, you don't get that much time to shake it off. You got to step right back into the batter's box and get ready. And guess what the pitcher's going to do? I'm throwing 99 inside again.
Use your timeout if you have it, and just dig back in and try to make some contact. But
baseball can be a cruel sport sometimes. There's no doubt. I do think this Chapman injury, though, Dibs, not that it's a good thing, because never would you want one of your best and your most important players to be injured. But I do think it might serve as a friendly reminder to everyone in the front office. Not that I think Buster Posey needs this reminder, and maybe it's more so to fans potentially who are so high on this 5-game win streak right now. And I would put myself into this bucket I'd like to think that I have a good grasp on who this team is. I will say, though, Dibs, let's just say they're relatively, and they've been healthy so far this year. Like, the Verlander injury is really the only thing that has bit them at all, and because of the way that Birdsong and Harrison have pitched, it hasn't really been a major absence that the team has felt. So they've been largely healthy. And despite the fact that they are 38-28, 66 games in, and only a game and a half out of first in the NL West, I don't think that this is some juggernaut Giants team that can survive injuries left and right. Like, the reason the Dodgers are only a game and a half ahead of the Giants is because they have 1.5 starting pitchers. They have Yoshinobu Yamamoto and then Clayton Kershaw, who's 37 years old and just struck out 7 guys on Sunday for the first time in like 3 years. Like, they don't have starting pitching, yet they're still a game and a half ahead of you. That's how good they are. They are a juggernaut. They can survive a certain amount of injuries. I think the Giants have to be really careful, Dibs, when it comes to how they look to improve this roster. No matter how many games they win, if they do it with an insane amount of health, they need to realize that they're not this indestructible force. And you lose a guy here, a couple of pieces, maybe towards the back end of your bench, suddenly this team feels a whole lot different. So maybe this Chapman injury, a minor one, will just serve as a reminder that this team, they're going to have, as presently constructed, for this thing to work out, they're going to have a lot of things go in their direction. And that's why I think, for me, you got to make some kind of move at the deadline to reinforce this offense.
Agreed. And I just look at where you are right now as a team, and you could probably absorb an outfield loss the best because you've got a couple of guys in AAA who, McRae can come up. He's been doing well down there. He can come up and you plug him in there. It feels like outfield is where you have a little bit of cushion. And as much as Adamas has struggled, you can't afford to lose Willie Adamas because the threat of his offense. And the other one for me is Patrick Bailey. Again, even though the guy, he's probably not even hitting his weight currently. I haven't seen him on the scale of late, but he's
hitting 185. I'll find his weight for you.
Yeah, I probably got him about 185, quite frankly. I got him at $185.
Where's his
somewhere
weight?
In there. Oh, geez, 225 according to reference.
Oh.
You got to step it up there, PB.
Oh, yeah, there it is, 225 on MLB.com as well.
I don't think that you can withstand that loss because your other options, they don't hit either, and he's such a good defensive catcher that you can almost withstand the fact that he's hitting 185. You'd rather have him hitting his weight. That might be the high water mark, honestly, for where he is, but...
He's been better the last, week, maybe.
You're reaching for a time.
Bailey?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has. I mean, that's not saying much.
Right.
He has a couple of hits the past week, which is better than his previous weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got DH with Gerard back now. You've got a little bit of depth there.
Flores is your normal DH.
Right.
You can swap in and out.
And you've got some pitching depth for the time being with Verlander coming back. And your bullpen's been so good that even if one of those guys was unavailable for a stretch, you could withstand that.
Yeah.
For me, it's Adamas. It's your catcher. And, obviously Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, you don't want to lose either one of them. But this roster, I think, is built to withstand some attrition.
Yeah. You have some automatic outs normally in your lineup, right? With Patrick Bailey and currently with Willie Adamas. Let's say Chapman misses an extended period. And again, he's only on the 10-day IL. This does not, predict out to be an extended absence. But say he misses a chunk. Then you got Casey Schmidt, and he's playing third base today. Love you, Casey, but you're hitting 180. I know it's a small sample size. That's kind of an automatic out as well right now. And his defense is pretty darn good, but you can't have too many of those kind of guys. Then suddenly say you lose someone like Tyler Fitzgerald, Dibs, who no one is going to mistake for a star, but has been your everyday second baseman and is, doing a pretty good job hitting 250. Hitting at the bottom of your lineup, leads the team in stolen bases, I believe, with 8. You lose him, and suddenly you're looking at Christian Koss every day, and he was just in the minors. He got sent down last week. That was part of the moves that Buster made when he made the statement of, it's time to go. Christian Koss, you're out of here, along with Lamont and Sam Huff. Now Koss is back up because Chapman goes on the IL. You get an injury here or there, and suddenly you're looking at maybe not just 2 automatic outs in your lineup, you're looking at 3 or 4 or maybe even 5.
Right.
And you can't win baseball games that way.
Well, we keep saying that, and yet they do.
You can't. We haven't seen
this. Over
this.
long time, yes. They averaged 2 runs a game, and they went 7-9 over 16 games. So they can.
That was with Chapman.
Right, but still they weren't scoring. And,
Yeah.
The idea of doing this for 2 or 3 months, I don't think so, especially when you get to the warm climates and you are facing the Dodgers, for example, a team that is going to hit. Even though your pitching's great, they're going to hit. So going about to that Dodger series, you're thinking about games you're probably going to have to get 6 runs to win because the Dodgers have a stacked lineup and their pitching has not been great. You mentioned the injuries. They've had 13 different starting pitchers this year. Now, that includes openers, but to contrast the Giants have only had 7.
Yeah.
7 starters.
When do you go to openers when you don't have any starting pitchers?
Yeah, we lived it here for a number of years.
Multiple years.
You had 3 starters and you had openers are us. But Dustin May's made 12 turns. Yamamoto's made 13. Other than that, it's been like Roki in, Landon Knack, Gonsolin.
Yeah.
All these guys are just hurt.
Yeah. They don't have starting pitching right now. Yet, I mean, to their credit, and it's because they're so talented offensively, they're still a game and a half ahead of the Giants, and the Giants are 10 games over 500. But you're right there with them, and you would have taken that definitely if I would have told you 66 games in, you're 10 games over and a game and a half behind the Dodgers. You absolutely would have taken it. All right. We're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. Traveling in 2025, start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, live performances, and tasty food, why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com. When we come back, Dibs, I want to play a little bit of a game with you about these Giants. So we'll do that when we return, plus plenty of time for your calls and texts, as always, at 888-957-9570. It's Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard right here on Willard and Dibs.
Hit into center field. Chapman tagging. The throw is going to go to third. Chapman scores, and Mike Yastrzemski with a sacrifice fly. Good at bat. Yes, on the line, and a fair ball. This game is tied. Yes, in the second. Boy, he needed that, didn't he?
Boy, he did, and he went down and dug it out.
Hit on the ground. Elby kicks it. Here comes Yastrzemski, and the Giants take the lead. Got him! And that's the ball game, and the Giants sweep the Atlanta Braves in another one-run game.
Spectacular baseball. Fourth homestand of 7+ games to have every game decided by one run in Major League history.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
A hell of a game on Sunday.
And that's a hell of a stat right there.
Fourth time there's ever been at least a 7-game homestand where every game was decided by one run.
It's crazy.
Like, the Giants are playing on a razor's edge right now.
Without a doubt.
Like, they were 5-2 in that 7-game homestand. They lost the first, they won the final 5. That could very easily have been flipped. Now, it could also have been 7-0. I mean, like, it wasn't that far from being 7-0, but also wasn't that far from being 0-7.
That's right.
Like, they're 10 games over right now, but, like, we don't get it twisted. And you and I are singing their praises, and we're talking about how we've graduated from hope to expectation, and I haven't felt this way about the Giants since Bochy was leading the way in the 2016 postseason. And yeah, that is all true. That is how I feel. That's how you've said you feel. But we got to not get it twisted. This is a Giants team that is playing on the razor's edge, and the way that their offense is going right now, and now down Chapman for at least a week and a half, they need reinforcements offensively. If they don't do that, then even if they make the postseason, Dibs, we're bound to see them bounce because they just simply cannot score enough runs.
It's tough to withstand that, and it puts a lot of pressure on your pitching. But one thing that has me really encouraged is they don't use their bullpen a ton.
Not taxed
nearly
as much.
Not taxed. And when they do come in, you mentioned it, they're really, really good. You've got a bunch of different weapons. You've got guys coming at you with different arm angles, a couple of guys throwing 100 or more, and you get to a spot where you've got Logan Webb, who almost always goes 6 or more. Robbie Ray can get you deep, and so now you get down to your bullpen, and it's a 3-inning game, and that becomes more sustainable when you have guys who don't need to pitch a lot of high-leverage innings a lot of the time.
Yeah, we're talking about the Dodgers and what they're having to do with openers, and their bullpen is having to eat so many innings. It's the Giants of 2023. When they had, and this is what we were talking about earlier, the Giants were 58-48 in 2023, just ahead of the trade deadline, and they decided to ultimately not do much for whatever reason. There wasn't a lot of opportunity out there. They didn't want to part with the valuable, prospect or whatever the case was. They're 10 games over essentially at the trade deadline, and they do essentially nothing. And what caught up to them the final couple months of the season, Dibs? Their overtaxed bullpen, because they had to eat so many innings for a pitching staff that was unhealthy, that was not as reliable beyond like your top 2 guys. 2023, it was Webb and Cobb. I think Alex Cobb was actually an all-star that year. So you had 2 quality guys that were giving you a good amount of innings, but beyond that, 3 of your 5 starters were giving you nothing, and they weren't even starters. They were openers.
Right.
So it's you're right. It is such a gigantic advantage to have a 5-man pitching staff to where the bullpen is going to feel not fresh. No one's fresh come September, the dog days, even in July and August, but you're going to be a whole lot fresher as a pen than almost any other pen out there because your starters have eaten up so many innings over the course of the season.
And it's huge, and it not only does it keep guys fresh early and hopefully keep them somewhat fresh late, but it also means that if you win those games early in the year, then you've got somewhat of a cushion, and you're going to get into a spot down the stretch here. And we talked about hope versus expectations, and I'm leaning more toward expectations than hope because of little things like this, the prospect of a fresh bullpen in September, because you're going to get into a spot in September, most likely where you're going to be one of 4 or 5 teams fighting for 3 wild card spots. Maybe you're still fighting for the NL West crown as well, but it's not going to be, I don't think, a spot where you can just shut it down for the last 2 weeks and you're going to be that comfy cozy. There's enough good teams out there that I think that this is going to be a 162-game fight.
Probably. At least like 165, Yeah. Like, you feel like, I mean, there might be room to navigate in the wild card until the final day, but maybe you have a postseason berth secured with a week left. Who knows exactly how it's going to play out. But yeah, and with the number of postseason berths that now happen in Major League Baseball, you feel like there's a very good chance that this team is at least alive within like maybe a week to go in the regular season. All right, so as you just laid out there, Dibs, you're graduating from hope towards expectations for this Giants team, and that is meaningful because I don't think a lot of us have had anything beyond hope, praying for the Giants to be good in quite a while. What about you? When was the last time you feel as good about the Giants as you do right now? And plus, we'll take your calls on anything Giants related if you want to weigh in at 888-957-9570. And then, Dibs, after we take this call, I do want to play a little Giants game with you, and we'll get to that coming up in just a second. I do need your help as we try to build out this idea I have in my head. Let's go to Mateo, though, up next, who's in San Jose. Mateo, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. How you doing, Mateo?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Huge fan of the show and the station. Dibs and Grandy, thanks so much for taking my call. I'm a recovering A's fan, so I'm trying to give the Giants my attention here and think hard about, what could improve the team. In my opinion, Buster Posey seems to remember how his teams won championships, and that's on pitching and defense largely, and that's playing to their ballpark, right? I can't remember who said it the other day, but, they got oracled. So I think the Giants should play that game. And if you want to sign a hitter in San Francisco, in my opinion, you should look for not just average, but doubles as well. Forget home runs. You don't need a big-time slugger. And one name that stood out to me as I've been kind of wasting my Tuesday away Googling, is Josh Naylor, the first baseman for the Diamondbacks. He's on a 1-year, $10.9 million contract. And, based on the balanced schedule, which I think we all hate nonetheless, that makes, interdivision trades, a non-deterrent. And if you could deal some pitching prospects and maybe a Fitzgerald or a Schmidt for a guy like that, he's hitting .290. He's in the top 25 in doubles in the National League. I think you might have to double check my Googling there. It's a short contract, and it gives Eldridge time to develop, and it adds a little bit of pop at the first base position while he does develop. And in my opinion, that's a big answer to some of their offensive questions. So that's all I got. I'm curious what you guys think about that.
Thanks for the call, Mateo. I think it's a good name. And in fact, I was reading this article on The Athletic this morning, Dibs, by Jim Bowden, MLB insider for The Athletic. And it's called, because I read an article? Okay, thanks. I get the bloop for that. Yes, I can read. The article by Jim Bowden, MLB trade targets to address the biggest need for each contending team. And the Giants are no doubt a contending team. And Jim Bowden lists what our caller Mateo just mentioned, Josh Naylor, Diamondbacks first baseman, as an option. You probably remember Josh Naylor more from his time with the Guardians/Indians when he was a teammate of his brother Bo. Now they're split up. Josh is in Arizona, and he's having himself a really, really good year. Last year, he hit 31 bombs and had over 100 runs driven in, but it hit only 243. This year, the power numbers, at least from the home runs, are down with 8 big flies, 44 runs batted in, hitting 290. And that's in a hitter-friendly park in Arizona. But there's no doubt, Dibs, someone of that magnitude, that's not like a superstar. That's not someone who is going to fetch, an opposing team's like 2 of their top 5 prospects, especially considering that it's likely a rental on a very short-term deal. But that is somebody that you add into this lineup, and it has a little bit of a different feel. That might be the aisle the Giants are shopping in more so than a big-name guy, I don't know, like a Yordan Alvarez or something for the Astros. Something more like a Josh Naylor.
Yeah, and Mark was doing the old Harrods analogy where there's the top shelf, the expensive stuff, and the bottom shelf was the less expensive stuff. And so, yeah, I think you're going to be more mid-shelf shopping. A couple of things that might be preventive right now of this deal. One, it's in division, and Arizona probably doesn't want to do them a favor unless they can feel like they win the trade. And the other piece is Arizona's not out of it, ... yet.
Not yet.
They're 5.5 out. They're slightly
really
below 500. They are struggling.
Corbin Burns needs Tommy John out for the year.
Not good, but you still have 96 to go. So Arizona, I don't think, is going to go right to white flag mode, but stay tuned because you got the deadline that is 52 days away. So it is like July 31st, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So you still have 7 weeks to go.
Some of the other names that Jim Bowden put out on his article on The Athletic for possible targets for the Giants: Nathaniel Lowe of the Nationals, Yandy Diaz of the Rays. We mentioned Josh Naylor, Ryan O'Hearn of the Orioles, who's probably the most common name that we hear thrown out as a potential Giants target. Another Oriole, Ryan Mountcastle. The Orioles have been playing a little bit better of late, but they were so bad the first couple of months, it might be a lost cause for them. And then the last name added on to this list, oh, God, Jorge Soler of the Angels.
Stop.
That's not happening.
Stop.
That is not happening.
Yeah.
Jim Bowden, you are obviously plugged in, but I can guarantee you Jorge Soler is not going to be a target of the Giants at the trade deadline.
That's a little bit of a troll, but, I respect it. I respect the troll game. But, yeah, I don't think that Jorge Soler is the guy you're looking at. You'd rather have Gerard Encarnacion in that spot, and you have him in that spot.
Yeah,
so
he's playing right field today in Coors Field.
Yeah,
with Wilmer DH.
You're looking for a first baseman, preferably a left-handed bat, and somebody who is on a short-term deal. And so when you look at Naylor, he checks all those boxes, and I'm in on the move just because of the grand slam you were showing me earlier, you and Lucas, where he hits the grand slam and not even a bat flip. It was almost like a disgusting discard of the bat and the slowest kind of, I don't want to say waddle.
Took him
Shout
like
out
5
Tom,
seconds to get like 5 feet out of the batter's box.
I mean, walk-off grand slam, take your time, big fella, but just the celebration was incredible. Lucas thought it was a little muted. Sometimes less is more. It's like, I just did that. Bat, you're gone.
Like, no big deal. I just hit a walk-off grand slam. This is normal for me.
And why would I run? I mean, this game is over. I'm taking my sweet time.
That was a crazy game. The Diamondbacks were up 4-0 in the ninth. They gave it all up in the ninth. The Mariners hit a 2-out, 2-run homer to tie it, to force extras, and then Naylor hits a walk-off grand slam, and I don't know if it was the 10th or the 11th, and they ultimately win that game. But, yeah, a big moment for Naylor last night. But, yeah, that might be the kind of guy the Giants feel like targeting a little bit more, but we will see how it all plays out. If you have any other trade deadline targets or you want to weigh in anything Giants related, tell us the last time you felt as confident as you currently do now about the Giants. You can let us know. Hit us up on either the text line or over the phones at 888-957-9570. But Dibs, I need your help here for a second, okay? So the Giants 38-28, 66 games in. Can we put together, it doesn't have to be like an official list or anything. We don't have to like rank the players 1 through 10 or whatever it is. But can we just together name the Giants that have been the most impactful in the season so far? The best Giants players so far this year. Can we run through these?
Sure.
Who
Let's
do you think?
Go through, we're going to go 1 through 10?
Just in general. We don't have to like exactly find out what the correct order is, but just like in general, the most impactful Giants this year. I mean, obviously, like Logan Webb's up there, right?
And Robbie Ray.
Logan Webb and Robbie Ray are both up there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
1 and 2. And, staying in the pitcher space.
Okay, keep going.
I would go with Randy Rodriguez, who'd be in the 10.
Yeah, for sure.
He's been almost unhittable.
He's been amazing.
And I know he doesn't close a lot, but when he comes in and you need a hold, he is like that Flex Seal guy. It's going to hold. That thing's going to hold.
No matter what, it's going to hold.
He's going to get the hold.
Okay, in pitching, those are 3 that you absolutely have to have in there.
Yeah.
Elliot Ramos has got to be in there, right?
Yep.
He's up there, and he's probably their most consistent hitter all year.
Right.
He's probably like top 3, top 4.
I would also add Wilmer Flores and Matt Chapman.
Yep.
Now, Wilmer's cooled a little bit, but he was absolutely carrying you in April. He was a homer every game early in the season.
Yeah, and you know what Chapman's defense brings as well. Hasn't been maybe as good this year as last year, or maybe the incredibly high standard he set for himself. But you look at like other third basemen in the league, he's still one of the best defensive third basemen.
How many do we have on the list right now? 7?
Right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that we've identified, right? Webb, Ramos, Ray, Wilmer, Chapman, and Randy Rodriguez.
Now we get into guys who are maybe a little more debatable, but
I think Jung-Hoo Lee's got to be in there.
I'd put him in there, absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Jung-Hoo Lee for sure.
Okay.
And the man who goes by the name Frisbee Guy when it comes to my
Tyler
father-in-law,
Rogers.
He's been very good as well.
Okay. Tyler Rogers. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys now. I mean, if we're sticking on the pitching track, do you include Landon Roop in there? I mean, he's been great.
You probably have to.
Right?
For sure.
Okay, and then who's maybe the 10th most impactful? Is it another pitcher? Is it Hayden Birdsong?
I was
even
thinking
though he hasn't
Duvall.
Duvall's been pretty good, too.
I mean, even though he had, the one blown save all year, and
yeah,
hasn't
been the closer for often, though. But.
And maybe I'd give him a nod just because of the way he came back this year. After last year's semi-embarrassment of getting optioned out. And
definitely embarrassing.
He was a trade target and all the rest. And so there weren't that many high hopes coming into this year. And yet you look and he's been converting a lot in the clutch.
Do you think, I know he hasn't been nearly as good late, but he always plays a great right field. Do you think Yaz has a spot in this conversation? Top 10 most impactful Giants?
If we would have done this on May 17th,
maybe.
Absolutely.
But not now.
Yeah, I think it's been a rough month, kind of like Willie Adamas style. And, Patrick Bailey's another guy. His defense is so good, but you talked automatic outs earlier in the program, and that's basically where he is.
Okay, so we've got our top 10. We're looking at Birdsong on the outside looking in, but he's close.
And Ryan Walker's close too,
Ryan
I would
Walker
say.
outside looking in, but he's close. So we've got, in some order, Webb, Ramos, Robbie Ray, Jung-Hoo Lee, Wilmer Flores, Matt Chapman, Landon Roop, Randy Rodriguez, Tyler Rogers, and Camilo Doval.
Yeah.
Right?
That sounds good.
Okay, so that's the 10. Our list of the 10 most impactful Giants so far this year. Off the top of your head, Dibs, those 10 players, how many do you think were a Farhan Zaidi acquisition?
Oh, boy. I would say probably, just looking at the list,
Webb, Ramos, Ray, Jung-Hoo Lee, Wilmer, Chapman, Roop, Randy Rodriguez, Tyler Rogers, and Camilo Doval.
I would say 9. Adamas might be the only one that wasn't.
So you are a little hot, but you're in the right area. So it's only 5, believe it or not, of those 10
are Farhan finds.
Farhan. But if you're asking how many of those are Buster finds, the answer is none.
Gotcha.
Part of that is because he's only been here for 1 year.
So Robbie Ray's Farhan.
Robbie Ray is Farhan.
Lee is Farhan.
Uh-huh.
Logan Webb was pre-Farhan, as was Wilmer, I would imagine.
Wilmer was a Farhan
Okay,
guy.
early Han. Early Farhan.
Early Han. Matt Chapman's a Farhan guy.
Right.
Landon Roop's a Farhan guy.
Frisbee Guy?
Frisbee Guy was actually a 2013 draft pick, if you believe it or not.
And they've had him that whole time?
He's been in the organization since 2013.
I get those Rodgers confused.
13 draft pick.
And Camilo Doval was pre-Farhan as well.
2015 international free agent, and Farhan took over in the offseason after the 2018 year. So 2015 was international free agent Camilo Doval. Logan Webb was a 2014 draft pick, and Elliot Ramos was a 2017 draft pick. So those are all pre-Farhan. But the rest are Farhan guys, and we're talking about some of the more, obviously Webb and Ramos are incredibly impactful, and those were not Farhan acquisitions. But Robbie Ray, that's a Farhan acquisition, and in terms of out of the organization acquisitions, that was a trade. That trade was DeSclafani and Mitch Haniger to Seattle. That is highway robbery considering the way that Robbie Ray is pitching right now. Jung-Hoo Lee, that was a Farhan signing, and maybe you're not comfortable with the money that Jung-Hoo Lee is getting or the years, but that was a Farhan acquisition. Wilmer Flores, a Farhan signing in February of 2020, extended by Farhan in September of 2022. Last year was a disaster, but Wilmer is having an awesome year this year. Matt Chapman, last 2 off seasons ago now was a Farhan signing and acquisition. He was technically extended, I guess, by Posey late last year while that was still under Farhan's watch. Maybe you give Posey a tiny bit of credit for Chapman, but it was ultimately Farhan that brought him in. And then Landon Roop, a 2021 draft pick, 12th round, that was a Farhan Zaidi acquisition. My point with all this, Dibs, is the Giants are 10 games over 500, and it feels like a lot of it, definitely way more than it has to do with Buster Posey. It's because of the roster that Farhan Zaidi built. And I know we spend so much time arguing about the way that Farhan built the roster, and you're only looking at the, working on the edges, and you're getting better on the edges, and, the Tyro Estradas and the Mike Yastrzemskis and the Lamont Wades go out and get us the big fish and sign the big player. The Giants, a big part of their roster still, and a reason why they have been 10 games over 500 and why they've been 10 games over 500 in past years under Farhan Zaidi, is in no small part due to the roster that Farhan Zaidi put together. So we are so quick to dismiss everything that he did, and there's plenty of reasons to, and we're so eager to give Buster Posey credit, and he deserves a lot of credit. My only point is, for what the Giants have been so far this year, a lot of it, a gigantic chunk of it, has been because of Farhan Zaidi and the players that he put together.
And if you look at the future, and that was a great job on the list, and I enjoyed being able to flash back and remember how long some of these guys have been around. Tyler Rogers, 10 years?
Yep.
My goodness. But you look at that 10 that we wrote down, 5 under contract for next year, 2 free agents, and it is Wilmer. He's making $3.5 million this year.
That's a steal.
He's probably going to get more, and you'll probably part ways with him, it's fine. Doval is ARB, and I don't even know if Ryan Walker made the list. He's not.
We did not have him in our top 10, but he's
Rodriguez
up there.
is pre-ARB, which means he has to wait till 2028 to even go to arbitration. So you've got 2 more years of control after this one. Elliot Ramos has 1 more year before he goes to arbitration, so only 2 of our top 10 are going to be free agents next year. The other 8, come on back.
And if we were to include, say, Hayden Birdsong in that, that's another one who's under contract for years to come, and that is also a Farhan draft pick in 2022.
Kyle Harrison, same thing.
Kyle Harrison, same exact thing.
I think that he's got a ways to go before he can become a real reliable starting pitcher. Just looking at some of the StatCast numbers, he throws his fastball almost 70% of the time. And I don't think that that's sustainable when you're touching 95, 96. He's got to develop a secondary pitch. That's one thing I'll be watching for tonight as he takes the ball in Colorado, where breaking pitches don't really break as much as you'd like. And so he's just relying on the fastball a lot.
Yeah. So why did we run through this exercise? Well, I'll tell you when we come back, because, again, a lot of this team and a lot of the reason why they're 10 games over, and you cannot deny this, is because of the players that Farhan acquired at some point during his regime. Yet in the past, Farhan teams have kind of sputtered out. I don't think that's going to happen. Why do I feel differently about this team, even though largely it is still a Farhan brainchild? This team still feels like a Farhan brainchild, but why do I feel differently? We'll get to that when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy and Dibs with you. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More coming up right after this on 95.7 The Game. Thanks, Hunter. We will enjoy the game tonight. Giants going for their 6th straight win. They're in Denver taking on the Rockies. The Rockies historically bad. Feels like the Giants, anything less than a series win is a disaster, and a series sweep is the expectation. Even taking 2 out of 3 wouldn't feel great. The Rockies were in San Francisco earlier this year. The Giants lost the first game of a 4-game series, then won the final 3. Even that kind of felt like, you probably should have won all 4. At least you won 3 out of 4. There's a little bit of pressure when you play the Rockies because you don't want to be that team that loses a series to them, like the Marlins who got swept versus the Rockies. They had won 9 games for the first nearly 2 full months of the year, and then they win 3 in a row versus the Rockies or versus the Marlins. But Giants going for a game 1 win with it's on the bump today. Kyle Harrison on the bump for the Giants.
Kyle Harrison on the mound, and this is a little like in a golf tournament. You watch the pros, and it's a par 5, and the scoring average is 4. Pretty much everybody's making birdie, and you go out there and you make a par or worse. You're just giving up strokes to the field.
Par feels like a bogey in those situations.
Exactly, and if you can make an eagle, then you actually gain a little bit on some of the field, but this is a case where you're playing the Rockies. You got 3 in Colorado. They're not good at home. They're not good at hitting. They're not good at pitching. They're not good.
Period.
So a sweep is probably asking for an eagle, but you got to win 2 of 3. Yeah. You win 2 of 3, you kind of keep pace with everyone else, and then you go to L.A. without Matt Chapman on the 10-day IL with the jammed hand, so that you don't even want to get into how daunting that'll be without one of your best players, but you should be able to go to Colorado and handle this without Matt Chapman.
You brought up golf, and just a quick sidetrack here for a moment. You played over the weekend for the first time in a while, right?
Yep. Contra Costa Country Club.
And considering you hadn't played in a while, you played pretty well, right?
Yeah, 91, which is a little bit, maybe a tiny bit worse than my expected would be. And if you have a handicap, mine is basically 16. That means if you have a good round, you'll be 16 over par. I was 19 over. So that's right about where I probably should be, which is fine.
I bring it up because coming up later this week, you and Willard are giving listeners a chance to play golf with you and Willard. We're going to be broadcasting live the Willard and Dibs show from the beautiful Cache Creek Casino Resort on Friday, June 27th, and then playing golf with 2 lucky listeners and their guests the morning after. So on Saturday morning, the 28th, you, Willard, and 2 guests and 2 listeners and their guests will get to play on Saturday the 28th. tune in to Willard and Dibs this Thursday and Friday for your chance to win an overnight stay plus a round of golf with you and Willard. So again, the contest is coming up Thursday and Friday of this week. Just keep listening to the show. We'll give you all the details you need to know. But really all you need to know right now is if you want to win a night stay at the beautiful Cache Creek Casino Resort on Friday the 27th and then play golf with you and Willard on the 28th, just keep listening to Willard and Dibs.
And Cache Creek, if you haven't been there, is spectacularly beautiful as far as casinos go. It's just a lovely piece of property. And Yochadehi, which is the name of the golf course, it winds your way through the valley just outside of the town of Brooks. It is a spectacular golf course. Really fun. Not so hard that if you're an average player, you can't manage it, but it's also manicured perfectly. It's a great time out there.
I'll just need someone to beat Willard. That's what I'll be rooting.
Well, I think he's bringing his son, and his son is a pretty good bet to beat the old man. His son is good. I haven't seen him play.
That's better than nothing. I want somebody to beat the Willards.
Yeah, no doubt. That? And it depends on which person I bring as my +1. I got a couple ringers I could bring out, but I won't be playing with Willard. It'll be Willard and probably his son and 2 listeners, and then me and whoever I grace with this wonderful opportunity.
Sounds fun.
And plus, a listener and a friend. It's an awesome contest. I can't wait to do it.
Yeah, so again, the contest itself, if you want to win a night stay at Cache Creek Casino Resort for you and a guest, and you want to play golf with Willard and Dibs the next day, just make sure you're listening to Willard and Dibs this week, but specifically on Thursday and Friday. We'll give you all the details you need to know. Again, there are 2 listener spots up for grabs, and you get to bring a guest with you as well if you do get to win. So that's coming up a little bit later on this week. But Dibs, I want to jump back to what we were talking about before we went to break, which was essentially how, in my opinion, this Giants roster, it doesn't necessarily look a whole lot different from what Farhan Zaidi put together in years past. And essentially this is like with the way that Adamas is hitting and fielding and Justin Verlander being on the IL, this is almost exactly the roster from last year. Like you have Adamas at short, but he's not performing like the Adamas you would have hoped. And you have a lot of the same faces elsewhere, right? Jung-Hoo Lee obviously being healthy is a difference there, and no Lamont Wade at first base. You now have Dominic Smith, but it's not like that is a gigantic acquisition that changes the way that this organization or lineup feels. This is, for all intents and purposes, the roster that Farhan put together last year. And you have some development from the youngsters like Hayden Birdsong, although he was in the rotation a lot last year and was pretty darn good. And Kyle Harrison was in the lineup for a big chunk of last year. He seems to be better so far this year, got fully healthy. But largely, this is a very, very similar roster from last year and years past for the Giants. Yet, Dibs, for some reason, I feel an entirely different level of confidence about this team than I do past teams. And I think a lot of it comes down to what we were talking about earlier, which is, well, you have, maybe more so of a set plan of development into the future. You're more reliant on your youngsters now than you have been in the past, and that makes you confident going forward. But if I can just focus specifically on this year, the roster itself doesn't really lend itself to me being as the jump in confidence that I have from last year to this. I feel like the roster by itself doesn't really lend itself to that. Like, it doesn't compute in my mind. So as I try to figure out why I feel the way that I feel, I can't look any further than Buster Posey. And it's not necessarily like the vibe or the tone that he sets. And hey, it very well might be easier to play for someone like Buster, who's been, in those locker rooms and in those clubhouses before and has been on winning teams and has been a big part of it, as opposed to Farhan, who's just been in the front office for his entire career. Maybe there's something to that and the way in which that he has kind of changed the way it feels. But I think for me, Dibs, it's more so of a mindset. I think Buster Posey is attacking roster building in a way that is the complete and total polar opposite to the way that Farhan Zaidi did it. And we've already seen a little bit of it with Willie Adamas. That has not turned out good. But I feel confident, Dibs, that Buster Posey is going to continue to be willing to take those risks and to hand out big money and to maybe trade away a high-priced prospect to bring somebody in here to help the team win now, when we had not seen that over the course of many, many years of the Farhan era.
Yeah, and I look at a couple things that are markedly different. First thing that pops to mind is you have Robbie Ray this year. You had Robbie Ray-ish last year. He made 7 starts, and then you shut him down because he was not all the way back, and he was recovering from Tommy John. And, well, now this year, he's Robbie freaking Ray again, friend of the program, and he is phenomenal. Last year, you started Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks a bunch. This year, Hicks got a chance. He's off to the bullpen. Kyle Harrison may be the odd man out when Verlander gets healthy. And I think you look at this year's starting rotation. Hayden Birdsong is better than he was last year, and now he's a legitimate regular starter.
Wasn't even the rotation to begin the year.
Right. And you had Keaton Wynn, and you had Eric Miller, an opener. So you didn't have 5 rock-solid starters like you do this year. And this year you probably have 6. So first and foremost, that part is better. And then what you said about, taking on a bold chance. And the Verlander deal is just 1 year, right? And 1 year with an option.
It's 1 year.
I believe.
I'll double check for you.
And it's not big money. That was not a huge, risky move, but it was a move that you made thinking, if he's got a little bit left, he's a veteran, he can come in and help us, and maybe he makes 20 starts this year, or 22 starts, right?
1 year, $15 million, no options. So just unrestricted free agent.
Come in and be good or don't. And if he's not good and he's hurt, which he is now, $15 million is not a huge commitment. But you did make a commitment to Willie Adamas, which for me is a sign of it's a big commitment in length and in money. But that's at least a sign of we think that this is a good player. We need some help with our batting order. Now, so far it hasn't worked out. But to Buster's credit, he's taking a chance, which is why I think in 7 weeks or between now and the deadline, he's going to go out there and try to make another bold move because this thing is right within reach.
Yeah.
You're close to the Dodgers. There's no real dominant team in the National League, and you have the best pitching staff outside of maybe the Mets in the National League. So go out and add a bat, keep your major league pitching intact, and see if you can make a run.
I think the quickest way that I can sum up the way I feel about this Giants team and Buster Posey's impact is this. The Giants are 10 games over 500, largely because of Farhan Zaidi and what he did with this Giants team over the last handful of years. The reason, though, Dibs, why I feel like this season is not going to peter out as past years did, or why this team, this moment isn't going to prove to be the high point of the season, like past years have been under Farhan Zaidi, right? They start good, and then they kind of struggle towards the end of the year. The reason why I don't feel that way is because of Buster Posey. So you kind of have two things that are pulling here. And the 925 on the text line weighs in, and feel free to give us a call, shoot us a text at 888-957-9570. The 925 says, agree about the roster, but the difference this season is the consistency of the everyday lineup, and that is part of it. The 650 adds in, this little hot streak is because Buster made changes, and I think those are all parts of this. Why I have the level of confidence that I do, I think it goes deeper than that, and it goes to me kind of predicting the future, or at least thinking out towards the future, what the future moves might be for Buster Posey. And I want to hear what he had to say on the TK show about the way that he views roster building and if he's willing to take chances. So here's a piece of sound. Buster Posey on the TK show asked about the Zach Wheeler trade. Here is Buster Posey, again, on the TK show with Tim Kawakami. You can hear it on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast on that infamous 2011 Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran trade.
I love the Wheeler trade. I mean, I just think it was such a bold move by Sabes. Bringing in Carlos Beltran, one of the great hitters in the game. And it was just a signal to the group that he felt like we were in a position to go out and win again. And I don't look at that as a negative, because again, it was the leader of our operation saying, I believe in you guys. And Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in the game, but it'd be nice if we had a crystal ball and could say that was, you don't know. Nobody knows.
And it took them a while, too.
Anybody that says they know, it's always easy to look back on these things years down the road and then overanalyze them.
That's Buster Posey on the TK Show with Tim Kawakami. And really quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And Willard and Dibs will be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale tomorrow after they attend Niners minicamp. So if you are down there in the area, stop by Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale and say what's up to Willard and Dibs. But Dibs, that piece of sound from Buster Posey, again, talking to Tim Kawakami on the TK Show, you can find it on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. The fact that Buster Posey, staring down the barrel of the gun, when asked about the Zach Wheeler trade, which pretty consistently is remembered as one of the worst trades in Giants history, and says, I don't view that as a negative. I like the trade. I love the trade. To me, that just signals that he is going to be the kind of president of baseball operations that Farhan was not, and the kind of guy who's willing to take risks, to take chances. And yeah, maybe you get to a point where you look back at a move that he made as a negative, but in the short term, he is going to take more risks than the Giants have in the past at helping a team win now. And the Giants have a legitimate chance to make noise this season, but they need help to do it, and that's going to take taking a chance like Carlos Beltran for Zach Wheeler.
And it's easy to look back 14 years and assess a trade based on, things like did they win or did they not win? And, oh boy, Zach Wheeler now is really, really good. But if you go a little bit deeper, as you know I love to do.
Deep dive Dibs.
You go to August. So they get him at the deadline, late July. And you get to August, and the team goes 11-18. And the Giants average 2.7 runs a game in August, the entire month. Now, Beltran...
That's hard to do.
Beltran misses 16 days with an injury. It might have been my neck and my back. He's out 16 games.
He was pretty old.
But he hit 300 for the month, and he was not the problem. And, oh, by the way, let's keep in mind, May 25th or 26th, Buster Posey has his leg ripped off.
It was May 25th.
By Scott Cousins. Yeah, I was at Jillian's, which is, I don't even know if you were at the old building.
I was not.
On 3rd Street.
I was not.
I was meeting with the then program director, a guy named Jason Barrett. Mm-hmm. I was meeting him in person after I had already been hired. And we're watching the game in Jillian's, a great old sports bar. I don't even know if it's still there. And we're sitting at the bar getting to know each other, and we look up, and Cousins runs over Buster. And
freaking Cousins.
And JB, a New Yorker, goes, that didn't look good. I got to go to the bathroom. And he goes to the bathroom, and I'm sitting here watching it going, first of all, this is my new boss. Second of all, Buster is in some pain here.
That was, you were out late with your boss. That was it was extra innings when he got hurt.
And I was, as I mentioned before, I was on a hiatus. I was beginning a hiatus. Actually, I hadn't even started going on the air yet, because I got hired right about that time, and then I did 2 months of temporary, and then August 1st, our anniversary's coming up, 14 years as a station. We launched the Rise Guys August 1st. So, yeah, May 25th, 5/25. Yeah.
I will always remember it because May 25th is my birthday.
Oh, man.
And I remember that game, and it left, at that point, 15-year-old Mark very upset, 15-year-old Grandy, very upset, because the Giants were down by 4 in the 9th, scored 4 to force extras, and in extras, Buster Posey tears up his ankle.
Jeez.
Just don't score the 4 runs to force extras, and then Buster's fine.
Forget the whole thing. Yeah. So we look back at the trade, and we say, well, Wheeler's really good, and Beltran was here for 2 months, and they lost. That was a terrible trade. Well, context. Buster missed the entire rest of the year. Beltran missed 2 weeks, and the rest of the team stunk in August. And, oh, by the way, what Tim Kawakami snuck in on Buster, and I don't even think Buster heard him or responded, it took Wheeler a long time to be the Zach Wheeler that he is today. So if Carson Whisenhunt isn't great until 2032, 7 more years, is it worth it to make a move now and maybe risk a future great pitcher?
Yeah, I mean, that's a totally fair point, and that's how the Zach Wheeler conversation went. And the 650 chimes in on the text line, 888-957-9570. I always considered the Beltran trade a loss because he didn't re-sign. And yeah, you look at it now from this perspective, absolutely, it is a loss. You traded one of the best pitchers in baseball currently for a guy that you had for 2 months who missed a half a month and didn't get you to the postseason, despite how good he was when he was healthy. It turned out to be a loss. You traded away what turned out to be a very valuable asset for an asset that didn't give you a whole lot because he wasn't here for that long of a time. But I think the overall point I'm trying to make is larger. If you are willing to take risks and to take chances like that, odds are you're going to come out on the wrong side a couple of times. But, Dibs, I really do from the bottom of my heart, if you're willing to take risks like that, maybe it's trading Wiz and Hunt, maybe it's trading Birdsong, like whatever it is, if you're willing to take risks like that, more often than not, you're going to come out on the right end of it. Like, for every Zach Wheeler, Dibs, I can name you Kyle Crick. I can name you Gary Brown. Remember Gary Brown? He's going to be the next biggest thing in center field. I can name you Christian Arroyo. I can name you Phil Bickford. I can name you Clayton Blackburn, Tyler Beatty, Joey Bart, Marco Luciano, Hunter Bishop. Like, the list goes on and on and on and on. And you know how many times those dudes were dangled in potential trade deadline deals with the Giants, whether it was Sabian or Farhan or maybe Buster this year? You know how many of Giants decision makers said, we believe Hunter Bishop is going to be the next outfielder for this team. We believe Gary Brown is going to be the next outfielder for this team. We can't trade him for so-and-so bat. We can't trade him for so-and-so left-handed starting pitcher because we think he's the next big thing. If you're going to point out how they were wrong about Zach Wheeler, you got to also point out about how many prize prospects turned into nothing. And by the time they realize that they're nothing, it's too late and you can get nothing for them anymore. I think in the long run, if you're willing to take those types of chances, you will come out on top more often than not.
Think about two names. Marco Luciano would be one, and Angel Villalona. Remember the Giants had him
vaguely
a lifetime ago. He was a 16-year-old phenom prospector. Maybe he was 17, and he was supposed to be the next phenom, the next great thing. And, well, he never could matriculate through the system, and then he was involved in a shooting of some sort, and I'm not sure if he actually did jail time or not, but he never materialized into
I don't remember all of that.
Being that guy.
The name rings a bell. But
yeah, but if you look at all of the top prospects for any organization, you're hard-pressed to see an organization where it's like, oh, yeah, 9 out of 10. It's a slam dunk.
Doesn't happen.
No.
It's a shot in the dark.
I was actually looking at the Bryce Eldridge draft class, just going through pick by pick. And
that was 2022 or 2023?
I think it was 23, and it was Paul Skeens. It's the Skeens draft. And so that was 2023.
Yeah.
Paul Skeens goes number 1 overall, and he obviously is now heading toward a possible Cy Young.
Yeah,
but as I'm going through pick by pick, all of the other guys who were straight out of high school, like Bryce Eldridge, none of them has matriculated up the system as fast as Bryce. A lot of these guys are still at low A, the occasional high A, and they're all about 20 years old, you know. But the guys who have popped, all of the picks in the top 10 who went to college, they're all in the bigs already. So it's a long way to say that if you pick a kid out of high school, it becomes even more of a crapshoot, I think, that you're going to take somebody from 18 and hope by 22 or 23 that they're major league ready. So that the Giants have chosen to go that route.
Yep.
It looks like that might be the right choice with Bryce Eldridge. I mean, so far so good, right? He's up to AAA.
Yeah.
But
realistically, hard to have asked for more.
Yeah, anytime that you acquire or draft a teenager, I think the percent chance that he's not going to pop goes way up. Yeah. Therefore, it's okay in my eyes, like you're saying, to be aggressive with trading those assets.
Now, you might hear what I'm saying right now and say, well, Grandy, are you okay trading Bryce Eldridge for a bat? That, to me, feels a little counterproductive. I'm not trading a bat for a bat.
Agreed.
Especially a bat that you think might help you as soon as next year. Like, I'm trading from a position of strength, which is your pitching staff. And the one thing the Giants have always done, Dibs, is they've been able to find pitchers. Like, even in their down years. Okay, we'll go and find this pitcher. I mean, it was Gosman one year. It was Rodon the next. Even to a lesser degree, it was Alex Cobb. And now it's Robbie Ray. And so, again, so many of those moves are Farhan Zaidi moves. And we give him such a hard time for what he did here, and he deserved a lot of it, but he consistently found you pitching, and the Giants have always been able to do that. So even if you trade away from a strength to the point where it becomes not a strength, maybe not quite a weakness, but like you're kind of just dangling in between the two, I'm confident, much more confident the Giants can replace that pitching much quicker than they can find more hitting. I'm not trading hitting to find hitting. I'm trading pitching to find hitting, and then I'm going to go and find more pitching after the fact.
And finding hitting is really done only two ways here at this ballpark. It's overpaying a guy like Adamas, and right now it's an overpay. I'm not giving up on him.
Probably always will be, even if he performs to his career averages.
Right, so you overpay in free agency, or you draft a guy like Bryce Eldridge and hope that he becomes that guy. The other piece you could do is trade for a guy. You're probably not going to get the top line free agents to want to come here and bat here, but they'll come here and pitch here.
Yeah, there is one other piece of sound from Buster Posey I do want to play for you guys, and we'll do that when we come back. But are you with me? Do you feel like Buster is going to be more willing to take those chances? And is that the right way you should go about team building? I think it is, but who knows? 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We've got more coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard. He's back tomorrow here on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs, and I'm Mark Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game, talking about the Giants. And as a reminder, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands. Guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? You know who was on the guest line this morning, Dibs? Woody Paige.
All right.
Around the Horn fame, of course,
legend.
Has been Denver sports writer for a very, very, very long time. I recommend going back on the free Odyssey app and giving that interview a listen on the Morning Roast. It was very funny. He had a great line about the Rockies. Let's see if I can find it really quick. The Rockies. Giants are in Colorado getting ready for that series versus the Rockies. And one of the things that Woody Paige said on the morning show earlier today, let me scroll and try to find this. We got a lot of content, by the way, from Niners mandatory minicamp, which began today, so I got to scroll through all of that. But Woody Paige on the morning show today said, quote, "You're talking about what we call in Denver a dumpster fire that developed into a train wreck that developed into a cluster muck that just became omni shambles, as they say in London." That was what Woody Paige said about the Rockies.
I like cluster muck. You know me, I like to play on words, and the Casey Schmidt, that ball got Schmidt on, and all the rest of it, but he's not wrong. You look at a team with a winning percentage of 185, which if they finish up like this, it'll be the lowest in the modern era, which goes back to 1900. Run differential of minus 198. The record is minus 345, so they are on pace to have almost a minus 400 run differential. They're going to shatter that record. The A's 2 years ago were close. They threatened it. They just couldn't get over the finish line.
Played a little better towards the end.
It was a shame. You hate to see it. But this Colorado team at 12-53 is on pace to be the worst team since 1900.
You remember last year and how the White Sox were so terrible. And there was the conversation, well, are they going to set the record for the most losses, or maybe at least in the modern era? They ultimately won 41 games. So they went, 41 and 121. 41 and 121.
They got hot.
They got hot. The Rockies currently are on pace for 30 and 132. 11 games worse than the White Sox of last year. 11 games is not a small amount. Like, we're talking about a terrible, terrible White Sox team, and then a team that's on pace to be 11 games worse. That's how bad the Rockies have been so far.
Yeah, and it just makes you think about, the health of baseball overall, because already here we are in not even mid-June, and you go around the league, and Baltimore, you're done. White Sox are done. The Athletics, don't get me started. The Marlins, the Braves should be better, but they are plummeting. The Pirates are a joke, and the Rockies are historically bad. So I just named an easy 6. You're out. You got 24 teams now for 12 spots, and come back in a month, and there'll be 6 more teams on that list. So baseball's got a problem with competitiveness. Too many teams don't try to be competitive. The A's payroll is embarrassing. The Pirates just never spend more than $97 million. The lack of equity in asset allocation just makes it so all these teams like Miami, you have enough money to where you could try to compete, but they never do. And Tampa, same thing. Tampa's, they're kind of in it, but they're going to be sellers, as always, because that's what you do.
Yeah, and Tampa generally is kind of always in it, to a certain degree.
Right.
But then they never go for it all the way, it seems, except for the random times that they make a run of the World Series. But even then, they don't have a robust payroll, and they ultimately then end up trading high on all their guys, and they kind of restart the process, hoping that they catch lightning in a bottle at some point and actually win a World Series. Seems unlikely. This is a quick aside, and we'll get right back to the Giants, because I do want to play one more piece of sound from Buster Posey on the TK show. You just mentioned the Pirates. I think in terms of like the most gutless, in terms of the franchise that I don't know, I can make the most fun of, or I can be the most upset about or frustrated by for what they're doing, it might be the Pirates. We were talking about Paul Skeens, same draft class as Bryce Eldridge, first overall pick in 2022, got up to the bigs last year, like a year after he was drafted, which in baseball, in Major League Baseball, that is nearly unheard of. And he was great last year, has been even better this year, is probably going to win the Cy Young if the season were to end today, I know a phrase that you love, Dibs, he would win the Cy Young, and that's how good he has been. They have, the Pirates, in my estimation, Dibs, when you consider age, like how many years this guy has left in the bigs, probably the most valuable asset in baseball. Like one of the best players, probably the best pitcher, maybe other than Tarek Skubal, but also considering how young he is, maybe the most valuable asset in baseball over the length of the next 10, 15 years.
23 years old, $740,000 a year, team control for 2 more years before arbitration.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what an asset.
And then even when you pay him what he deserves, he's still going to be the best pitcher in baseball, or one of, at the very least. And yet the Pirates, there's already rumors about how they're going to trade him. What a joke. Are you kidding me? You have the best asset in baseball, paying him absolutely nothing, and your thought is to trade him and try to get a bunch of younger guys as opposed to build a team around him and try to win? That is an absolute joke. And I feel sorry for Guru and all the other Pirates fans because they deserve a whole lot better than that.
Yeah, and you've seen it year after year. And if you have ownership and a market that doesn't want to try to spend, and you don't have to spend with New York and the Los Angeles Dodgers and the other super crazy mega spenders, but just spend competitively. Be in the top or the middle third. If there's 30 teams, can you be like the 15th spendiest team? You get the number 1 pick. You get a guy who might be generational, Paul Skeens. Can you just build around him? You've got a pretty pitcher-friendly park anyway. Why not go out and try to be like the Giants and, build a defense, find a great defensive catcher, get a good bullpen, get a couple more starters, and try to win. Are we asking that much?
Yes, apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently we are. The only thing they've done for their fans is to bring Andrew McCutchen back. A little bit of fan service there, but that's not going to win you many baseball games. Anyway, rant aside, the Pirates are a disgrace to baseball, and Paul Skeens, can't wait until you're actually on a team that is willing to put a roster around you because you deserve to be pitching in high-leverage games. That also, Dibs, that conversation, it's not totally random because I think it gives us Giants fans more of a reason to be thankful for where the Giants are right now, and I think reason to be thankful that Buster Posey is leading the way. I'm going to play this one more time, and then I'm going to play the new piece of sound. But Buster Posey on the TK show, Tim Kawakami, you can listen to it on the free Odyssey app. His podcast, they're always great. This conversation, though, with Buster Posey from the weekend, particularly good. Here's Buster recounting the 2011 trade that Brian Sabian pulled off, where the Giants traded prized prospect Zach Wheeler for an aging Carlos Beltran. The Giants did not make the playoffs that year as a result of the trade. Beltran left the Giants after those 2 months, and Zach Wheeler to this day is still one of the best pitchers in baseball. Here's Buster on that trade.
I love the Wheeler trade. I mean, I just think it was such a bold move by Sabes. Bringing in Carlos Beltran, one of the great hitters in the game, and it was just a signal to the group that he felt like we were in a position to go out and win again. And I don't look at that as a negative because again, it was the leader of our operation saying, "I believe in you guys." And Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in the game, but it'd be nice if we had a crystal ball and could say that was you don't know. Nobody knows.
And it took them a while too.
Anybody that says they know, it's always easy to look back on these things years down the road and then overanalyze them.
All right, so Buster saying that trade, which many of us will think is one of the worst trades in Giants history, not a negative, not a bad thing. That's the leader of your organization telling everybody in that clubhouse, hey, we believe in you. We're going to make this trade to help you out. Buster also told Tim Kawakami on the TK show this about being willing to make trades such as that. Here's more Buster.
It feels like 10, like this pitching staff is getting you to a point where maybe you take a risk because you want to validate that. Is that some part of the conversation too?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think it's all part of the conversation, and ultimately, I think to get a deal done, it's like any type of deal you do. It doesn't matter if you're buying a house or a car. Like at some point, you're going to be probably a little bit uncomfortable with it to get it across the finish line. So keeping that in the back of our mind as well.
I think that line there at the end from Buster Posey is meaningful, Dibs. He says, to get a deal done at some point, you're going to have to feel a little uncomfortable. Was trading Zach Wheeler uncomfortable for Brian Sabian? Yes, I'm sure. Would trading any of your top prospects or even a current big league arm be uncomfortable for a bat? Yes, I'm sure it would be. But the only way you're getting something that you think is of any value to you right now, you have to trade something of value. And trading something of value, particularly something young of value, is going to make you uncomfortable. Everything I'm hearing from Buster Posey, Dibs, makes it feel to me like he is going to be 10 times more willing to be uncomfortable, to take a risk, to do something that might make him look bad. And as a result, I think the Giants are going to make those risks more often. And when those risks pay off, they are going to be a whole lot better baseball team as a result.
Well, think about Buster Posey's risk muscle memory. So he's a player in 2011. Scott Cousins takes him out. He's gone for the year. And about 2 months later, the team goes out, defending World Series champs.
Yep.
They go out and they trade a single-A prospect who looks like a phenom for a future Hall of Famer at the deadline. Let's boogie. 2 months to go. You stink in August. Beltran gets hurt. You don't do it in September. You don't make the playoffs. Well, 2012, you win the World Series. And 2014, you win the World Series. And I think at 2014 is when Zach Wheeler actually cracked the majors. And I'm just checking. Yeah, 2013, he's a Met. 3.42 ERA, not bad. 24, he's 24 the next year. 32 starts with a 3.54. Really good, solid. 1.3 whip. He's a slightly better than average pitcher, you would think, for the most part. And you win your third World Series. So when 2014's done, parade down market, champagne's flying, you've won 3 and 5. Is anyone thinking, man, Zach Wheeler, it's the one that got away?
Probably not many, no.
It wasn't until 2020 when he becomes a Philly that he starts to cook. And by then, you've already been to the playoffs another time and lost. All your starting pitchers are gone. Your manager's on his way out the door, if not already gone. So, yeah, Zach Wheeler, you're awesome. Good for you. But it was almost a full 10 years after the trade.
Yeah. And, I'm not trying to convince anybody that the Giants won the trade. Of course, they did not win the trade. I don't necessarily know if the Mets won the trade, though, either. I mean, it's not like they were gigantic beneficiaries of Zach Wheeler. He got hurt, and then he left in free agency and became a Philly, and that's where he has made the majority of his noise. Now, did the Mets get more from Wheeler than the Giants did from Beltran? Yeah, because Beltran was only a rental. And again, that's why the Giants did not win this deal. I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. I just think, Dibs, the important part of it here, as we try to learn what the Giants do going forward, it is a shift away from the risk-averse nature that this team has been run for so long. I feel like Farhan Zaidi would get to a point where the Giants are a similar spot right now, 10 games over 500. Say the trade deadline comes around, they're 10, 15-ish games over 500. And currently they're in a playoff spot. And they don't see a picture-perfect trade that is just sitting there waiting for them, and they don't feel like they give up anything of crazy value, and they get a great bat in here, and it makes the difference in their minds whether they're going to make the playoffs or not, or win a series or not, or maybe have a chance to win the World Series or not. If things don't set up perfectly, I feel like Farhan Zaidi is going to be unwilling to make that kind of risk. And I think some of it comes down to job security. And did Farhan ever feel terribly secure with this regime? And was he always kind of watching out for, well, if I trade away Marco Luciano before he ever got to the bigs and he turns out to be the next 30 home run hitting shortstop in the bigs, like he turns out to be Gunnar Henderson, am I going to lose my job as a result? Maybe. So I'm going to hold on to him, and I'm going to just pray that he turns into who we're hoping he turns out to be. I think with Buster, maybe it's some combo of job security and it's the cachet that he has in this organization and in this city. I just find him to be so much more willing to take that sort of risk, and that sort of risk is what the Giants need, Dibs. They're going to be burnt once or twice if they make those risks consistently, but they're also not going to be able to get high-priced, valuable talent in here any other way than developing if they don't go out and do something like that. And to be completely frank, the development path hasn't quite worked out terribly well for them of late either.
I wonder about the percentage of the development path that is considered like the industry standard, what is acceptable and what's not. And it's really the top end picks. And, I'll try to take a look at that with some comparable teams and see, what they've done with the picks that the Giants have had, because it's not as easy as you make a pick and that guy's going to be good. I do think about the Buster Posey draft where he's a first rounder, he's player of the year, he's a guy with a lot of college pedigree and a legitimate track record. Feels like a safer pick than when you take Bryce Eldridge, who's a high school kid. And he's a guy who never actually played first base in high school.
Yeah.
He was a pitcher, and when he didn't pitch, he was a DH. And so learning first base is something that he probably hasn't done a lot of, because even in like travel ball, if you're that good of a pitcher and that good of a hitter, even as a early teen or as a 10, 11, 12-year-old, you're probably not playing a lot of first then either.
Yeah.
Just because that's not what we do anymore in this specialized nature of club sports.
I want to further, I think, illustrate the way that this has changed. I want to go back to 2023, Dibs. So 2023, just before the trade deadline, the Giants are 10 games over 500. Not terribly dissimilar to where they are right now. Obviously, the trade deadline is still, as you said, 7 weeks away, however many days, 50-something days away. They still have a lot of games before then. On July 30th, 2023, the Giants were 58-48. And at that point, they were tops in the NL wildcards. They were in a wildcard spot. I just pulled this article from MLB.com, August 1st, 2023, Dibs. And this is written by the Giants MLB.com beat reporter Maria Guardado, who does a great job covering the Giants. And she writes, the Giants opted to stand pat aside from acquiring veteran outfielder A.J. Pollock from the Mariners on Monday. While they believed they were in the market for starting pitching and middle infield help, President of Baseball Operations Farhan Zaidi said no additional deals ultimately made sense for the 59-49 Giants, who retained the top spot in the crowded National League wildcard race. He continues a little bit later, or Maria continues a little bit later, quote, reluctant to trade away top prospects for rentals, the Giants preferred to move forward with their current depth and hope that their biggest reinforcements come from inside the organization in the coming weeks. Second baseman Thairo Estrada could return as soon as this weekend, while outfielder Mitch Haniger could be back by the end of the month. And the very tail end of this piece by Maria Guardado of MLB.com nearly 2 years ago now, after the 2023 trade deadline, is the Giants' rotation is now down to two traditional starters in Logan Webb and Alex Cobb. Lucas Giolito, Lance Lynn, Jordan Montgomery, Aaron Savali, Michael Lorenzen, and Jack Flaherty were among the other starters who changed hands, but Zaidi felt the asking prices were too high given the widespread demand for rotation help. That is the exact kind of situation I want the Giants to avoid always going forward. Getting to a point where you feel like you have definite needs to help this team, but you're unwilling to take a risk because for whatever reason, you're just a little bit scared, Dibs. 2023, that team was just begging for help, even more so than this team is. That team in 2023 was nowhere near as good as this.
Agreed.
Nowhere near as good as this, and yet still the decision makers were like, too steep of an asking price. We're just going to hope and cross our fingers that checks notes Thairo Estrada and Mitch Haniger coming back from the IL were going to be good enough to help us win baseball games. No, that is a disaster, Dibs. I want to avoid that as much as I can.
A.J. Pollock had me flashing back, and I remember having you on the show with Willard and I, chiming in at times during that trade deadline run-up, and you were almost desperate, foaming at the mouth for them to do something.
Please
do something.
Anything.
And I look at what they were doing heading to the deadline, and they had a 6-game losing streak where they were 54-41. They lost 6 in a row, and so at that point, there was probably some hand-wringing, and, I don't know if ownership is really that into taking on big salaries for players who might be a bit of a risk, but something you said earlier that I do think is the backbone of the difference between Buster and Farhan, other than approach. I think that Farhan is a around-the-margins guy. Just, that's his nature. He wants to get, he has a player who's a 74 out of 100, and if he can turn him into a 75 out of 100,
that's a win.
That's an absolute win.
Yeah.
As opposed to, let me take a guy who is in AAA, who's probably a 70 right now, but could be a 95 in 5 years. Let me turn him into an 85 right now. That is long-term risky, but if you're Buster Posey, he might have the most job security of any front office person in the Bay Area because he's a legend and he owns part of the team.
And he's only in his first year.
Right.
What has he done that could possibly upset anybody yet? I mean, maybe you look at the Willie Adamas deal as potentially upsetting from the ownership perspective. But yeah, I mean, he has.
If you rank the top 6, Posey and Melvin, Kerr and Dunleavy, Lynch and Shanahan in terms of most secure to least secure. And again, there is no hot seat for any of the 6. But for me, most secure would go Buster 1.
More
Kerr
than Kerr,
2,
huh?
But he owns the team. Like
part of it, a very, very small portion of it.
And not that he can overrule the other owners, but he's a legend and he's got ownage legitimately. I would go Buster, then Kerr, then probably Shanahan, then Dunleavy, then Lynch, then Melvin.
I hear where you're coming from. I'm not sure I can put
Buster. And again, none of them are on the hot seat.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not sure you can put Buster at the top of that list, at least in my opinion. But like to your point, there is absolutely nobody on the hot seat, and being at the bottom of that list is not like a scary or a bad thing. Like you're at the bottom of a list of everybody who feels pretty darn safe. I think that might be where some of this comes from. Some of it I think is Posey's mindset, and some of it is being a former player who has been like we point to 2011, and Buster was not on the field for that Beltran trade and how it rejuvenated potentially the team, and ultimately it did not translate to wins and losses. But he was on the field in 2012 when they acquired Hunter Pence, and that turned things around. It helped them win in 2012 and win in 2014, and why they got to the playoffs in 2016. So Buster knows firsthand. He has seen it work and has seen it not work. And the Hunter Pence trade was a little different than the Wheeler trade. That was than the Beltran trade. Hunter Pence was not worth nearly as much at that point as Beltran was, did not fetch nearly as much for the team that was trading that veteran, but that was a pretty big deal too, and he saw it work in that instance. So I think he's because of that, because of he's seen it work, and because, as you laid out, his job security, I think he has all of the firepower he needs to be willing to, again, as he said, be uncomfortable to get a deal across the finish line.
And it's not reckless if you can get a player in who is under some team control for a short period of time. Josh Naylor's a name a caller threw out earlier. Just in the last year of his deal, he's got left-handed power at first base. That's a guy who might fit the bill. You don't want a long-term commitment on any of these players, and you'd rather not give up a top prospect, but you do have a certain amount of depth in your minors with pitching.
Yeah, absolutely. Time for a break here on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard today. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good. And coming up next, we'll let you know about a late change to the Giants starting lineup. Someone got scratched. We'll let you know who when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy with you. More coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
BMO knows your business.
pregame set. We gave you the lineup early in the show. We do have an adjustment. I told you that Patrick Bailey was catching and batting 8th. He has been scratched with neck spasms.
Oh, Schmidt.
So Patrick Bailey not playing today. It is now Kisner, the catcher that they called up from AAA last week when they made that Lamont Wade move and Sam Huff and Christian Koss move. Kisner is now catching tonight, and he's batting 9th. So Fitzgerald jumps up from 9 to 8. Kisner is catching, and he's batting 9th now for the Giants in this one. We'll keep an eye on Patrick Bailey going forward, as, again, Patrick Bailey has been scratched with a neck spasm. You wonder if the Giants are going to get anything out of their catcher offensively, but there is no doubt. You lose Patrick Bailey, and that is harmful for you defensively. He's, to this point, one of the best defensive catchers in baseball.
Just to give you some perspective, his OPS is .517, which is awful. It's dreadful. Yet, he's a positive WAR player. Wins above replacement.
Wow.
Because of his defense. He's a 0.1, which is to say he's 1/10 of a point better than the average player. As a hitter, I'd have to put him in the bottom 2 or 3 offensively among catchers. I'm just kind of making that up on the fly.
Regular, everyday catchers. Yeah.
Right. But defensively, he's probably number 1 or number 2, won the Gold Glove last year.
Yeah, like, for example, you look at Adamas, who has had similar offensive struggles. He has paired that with defensive struggles. His WAR is negative .5. So he's been bad offensively and bad defensively to the point that he's negative .5 WAR this year. So at least with Bailey, you have what he's doing offensively. But welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Willard is out. He'll be back tomorrow. It's Dibs. I'm Mark Randy with you here on 95.7 The Game. We'll get to Willie Adamas in just a sec. I did want to say quickly, if you are listening, tuned in on the radio, 95.7 The Game on your radio dial. I know we did lose you for just a couple of minutes there last segment, but we are back. Thanks for being patient. We're back with you here on 95.7 The Game. And just a reminder, if for whatever reason you can't listen on the radio, there's a number of different ways you can tune in every day. You can check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Game. You can also download the free Odyssey app. Everything we do lives there, including not just our live content, but you can go back and find all of the podcasts as well on the free Odyssey app. Just search for the show you're looking for or for 957 The Game. It is all there for you. I did, though, Dibs, want to talk about Willie Adamas because I know you read this. Andrew Baggerly, Giants beat reporter for The Athletic, who took a couple-month hiatus of covering the team and has since returned and immediately wrote a long piece on Willie Adamas and his struggles and how the Giants behind the scenes are trying very hard to help him, lead him to water and help him break out of this slump. The Giants desperately need him. Like, you and I both agree, even if Adamas is hitting the ball as his career averages are, which is he's a career 244 hitter, 319 on base, 434 slugging. This year he's hitting 193 on base, 281 and slugging 303. Even if he ups that and for the rest of the year hits that his career average levels, I'm not sure the Giants have enough offensively. So this goes back to what we were talking about all day, the need to make a move. But step number 1 is getting Adamas off his slump and beginning to hit anywhere near what his career average is. Without that, the Giants hardly stand a chance, in my mind.
Without a doubt. And the chance that they do stand is the fact that they're number 2 in overall ERA. So they have a chance, but over the long haul of a season, when you face some of the better offensive teams on your schedule, your margin for error goes way down. If you're relying on a 3-2 victory, or even if it's 4-3, which has kind of been their MO, we had the run where 16 games in a row, you scored 2 runs on the average, and you went 7-9.
Never scored more than 4 in a single game.
Right, and that's been a lot of the past month. And so, you're treading water doing it. You're actually succeeding doing it, but you want to have an offense that can at least go out there and get you 4 or 5 in a game, especially like tonight. You're facing Colorado, and their starter has an 8.5 ERA, and you're at altitude. So this is a game where you hope that you can fatten up a little bit against one of the worst teams in the history of baseball, but it's just not sustainable as a long-term strategy. But you've been pretty successful not scoring and still winning games.
Yeah, it's Carson Palmquist, Dibs, the left-handed pitcher out of the Rockies, as we all know, is on the mound for the Rockies tonight. He's 0-4 with an 8.50 ERA so far this year. Giants would love to break through with some runs in this one. They'll have to do it without Matt Chapman, who's on the 10-day IL. They'll have to do it without Patrick Bailey, who got scratched with neck spasms as well. But as it relates to Willie Adamas in this article penned by Andrew Baggerly on The Athletic, it introduces some really interesting quotes into this conversation. This is Willie Adamas talking about the support that he hears from Buster Posey, the Giants' president of baseball operations. Adamas on Posey says, quote, "I've had so many conversations with him. He keeps me positive. It's we trust you. Just be confident and be yourself. We don't need you to do more than you can. Obviously, when you hear it from them, I want to look at myself in the mirror and slap myself. Just say, let it go. Just be yourself. Don't try so hard. I don't know. It just hasn't been there for me." Willie Adamas says, I look at myself in the mirror and I want to slap myself. That's how hard this thing has been for him. And you get to a point where it feels like you're at a point of your struggles, Dibs, where you can't not think about it, and that makes it like 10 times more difficult to break out of it.
Especially when you start thinking about ballpark factors, and I know he goes on in the piece to say, I'm not thinking about the ballpark, but maybe subconsciously I am, and that's where, it creeps in, and you start to think about, I got to do extra to just be able to muscle up and get a hit, and you look at his splits, and he's hitting better on the road, or he's been hitting better at home rather than he is on the road. So it's not even just ballpark factors. It's a barrel rate. He doesn't hit the ball in the barrel as much as he used to. The exit velocity. Steiny loves exit velo talk, but the ball's not coming off the bat as fast, and you start to really press. And, I don't know if he's chasing a lot more, but swings and misses are up just a tick as well. So when you're starting to struggle and you're not barreling it up, and you're, playing in a ballpark that's not kind to hitters anyway, it's hard to not think about it and then mentally press.
This is obviously things that your teammates say, especially publicly, and, in an area where they know that the comments, the quotes are going to get back to the subject, and the subject here is Willie Adamas. But I wonder what you think about this, Dibs, because there's a number of quotes in this piece, again, by Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic, and if you haven't read it, I suggest giving it a read. Like, for example, this from Matt Chapman. Quote, "He's been helping us win games whether he feels that way or not." Let's see. What else is an example of this? Logan Webb says, quote, "That's one of his best qualities. He never changes. He's the most energetic in the clubhouse and in the dugout during games. It's something we've really needed." I mean, these are a couple of quotes from two of the franchise cornerstones, Matt Chapman and Logan Webb, who say, looking at a guy with a negative 0.5 WAR and say he's had a positive impact on us just because of who he is as a person. Obviously, that's a big selling point of who Adamas is, and we've heard that from the second that he was signed. He is the same guy every day when he walks in. He's a positive influence. He keeps everybody loose. He's the guy that jumps out of the dugout and celebrates a walk-off when he did it over the weekend on Friday with the Fitzgerald walk-off wild pitch. He did it on Saturday with the Chapman walk-off home run. Just how meaningful, though, is that part of a player's game? Like, essentially, everything other than their game. Their off-the-field stuff. How valuable can something like that be? And I know it's all that the Giants have to hold on to right now for Adamas because offensively and defensively it's been so bad. But I'm curious how much that actually is impacting this Giants team.
I would say a lot. And I just can't help but think about the man who undoubtedly drives around with jumper cables in his trunk, and that's Kevon Looney. So Kevon Looney has a 200 and something consecutive games played streak going. And Steve Kerr goes to him and says, "You're getting a DNP. We need a win, and you're not really in the rotation right now." And so Kevon Looney just, okay. And he goes to the bench, and when he's called upon again, he goes in there and plays. He never causes problems. He's a role player, but he knows his role. You never hear him say anything to grouse or grumble about minutes or contracts or touches or anything like that.
I think Kerr has said he's the Warriors' moral compass.
Exactly.
Right?
So you think about Kevon Looney's impact on the Warriors, and it's not his 6.8 rebounds a game or whatever the number is. It's the fact that he's that guy. He's a role player who knows his role, is a positive influence, and he's beloved by everyone. And even thinking about Buddy Hield this year. Butters goes
My
in
name
there.
is Buddy.
He plays all 82. He's hot, he's cold, he's in between. He's getting clowned by Jimmy Butler around the clock.
My name is Buddy.
And he's just got that gigantic grin. And from day one.
Infectious, it is.
Yeah,
I'm Batman.
Steve Kerr, he's one of my favorite players ever.
I saved the day.
I do think that those things that don't show up in the box score really matter.
I'm nice.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I mean,
especially when you're doing 162.
It's a grind. And you need players like that, right? And maybe that's the kind of player, obviously, they have missed a lot. They've missed a lot, like, from their team. They would have loved to have better pitchers in the past. They'd love to have better hitters, of course. I think there's also maybe a reality that they missed someone like that who keeps everything loose and keeps everybody, upbeat and happy. And we maybe don't see a ton of it, but maybe it allows someone like Elliot Ramos to be more comfortable and to have a better season. Maybe it allows Matt Chapman to worry less about what the clubhouse is going through and focus more on the day-to-day and getting better with the bat in his hands and whatever the case is. And I know we were talking about this off air before the show, Dibs, and you threw out, well, when you have someone like Jock Peterson running amok in the clubhouse in years past, maybe someone like Willie Adamas would have been able to counteract that, and that would have been a better environment, an environment that would have fostered a better team. You never know. It's like there is some value to it. It's just hard for me to look past the guy making, $180 million and performing to the point where he is below replacement level offensively and defensively.
Yes, and you could look back to Barry Zito when he got the 7-year contract for $126 million, and for the most part throughout his career, he was not earning his keep at that level. $126 million at that time was a gigantic contract, and he was not going out there and pitching to that level, but it never got to a point where Barry was a distraction. Fans would just constantly rip him and, what a waste of money. And my old partner, Gary Radnich, would do his high-pitched $126 million. And he goes, this year and the next year. And, it was a big thing, but Barry, to his credit, never really allowed it to affect him. He took the ball every fifth day. He did his level best and did come through in the postseason.
2012.
Very memorably.
Missed the playoff roster in 2010.
Right.
But then 2012 had a couple of amazing starts, including season on the line in St. Louis in the NLCS, pitched a gem. Also got a hit that drove in a run or two in that game.
That sounds about right.
And then beat Verlander head-to-head in Game 1 of the World Series.
Yeah. And so, the Adamas contract is 7 years, and as I mentioned to Willard yesterday, if it's a golf round, we're on the second hole right now. Maybe we're through 2 holes, and it's not a good start to the round, but a lot of golf left to play, as we like to say. But, Grandy, I think about that 2023 team where you had Bailey as a rookie, you had Brandon Crawford in his last year, who Brandon Crawford really struggled that year, 194 for Craw. So he was the leader, but outside of that, you had a bunch of young guys. You had a bunch of imports like Conforto and Haniger. You didn't really have what you do now, which is you, and you. You're all playing every day. And Willie, you're the high-paid guy, and you're the moral compass, and you're the energy guy. Go lead.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Well, not great news coming out of the Giants in Denver. This is Susan Slusser, who covers the Giants for the SF Chronicle. She writes on Twitter, Matt Chapman tells me and Maria Guardado that he will miss more than 10 games with his sprained right hand. He had an MRI yesterday that showed sprained ligaments. He hopes to be back before the end of the first half. And as Susan adds at the end, this extra stinks because he was swinging the bat so well. So again, the update from Matt Chapman himself to Susan Slusser is he will miss more than 10 games. The MRI yesterday revealed sprained ligaments, and he hopes to be back before the end of the first half, Dibs.
Yeah, no word on which ligaments as of yet?
Nothing yet.
Okay. I was thinking we could reach out to Nirav Pandya to get an idea of, hey!
Oh, bless you, Dibs.
I couldn't hold that one back. I couldn't hold it back. I thought I had it contained. That thing happened. It happened.
You got to do what you got to do.
Apologies.
But that is bad news.
Terrible news.
I mean, we thought he was going to be out a week and a half, and he says, hopefully before the end of the first half. And I don't know exactly how they define the end of the first half. Is it the trade deadline or is it 81 games?
It's a fair point.
Or is it the All-Star break? I apologize, not the trade deadline.
Right. Well, they're 66 in, so the halfway point would be 15 games. That's 2 weeks. If you're already talking about the halfway point and you're on the 10-day IL,
probably talking about the All-Star break.
Yeah, because if you're on the 10-day, you're already looking at 9 games, I think. You have an off day in there. So if you're really thinking about how long it would be, if you have this level of bad news and you've got sprained ligaments, which as we know, that means it's torn. A sprain is a tear. We don't know how bad it is. I'd imagine it's grade 1 if you're not looking at a longer timeout or surgery. So, man, really bad news.
And the All-Star game is Tuesday, July 15th. So if what he says by first half, and I think we're right in assuming that he probably means the All-Star break, that means he's going to miss about a month, if not a little bit more.
That'd be 29 more games. Yep.
So
that's their 97th game as they head to the All-Star break. July 13th, they got the Dodgers here as they end the first half, air quotes.
That's the first Giants-Dodgers series at Oracle Park this year.
Correct.
In July.
Game 97. So that would mean we're 66 through. That would be 31 more games he could potentially miss.
By the way, really quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Again, the update from Matt Chapman himself to Susan Slusser, who covers the Giants for the Chronicle. Chapman says he will miss more than 10 games with a sprained right hand. An MRI yesterday revealed sprained ligaments. He hopes to be back before the end of the first half. The end of the first half, again, is middle of July with the All-Star game. So we're looking at probably closer to a month out as opposed to a week and a half, which is what we were previously expecting. And unfortunate, Dibs, that we might have had a little bit of foreshadowing early in the show, but you and I were talking about how this team, as presently constructed, cannot afford any kind of major injury. And this isn't major, but a month's worth of missed games from, I mean, even if he hasn't been hitting great the entire season, still you would say definitely at worst your second most important position player. Probably, like Ramos and Chapman and Jung-Hoo Lee are probably 1, 2, 3 in some order. And if you include pitchers, like a top 5 player on your team, this is a big absence. And the Giants have been so incredibly hard-pressed to score already. Now it becomes that much more difficult when one of your best hitters over the last 2 weeks is suddenly out of the lineup for maybe as long as a month.
Well, if you're a believer in wins above replacement, WAR, and I know that you are, it is a way to measure how much better or worse a player is than a replacement-level player in that spot. He's the Giants' leader in wins above replacement, and it's not close. He's at 2.9, and you have to go to the pitching staff to find Robbie Ray at 2.3. So Chapman's defense, and his numbers aren't terrible for the year. OPS at 812, that's good.
They've jumped up a lot the last couple of weeks.
And he's got 12 homers to lead the club, and so his bat has been great of late, but it's his defense that provides so much of his wins above replacement. And now, obviously, you lose out on both, and that left side of the infield was supposed to be elite, and Adamas has really struggled this year defensively, and now you're going to be without Chapman. So we talk about leaning on pitching and defense, and now your left side of the infield is a bit of a liability.
Oh, definitely.
And Casey Schmidt can do it.
Offensively, liability. And Adamas right now.
Defensively, yeah.
They drop off, no doubt. Chapman's, the best defensive third baseman, maybe other than Nolan Arenado of this generation. He's amazing. Defensively, they're not terrible at third, but they're not as good. And defensively, Adamas has been a liability there. So, they take a hit offensively. They take a hit defensively. They got a whole lot worse with this news. This is really unfortunate news. And now you get to a point where, as what we were just talking about before this news broke, the pressure, Dibs, on Willie Adamas only grows. And I don't know if pressure is the right thing for him to be feeling right now, because he's been feeling pressure already. And I can't imagine he goes into this series feeling any kind of relaxation because he's pressing. The Giants need him to hit, and now his running mate on the left side of the infield is out. and you're looking to who can step up, and there's a very obvious target. There's a bullseye on Willie Adamas. The pressure on him only grows.
Yeah, and it grows in terms of the offense is always going to be pressure because you're making that much money and you're hitting below 200. That's fine. I do think that the pressure now comes defensively where you've got the best defensive third baseman probably in the game, a guy who's going to help you out in a lot of ways when Adamas has to go deep in the hole to the right. Chapman's going to cut a lot of those balls off because he's so good defensively, and now you're going to have either Koss or Schmidt, probably a combination of the two at different times, and Chapman's played in almost all the games. You've had a little bit of Koss in relief. You've had Schmidt a couple times, but it's going to be a whole new look over there at third base. So that, I think, is where the pressure goes to Adamas. It's defensively.
Yeah, the Giants have played 66 games so far. Chapman's played 65. And one of the things that we were talking about, and I saw this on the text line, 888-957-9570. Dibs, we were breaking down why this team feels different. Right? Is it just as simple as Buster and the way he's improved the vibe, or is there something deeper than that? Is his willingness to take risks or whatever it was? And one of the things that came through on the text line, 888-957-9570, was essentially you moved away from platooning, and you have now a group of like 4, 5, 6 position players who you know are going to play just about every single day. Adamas was one. He missed his first game on Sunday because he was held out because he has been struggling so much. Give him a day off plus this built-in day off. Give him 2 days of rest before this series today. He played all but one game. Chapman's played all but one game. Ramos has played all but 2 games. Wilmer Flores has played 60 of 64. Jung-Hoo Lee's played 60 of 64, or 60 of 66, I should say. And he missed his last 2. Before that, it was 60 of 64 before he missed the last 2 games. Yastrzemski even has played 52, and Bailey has played 46. Fitzgerald's played 45. You have a gigantic chunk of your starting lineup, Dibs, that is the same night in and night out. Maybe the batting order changes, but your defensive positioning has largely been the same for the vast majority of games. And that's been a big part of why the Giants probably feel a little bit different and why it's more enjoyable to go and watch this team and to get invested, because you know you're going to see Adamas and Chapman and Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee every single day. Now you get thrown into it because of an injury where you're going to have probably a combination of guys over at third base, and that, one, makes it harder to win games because you have worse players there, but 2, it makes it harder to fall back in love with this team again.
Yeah, it's just going to be temporary because you're getting used to Chapman every day. And like you said, all the other names that you rattled off, they play every day, but injuries, unfortunately, are a part of this. Just reading more from Susan Slusser on Twitter, he's scheduled to see hand specialist Dr. Stephen Shin in L.A. on Friday. The team will know more after that. So the MRI shows something, and it's like, oh boy, this is worse than just a jammed hand. Let's send you to the specialist to see what he thinks when he looks at the MRI or further examination. So the more you look into the tea leaves of, he's flying to L.A., and Bob Melvin even said they won't know much more until Friday. And then he said there's a chance he'll miss more than 10 days. And, you go down and see the specialist, and I was just looking, he's one of the foremost hand and wrist doctors in the country. And so you go to the best and you hope for good news, but this really could be 4 to 6 week shut him down.
That's
terrible.
Bad news. That is bad news. Just when he started hitting the ball a whole lot better. Let me bring this up. I can get his game logs in here and tell you how he's been hitting of late, because it was rough for a big stretch. After an 0-for-4 day, Game 2 in Detroit, after he went 0-for-4, he was hitting .214, on base .335, slugging .391. In the, let's see here, 11 games since, Giants are 7-4 in those 11. In the 11 games since, he's hitting .395, on base .489, slugging .763. That's an OPS of over 1,200, 3 home runs, 5 doubles, 5 RBIs, and a couple of stolen bases without being caught, all while playing his patented defense at third base. So over the last 11 games, not a gigantic sample, but a pretty decent sample, Dibs. He's hitting nearly 400. And that's in these 11 games. Not like you were scoring a lot of runs then. The Giants' run totals in these games, 3, 2, 0, 4, 0, 2, 6, 3, 5, 3, 4.
32 runs.
Wow,
he has 7 of them.
Good math.
Thank you. I had to close my eyes to count along with you, but...
And he's hitting 400.
11 games, 32 runs. He has 7 of them.
And now you take that away.
Yep. You take it away. And
how the hell are they going to score runs now, Dibs?
I'm not so worried about them scoring runs because it's not what they do. So, it's like...
It just forces the pitching staff to be even more perfect.
It's like having a teenager with a curfew, and they turn 18. It's like, all right, curfew's still 11 o'clock, and they get home at 12:15, and they get home at 12:15, and then it's 12:30. It's like, what are you going to do about it? This is what I'm doing. I'm 18 now. So you just kind of, you realize that that's the reality you're living with. For me, it's the defense, and they have a metric called defensive runs saved, which is as simple as when the balls hit your way, you make plays that keep the other team from scoring. And he's number 2 on the team behind Patrick Bailey, also not playing tonight. Yeah. He's a +6. You go all the way down, including pitchers, dead last, number 38, Willie Adamas. He's a -8. So you have a guy who gives up runs at short and a guy who takes runs away at third. Well, he's not playing anymore. And tonight, your catcher's not either. So pitching and defense, your 2 best defensive players are not going to be playing tonight. That's a problem.
I don't know. Is Coors Field enough to save the offense without Matt Chapman?
It could be, but like I was saying before about Adamas, you got to be able to barrel up, not squabble up.
Barrel up.
Barrel up. You got to be able to barrel up.
Shout out Kendrick Lamar.
Thank you. And if he does, then yeah, Coors can help him. And I got my eyes on Kisner tonight. He's got over 900 career plate appearances, no career home runs. So go ahead and run into one tonight, kids.
No career home runs.
No career home runs.
900 plate appearances?
Something like that. It might have been 800, but
that's kind of crazy, honestly.
Well, I was looking because he doesn't have a hit this year, and I was thinking, is he looking for his first major league hit? And it's like, no, he's played a bunch. In fact, he's got 893 plate appearances. Oh, he's got home runs, just not with the Giants. I apologize to all the Kisners. I had that wrong.
18 career
hit the
home
buzzer.
Runs.
Terrible, sloppy
10
radio.
2 years ago with the Cardinals in 70 games. So he's got some power.
I'm sorry, Kiz. No nickname listed on Baseball Reference, though, which surprises me with a name like Kisner.
They probably call him Kiz.
You'd figure.
Yeah. He's starting today for the Giants at catcher, batting 9th. Because we've got a couple of pieces of bad news for the Giants. One seems a decent amount worse than the other, but Patrick Bailey's scratched with neck spasms. Keep an eye on that going forward in this series. And Matt Chapman placed on the 10-day IL earlier today. He has said that he expects it to likely be an absence of longer than 10 days, to the point where he hopes he's back before the end of the first half. And the end of the first half, if you're going by the All-Star break, is mid-July. So maybe you're looking at an absence up to a month. We shall see. But now, how do the Giants, who have been offensively challenged already up to this point, how do they try to score runs now without Matt Chapman? I think it just falls, as you're talking about, Dibs. Maybe, obviously the concern is with the offense, but maybe it's just a lost cause to the point where you look up to the pitching staff and you say, all right, Logan. All right, Robbie. All right, Landon. All right, Hayden. All right, Kyle, who's starting today, Kyle Harrison, and all right, everybody in the bullpen. You're going to have to continue being perfect for us to win baseball games. If you're not perfect, maybe aside from a game here and there, it's going to be tough for us to win. So strap up, give us 7 shutty, and we'll win. Unless you don't, we'll probably lose.
Well, again, Colorado would be a place that you should be able to get away with, not being perfect, because their offense and their pitching staff are both very bad, and it's a live ballpark. So go ahead and, bring out some of your big bats. And I think you mentioned Encarnacion is playing right field, which tells me that Wilmer's going to be DHing. And so, maybe you get some guys to light it up. And Elliot Ramos is a guy who is always a threat. I keep my eye on Jung Hoo Lee with the back tightness and hope that hopefully he doesn't.
Yeah, he's back.
Hopefully he doesn't fall into a spot where, he has to miss a couple more games, because you're running out of real offensive, quote unquote, weapons.
Yeah, Jung Hoo Lee's leading off and playing center. Adamas is back to the 2-hole at shortstop. Then Ramos, then Flores, then Encarnacion. Dominic Smith bats 6th, then Schmidt 7th, Fitzgerald 8th, and we were just talking about the catcher, Kisner. He bats 9th. That is the Giants lineup against the Rockies today. Kyle Harrison is on the bump for the Giants, going up against Palmquist for the Rockies, a left-hander. Left-handed pitching means no Yaz. That's why Encarnacion is playing and batting and playing right field. We can move on here in just a sec, Dibs, but I did want to run this past you. Lucas quizzed me on this earlier. The cleanup hitter for the Rockies today, second baseman, and his name has been brought up earlier today on this show. I'll give you one further hint, a former Giant.
Oh, boy.
Who do you think this is? Naming Rockies is difficult enough, so I had to give a couple of hints. Cleanup hitter, second baseman, former Giant, played second base almost exclusively with the Giants.
Tyro Estrada?
It is.
Okay.
There you go.
That's the only guess I had.
Tyro Estrada.
I know Joe Panic is now, I think he's a scout, a roving scout with the Giants.
I forget exactly what his role is, but in the organization, yeah. But Tyro Estrada, cleanup hitter for the Rockies tonight.
Well,
Dibs.
I mean, go get it. Get it done, Tyro.
Revenge game?
Yeah, the Tyro Estrada revenge game. It's possible, and the Rockies are averaging 3.14 runs a game, dead last. And they give up 6.18 per game, dead last. And that's how you have a run differential of -3 per game, which is how you have a -195 for the year. -3, Grandy. Like, that's just bananas to think about. I mean, anything beyond 1 is almost unheard of. The Giants are, right now, they are plus 0.69, and you're a good team. If you're plus runs per game, you're probably above 500 or thereabout. If you're -3 runs per game on average, that is on pace to be the worst team ever.
That is absolutely ridiculous. Not only are they losing, but they are losing big time. They've scored 204 runs. They've allowed 402. They're almost allowing, and you said on average, but they're almost allowing double the amount of runs that they're scoring. That's absolutely absurd.
They are 3-18 in blowouts, which are games decided by 5 or more.
So 21 of their 65 games have been blowouts?
And they've only won 3 of them, which, I mean, that's a lot of blowouts. And we know that the Giants have had, I think they're 7-2 in blowouts. Yeah, 7-2. Wow. They've only had 9 blowouts, which means only twice, and I think they gave up 9 once and 10 the other time. Only twice have they absolutely been lit up and, not had an answer. So
don't care you're down Chapman. Don't care that you're down Bailey. Get a win today, Giants. It should not be that difficult against this Rockies team.
If I'm a Giants fan in Denver, I'm showing up with a broom tonight. It's a Tuesday broom.
I'm a little superstitious, Dibs. I don't know if I like that.
Yeah, I don't believe in superstition until something weird happens, and I'm boy, I'm superstitious now. But I mean, you got 3 in Colorado. They're terrible, and you're quietly rolling. So, yeah, go out there and just bring the broom on a Tuesday.
I like your confidence, but if they lose today, I'm blaming it on you.
Okay.
I'm blaming it on you. Hey, you guys are going to be down at Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale tomorrow. You're going to stop by Giants mandatory minicamp. You're going to see what's going on down there. What did I say? Oh, I said Giants mandatory minicamp. My mind's on.
It's all right.
Niners mandatory minicamp. Thanks to Lucas for correcting me. And
that was off air. I was begging for the buzzer. Thank you.
I get it. I deserve
Captain
it for that.
Buzzer over here.
My mind is solely on Giants, but I'm doing a transition and did not do it well.
You're doing great.
You and Willard, along with a number of us at 95.7 The Game, headed down to Niners mandatory minicamp today, which began today. And you're going to see what's going on. You're going to talk to maybe a couple of players. We'll see. And then you're going to head over to Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale and host your show from 2 to 6. So if you're in the area, stop by and say what's up to Willard and Dibs at Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, 2 to 6. But eager, Dibs, I'm sure you are to see everything going on down at Niners minicamp tomorrow.
Yeah, bring your depth chart because you've got a lot of the top guys who won't be out there. Brandon Ayuk apparently today was doing a little player coach where
was he?
He was on the field and he coaching up some of the young guys. Ricky Pearsall won't be participating. Michael Williams, I believe he's going to be held out now until training camp. Malik Mustafa is recovering from an ACL.
What's wrong with Michael Williams?
I think he is groin.
Hamstring,
Hammy?
I'm hearing.
A hammy and groin, it's a toss-up. It's your hammy or your groin, and just a little tweak. And now we know where it is. Now we're all buzzer happy back there. Yeah, hammy. So, when you get that in this time of the year, you just shut guys down. And so, yeah, I'm excited to go out there, but this for me is like level 1 on a scale of 10 as far as excitement goes. It's fun to be out there.
Oh, don't poo-poo it, Dibs.
I'm not
Come
poo-pooing
on.
it. What I'm saying is training camp is more exciting.
Oh, of course.
In season, obviously more exciting, but this is guys running around in shorts. And I know today in the 11 on 11, you didn't have a lot of the regulars out there. So it's the quarterback and then a lot of the 2s and 3s. And that's just kind of the nature of it.
I'm a little disappointed we're not going to get to see Michael Williams. That's too bad that he's being held out.
Yeah, and I saw that news today from Shanny where he had a hammy, I'm being told.
Shanny said he had a hammy.
Shanny said a hammy,
Yeah.
so he's got the hammy, and so he'll just sit out. And I think they have, is it tomorrow and then 2 more days, or this is it tomorrow? Tomorrow's it. Yeah, so no sense in forcing a guy out there with a hammy.
That's what he said about Pearsall, right? When at the OTAs last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever that was, he said it's not bad, but it's to the point where it doesn't make sense to try to rush him back and take a chance on a 2-day mandatory minicamp when that's the only other event you have before training camp. So he said he's not going to practice in full with us until training camp, and we all looked at that as, oh my God, training camp is forever away. But in reality, it just means he's not 100% for today and tomorrow. And if he's not ready for today and tomorrow, then the only thing you have left is training camp.
Right. And he did say today about Michael Williams, if it was a game week, he would be playing.
Okay.
Which, definitely makes you feel better about just how bad it is. So probably the same thing with Pearsall. He'll be able to ramp up and be ready. I wonder about Ayuk, and I know he's putting in work, not even on the side, but probably in the locker room, trying to continue his rehab. Shanahan said today that he's on course. He's doing it. He's going through the steps. So
on course for what? I mean, we don't really know, right?
No, we don't know. And I think when you get to OTAs, that will be the next real marker where, not OTAs, but camp.
Yeah.
Thank God he's not listening. Another mistake. We get to camp, and he'll probably be put on the pup. Oh, God. Who woke up Lucas? Yes.
You did.
Camp, I know. That was my fault. You get to camp, not OTAs, camp, and they come out with their physically unable to perform list or pup. It's likely that he'll be on the pup for that.
That would cost you what? At least the first 4 games?
No, that's just for camp. And then when you get in the season, that's when you have to then again declare if you put a guy on pup. I think you have an opportunity then to do the same thing. And then that's 4 games.
At least.
Right, 4 games minimum. So the first one will be camp. Is he ready to go for camp in any way, shape, or form? That, to me, is the next marker, and that's in about 6 weeks.
Yeah, we'll see. The 262 on the text line says, wait, Dibbers, you're at Laughing Monk tomorrow? Yeah, Willard and Dibs hosting their show from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. They're going to pop on by there after attending minicamp tomorrow. So if you are in the area, you want to stop by, grab yourself something to eat or drink, you can do so at Laughing Monk. You can do that always at Laughing Monk, but if you want to do that while also saying hi to the guys, Willard and Dibs, you could do that tomorrow at Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. The guys will be on the air from 1:45 to 6, but they'll be there a little bit ahead of time as well if you want to stop by and say what's up. Kyle Shanahan was also asked about Bryce Huff, one of the newest Niners who they acquired in a trade from the Philadelphia Eagles a couple of weeks ago. And I know Shanny said essentially this is the best just speed pass rusher we've had off the edge since D Ford. And I know the name D Ford brings up a lot of bad memories for Niner fans because he was rarely ever healthy. When he was healthy, though, he was pretty darn good. So Shanahan comparing Bryce Huff to D Ford should be a welcome sign for Niner fans because, again, if he's healthy, he's going to be a pretty darn good player. Maybe most importantly, though, Trent Williams spoke, Dibs. Trent Williams, who attended minicamp and OTA stuff for the first time in forever. Let's hear a little bit from Trent. He was asked about how long he might want to play in his career. He was asked about retirement. Here's what Trent had to say.
I would love to play until I'm 40. I would love to make it to that special group. But if it's not in my cards, it's not in my cards. But I'm gonna do everything physically possible. I'm gonna stay engaged. As you see, my first time here doing OTAs or even being in the off-season program, first time in probably 10 years. So, it's one of them things to where I'm gonna do everything possible to play as long and to play a good product, put a good product of football out there. And then when it's not going my way, then I'll know. But it could be I could play until I'm 41. Who knows? But that is a goal of mine. I'm definitely not going to retire with something left in the tank.
There's Trent says if I'm, essentially if it's in the cards, I want to play till I'm 40 or 41. You never know what's going to happen, and I would imagine what he's talking about there is you could just get to a point where your injuries are so tough to deal with that you can't get to the level you want to be at, and then maybe you hang him up as a result. He did also say, Dibs, that he's healthy off the ankle injury that cost him the final 7 games last year, and that was one of the injuries that really, really hurt the Niners and why they went 6-11 last season. But one, it's good to hear Trent just say, like, as long as I can, I want to keep playing, because so many of us have kind of wondered, does he want to keep going beyond a year or 2 more years? And he says, if I can, I want to keep going until I'm 40, maybe 41.
Yep.
And also just good to know that he's healthy at this stage of the offseason.
And don't want to leave anything in the tank, is what he said.
Yeah.
So you come back after this year, and if you think that you still want to go out there and do it, well, keep doing it. Just looking at the oldest offensive lineman ever, Andre Whitworth was 39. Ray Brown, 43.
Wow.
As a Falcon in 2005. And Jason Peters, 41 for the Eagles just a couple years ago.
Yeah.
So it's not without precedent. Trent's a spring chicken at 37. Baby.
Just like Steph, huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is precedent for it. And, if he's still playing at this level, and I saw that Pro Football Focus came out with their tackle rankings for the year, and he dropped a few slots, but I think he's now 6th or 7th as opposed to, 2nd or 3rd or wherever he normally is. So he's still a top 10 tackle in the NFL.
Yeah. When he's healthy, he's still an awesome player. He just hasn't been as healthy as much of late, and that specifically is last year when he missed the last 7 games with that ankle injury. Trent Williams, he said himself, this is like the first time in a decade he's been at any kind of off-season program for the team that he's playing with. He compared this offseason to past off-seasons. Here's more Trent at minicamp today.
One thing it was very difficult to come back after, what was kind of, I think a lot of people, one of the most traumatic events you experience in sports, just losing the Super Bowl and the depression that comes behind that. And then, only having a little bit of time before it's right back to, OTAs and some workouts, and trying to put something behind you that's it took me a long time. Like even on into the last season, even playing the Chiefs again, I felt that it hurt, So I think I say that to say, I think this offseason, it could have been a blessing in disguise. We'll see. We obviously refreshed the roster, and we got some younger guys, but. I think in the long run, it should help us having that time off.
That's kind of in line with everything that everyone in the Niners has said, specifically Kyle Shanahan as recently as a week and a half ago or whenever that was at OTAs, when he essentially compared like the vibe from this offseason to last offseason. And he said, like, last offseason, I almost had to beg everybody to show up. And this offseason, it has not been that. Everybody is eager to get here. And you get it. Like Trent Williams explained it. The depression that followed losing that Super Bowl, it's hard to then a couple of months later turn around and then say, all right, let's get right back to work, start from ground zero and work our way all the way back up. That's a hard thing to do. And after a disappointment, 6-11 in 2024, it's probably easier to kind of motivate yourself to be ready for the offseason program like this.
And think about when you are hungry in your life. If you have a good breakfast, a nice full lunch, and then 5 pieces of pizza, and you wake up the next day, you're probably not going to be as hungry as if you spend the entire previous day not eating. Maybe you just had water only, or maybe you had a procedure that required you to fast, and you get your procedure done, and then you go out and you go to breakfast and you're hungry. And it's because you had a day where you didn't have all the success and the satiation, so to speak. So you go 6-11. It'd be a satiation sensation is what it would be, Brandy. You're right. You gave him the look. First one of the day. We got to make sure we get one in. So you go 6-11, you're hungry. You go to the Super Bowl, not that you're full, fat, and satisfied, but you went all the way to mid-February and you had your heart broken, and now you realize just a couple months later you got to strap up and do it again. That's hard.
What do you think would be more difficult to motivate yourself? After winning the Super Bowl, say in like a fashion the way the Chiefs did versus the Niners a year and a half ago now, or losing the way the Niners did to the Chiefs a year and a half ago? Like I feel like it might be easier to motivate yourself after a Super Bowl win as opposed to the way the Niners lost.
I think it's easier in that you can think about like dynastic. You can think about joining a group of teams that have won consecutive Super Bowls. So you're Philly. You don't have anything really to prove, but you've got still a really good team. You have a great quarterback,
great team,
amazing wide receivers. You've got either the best or the second best running back, Derrick Henry, the other one in the group. Saquon's probably the best running back. You still have a great O-line and a nasty defense. So much like the 49ers going into last year, you felt like you were still loaded enough to do something. And then the Niners had injuries and tragedies and, whatever, bad special teams and a rookie defensive coordinator and so many things that went sideways. But going into last year, we all were talking, 11-6, 12-5, and, see if you can make another run in the playoffs, and it just didn't happen.
Did not happen. Trent Williams was asked to expand on how this offseason feels different maybe than last year, talking about the energy around minicamp so far this year.
You wouldn't think this is a team that went 6-11 last year. The confidence, the way the kids are flying around, the new draft class to me looks like it has several steals, several great picks that's going to contribute. So, I was really pleased to see how the confidence and how the atmosphere is coming back and kind of being around the guys for the first time last week.
You heard it from Trent Williams. He likes the player. He likes the pick.
He's taking my stuff right there. You're taking my stuff,
Multiple
Trent.
steals in this draft class, Dibs.
Yeah, we'll see. And, you can never grade a draft until you get a few years down the road. But you do look at this draft.
Trent's giving him an A+.
Right. And that's great. And now, like last year's draft, if you want to look at last year's draft now after a year, you could give it an A-, I think.
Yeah, pretty good.
You could even maybe give it an A. Dominic Pooney is a real starter at a position you needed. Pearsall's trending toward being somebody I think good. Green and Mustafa both were better than average their rookie year. Now Mustafa's going to be out, and you're going to really rely on Green to be your starting corner. So just ticking your way through last year's draft, that looks like it's an A or an A- right now.
You have at least 3, and Pearsall maybe kind of by default because of what the rest of the wide receiver room looks like. Maybe by default he has to start, but you hope that he proves to be good enough to where no matter what, he's a starter. But besides Pearsall, with Pooney and the 2 defensive backs that you mentioned, Green and Mustafa, when healthy, you have 3 guys who are going to start for you as long as they're Niners, essentially. You feel that confident about that group of 3.
And that's what you're going to need out of this class. And so just, clipping through it, you got Mykel Williams at 11. If he becomes the Dominic Pooney of the defense, you're thrilled, right? If he comes in and if he plays 70% of the snaps and he plays inside and outside and is a real force, you're loving it. Nick Martin, the 3rd-round pick, can slide in at linebacker. You got a defensive tackle, Alfred Collins. People are high on Upton Stout, the corner out of Western Kentucky. If he can come in and be your starting nickel corner and make an impact, you're starting to see what this would mean. And maybe the sleeper of all sleepers, not Jordan James out of Oregon. You can tell me all about him. Jordan Watkins.
Ole Miss wide receiver.
He was making a splash again today. A lot of the beat reporters who were there. So as far as players I'm looking forward to keep an eye on, Jordan Watkins is probably near the top of the list because if he can be a good receiver at some point, now you've got more depth in that room than I believe you do right now.
Yeah, and then the other D tackle they drafted, you mentioned Alfred Collins out of Texas, also C.J. West out of Indiana. I haven't been down there to see him yet. You guys will tomorrow, but I mean, you're looking at a competition between CJ West and Alfred Collins, and maybe they ultimately both went out and start. But you're looking at one of those guys is likely going to be a starting tackle for you week 1, along with Mykel Williams being a starting edge rusher opposite Nick Bosa. You could have on the defensive line, and you probably will, 2 rookie starters on that D-line this year. So Mykel Williams, you hope that he, as you said, maybe becomes your Pooney of the defensive line, and then you hope either Collins or CJ West starts on the interior, and then you're suddenly looking at a young defensive line, and you hope you get good performances out of those guys. But you're going to need a lot, just like you did last year. You're going to need a lot. And that's what happens when you have a quarterback making as much money as Brock Purdy is, and here's Trent Williams on Brock Purdy's contract.
It's super, super fulfilling just to watch a guy like Brock. And, I mean, you talk about a Cinderella story, I think this is the epitome of that. Guy from making, a few $100,000 a year to making $50 million a year is astronomical. And it couldn't have happened to a better guy. He is the guy for this team. He is the guy for this franchise. This is just the tip of the iceberg. He's going to get another contract. He's going to win a lot of football games. He's that good of a player. So super, super happy to see that happen for him. I love him like a brother, so I couldn't be any happier.
It's easy to poo-poo a teammate like handing out compliments like that, but it did seem pretty damn genuine from Trent.
Yeah, and Trent's a good guy, and Trent's in there every huddle with Brock Purdy. So
yeah,
you see Brock come in and get the job, and he had a certain way to lead without doing it in an arrogant, cocky way, but also not being demure. You have to go into the huddle, and you're the quarterback. You get the play call, you deliver the play call, and then you break the huddle, and you got to go out there and do the darn thing. You can't come in the huddle and be meek or defer and look over and go, Trent's a Hall of Famer. Kittle probably is.
McCaffrey.
You say, seriously, like,
Ayuk, Deebo.
What am I doing?
You got to be forceful to a certain degree.
But not arrogant.
Yeah.
You have to be able to strike that balance of, I'm the dude, but, we're the team. So I think that, and I've never been in the huddle with him, obviously, but everything you hear about Brock is from day one, he has struck that perfect balance. And if you're a vet, I don't even know how many quarterbacks Trent has blocked for, probably a lot in his career.
Yeah.
And he's seen the wide range of pretenders and
he's been on some bad teams.
Right. And quarterbacks who come in and think, all right, I got the job. I'm QB1. You roll with me, guys. And so it's clear that Brock's not that guy, and Trent sees it.
Yeah. Do you want to play golf with Willard and Dibs? The guys are going to be broadcasting live from the beautiful Cache Creek Casino Resort on Friday, June 27th. And then you want to play golf with them after on the following Saturday, the 28th. Tune into our show Thursday and Friday for your chance to win an overnight stay plus a round of golf with us at Cache Creek. Again, what's on the line? An overnight stay at Cache Creek for you and a guest, and a round of golf with Willard and Dibs the next day. If you want to win, we're giving out 2 of these prizes. You can win by listening on Thursday and Friday to Willard and Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game. Okay, time for a break. When we come back, we can take your calls on the Niners if you want, or on the Giants, whatever you want. Plus, we can have a little bit of fun at the expense of Clayton Kershaw. I want to do that when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs. Grandy in for Willard. We're back with more next on 95.7 The Game. You can't play Kurt in the Hayward Hills on a Tuesday.
That's a Crocker Schmidt.
I can't hear Kurt's voice and think anything other than Friday. Friday. It's time for the weekend.
Yep. Friday at 5:45, and I did think it was too much of an ask last Friday. I think we went back to him. We went back to the Kurt well one too many times, and the YouTube audience got treated to a Crocker Schmidt.
They did.
The real one.
They did. Hey, you want to make some fun of the Dodgers or a specific Dodger for a sec before we get out of here?
Yeah, why not?
Always, right? There's always time to do that. So the Dodgers, led by Clayton Kershaw, were in St. Louis over the weekend for a weekend series. Kershaw pitched on Sunday against the Cardinals and actually pitched pretty darn well. Gave up only 1 run in 5 innings, struck out 7. It was his best start this year by a mile, best start that he's had in a really long time. But what was happening pregame, Dibs, as the Dodgers were warming up, including Clayton Kershaw, was they played a certain specific video on the Jumbotron out there at Busch Stadium. And it was a video of Clayton Kershaw pitching at Busch Stadium all the way back in 2014. If you remember the 2014 National League Division Series, Cardinals and Dodgers. It's a best of 5, so first team to win 3 games. Cardinals are up 2-1. The Dodgers, though, are up 2-0 in the 7th inning. And Kershaw has 2 runners on with nobody out. Again, they're up by 2 runs in a do-or-die game. They have to win to force a do-or-die game 5. And they're up 2-0. They're in a good spot. Kershaw's pitching a gem. Hasn't given up a run yet. And then what happens? Matt Adams steps to the plate with 2 on and nobody out, and he does this, courtesy of Fox Sports 1.
Driven into right, at the wall, it is gone! Cardinals lead it 3-2.
And they ultimately win that game 3-2. They win the series along with it. They go on to face the Giants in the NLCS. The Giants beat them in 5 games, 4-1. That was the Mike Morse game-tying homer in the 8th and the Ishikawa walk-off that sends the Giants to the World Series, where they ultimately beat the Royals in 7 games. But that was one of the biggest moments in that era of Cardinals baseball, and it so happened to happen against Clayton Kershaw and the Dodgers. So the Cardinals playing that video on the Jumbotron pregame Sunday, and Clayton Kershaw quoted saying, quote, again, I think it's a little Busch League, but I don't expect anything less from these guys, so it's no worries. That is soft from Clayton Kershaw. He's crying, Dibs.
He's crying. Now, I've been thinking a lot about this today, Busch League. It would be Busch League if the Giants go to Florida and the Marlins play a highlight of Scott Cousins running over Buster Posey and breaking his ankle.
That would be Busch League. You're
That's
right.
Busch League. Or if was it the Yankees and Boston and Don Zimmer when A-Rod, was it A-Rod who just rolled over and bowled him over?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That would be Busch League.
Or A-Rod, whenever that was, swiping the ball out of the pitcher's hand as he runs to first base. That's
Stuff
Busch
like
League.
that to me would be Busch League. So if you are a professional pitcher and you have a moment against a team in their park that is an iconic moment of joy for them, you got to wear that. You threw the pitch, he hit the pitch, they won the game, you lose. Dude, you're Clayton Kershaw.
One of the best pitchers ever.
Right. Hall of Famer.
And now you have 2 World Series to your name. So,
yeah, 2 World Series. In honor of Willard, you should put up the 2 fingers.
He had the 2021 ring looks as good as any other ring. But you're right. I mean,
yeah,
he has had a history of being absolutely dominant in the regular season and then having some postseason hiccups. This was one of those games where he was great through 6 innings, and then in the 7th, it all collapsed on him, and they lose. Their season's over as a result. The Giants win the World Series, and Kershaw's had to live with that for a while. Kershaw's not a bad guy, and I'm not deriving any joy out of watching him suffer. But you got to have a little thicker skin than that, Clayton. Come on. That's a team celebrating one of their better moments in the last decade.
Absolutely. And you're Clayton Kershaw. You should be above the fray. And as far as the 2020 COVID World Series goes, if anybody deserves it, he does. He was 4-1 in that postseason. And you're right. His postseason career has been less than as good as his regular season, certainly.
Hard to be better than his regular season.
But in that one, he won 4 of the 5 decisions. He did get lit up against Atlanta, but if anyone's going to claim that ring, that would be his ring because, I mean, he went out there and he did the damn thing.
Bush League. That is such a joke.
And I guess he gets a ring for last year, even though he didn't pitch in the postseason.
On the team, yeah, I did.
Right.
Like Zito gets a ring in 2010, even though he wasn't on the postseason roster.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
That just, it's a little annoying, and I get it. You probably thought that it was Bush, but, you know, in the old school, you go out there and you light somebody up. Or you go out there and you dominate them. You don't need to go to the media and say, there was Bush. And I don't mean Bush Stadium.
The other half of this that doesn't make any sense to me, again, he says after they play the video of Matt Adams hitting a really, really important home run off of him in the playoffs, a game that ultimately eliminated the Dodgers, he says, quote, I think it's a little Bush League, but I don't expect anything less from these guys. Are the Cardinals some like kind of terribly run like Bush League franchise? I feel like the Cardinals are one of the more respectable franchises in baseball.
I think that, and I've never been to St. Louis, and I don't have the perception of being a major league player, but it seems to me that they have come across as one of the classiest. Everyone talks about them being the gold standard for fan bases in baseball.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that is the thing. I don't know if he has personal beef with the video board operator or the game ops crew, but to me that's less Bush League than Oklahoma City giving out cupcake shirts.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like that, to me, is more Bush League. I kind of like it because it's an elite troll, and your player says he's a cupcake, and so everyone's talking cupcakes, but that, to me, is more Bush, certainly, than this.
Yeah, and, I mean, I know you made this joke on Twitter once you saw it.
Rare tweet.
It was a good one, though, and this is where my mind went as well. Obviously, he's saying Bush League as in, like, it's in bad taste or whatever. It is at Busch Stadium,
right.
Busch Stadium. Kind of funny.
Yeah,
but
I mean, really funny. And I don't know. You're a 3-time Cy Young Award winner. You won the MVP for crying out loud. You've been an All-Star 10 times. You're first ballot Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah.
Can you be above a 30-second highlight video?
Apparently not.
Is that going to really get you, Clayton? Is that going to get you?
If that gets him, then he's got bigger problems. I'll put it that way.